Reborn in 2003, the hardest math exam in history. Wu Wei jolted back to consciousness, reeling from a violent impact. Just moments ago, it was pouring rain. He had been returning alone from a cemetery, dazed and oblivious to the red light at a crossroads. A dump truck had slammed into him, hurling him into the mud, unconscious. When he opened his eyes again, he had no idea where he was. The entire classroom stared at Wu Wei, who had suddenly stood up, then silently lowered their heads. He wasn't the first candidate to break down. 3 invigilators simultaneously turned their gaze toward Wu Wei. Their stares made him feel utterly disoriented. Glancing at the words on the blackboard and the exam paper on his desk, Wu Wei's mind finally rebooted. Embarrassed, he sat back down, thinking he must still be dreaming had the accident knocked him unconscious. But why did everything feel so real? 2003. This was the year he took his college entrance exam. His heart pounded violently, flooding his body with blood and forcing his brain to accept the truth. He had been reborn. Staring at the vast blank spaces on his math paper, he was once again gripped by the terror of being dominated by Grandpa, a nickname for the notoriously difficult math examiner. Dubbed the hardest college entrance math exam in history, the provincial average score was only 68, shattering the dreams of countless top students. Wu Wei's math skills were decent top 10 in his biochemistry class, but even he had his nerves shattered by this paper. The true horror of this exam wasn't its math, it was psychological warfare. Even 20 years later, he still remembered his exact score. Out of a total of 750 points, Wu Wei scored 551, exactly 50 points above the first-year university cutoff. And in math, only 92. That year, due to education reforms, a special 32 system was implemented. Mandatory Chinese, math, and English, plus 2 elective subjects chosen from physics, chemistry, biology, politics, history, and geography. Back then, Wu Wei had given up the chance to enter the elite physics-chemistry class and instead chose chemistry-biology, a decision that had stunned his sophomore homeroom teacher. Only Wu Wei himself knew why he made that choice. That anxious girl, struggling at her desk by the window, that was Qingqiu, his former goddess. He chose biology, a subject he wasn't good at, just to be in the same class as Qingqiu. But his college entrance results didn't go as planned. Despite scoring 50 points above the cutoff, he could only attend an ordinary 211 university, unable to follow Qingqiu to the same school. Without the advantage of physics and with weak English, he drifted further and further from her. Qingqiu ultimately scored 611, getting into Nanhua University, while Wu Wei's Choishi Hua University, formerly Huaxi Textile University, left them worlds apart. The past flooded back, overwhelming Wu Wei. The aftermath was vivid in his mind, yet fate had played a cruel joke, giving him a second chance. From high school, he had pursued Qingqiu for 10 bitter years. Finally, 2 years after graduate school, they married. But the gap between them widened, and eventually, Qingqiu chose to study abroad, chasing her dreams, leaving Wu Wei behind. 10 years of love turned to dust, shattering his spirit. Depressed, he reached a point where he needed sleeping pills just to fall asleep. After 3 aimless years, at age 30, he met someone. She was radiant like a little sun, warming his entire world and pulling him out of the darkness. Only then did he understand what mutual devotion truly meant. Qin Huanyan was his salvation. They lived many years of happiness, their only regret being their inability to have children. It wasn't until Wu Wei was 37 that Qin Huanyan, 3 years his junior, finally became pregnant. But heaven seemed unwilling to allow such happiness. Complications during childbirth took both mother and child. Wu Wei, having lost his wife, felt his soul ripped away. On the first anniversary of their deaths, after paying his respects in the rain, he wandered into traffic and was hit by a car. Perhaps his resentment toward fate was too deep. The heavens decided to play another trick. They sent him back 20 years to give him a second chance. But Wu Wei hesitated. He understood the rules of rebirth. Any change would create a new timeline. In that new timeline, would he still meet Qin Huanyan? And if he did, would she still be the same person? His heart ached, torn by endless conflict. Time ticked away. The exam was nearing its end. Thud. That was the 3rd candidate to collapse from crying. The invigilators were used to it. With a wave of their hand, a stretcher came in to carry the student away. Wu Wei watched helplessly as his classmate was taken out, his mood sinking further. This year, Grandpa Ge had arrived, responsible for setting the math exam. Grandpa Ge's genius lay in using the simplest wording to create the most complex logic and calculations. Especially the last 2 major problems, they utterly destroyed the mental state of most candidates. Wu Wei had done relatively well back then. He gritted his teeth, completed the first parts of most questions, and ensured accuracy in the multiple-choice section, barely scraping 92 points. Many candidates couldn't even last until the end. This was pure psychological torture. Like a cycle of fate, 20 years later, the exam board once again invited Grandpa Gu to set the math paper. So, on the 20th anniversary of its creation, this legendary exam was brought out once more to be whipped and flogged. As a first-hand survivor, Wu Wei had recently re-experienced this hellish difficulty, checking answers and reminiscing about that intense college entrance math exam. Wu Wei took a deep breath, slowly calming himself. He glanced at the clock. 25 minutes left. He hadn't died in the crash. Instead, he traveled back. Heaven wasn't playing another cruel trick, it was giving him a chance to reset. Finally, the chaos in his mind was replaced by one clear thought. Wu Wei made a decision, one that would alter the fate of everyone involved. With both hands, he gently lifted the two ends of his exam paper and gave it a slight shake. His former fate, like that sheet of paper, had always been controlled and dictated by others. This time, he would be master of his own destiny. The paper settled back onto the desk. Wu Wei glanced at it, picked up his pen, and focused completely. From this moment on, Wu Wei would write his own life. 20 minutes later, the bell rang. The exam was over. Wu Wei put down his pen, looked over his paper with satisfaction, and felt a deep sense of peace. Chapter 2. A dog's unwarranted interference. As the candidates emerged from the classroom, what should have been a brief walk to the school gate became a strenuous endeavor for many. Numerous students, having faltered in their exams, wept openly, creating a sorrowful spectacle. Meanwhile, the anxious parents waiting outside were already on edge, as students had been continuously escorted out of the examination rooms since the start. The nearby People's Hospital had dispatched an ambulance to stand by at the entrance, in accordance with the examination requirements. After all, this was the college entrance examination, and only those who could endure had managed to persevere. However, the despondency that enveloped the crowd as they dispersed only deepened the parents' apprehensions. For numerous students, mathematics served as a natural dividing line, capable of determining their fates. Wu Wei's examination room was located in the nearest teaching building to the school gate, allowing him to exit swiftly, breathing in the air reminiscent of 2 decades past. A complex array of emotions surged within him. Had he possessed the composure he now held, his capabilities from that time would likely have secured him a score of 120 without significant difficulty. Regrettably, the intricately designed questions by Mr. Gu thwarted Wu Wei's ability to concentrate, leading him to lose confidence in solving the problems early on. His struggles in mathematics inadvertently influenced his performance in the subsequent 3 exams, ultimately capping his total score at 551. Among the 340,000 candidates in the province, Wu Wei found himself ranked precisely at 10,000. Although this exceeded the cutoff for first-tier universities by 50 points, it fell short of the elite 985 institutions. In later years, Wu Wei triumphed in the graduate entrance examination and enrolled in his dream university, Nanhua, reuniting with Qingqiu as alumni. During those 2 years, their bond blossomed, culminating in Qingqiu's acceptance of his pursuit. As classmates hurried past him, heads bowed in silence, there was no inclination for greetings. Wu Wei glanced into the distance, quickening his pace. After only a few steps, he heard a familiar voice call out, "Wu Wei, why are you walking so fast?" The tone was cool, yet unmistakably familiar. He paused momentarily, turning his head to the speaker. Qingqiu from 2 decades ago was in her youthful prime, adorned in a long dress, resembling an orchid on the verge of blooming, elegant and aloof. "Is there something you need?" he inquired, perplexed. "Are you not leaving after the exam? Or are you waiting for dinner at the cafeteria?" Wu Wei's indifferent demeanor momentarily startled Qingqiu, causing her brows to furrow slightly in discomfort. "How did you fare?" "It was quite challenging," she ventured, stepping closer, her youthful essence trailing behind her. Wu Wei did not halt. He continued forward. Qingqiu had no choice but to quicken her pace to keep up, appearing as though she were pursuing him. "Not too bad," he replied succinctly, eliciting further surprise from Qingqiu. "I only managed to solve the first part of the final question," she expressed with a hint of frustration. "Combining sequences and inequalities does pose a bit of difficulty," Wu Wei casually remarked, effectively silencing her. The exam's inherent challenges were unmistakable, and even she had no certainty of success. "Wu Wei, stop pretending. I saw you. You slept for a full half-hour." The individuals who mocked from behind were clearly eavesdropping on the recent conversation between 2 people. The sarcastic boy, adorned with glasses and impeccably styled hair, bore an air of premature maturity. He was none other than Wang Qi, the class monitor and another devoted admirer of Yu Qingqiu from years past. Wang Qi's academic prowess was on par with Yu Qingqiu's, ultimately leading him to Jiaodong University, where his capabilities outshone those of Wu Wei. For a long time, he had looked down upon Wu Wei, harboring some jealousy due to Wu Wei's proximity to Yu Qingqiu. Is sleeping a crime? Wu Wei retorted coldly, intensifying the awkwardness of the situation. Wang Qi was rendered speechless. There were no rules against sleeping during the exam. If you're going to show off, at least know your limits. Scoring 90 on that paper would be quite an achievement for you, Wang Qi stated confidently, a confidence rooted in over a year of observing Wu Wei's abilities. The results of their mock exams spoke volumes, and he was acutely aware of Wu Wei's capabilities. He believed he had performed well on the paper, meticulously checking his answers 3 times, estimating at least a score of 130. This, however, did not deter him from undermining Wu Wei's confidence, especially after witnessing Yu Qingqiu pursue Wu Wei and Wu Wei's audacious bravado, which irked him considerably. Wu Wei smirked, somewhat mockingly, at Wang Qi, fully aware of his motivations. If he wished to continue being a sycophant, that was his prerogative, as long as he did not attempt to undermine Wu Wei. Whether I succeed or not is none of your concern. It's not your place to meddle. Wu Wei preferred to conserve his breath and hasten his departure. How dare you insult? Wang Qi, despite his penchant for sarcasm, lacked the eloquence to retaliate effectively. Before long, several classmates gathered around. Wu Wei, why are you still hurling insults? One questioned. Exactly. How can you call the class monitor a dog? He doesn't even resemble one. Their collective voices began to give Wu Wei a headache. Noticing Wu Wei's demeanor, Wang Qi concocted a scheme. You're so arrogant. Do you dare to wager? Wu Wei, eyeing the immature crowd, simply wanted to leave. Wager what? If your math score is below 140, you must publicly apologize and bark like a dog 3 times. Scoring 140 in such a challenging examination was virtually impossible. Gasps echoed around as everyone realized that Wang Qi's challenge was purely meant to vex Wu Wei. To everyone's surprise, Wu Wei responded coolly. If I achieve that score, you too shall apologize and bark 3 times. Are you serious? Hurry up. Are we wagering or not? Are you a man? The last remark provoked Wang Qi, igniting his determination. With classmates as witnesses, the bet was established. Before Yu Qingqiu could interject with a word of caution, Wu Wei swiftly maneuvered through the crowd and dashed towards the exit. Yu Qingqiu's words caught in her throat as she watched the retreating figure clad in white, her delicate willow leaf brows furrowed in concern. The Wu Wei who emerged from the math exam seemed transformed, almost unrecognizable from the person she once knew. A middle-aged man stood beneath the shade of a tree, conversing on the phone while occasionally glancing at the students exiting. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his back. He dismissed his phone and turned around, only to find no one there. Just then, a head emerged from the other side, smiling at him. You little rascal, trying to fool your old man? The man feigned a stern demeanor while wrapping his arm around Wu Wei's shoulder. Come on, let us head back to the hotel. What do you want for dinner tonight? It's on Dad. I'm kind of craving the braised pork that Mom makes. What a coincidence. I just got off the phone with her, and she said she'd make it for you once you finish your exams. Is that true? How did you do? I saw some students coming out in tears. Not too bad. What do you mean by not too bad? Just that. The 2 men bantered playfully, arms linked as they strolled towards the bus station. Wu Wei shared a wonderful relationship with his parents, particularly with his father, with whom he was like a close friend. They often laughed together, secretly stashing away pocket money to conspire against his mother. In the previous world, had his parents learned of his tragic demise in a car accident, he could only imagine the heartbreak of a parent burying their child. This thought solidified Wu Wei's resolve to cherish his parents even more, leaving no room for regret. Chapter 3. Trees move and live. People move and thrive though they resided in the same city. The distance was considerable. Their home was located in a newly developed area on the outskirts, while the school was in the city center, requiring at least an hour's bus ride. During his 3 years of high school, Wu Wei lived in the school dormitory, which fostered his independence. During the college entrance examination period, his father rented a room in a nearby hotel for them to share, ensuring that Wu Wei could rest well. The bus ride consisted of just 2 stops before they arrived at their destination. They chose a local eatery to enjoy dinner together. Just as they placed their order, Wu Wei's father's Nokia 3310 vibrated on the table. He answered, "What is going on?" After a brief exchange, his brow furrowed. "Is everyone all right?" After a few more words, he hung up, exhaling heavily. "What's wrong, Dad?" Wu Wei asked softly. "It's nothing serious. There was a minor accident at the factory. Your Uncle Lu has a fractured leg." The image of Uncle Lu, a tall man with a bushy beard, appeared in Wu Wei's mind. Always cheerful. He was a seasoned assembler at the factory and a close friend of his father. The factory had been struggling for the past 2 years, losing many skilled workers. And Uncle Lu had been shouldering the entire assembly workshop alone. As long as he is okay, Wu Wei reassured. Where there is life, there is hope. His father remained ever optimistic. Yet, Wu Wei understood that their textile machinery factory was destined to decline, as the entire industry had become a sunset sector. An idea began to take root in Wu Wei's mind, and he casually remarked, "Dad, the factory has struggled with efficiency for years. Perhaps it would be better to sell it off to someone else." Wu Weidong's expression darkened, as if his son had struck a nerve, but he quickly shook his head. "There are over 100 people relying on us. We've all supported each other this long. It's not easy for anyone." When the state-owned enterprise reform occurred, the machinery factory was deeply in debt, and the management team fled without a successor. At that time, Wu Wei was still in middle school, but he retained a clear and vivid memory of those events. Wu Weidong, with a technical background, ascended to the position of head of the technical department through sheer skill and diligence. He worked tirelessly, fostering amicable relationships with the frontline workers, earning their unwavering support. Ultimately, bolstered by several elder worker representatives, Wu Weidong's father stepped forward, utilizing the family's remaining funds of 100,000 and cobbling together an additional 200,000 in loans to secure a lifeline for the factory's transformation. After years of relentless toil, they barely managed to settle the factory's debts and sustain the few workers willing to remain, leaving little to no profit in the accounts. In recent years, striving to expand the market, he mortgaged the factory's land and equipment to secure a loan of 2 million for importing new machinery, thereby establishing a production line for wool-pulling machines. Wu Weidong understood his father's character well. He was the type who wanted to earn through hard work, possessing a strong will and a readiness to endure hardship. However, the textile industry had long languished in decline, with the demand for machinery failing to rise, rendering it a veritable sunset industry. "Do you think the factory will improve, even if we continue down this path?" Wu Wei inquired, unhurriedly. Wu Weidong found it peculiar that his son, who seldom expressed concern for factory matters, suddenly posed such a question. Observing Wu Wei, the youthful image he once held had vanished, replaced by that of a vigorous future university student. In just 3 months, Wu Wei would turn 18, a true man now. This brought some comfort to Wu Weidong. His son had matured and developed an interest in his father's affairs, maintaining the status quo. Achieving a break-even point was the best outcome, given the overall industry's malaise and the lack of viable prospects. Over the years, Wu Weidong had evolved from a mere draftsman into someone who had traversed the realms of market and sales. Wu Wei, with insights surpassing those of his generation, conceived an idea. "Dad, you're right. Since our country's entry into the WTO, we have reaped the benefits of exports, but have also faced significant impacts, with the textile industry bearing the brunt." Wu Weidong's eyes sparkled. His son's words struck at the heart of the matter. The rising labor costs and fluctuating raw material prices have escalated operational expenses. Other regions and countries have rapidly developed their textile sectors with significantly lower prices, making it increasingly difficult for us to establish a foothold in the international market, gradually relegating us to a downstream industry. The silk factory where Annie used to work also went bankrupt a couple of years ago due to insolvency. Wu Wei spoke eloquently, hoping to enlighten his father on the prevailing macroeconomic environment. Indeed, over 200 individuals were suddenly laid off. They were as helpless as we are, Wu Weidong sighed. Thus, the previous path is no longer viable. We must pivot. Pivot? Wu Weidong mused, recognizing that his son had become a peer in their discussions. What should we pivot to? Wu Wei smiled subtly. Allow me to keep you in suspense. After my college entrance examination, I'll visit the factory, and you shall see. You're such a little rascal. Keeping your father in suspense. With a playful swipe, Wu Weidong lightly tapped Wu Wei on the head, exerting no real force. Wu Wei, however, did not shy away and chuckled heartily. Where did you learn all this? Wu Weidong asked, genuinely curious. From books, of course. Everything is in there. Wu Weidong harbored no doubts. After all, his son had grown up, surpassing him in knowledge, and he felt a swell of joy at his son's broader horizons. Deep down, Wu Wei understood that his father's reluctance to leave the factory was not due to an attachment to power, but rather a deep-seated commitment to the workers, many of whom were childhood friends and fellow villagers of his father. Wu Weidong had been the first in the village to gain admission to a college. And although he was not a university graduate, that was a rare achievement in those days. After graduating from college, he was assigned to the factory, where he had dedicated over 20 years of his life. The weight on his shoulders was not merely that of a factory, but the fate of over 100 families. Despite the immense pressure, he had never once considered giving up. Wu Wei was acutely aware that the factory was operating at a loss, with bank loans due in 3 months, creating a staggering amount of stress. Observing the flecks of gray in his father's hair, Wu Wei felt a pang of sorrow. He resolved to assist his father in revitalizing the factory, hoping to ease his burdens. Having excelled in mathematics on the first day, Wu Wei felt unusually relaxed for the subsequent exams. During the English test the following afternoon, he performed exceptionally well, a result of having helped Qingqiu prepare for the TOEFL, which inadvertently improved his own English skills. After completing his essay and conducting a brief review, he set down his pen and glanced at the clock. There was still over half an hour remaining. Thus, he repeated the action from the previous day's math exam, resting his head on his arms and drifting into a sweet slumber where he dreamt of someone special. Chapter 4. The awakening of a passionate soul. Life offers myriad paths, yet the true rules remain obscured to the majority. Attending university often leads to better job prospects, while passing civil service exams typically ensures long-term stability. A well-maintained appearance may garner admiration from others. Hence, the notion of probability has become the shortcut sought by many. However, among the examinees seated in the testing halls, many may not even secure the coveted entry ticket. Qingqiu glanced back at Wu Wei, who was still soundly asleep, a look of bewilderment flickering in her sparkling eyes. He had dozed off during the math exam yesterday and was now at it again during English. Recalling Wu Wei's bold claim of scoring 140 in math and the bet he had made with Wang Qi, Qingqiu found it hard to believe. English was not Wu Wei's forte. How could he remain so composed? Yet, what troubled her most was not his sudden bravado, but rather his attitude towards her. Lovesick fool was the label her classmates had affixed to Wu Wei. Qingqiu had overheard such remarks more than once and had even intervened when her friends mocked him. Her friendship with Wu Wei was not born of romantic inclinations, but rather from admiration for his exquisite calligraphy. Although Qingqiu was a student of the sciences, she had been deeply influenced from a young age and developed a special passion for calligraphy, bordering on obsession. When she first entered her freshman year of high school, she was unfamiliar with her classmates and only recognized a student named Wu Wei through the exchange of assignments, as she served as the representative for the Chinese class. However, the exquisite calligraphy displayed in his notebook convinced her that Wu Wei possessed extraordinary skills in this art. During a school event organized for the elderly, where students were encouraged to write couplets to spread warmth, Qingqiu exhibited her own calligraphy in the official style, which, while decent, lacked a certain spirit. In contrast, Wu Wei's cursive script was powerful and majestic, leaving a profound impression on her. At that moment, Qingqiu truly understood the essence of grace and character in calligraphy. As time passed, the two grew closer. Following this, Wu Wei became known among their peers as the deeply affectionate one. Qingqiu, aware of the early maturity of her female classmates, recognized that her relationship with Wu Wei was merely one of shared interests, devoid of romantic entanglement. Wu Wei seemed cognizant of this distinction, yet he continued to act on his own terms. According to her close friend Feng Xianxian, Wu Wei was certain to confess his feelings after the college entrance examinations, a customary romantic gesture that unfolded each year post-exams. Suddenly, Qingqiu felt a wave of nervousness. The final exam was scheduled for the following morning. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she hurriedly dismissed these distracting thoughts. Remembering that the English test was yet to conclude, the bell rang, and the invigilators swiftly collected the papers, completing the task in under 5 minutes. Once they confirmed the collection, they allowed the students to exit the examination room. As Qingqiu stepped out of the classroom with her pencil case in hand, she realized that Wu Wei's figure had already vanished several meters away. An inexplicable emotion surged within her, leaving her momentarily frozen. "Qingqiu, what's wrong? Hurry up." A gentle pat on her shoulder brought her back to reality. It was her friend Feng Xianxian. Recovering her composure, Qingqiu replied, "Oh, Xianxian. I just spaced out for a moment." Feng Xianxian looked puzzled. English was Qingqiu's forte, and she was never one to falter. "No, it's nothing," she insisted, averting her gaze to mask the turmoil within. Feng Xianxian scanned the surroundings. "Hey, where's Wu Wei? Isn't he always around you?" Qingqiu's cheeks darkened. "That's not the case. He has already left." Has the deeply affectionate boy awakened? Haha. Feng Xianxian teased without reservation. He isn't. Please don't say such things. Even when her friend jested about Wu Wei, Qingqiu felt compelled to defend him. With the conclusion of the college entrance examinations, everyone would soon part ways. You all certainly want to end up in the same school. With Wu Wei's abilities, how could he possibly get into Nanhua? Feng Xianxian's interpretation of parting ways was rather blunt. No wonder her language scores were below 100. Feng Xianxian was typically carefree and outspoken, but the straightforwardness of her words struck Qingqiu harshly. It was as if a small stone had been tossed into the calm waters of her heart, creating ripples of unease. When she looked again towards the school gate, the figure in white had long since disappeared into the crowd. That night, Qingqiu struggled to find peace in her sleep, her heart fluttering with uncertainty. If Wu Wei were to confess his feelings to her after the examination, how might she delicately decline without creating an awkward atmosphere? On the morning of the third day, the final examination loomed. Despite the varied subjects, all candidates were poised with anticipation. Those who had faltered in previous tests hoped to turn the tides in this last endeavor, seeking to recover the scores they had lost in mathematics. Many had resigned themselves to the possibility of failure, for since the afternoon of the first day, their confidence had been irrevocably shattered by the rigors of math. The examination hall was eerily silent. The early summer heat intensified with the rising sun. Only the soft rustle of paper and the scratch of pens could be heard, gradually fading into the background as time slipped away. At the moment the bell rang, countless hearts shattered, emotions released in a collective sigh. The papers were collected, awaiting the judgment of fate. Before the results were announced, all present were, for a fleeting moment, the most liberated and blissful souls in the world. Amidst the frenzy of her peers, Wu Wei appeared out of place. He navigated through the throng of excited students, making his way toward the exit. As Qingqiu rose from her seat by the window near the door, she caught sight of Wu Wei approaching. Recalling Feng Xuanxuan's earlier words, her body tensed involuntarily, her breath slowing. The tall, handsome man drew nearer, quickening her heartbeat, a delicate flush gracing her fair complexion. Just as Wu Wei closed the distance to within 50 centimeters, Qingqiu experienced a sensation akin to having her heart lodged in her throat. Yet, contrary to her hopes, she was met with profound disappointment. Wu Wei merely brushed past her, showing no sign of pause as he exited the classroom. However, at the threshold, he unexpectedly halted and glanced back. Qingqiu's heart skipped a beat, believing he was looking at her. Unbeknownst to her, Wu Wei's gaze was not directed at her, but rather reminiscing about his own youthful days. When he turned back, he felt none of the liberation he once experienced. Such is the cost of time and maturation. Wu Wei understood that he was now distant from those memories. His indifferent gaze swept across the room, landing in Qingqiu's eyes, instilling in her a vague sense of an unfathomable chasm that lay between them. Chapter 5. A feather to move a mountain. Although the college entrance examination had concluded, many new beginnings were just unfolding. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the overly exhilarated students were compelled to return to their respective classrooms. They were tasked with comparing answers, estimating scores, and discussing the timeline and methods for checking results. The teachers, unwearied, continued their explanations, yet the minds of some students had already soared far beyond their current confines. Wu Wei's performance in the second mock examination was moderately satisfactory, placing him around the 20th position in class. Given the historical standards of their institution, gaining admission to a 211 university was well within reach. After all, the first-rate acceptance rate of Tongzhou Senior High School had consistently maintained an impressive 95. Those who secured a place there were typically among the most outstanding students in the locality. In the classroom, the mathematics teacher was fervently elucidating the solution and proof process for the final challenging problem. However, there were hardly a few students in the entire school who could reach this point. If anyone has solved this problem correctly, please raise your hand. I would like to take a tally. Wu Wei, resembling a robot, slumped over his desk, utterly bored. He only stirred when the teacher called for raised hands in acknowledgement of correct answers. At all other times, his eyes were shut, contemplating his plans for the upcoming days. When he eventually lifted his hand, he was taken aback by the sudden silence that enveloped the classroom. Wu Wei, are you certain you've answered correctly? The teacher's voice had grown hoarse. Wu Wei straightened up and nodded. His classmates gasped in astonishment, for it seemed he was the sole individual in the entire class to have completed the challenging problem. In truth, whether he was right or wrong held little significance at this juncture. Estimating scores was merely a means for the school to assess exam performance. Only the actual grades would hold weight. Wu Wei, your mathematical prowess is remarkable. You must have no trouble with Nanhua. Once the teacher departed, a few began to jeer. Indeed, I heard you wagered with Wang Qi, making him bark like a dog. Do you truly have confidence in that? Wu Wei had long held a disdain for Wang Qi, who flaunted his position as class monitor daily. A group of male classmates gathered around, engaging in lively chatter. Wu Wei, uninterested in their banter, was preoccupied with devising a scheme to procure travel funds from his mother when his thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Drowsiness overcame him, and he yearned to steal a few more moments of slumber. For some inexplicable reason, the moment he sat at his study desk, lethargy washed over him. Just then, an irritating voice resonated from the podium. Classmates, before the results are announced, our class committee has convened and widely gathered your opinions. We have decided to organize a class trip. In 2 days, we shall go camping at Wolf Mountain for a spiritual journey. Wang Qi's voice was somewhat shrill, grating on the ears. He continued, this will be our class's last collective activity, and as class monitor, I sincerely hope all of you will participate. This is our final collective honor as the third-year class 10. It was evident that he aspired to leadership in the future. His words were nothing short of grandiloquent, coercing everyone through the notion of collective honor. Wu Wei had no desire to visit Wolf Mountain. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. As the class monitor and vice monitor, Wang Qi and Qingqiu commenced the registration process, tallying participants. Everyone was enthusiastic, particularly since the cost would be covered by the remaining class funds. It was a delightful prospect. Qingqiu smoothly traversed the room until she reached Wu Wei's desk, where she encountered her first refusal. I want to be going. I have matters at home, Wu Wei stated without even lifting his head, hoping to dismiss Qingqiu with a simple sentence. The pen in Qingqiu's hand paused. She had not anticipated such a response from Wu Wei. Upon hearing his answer, the surrounding classmates were left dumbfounded. It was the first time they had witnessed Wu Wei disregard the class beauty, maintaining his typically cool demeanor. Wu Wei, is there something important at home? Didn't I just say I want to go? But this is our class's final activity. Everyone else is attending. Qingqiu pressed on, unwilling to concede. As classmates, they would soon part ways, and she felt a twinge of sadness. However, Wu Wei remained unmoved, completely disregarding her. Wu Wei, what is the matter with you? This is a group activity. What reason do you have for not attending? Wang Qi's incessant chatter quickly followed. Upon witnessing Qingqiu's embarrassment at Wu Wei's hands, Wang Qi rushed in to play the gallant rescuer. I said I have matters to attend to. Are you deaf? Wu Wei replied bluntly, showing no regard for either Qingqiu or Wang Qi. Qingqiu's fair complexion swiftly turned pale, and she lost her composure, uncertain whether Wu Wei's rebuke was directed at her or Wang Qi. The onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered by how the situation had escalated to such an extent. The once timid and harmless Wu Wei had transformed into someone so incisive after the exams. You must go, whether you like it or not. Wang Qi's face flushed with indignation. He had to reclaim his dignity. Since the bet 2 days ago, he had suffered 2 humiliations, and this time he could not allow Wu Wei to escape unscathed. He assumed an authoritative stance as the class monitor, exuding an air of superiority. Wu Wei lifted her gaze to the two before her and unexpectedly burst into laughter. With the college entrance examinations behind them, the notion of enforced group activities seemed utterly ludicrous. Since the day she took the math exam, Wu Wei had metamorphosed into an entirely different person, leaving her familiar classmates utterly perplexed, particularly Qingqiu, who struggled to accept Wu Wei's newfound aloofness and detachment. Stuck in a stalemate, Wu Wei did not wish to prolong the confrontation and directly unveiled her trump card. You are the class monitor. You are impressive. If you can make Qingqiu plead with me, I shall attend. Later, in her entrepreneurial endeavors, Wu Wei would navigate countless negotiations, gradually mastering the fundamental tactics of strategic engagement. To compel Wu Wei to participate in the activity, there was but one method, for she had unwittingly presented a choice. Yet, this was no true choice, but rather a cunning game. If Wang Qi wished to be the gallant hero, he must demonstrate his prowess. He faced a dilemma: either sever ties completely or sacrifice Yu Qingqiu. Regardless of the path chosen, Wang Qi had to weigh the pros and cons. For his vulnerability lay in his excessive concern for his own pride. If he chose to confront Wu Wei, who was already disinclined to attend, it would result in his humiliation. This outcome was certainly unacceptable to Wang Qi, for pride reigned supreme. Thus, he had no option but to resort to the latter choice. However, if Wang Qi opted for this route, it would mean sacrificing Yu Qingqiu. Forcing Yu Qingqiu to bow to Wu Wei was utterly inconceivable to him, especially since she was his idol. Wang Qi's expression darkened, his countenance shifting as he engaged in intense inner turmoil. Wu Wei gazed at him with a smile, fully aware that she had ensnared him in her web. With a deft touch, she had seemingly offered Wang Qi a choice, when in reality, it was nothing more than a trap. After all, they were still students, and in the face of such a strategic dilemma, there was no escape. The more he pondered, the more frantic he became. The more frantic, the more disordered his thoughts. Beads of sweat trickled down Wang Qi's forehead, rendering him quite flustered. Yu Qingqiu's pallor deepened. She too had not anticipated that Wu Wei would audaciously present such an unreasonable demand in public. Reflecting on the times Wu Wei had previously humbled himself before her, Yu Qingqiu realized that this seemed to be a form of punishment from Wu Wei. Chapter 6. Beyond friendship, not quite lovers when it comes to outsmarting minors. Wu Wei harbored no psychological barriers. After all, he had never held any affection for Wang Qi. In truth, had Wang Qi merely uttered the words, "You pathetic sycophant, are you even aware of your own worth?" A toad dreaming of swan meat, he could have easily subdued Wu Wei's momentum and seized the initiative. Indeed, arguments thrive on the most vulgar insults and the darkest revelations. However, Wang Qi found himself ensnared by Wu Wei's words, trapped in a futile self-debate. Farewell then. Continue your musings. Wu Wei offered no opportunity for Wang Qi to extricate himself and, with a nonchalant air, departed. No one dared to intervene, for the entire class had witnessed his bold confrontation with Wang Qi. As Wu Wei whistled and descended to the second floor, he was suddenly seized and pulled into a corner of the stairwell. This so-called corner was, in fact, a storage room, typically cluttered with cleaning supplies. Few were privy to this location, but both Yu Qingqiu and Wu Wei were among the select few. As a member of the student council, Yu Qingqiu was tasked with the cleaning of the stairs from the second to the third floor, prompting Wu Wei to volunteer as her assistant. The two were exceedingly familiar with this small space, which compelled them to stand closely together. The intruder was none other than Yu Qingqiu. Their warm breaths mingled in the air, growing increasingly intense. The fragrant scent of the young girl enveloped Wu Wei, stirring emotions within his typically calm demeanor. Yu Qingqiu's heart raced. It was her first experience of such discomposure, having chased after him impulsively. The pivotal moment was that she herself could not fathom why she had followed Wu Wei out of the classroom in a fit of passion. With her soft presence near him, Wu Wei felt no inclination towards mischief and leaned back against the wall, creating space between them. "Were you doing that on purpose?" he inquired. "I did not. Do not wrongfully accuse me." "Then why did you tease me?" she retorted, before she could finish her sentence. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, as if someone were racing down the stairs. The two froze, anxious to avoid detection. A flicker of panic crossed Yu Qingqiu's crystalline eyes as she realized her rashness. Her hands clutched Wu Wei's shirt tightly, trembling slightly. Only when the footsteps faded into silence did they exhale in relief. Yu Qingqiu appeared like a startled little rabbit, evoking a sense of tenderness. It was precisely this demeanor that had captivated Wu Wei so profoundly in the past. Wu Wei smirked slightly and leaned closer, whispering, "I truly have matters to attend to." "An urgent trip. What matters? Where are you going?" Yu Qingqiu unexpectedly pressed on. Wu Wei furrowed his brow. Yu Qingqiu was not one to pry, so her sudden inquisitiveness surprised him. "Personal matters." It was a simple response, neither too painful nor too revealing. "Your silence is merely an excuse to evade me," she insisted. Relentless. "I simply do not wish to waste time," Wu Wei declared, ready to abandon the conversation, for he could never divulge the true reason to Yu Qingqiu. Her cheeks flushed crimson, caught off guard by Wu Wei's obstinate demeanor. "Do you wish for me to beg you?" "That is not my intention," Wu Wei replied, taken aback. In a previous life, the two individuals shared many years together, with Wu Wei always taking the initiative while Yu Qingqiu maintained a consistently aloof demeanor, unable to reciprocate warmth. Unbeknownst to Wu Wei, his sudden change had stirred unfamiliar feelings within the sensitive Qingqiu. When Wu Wei retracted his affections, it was akin to erecting an impenetrable wall, separating the two. Though they labeled themselves as friends, their bond transcended mere friendship. As they perpetually found common topics to discuss, existing in a realm beyond friendship, yet falling short of romance. This description aptly encapsulated the current state of their relationship. Wu Wei's abrupt withdrawal left Qingqiu disoriented, engulfed in a mixture of disappointment and quiet resentment. "What do you mean?" she inquired, her demeanor shy, her voice barely above a whisper. "Please, spare me. I swear I meant nothing by it." For the first time, Wu Wei found himself at a loss as Qingqiu pressed him so earnestly. Her fair, delicate face flushed a deep crimson as she murmured, "Are you really not going?" "No, I'm not," he replied, swiftly breaking free from his restraints and racing toward the dormitory area. Moments later, Wu Wei, with his suitcase in hand, boarded the bus home. The journey from the city center to the development zone would take approximately an hour, and with the highway still under construction, the ride was quite bumpy. Nevertheless, Wu Wei's mind raced with thoughts. With the college entrance examination behind him, he needed to devise a well-thought-out plan. After several rough calculations, mathematics 140, Chinese 100, English 130, chemistry 120, biology 120, he concluded that his total score would not fall below 610. Thus, the prospect of attending Nanhua University was no longer an unattainable dream. Previously, Wu Wei aspired to enroll in Nanhua simply to follow in Qingqiu's footsteps. Now, however, his desire to attend stemmed from a wish to intersect paths with someone and to await another's arrival. Fate, at times, is peculiarly enigmatic. It embodies both passive searching and active waiting. Someone once described fate in such a manner, a notion Wu Wei had not grasped before but now seemed to comprehend. The first person in this equation was Qingqiu's sister. In a former existence, they had crossed paths on several occasions, yet had never forged a deep connection. Wu Wei recognized her as a genuinely intelligent individual. The second person was Qin Huanyan, who entered Nanhua during Wu Wei's senior year, becoming a university student. It remained uncertain whether they had once passed each other unknowingly on a certain road in Haizhou. In this renewed life, Wu Wei was determined not to drift aimlessly. Upon returning home, he found his parents preparing dinner. The family was enveloped in warmth and harmony, sharing a happiness akin to countless ordinary households, simple yet content. "Mom, our class is organizing a graduation trip to Langshan for camping. Each person needs to contribute 200. Wu Wei devoured the braised pork, deftly attempting to persuade his mother. 200? That's hardly sufficient. Make it 300, he insisted. To his surprise, his mother showed no skepticism and readily agreed. Is camping so costly? His father, Wu Weidong, countered, suddenly becoming frugal. "You stingy old man. Our son has just finished his college entrance exams." Wu Wei shared his estimated score with his parents. And upon hearing it, both were skeptical, convinced he was merely indulging in fanciful thinking. Nevertheless, the results of the second mock examination were undeniable. A score of 211 was certainly unattainable. After all, this money came from his father. Wu Weidong, holding his chopsticks, turned aside to retrieve his wallet from the cabinet, extracting 300 yuan notes and placing them beside Wu Yan. Wu Wei quickly rolled the money and tucked it into his pocket. He had already saved up nearly 200 yuan from his winnings during the festive seasons spent playing cards with his aunts and uncles. Therefore, he only requested 200, bringing the total cash to 400, which would cover his round trip and possibly even one night's accommodation. To his surprise, his mother generously added another 100, providing even more financial flexibility. Chapter 7. The Goddess's Initiative. After dinner, he joined his father in the kitchen to wash the dishes. "Dad, are you hiring interns this summer?" "In interns?" "Yes, those who work without pay." "Huh, your description is inaccurate. Internships are meant for learning, not mere labor." "What's the difference?" "I plan to intern somewhere." "Oh, no. You're going to be a university student at Nanhua. What would you be doing at our factory?" Although Wu Weidong was somewhat doubtful of Wu Wei's prospects of attending Nanhua University, he nonetheless mentioned it. "What's wrong with the factory?" "Dad, you have a problem with your mindset. You look down on industry." "Really? Are you serious about this?" "Absolutely. I'll go with Uncle Lu." "That's great. I'll go once I return from camping. Just don't be inconsistent in your efforts." "I just want to observe the factory's conditions and lend a hand." Only then did Wu Weidong remember that Wu Wei had previously mentioned wanting to offer him advice. He didn't delve deeper into it, but felt a sense of pride that his son was maturing. The factory was neither large nor small, having undergone a state-owned enterprise reform and bearing a heavy burden. Wu Wei's intention to in turn stemmed from a desire to explore whether there was a chance to resurrect the mechanical factory. Although he kept his immature idea under wraps from his father, he understood the necessity of assessing the factory's current viability. The next day, Wu Wei packed lightly, taking only a backpack, but found himself troubled. He had thought it would be simple, only to realize after some searching that he was still without proper identification. Although he was a high school student, he was still a minor, and his ID card would not be issued until after his birthday in July. If he traveled far, acquiring train tickets would be manageable, but what if he needed to stay in a hotel? This predicament caused him considerable distress. Times had changed. It was no longer 2 decades prior when high-speed trains could take one directly from Tongzhou to Jizhou. Now, he could only take a long-distance bus to Haizhou, then catch a train, which would take at least an entire day. Resolute, he decided to go regardless and discreetly stuffed his household registration book deep into his bag. He thought to himself, a meeting is a meeting. With this thought, his longing intensified. To avoid arousing his parents' suspicions, he made a trip to the bus station and finally secured his ticket. The long-distance bus from Tongzhou to Haizhou would depart at 1 p.m. and arrive at Haizhou train station by 5 p.m. The Haizhou train station and bus station occupy the same location, a place Wu Wei frequented countless times during his school days, rendering it profoundly familiar. The train to Jizhou departs at 6 in the evening, embarking on a journey that spans 14 hours, arriving the following morning at 8. Wu Wei had just returned from the bus station, drenched in sweat, barely having time to sip water when the phone at home suddenly rang. Upon answering, a familiar voice resonated through the receiver. "Hello, may I speak to Wu Wei?" He longed to say that he was not home, as the caller was Qingqiu. "It's me. Is there something you need? I left you a message. Why didn't you reply?" Wu Wei's thoughts were consumed by his plans for Jizhou, leaving no room for him to check his messages online. "I've been busy, no time to look. We're going camping tomorrow. Are you truly not coming?" Qingqiu was persistently fixated on this matter. Wu Wei felt a flicker of annoyance. He could not fathom why Qingqiu had transformed into someone so insistent, as her former aloof persona had been quite appealing. "Why are you so focused on me? It's not just me who is not going." He was not the only one sneaking away. 2 classmates from nearby counties who were also studying there had decided against participating in the camping trip. Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback, momentarily silenced by Wu Wei's words. She had been restless at home, repeatedly sending him messages, and after hours without a response. She resolved to call. After a lengthy search, she finally located Wu Wei's landline number from the class directory. "Why are you speaking so angrily? I haven't wronged you," she said, her voice softening with a hint of nasal timbre. The attention of his former goddess made Wu Wei uneasy, a sensation that unsettled him deeply. Much of this discomfort stemmed from the tumultuous days of his past, which he attributed to her influence. It had taken considerable effort for him to emerge from that shadow, and he wished to sever all ties with her. A moment of clarity struck Wu Wei, awakening him to his tone of voice, which indeed lacked kindness. In this moment, the future remained unwritten. He could not justifiably direct his resentment towards Qingqiu. "Wu Wei, are you avoiding me?" she murmured softly. He took a moment to compose himself. Adjusting his tone, "I genuinely have matters to attend to. I must travel far, hence cannot join the camping trip. Is it not because you're avoiding me that you're not going?" "No. Where do you concoct such absurd notions?" Wu Wei replied with exasperation. "When will you finish that piece of calligraphy you promised to help me with? When did I ever promise to write for you?" Qingqiu felt a wave of despair, as if her pleas fell upon deaf ears. "My father's birthday is approaching, and I asked you for a piece of calligraphy. You said you would assist me. How could you forget?" Remnants of memory flooded back to Wu Wei, prompting him to recall the matter. "Let us discuss it when I return. It's merely a few characters." Qingqiu felt deflated, as if her efforts had struck a cotton pillow, forceful yet ineffective. The phone fell into silence, with only the hum of electricity lingering in the air. "Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up," Wu Wei remarked. Feeling a slight discomfort in his ear, it had been ages since he last used a landline, and the weight of the receiver pressed uncomfortably against his ear. "No, nothing more," he replied, setting the phone down with a slight grimace. Qingqiu's assertiveness had left him somewhat unsettled. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Qingqiu pouted, wearing an expression of dejection. The following day, with both parents off to work, Wu Wei managed to endure until noon before he finally decided it was time to leave. He grabbed his backpack and dashed out the door, arriving at the bus station just as the clock struck 12:30. He surveyed the somewhat dilapidated station and reflected on the fact that he was about to embark on a new journey alone. In the past, Wu Wei had been somewhat introverted, rarely venturing far from home, content to remain within his comfort zone, devoid of any desire or intention to change. He sought stability, lacking in passion and ambition, words Qingqiu had once hurled at him during arguments. The notion of traveling 1,000 miles to Qingqiu alone had seemed utterly impossible. Yet now, Wu Wei was bold and determined, ready to take risks, all thanks to one person. His journey to Qingqiu was motivated by the desire to see her, the woman who had truly transformed his life. Her radiant smile illuminated his entire existence. Chapter 8. Love is essentially reciprocal throughout the journey. Wu Wei engaged in mental preparation, uncertain of how to approach Qin Huanyan at that moment. It would be utterly absurd to greet her with, "Hello, I am your future husband." Such a declaration could either land him in a psychiatric facility or label him a rogue, enough to frighten the young Qin Huanyan, who was only in her 3rd year of junior high. Only after disembarking from the bus and gazing at the mighty Gan River did Wu Wei realize he was merely a step away from Qin Huanyan. 3 mountains half submerged in the azure sky, the 2 rivers divide at the Egret's Isle. The isle and the river was home to Qin Huanyan's school, Bailu Middle School, which was built on the site of the historic Bailu Academy, one of the 4 great academies. This place had birthed 17 top scholars, including Wen Tianxiang, and over 700 Jinshi, once a bastion of literary heritage. Years ago, Qin Huanyan had brought Wu Wei here, leaving a profound impression on him. Standing at the bridge's entrance, he faced the only bridge connecting the small island in the river to the mainland. Towering trees sheltered the isle, their thick canopies providing a respite from the sun, each at least a century old. The blue and white uniformed students flitted through the trees, disappearing from view. As Wu Wei's excitement gradually subsided, a cool breeze wafted towards him, carrying the scent of the river, refreshing him instantly. He made his way to a pavilion by the riverbank and settled slowly onto a stone bench, accompanied by a bottle of mineral water and a bag of bread. He sat there for the entire day, as memories flooded back, making him oblivious to the passage of time. The aloofness of Qingqiu contrasted sharply with the fervor of Qin Huanyan, allowing Wu Wei to experience an entirely different spectrum of emotions. In the eyes of some, no matter what you do, it is never right. They expect you to transform into their ideal self, and thus relentlessly endeavor to change you. Conversely, in the eyes of others, you are perfect as you are, and it is precisely this version of you that they cherish. Qin Huanyan belongs to the latter category. She has never sought to alter Wu Wei. This encapsulates the essence of a relationship, marked by respect and restraint. Wu Wei, in his past ignorance, only knew to bend and conform, failing to grasp a fundamental truth. Love is inherently reciprocal. Once the balance is disrupted, it can never revert to its original state. As Wu Wei lifted his gaze once more, the sun had already begun its descent. The once tumultuous river now flowed with a gentle grace, seemingly softened by the caress of the evening sun, relinquishing its hurried pace. Wu Wei rose anew and returned to the bridge's edge, approaching a humble stall. This stall had been a constant presence since Qin Huanyan's school days, right up to their return that day. An amiable elderly man sat leisurely on a small stool, awaiting the student's release. Within an old iron barrel, steaming sweet potatoes were kept warm. "Sir, how much for the sweet potatoes?" Wu Wei inquired softly, crouching down. "Not one of the regular students, I presume?" The old man replied with a hearty voice. "How could you tell?" Wu Wei asked in confusion. "They all know the prices." "Ha ha ha, no wonder. You guessed correctly." The old man retrieved a sweet potato from a small door beside him, wrapped it in a plastic bag, and stated, 2 yuan per jin. He weighed the sweet potato in his hand without measuring, saying, 3 yuan. Wu Wei accepted the sweet potato and presented a 100 yuan note gently. "I can't break this. Please keep it. I want to discuss something with you." The old man chuckled, bemused by the earnest young man's request. "How about this? You keep the 100 and just watch the stall for me for half an hour. A quick stroll will suffice." The old man's smile suddenly froze. He had not anticipated such a request. "My friend is about to come out, and I wish to surprise her. I traveled a long way from Tongzhou." Wu Wei, with his innocent visage and youthful demeanor, radiated a sense of trustworthiness. I'll buy your entire barrel of sweet potatoes. Would you accept another 100? As he spoke, he rummaged through his backpack, producing a pack of soft cigarettes along with another 100 yuan note, placing them atop the iron barrel. This was a pack pilfered from his father's hidden stash, intended for emergencies, which he now offered as a bribe to the old man. Recovering from his astonishment, the old man hesitated momentarily before chuckling. Young lad, are you pursuing a girl? Wu Wei nodded earnestly. This little trinket isn't worth much. That barrel of sweet potatoes might fetch just over 100. Take one. The old man, genuine and straightforward, clearly displayed a character of integrity. Rising, he took the pack of cigarettes and, with a fan in hand, ambled leisurely toward the riverside. Wu Wei settled onto the small stool, a smile illuminating his face. Now embodying the role of the sweet potato vendor, students walked in small groups across the bridge as the end of the school day finally arrived. The sweet potato stand was doing quite well, selling 5 roasted sweet potatoes in a short span of time. Wu Wei did not charge much, treating it as a small benefit. His deep-set eyes were fixed on the bridgehead, unwilling to miss the sight of a particular person. At last, a figure clad in white sped towards him on a bicycle. Under the setting sun, she radiated a glow akin to her vibrant personality, warm and dazzling. Her long ponytail danced in the breeze, exuding the essence of youth. The blue school uniform was tied around her waist, and she wore a pristine white shirt above. The sunlight streamed directly into Wu Wei's eyes, momentarily blurring his vision, yet he knew it was her. Whether it was the sun's rays or the river breeze, his eyes brimmed with tears. Where's Grandpa Zhou? The girl's elegant figure came to a halt in front of the stall, gracefully balancing on one foot as she stopped her bicycle. Though she was still in her 3rd year of middle school, she had already grown remarkably tall. The face that haunted his dreams, although still bearing the youthful innocence from 20 years prior, rendered Wu Wei breathless. After a long pause, he finally managed to reply. Grandpa Zhou went for a walk. I'm watching the stall for him. Then I'll have one. Wu Yin slowly rummaged through the tub to find the finest sweet potato, wrapping it in a plastic bag before standing up. This moment, which he had envisioned countless times along the way, was unlike any reunion he had imagined. How much? It's free. Ah, you're giving it to me? Absolutely not. Then just 1 yuan. So cheap. Are you sure you want to sell it? Just giving a benefit to my classmates. Qin Huanyan looked at the handsome elder brother with a puzzled expression, dropped a coin, and hung the plastic bag on the front of her bicycle. With a gentle push, her bicycle sped off along the riverside road. Wu Wei stood there, lost in thought for an extended moment. Chapter 9. I am the light of the right path. A slight smile graced Wu Wei's lips as he pinched the coin between his fingers, idly toying with it. His eyes sparkled with mirth as he murmured to himself, "This is your token of love." 3 years later, they would meet again in Nanhua. He held firm in his belief that everything would start anew. A sudden clang echoed, resembling the sound of metal colliding. Almost immediately, a scream pierced the air, striking heavily at Wu Wei's heart. Turning around, he was met with a heart-stopping sight. Not far down the road, Qin Huanyan had fallen, her bicycle sprawled beside her, while a motorcycle lay across the center of the street. The anguish of having lost Qin Huanyan once before surged back, gripping his heart with an invisible hand, rendering his breath shallow and erratic. Even in her last moments, Qin Huanyan smiled and struggled to speak. "You must take care of yourself. Live well for us." In that instant, Wu Wei truly understood the meaning of heart-wrenching despair. With eyes ablaze, he picked up the iron tongs used for charcoal and charged forward. "Are you blind while riding? Do you know you're blocking the way?" The girl on the motorcycle's back seat shouted haughtily at the fallen Qin Huanyan. "Who obstructed the way? It is clearly you who recklessly charged through." Qin Huanyan rubbed her knee, trembling slightly from the pain. The Mitsubishi motorcycle emitted 2 low growls, deliberately edging closer to her. Just as the black motorcycle intended to advance, a large foot came down on its tire, forcefully pivoting the front of the bike by 90 degrees. The yellow-haired rider, taken aback by the sudden interruption, nearly toppled over, but managed to steady the vehicle with great effort. Cursing under his breath, he exclaimed, "Who the hell are you to kick my bike?" A warm iron clamp was suddenly pressed against his neck, instantly silencing his bravado. Wu Wei's expression darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury as he tightened his grip on the clamp. "It hurts, it hurts." The yellow-haired man dared not move, his fragile neck contorted under the iron's grip. "You hit someone and still act so brazenly. Which gang do you belong to?" Though Wu Wei possessed an innocent visage, his current demeanor instilled a sense of dread in the yellow-haired man. The piercing gaze fixed upon him left no doubt that if he dared to move, the young man would not hesitate to twist the clamp tighter. Wu Wei's inquiry led the yellow-haired man to firmly believe that this man wielding the clamp was indeed affiliated with the underworld. His menacing appearance mirrored that of a character from a gangster film. "Brother, I'm not part of any gang. I'm just a barber." His voice trembled, breathless with fear. "A barber? A shammate?" Wu Wei suddenly laughed, though the smile was unsettling, sending chills down the spines of both the yellow-haired man and the girl behind him. "What should you say after causing an accident?" Wu Wei prompted. With a flutter of his eyelids, the yellow-haired man hastily replied, "I'm sorry, it was our fault." The recipient of his apology was none other than the recently risen Qingqiu. Only then did Wu Wei slowly retract the clamp, gently tapping the yellow-haired man on the head. The latter's scalp tightened, yet he dared not flinch. "Are you all right?" Wu Wei asked, protectively positioning himself in front of Qingqiu, his concern evident. "I'm fine, thank you," she responded graciously, displaying no signs of cowardice. His deep-set gaze lingered on her, as if he wished to imprint every detail of her being into his memory. Qingqiu, feeling a bit shy, lowered her head, her face slightly flushed. "Big brother, can we leave now?" the yellow-haired man meekly inquired. Wu Wei shook the clamp in his hand, causing the yellow-haired man's heart to race anew. "Are you injured? What about the bike? Do you need them to compensate you?" No, it's unnecessary." Qingqiu quickly waved her hands, agile and quick-witted. She had leaped out the moment of impact. The bike was a phoenix, sturdy enough, though regrettably, it had damaged a sweet potato. "Then you may leave. But do watch where you're going next time," Wu Wei said nonchalantly. The yellow-haired man turned the bike around, preparing to flee. "Stop!" a cold voice echoed from behind, sending a shiver down the yellow-haired man's spine. His face paled, struggling to muster a smile that appeared more pitiful than a frown. "Is there anything else?" "Oh, I almost forgot to remind you," Wu Wei said with a ghostly smile, the iron clamp resting on his shoulder. The river breeze tousled Wu Wei's hair, and Huang Mao fancied he spotted Chen Haonan. "What do you say?" "There are countless paths, but safety is paramount. Remember to wear your helmet." "Indeed. I'm going to buy one right now." As he gazed in the direction where the motorcycle had vanished in a puff of smoke, a sudden sound shattered the recent tranquility. "You are quite amusing." Qingqiu's eyes sparkled with mirth. Wu Wei replied with utmost seriousness, "Safety first. It is of great importance." "You are correct, yet it is still rather funny. Are you not afraid of me?" "Not at all. You are a good person." "How can you tell?" "There is light in your eyes." "Do you believe in light?" "I do not like Ultraman." "Why not?" "Because behind every Ultraman, there exists a multitude of vanquished monsters." Haha. You are even funnier than I am. Do you truly roam these streets? Have you figured it out? Really? Which path do you follow? "Oh, I am the light of the righteous path." The sound of her melodious laughter echoed along the banks of the Ganjiang River, rendering that evening even more enchanting. In just a few brief minutes, their encounter came to an end. Wu Wei returned the stall to the elderly man, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and cast one last glance at the path from which Qingqiu had departed. His gaze held boundless tenderness. In this lifetime, he would never allow her to experience any harm, not even at his own expense. On his journey home, Wu Wei fell into a deep slumber in his bunk. After all the back and forth, his body was utterly exhausted. Having seen Qingqiu, his mind was free of any superfluous thoughts. Henceforth, he would listen to the wind whisper and patiently await the blooming of flowers. Upon arriving in Haizhou, Wu Wei did not head straight home, but instead visited his former alma mater. Here, perhaps he could discover a turning point to resolve his father's predicament. Just past June, the university had yet to commence its vacation, and numerous students hurriedly made their way to various classrooms. Wu Wei understood they were preparing for final examinations. Sitting in a gazebo not far from the administrative building, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The Textile Institute at Tsinghua University could be deemed the finest in the nation, boasting top professors in specialized fields from design to production. Wu Wei wished to test the waters and see if there was potential for collaboration. However, as an ungraduated high school senior unfamiliar with the surroundings, he was uncertain how to begin. Chapter 10. An unexpected stroke of genius. While Wu Wei was lost in thought, he remained oblivious to the two individuals who had joined him nearby. "Junior brother, give it up. We've conducted this experiment dozens of times, and the results remain unchanged," spoke a middle-aged man with black-framed glasses, a cigarette poised between his fingers but unlit. The other man, slightly younger, replied in a deep voice, The conductivity consistently fails to meet the standards. We cannot replicate the published results. Could it be that the experimental data from England is flawed? The data should be sound. It adheres to widely accepted standards. The ceramic properties are stable, and to enhance conductivity, we must consider adding rare elements. That approach is certainly correct. Is it possible that the English are deliberately misleading us? Unlikely. The peer review process is exceedingly rigorous. The results are unequivocal. The efficacy of lanthanum is unparalleled, enhancing conductivity by a remarkable 15-fold. By altering the crystalline structure, lanthanum has emerged as the most promising rare earth element. Yet, why are we unable to replicate their findings? The older man sighed, lamenting the impending deadline. Only 3 months remain until project submission. With our current data, will we succeed? It seems unlikely. The experimental results from Jiaodong University surpass our own. As Wu Wei listened to their exchange, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. He began to grasp the essence of their project. For years hence, we shall witness the successful launch of our very own crewed spacecraft into low Earth orbit. Tsinghua University will be among the contributors, earning formal recognition, which will bring pride to Wu Wei, who had just joined the research team. He slowly turned to face the 2 men, who were now aware of his presence in the corner of the pavilion. The 3 exchanged bewildered glances. Are you suggesting that the ceramics are intended to address the stability of conductivity in complex electromagnetic environments? Wu Wei gently inquired. The older man's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The 2 exchanged looks of disbelief. How could an ordinary student, seemingly just a freshman, have discerned the subject matter from their prior conversation? Which department are you from? Are you studying materials? The younger man asked. Wu Wei shook his head. I just finished my college entrance exams and came to Tsinghua for a visit. The older man furrowed his brow. How would a high school senior be familiar with the issues we just discussed? Wu Wei smiled. You were quite clear in your explanations, were you not? The man chuckled, realizing the folly in his previous question. However, he promptly stood up, signaling the younger man to leave. The confidentiality of the project was paramount, and it was inappropriate to continue the discussion with an outsider present. If you have an interest in materials science, remember to apply to our university. It will be our strongest program in the future, the younger man remarked, eager to promote Tsinghua. In the future, not now. His statement was indeed accurate. In the next decade, Tsinghua's materials science program would emerge as a formidable contender, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiaodong University. Wu Wei would be among the first cohort of undergraduates in the new campus. Regrettably, he did not intend to pursue this path any further. Yet he had no qualms about assisting his former mentors. The older gentleman, Yu Chaoyi, and the younger one, Han Hao, would become the leading figures in Tsinhua's materials department. Just as they were about to exit the pavilion, a youthful voice, still tinged with naivety, called out from behind, causing them both to pause in unison. Lanthanum is inherently stable. How could it possibly react chemically with ceramics to form a crystalline structure? Wu Wei's words struck like a thunderclap, jolting both men with their profundity. Especially Yu Chaoyi, who was filled with disbelief. Lanthanum oxide could indeed be utilized. Han Hao proposed the solution they were considering. Then why is it impossible to reproduce the experimental data of the British researchers? Wu Wei inquired nonchalantly. Han Hao was about to retort when he was halted by Yu Chaoyi. Dear student, what do you mean by that? Wu Wei stood up and dusted off his trousers. I am a chemistry student, merely posing a fundamental question in the realm of chemistry. The formation of crystalline structures is related to atomic substitution. How does lanthanum oxide undergo substitution? Please enlighten me. Yu Chaoyi stepped forward. For lanthanum oxide to react within ceramics, it is imperative to add sintering aids. At this point, he suddenly froze. His hand trembled slightly as he withdrew it. He had already inadvertently provided the answer himself. Wu Wei smiled with delight, acknowledging Yu Laoshir's brilliance. In the future, when they achieved results, Wu Wei would recall being present at that moment, with Yu Chaoyi as his undergraduate thesis advisor. The British had employed a clever tactic, altering the properties of ceramics with rare earth elements, which was widely recognized as the optimal solution. However, they had omitted the specific composition of the sintering aids, for there was one substance that utterly transformed this reaction. Yet, this substance was not a rare earth element. It was manganese. A flash of insight struck Han Hao, causing him to leap up. Indeed, manganese was present in the elemental analysis chart, albeit subtle, as it was not classified as a rare earth element. Yet, the origin of manganese was not thoroughly explored by the two. The introduction of manganese became the pivotal factor in altering the entire crystalline structure. Lanthanum and manganese formed the true powerhouse combination. As for the proportions, Wu Wei was confident that they would discover the correct answer on their own. Just as the two were immersed in excitement, Wu Wei's figure had already slipped out of the pavilion. "Classmate, what is your name?" Wu Wei paused, grinning broadly. "I am Lei Feng. I mean your real name." Yu Chaoyi approached Wu Wei, speaking with earnestness. "If you apply to the materials science program at Tsinghua University and achieve the cutoff score, I will personally admit you." "I am Wu Wei." Wu Wei responded candidly. "However, I regret to inform you that I wish to attend Nanhua instead. Nanhua excels in the humanities, though their engineering is not as strong as ours. I intend to study finance." "What a pity," Yu Chaoyi murmured, his expression one of regret. He retrieved a business card from his slacks and handed it to Wu Wei, then pulled out his phone. "Wu Wei, you have assisted us immensely. Please provide your contact number, and I will notify you of any results at the earliest opportunity." Wu Wei accepted Yu Chaoyi's card, which simply bore his name, email, and phone number. There was no necessity for such formalities, yet Yu Chaoyi was insistent, as the matter was of great significance. He felt compelled to record this young man's contact information. Wu Wei scratched his head. "You Laosher, I do not possess a mobile phone. May I leave my father's number instead?" "That will suffice," Yu Chaoyi nodded with a smile. The former teacher and student reunited in this manner. An unexpected encounter for Wu Wei. Although he did not receive the outcome he desired, he had aided Yu Laosher, thus repaying a debt of gratitude in an unexpected manner. The guest house adjacent to the school was quite affordable, and Wu Wei managed to stay there for a night. The following morning, he set forth on his journey home. Chapter 11. The preparations for rainy days. As Wu Wei boarded the bus returning to Qingqiu, merely 5 days had elapsed since his rebirth. Reflecting on the experiences of these past few days, Wu Wei realized that he had inadvertently altered many events. At that time, the Haidong Bridge had yet to be completed, necessitating that all buses utilize the ferry. Beyond the ferry lay Qingqiu, and after another hour's drive, the development zone would be reached. When Wu Wei awoke, it was nearly 9 in the morning, yet the thick fog on the river showed no signs of dissipating. The ferry traversed at a sluggish pace. A journey that typically took 40 minutes extended to a full hour and a half today. As the bus queued to disembark from the ferry, it was halted. "Due to the sudden drop in temperature and today's dense fog, please drive cautiously on the highway and prioritize safety," the ferry staff began to announce to each vehicle. Wu Wei, seated near the front, heard every word with clarity. "We must leave promptly. The roads may close soon," the driver muttered, shutting the window. Qingqiu, being coastal and an estuary, frequently experienced such peculiar weather phenomena. However, encountering such dense fog in June was indeed a rare occurrence. Suddenly, a chill ran through Wu Wei, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He mentally counted, 1, 2, 3. Today is the day. He began to comprehend why he had subconsciously resisted participating in the camping trip at Langshan. It was due to this very incident. 20 years ago, on this same day, Qingqiu had been enveloped in an unusual fog that resulted in a 10-car pile-up on the elevated ring road. Coincidentally, the bus that Wu Wei and his companions had taken from Langshan was among those involved. The root cause was their bus, which had suffered a blowout and skidded to a halt on the elevated road. The low visibility led to the subsequent inability of trailing vehicles to evade the impending disaster, resulting in a catastrophic rear-end collision. At that time, Wu Wei had been seated in the last row, only recalling how he was jolted from his seat upon impact. The incessant sounds of collisions from behind terrified him while he was still half asleep. Although the accident was not solely the bus's fault, its repercussions were dire: 4 fatalities and 16 injuries, leading to the immediate resignation of the deputy mayor responsible for traffic in Qingqiu. This deputy mayor happened to be Yu Qingqiu's father, Yu Mingyuan. A former university professor, Yu Mingyuan was a notable figure in the academic to political transition of that era. This incident effectively extinguished the promising political career of a future star, forcing him into early retirement at the age of 45 and relegating him to the periphery of political life. All these memories gradually took shape in Wu Wei's mind. In the blink of an eye, the bus he was aboard had traveled several kilometers. Upon exiting the toll station and entering the elevated ring road, Wu Wei suddenly sprang up. "Driver, I have a stomach ache. Please let me off," he pleaded, clutching his abdomen. "I cannot wait for you." "What about the rest of my passengers?" The driver replied. "Don't worry, I can simply hail a ride by the roadside." Beside the toll station lay a rudimentary rest area where a few vehicles were scattered along the roadside. The driver, displaying a sense of camaraderie, pressed the button to open the door, allowing Wu Wei to alight. Wu Wei hastily made his way to the rest area. Glancing at his watch, it was just past 10 o'clock. Calculating the time, he deduced that the bus carrying Qingqiu and the others would likely arrive around 10:30. Subsequently veering onto the elevated ring road leading to the city, which diverged from the direction of Wu Wei's home. Two paths lay before him, one to the left and one to the right, presenting Wu Wei with a dilemma on how to avert this unforeseen incident. His peculiar behavior in the rest area soon attracted attention. A security guard approached, observing Wu Wei's restless pacing with curiosity. "What are you doing here alone? Did you miss your bus while using the restroom?" he inquired. Wu Wei shook his head. "I am waiting for my classmates. Their bus will be coming from Langshan, and it should arrive shortly." The guard, displaying genuine concern, cautioned him about the dangers posed by the incessant flow of traffic. Then, seeing Wu Wei appeared mature enough, refrained from further questioning. Wu Wei sighed, burdened by a heavy heart. If memory served him correctly, the bus had encountered trouble along Renmin Middle Road, roughly a 30-minute drive from this location. Even if he managed to board the bus, how could he possibly communicate to the driver that the left rear tire would blow out in half an hour, triggering a series of subsequent collisions? Even if he did relay this information, who would believe a stranger insisting on an unexpected stop for inspection? Various thoughts raced chaotically through his mind, causing the typically composed Wu Wei to teeter on the brink of panic. In truth, he could have chosen not to disembark, but the dire consequences of that accident compelled him to stay. For lives represented 4 families. Having faced life and death, he yearned to lessen the sorrow of parting in this world. Time slipped away, second by second, leaving Wu Wei with dwindling moments. Mere contemplation would not suffice. He rose and began to mutter to himself. A preemptive prevention of the accident was impossible without sufficient justification. Even if he informed others, they would likely dismiss him. If the accident could not be averted, then he must allow it to unfold. Suddenly, a revelation struck Wu Wei. He realized what he needed to do. He distinctly remembered that all his classmates aboard the bus remained unscathed. Thus, the vehicles involved in the ensuing collision must be the ones at risk. Rather than obsessing over how to prevent the accident, it would be wiser to consider how to effectively mitigate any subsequent incidents. In foggy weather with slick roads, the repercussions of a rear-end collision would only be exacerbated. Wu Wei began to survey his surroundings, a plan forming in his mind. The resources available were limited, compelling him to improvise. He spotted a discarded snakeskin bag in a corner, ample in capacity. Transforming into a scavenger, he collected several abandoned safety cones, stuffing them into the bag. Encountering the same security guard once more, he could only manage an awkward smile, muttering, "Just a little work study, just a little work study." The middle-aged man, seemingly unfazed, subtly gestured behind him, saying, "Plastic is worthless. There are valuable items over there. Go take a look." Wu Wei followed the direction of the man's finger and noticed a collection of rusty steel bars scattered haphazardly on the grass beside the restroom. His eyes lit up with the realization that they might prove useful. Not wanting to be greedy, he picked up 2 of the bars and inserted them into his snakeskin bag. The sharp ends nearly punctured the bag, compelling Wu Wei to carry them directly in his hands, resembling a scavenger at first glance. At last, the bus arrived, entering the hub of the elevated ring road. Wu Wei dashed forward, halting the vehicle just before it veered off onto a side road. A familiar face poked out of the window. "Wu Wei, is that you?" Chapter 12. The sudden car accident with a backpack slung over his shoulders, an old snakeskin bag in his left hand, and 2 steel bars of less than a meter in his right. Wu Wei appeared much like a vagabond. "Driver, please open the door. I need a lift," he called to Qingqiu, who was waving at him from the window. Without hesitation, she hurriedly instructed the driver to unlock the front door. As Wu Wei climbed aboard, he noticed his classmates regarding him with curious expressions. He laid his items across the first row of seats, which was conveniently vacant, and settled down quickly. The bus began to ascend the elevated road at a leisurely pace, with thick fog ahead demanding the driver's utmost caution, given the number of students on board. Qingqiu, intrigued, leaned forward from the gap in her seat, her voice soft as she asked, "What are you doing here? By chance?" "I just used the restroom at the rest area, and the bus left without me." "Oh, I see," Qingqiu quickly explained. "I recall your home is in the development zone. Our bus is heading back to school." "That is fine. We can talk about it later. Although Wu Wei maintained a conversation with Qingqiu, he was also preoccupied. The snakeskin bag contained 3 somewhat worn safety cones, marked with black and yellow stripes. Still relatively conspicuous. He opened his backpack, revealing 2 sets of clean clothes, both solid-colored tops. The white shirt would certainly go unused. Casting a glance back at Qingqiu, Wu Wei's eyes suddenly sparkled. Noticing his gaze upon her, Qingqiu's heart raced uncontrollably. The bus was spacious, and after a couple of tiring days, the passengers were scattered throughout. Preferring tranquility, she had chosen to sit alone in the second row. In an instant, Wu Wei shifted from the front row to the seat beside her. Leaning in with an air of mystery, he whispered, "Could you lend me your shirt?" Qingqiu's face flushed instantly, taken aback by his boldness. "Why, you're a rogue." Her voice was barely a whisper, yet it reached Wu Wei's ears clearly. Aware of his impudence, he felt a surge of urgency. Although the bus was moving slowly, it was drawing nearer to the city. Seeing Wu Wei's silence only deepened Qingqiu's embarrassment. Wu Wei furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily as he glanced back. Just as he was about to rise, Qingqiu grasped his arm, asking, "What do you need my shirt for?" Wu Wei lowered his head and asked, "Do you have any other clothes? Preferably in the same color as the one you are wearing." Qingqiu was taken aback, suddenly realizing that what Wu Wei desired was not necessarily the garment she wore, but rather clothing of a similar hue, specifically yellow. The soft yellow of her shirt was indeed striking, accentuating her gentle sweetness and romantic spirit. At that moment, Wu Wei's expression was resolute, devoid of any jest. "I have one more, a green dress," Qingqiu replied involuntarily, despite being perplexed by Wu Wei's intentions. She picked up her backpack from the ground, unzipped it, and revealed the dress within. "Having something is better than nothing," Wu Wei said, reaching into the bag and extracting the dress. Just as Qingqiu was about to protest, she was startled by the sound of tearing fabric, her mouth agape in shock. Wu Wei had torn the green dress in half without hesitation, and it was a precious birthday gift from her sister. Wu Wei took a steel rod from the ground and began to tie the fabric around it, with tears brimming in her eyes. Qingqiu watched helplessly as Wu Wei acted recklessly before her. He remained silent, swiftly binding the green fabric to the 2 steel rods, which now resembled flags. Pouting her lips, Qingqiu felt utterly at a loss for how to respond to such an outrageous scene. Time passed in a blur, and just as Qingqiu considered getting up to distance herself from Wu Wei, a deafening crash reverberated suddenly. "Sit down, don't move." A powerful hand pressed her firmly back into her seat. It was Wu Wei, his expression tense, yet his grip unwavering. Everyone felt the bus lurch violently to the left. Losing speed, the seasoned bus driver clung to the steering wheel, determined not to let the vehicle veer off course. The wet road made it perilously easy to overturn. Thick fog enveloped the area, and despite several attempts to brake, the driver ultimately pressed the pedal to the floor. The shrill sound of tires screeching against the asphalt sent a wave of panic through all the passengers. Ultimately, through the driver's valiant efforts, the bus came to a halt at a 45-degree angle on the elevated highway, blocking the road behind. In an instant, Wu Wei sprang to the front row, seized the safety hammer beside him, and shattered the adjacent window. "Call the police," he shouted before discarding the snakeskin bag and jumping through the window, clutching the 2 steel rods. Time was of the essence. He had no opportunity to ask the driver to open the door, as any delay could prove catastrophic. Visibility was less than 5 meters, and fortunately, no vehicles were approaching from behind. As he leaped out, Wu Wei stumbled upon shards of glass on the ground, cutting into his calf. Without a moment to think, he set down the steel rods and retrieved 3 safety hammers from the snakeskin bag, exerting all his strength to hurl them onto the road, hoping that the drivers behind would see them in time to react. Within seconds, a green sports car, a mere few meters away, collided with the farthest safety cone. The front of the car crushed the cone, speeding through the fog toward Wu Wei. Fortunately, the sports car first collided with a safety cone, alerting the driver, who instinctively pressed the brake pedal. However, due to the car's lightweight and the damp ground, it was too late to stop effectively. The tires had locked completely, skidding past Wu Wei and ultimately crashing into the right guardrail with a loud thud. Fortunately, the impact was not severe enough for the airbags to deploy. While the sedan driver was still in shock, a white figure appeared in front of the car, pulling out the nearly flattened safety hammer and tossing it onto the road. Soon, another vehicle encountered a similar situation, but fortunately, both cars managed to halt in time, avoiding a secondary accident. Wu Wei held steel bars wrapped in green fabric, one in each hand, which whistled in the wind. He did not look back, but resolutely walked into the mist. The air was thick with danger, rendering the scene increasingly surreal. The green fabric waved in the air, constantly reminding approaching vehicles of the imminent peril. Qingqiu leaned out, peering through the shattered window. Watching the unwavering white figure with two green flags fade away in the fog, her heart racing. It dawned on her that Wu Wei had been preparing for this moment since he first entered the car. Yet, when had he become so decisive? So calm in the face of danger? Chapter 13. Next time, don't push yourself so hard. Cars emerged from the fog one by one, slowing down and pulling over to the sides of the road. However, some drivers, panicking and unable to maintain control, scraped against other vehicles or crashed into the guardrails. The continuous sounds of collisions echoed, muffled yet heart-stopping. Those closer to the bus began to grasp the potential consequences of failing to slow down in advance. At last, the wail of sirens pierced the air. The first responders were mounted police arriving from the opposite lane, who quickly called for backup upon witnessing the chaos. 15 minutes later, a large rescue team arrived from all directions, sealing off the roadway and issuing announcements. The students from the bus slowly disembarked, staring in shock at the haphazardly parked vehicles on the overpass. Qingqiu, filled with anxiety, could not locate the white figure. The sun, having emerged from behind the clouds, gradually dissipated the fog, restoring visibility. As Qingqiu walked forward, surveying the wreckage, her worry deepened. Moments ago, Wu Wei had ventured alone into the mist, and she wondered where he could possibly be now. Sunlight cast a distinct boundary before her, slowly advancing as the fog dispersed, enhancing visibility. Finally, a flash of green caught Qingqiu's eye, causing her to tremble. It was the color of her skirt, vibrant and fresh under the sunlight. A white figure lay slumped on the ground, their upper body heaving violently. The steel rebar, wrapped in green fabric, rested upon his shoulders, swaying defiantly as he bore its weight. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that his shirt was thoroughly drenched in perspiration, not a single spot remaining dry. Wu Wei gasped for breath, his blood coursing through his veins like boiling water, as the world around him fell silent, devoid of any sound. The only noise he could perceive was the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat, echoing in his ears, relentless and unyielding. Bowing his head, he was lost in a haze, the relentless exertion and shouting having drained him of all energy. His hands rested on his knees, twitching involuntarily, the tips of his fingers trembling ever so slightly. The weight of the rebar was his greatest regret. Observing Wu Wei slumped on the ground, Qingqiu's eyes gleamed with an unusual light. She had never witnessed such a side of Wu Wei. It was as if he radiated a glow in that moment. Approaching him, she crouched down and gently inquired, "Wu Wei, are you all right?" Wu Wei lifted his gaze, responding with a heavy tone, "Is everyone else all right?" Throughout their journey, Qingqiu had been watching closely and reassured him, "Everyone is fine, you needn't worry." At that moment, Wu Wei seemed to have drained the last vestiges of his strength, collapsing weakly. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Qingqiu hurriedly rushed to embrace him. She held him tightly, feeling a sharp pang in her heart as he lost consciousness. In a haze, Wu Wei heard two voices conversing, his awareness slowly returning. "Don't worry, he is fine." "Then why isn't he awakened yet?" "According to you, he was in a heightened state of tension, and some glucose should suffice." "Is that true?" "Trust me, he will wake up shortly." "But when exactly will that be?" "Classmate, you've asked that numerous times already." As Wu Wei opened his eyes, the surroundings felt both familiar and alien. The pungent scent of alcohol jolted him back to reality. He finally recognized his location, the school infirmary. "Wu Wei, you're awake. You scared me to death." "See, I wasn't lying," the school nurse exclaimed, rising with a cheerful demeanor as she exited the room. His hand felt cold. It turned out he was still receiving in for drip. As his body regained strength, he pondered, "How did I end up back at school?" He propped himself up, sitting on the hospital bed. "We were all brought back to school," Qingqiu explained softly. "Oh, then it's nothing to worry about. I need to go back," Wu Wei declared, yanking the needle from his arm and preparing to rise. "Be careful. You have an injury on your leg," Qingqiu cautioned with concern. Glancing down, he noticed a portion of his right leg wrapped in bandages, his pant leg rolled up. He nodded, feeling no pain, and swung his legs over the side of the bed. "I'm leaving." He waved his hand and attempted to depart. Suddenly, his shirt was tugged, and he turned to see Qingqiu, her expression filled with melancholy. How did you know there would be an accident? I don't know. Wu Wei feigned ignorance. Then why did you bring so many things onto the bus? Qingqiu pressed on, relentless in her questioning. Can't I work and save money? Wu Wei replied slowly. Besides, I noticed you preparing as soon as you boarded. Did you suspect something was wrong with the vehicle? Qingqiu, endowed with an astute intellect, pondered over the conversation and soon uncovered several discrepancies. Wu Wei's mind raced with thoughts, yet he had not anticipated Qingqiu's perceptiveness. Nevertheless, he decided to play along, continuing with a feigned nonchalance. I was actually waiting for you all. This revelation took Qingqiu by surprise. I must confide in you, but you must promise to keep it a secret. Despite the absence of onlookers, Wu Wei lowered his voice. I deceived my mother, claiming I was camping at Langshan, when in fact, I was attending an anime convention in Haizhou. I intended to return with you all and concoct a plausible excuse. If you happened to call my home and expose the ruse, I would be in dire straits. The mere mention of a phone call caused Qingqiu's cheeks to flush. Wu Wei paused, then continued. I must tell you, our bus encountered several horrific accidents on the highway. It was dreadful, so I thought it prudent to prepare myself. Should we face a similar scenario, I could emerge as a hero. What do you think? My luck must be exceptional to have stumbled upon such chaos. He feigned an air of smugness, grinning in a rather unsavory manner. Qingqiu listened intently, searching for flaws in Wu Wei's narrative, sensing something amiss yet unable to articulate it. This peculiar feeling lingered, causing her some disquiet. However, recalling Wu Wei's decisive demeanor and the sight of him collapsing in her embrace dispelled her lingering doubts. Next time, don't exert yourself so much, all right? Qingqiu's tone softened considerably, almost pleading with Wu Wei. He nodded, internally chastising himself. Next time, I shan't go. I was terrified to the core. Remember, if anyone else inquires, do not let anything slip. Wu Wei cautioned once more, unable to shake off his apprehensions. Qingqiu nodded earnestly, her smile radiant. What about my dress? Wu Wei was momentarily taken aback. What could be done? It was already torn. In an instant, he bolted away, disappearing within mere seconds. Left standing at the doorway, Qingqiu's crystalline eyes shimmered with a hint of budding spring. Chapter 14. Internship, a metaphor for persistence at an inopportune moment. His phone vibrated, the charming black and white Sony Ericsson 618 catching his attention. Dad, I'm at school. Everything is fine, don't worry. The person you mentioned is my classmate. Wu Wei. Yes, he single-handedly halted those vehicles. Truly, you must believe me. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Upon returning home, Wu Wei eagerly embellished his experiences on the elevated highway, leaving his parents astonished. However, his primary intention was not to boast of his bravery, but rather to emphasize the fact that he had gone camping. Enough with the exaggerations. Given your temperament, simply not being terrified would be a feat, his mother retorted. Look at the injury on my leg. I was cut by glass when I jumped down. Really? Does a minor scratch on your nail even count as an injury? His mother's incisive remarks left Wu Wei feeling somewhat embarrassed. Originally, Wu Wei's demeanor was rather languid, often struggling to express himself succinctly. Observing the unnatural smiles on his parents' faces, Wu Wei discerned that they did not believe a word he said. However, this realization brought him some relief. Their disbelief was preferable, sparing him the need to fabricate another story. The catastrophic accident, which had resulted in significant casualties, was ultimately mitigated under Wu Wei's intervention, preventing a multitude of tragedies from unfolding. With the absence of loss, the incident lost its newsworthy significance and relevance. What was meant to be a political upheaval faded into obscurity, disappearing without a trace in the flow of time. Some fates were rewritten, and certain opportunities shifted as a consequence. Calculating the days, Wu Wei noted that there were approximately 10 days left until the release of the college entrance examination results. Determined not to remain idle, he accompanied his father to the factory for an internship the very next day. Idleness was not an option. He preferred to immerse himself in work rather than wait passively. Wu Weidong, his father, did not indulge him. Instead of allowing Wu Wei into the office, he sent him directly to the assembly workshop. Here, Wu Wei encountered Lu Wenlong once more. Despite his name, Lu sported a full beard and a muscular physique. When Wu Wei was preparing for his college entrance exams, Lu had suffered a leg fracture but still hobbled into the workshop with crutches, refusing to rest at home. Xiao Wei, what brings you here? Lu greeted him with a playful slap on the shoulder, causing Wu Wei to wince slightly. I'm here for an internship. Hoping to learn some skills from you, Wu Wei replied with a grin. You, a university student, doing manual labor? Off you go. Lu chuckled, prompting laughter from the surrounding workers, who regarded Wu Wei with fondness, having watched him grow up. Are you serious? Lu asked. Absolutely. In that case, you can work alongside Xiao LV. He hasn't been here long either. Lu gestured to a slender young man who approached, clad in oversized blue work attire. LV Yunfan appeared slightly shy. Yunfan, this is Wu Wei, the factory director's son. Please show him the ropes on the machine tools for a couple of days. Sure. Director Lu, LV Yunfan replied, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor. Lu led the two young men to an old machine tool and, with a serious tone, stated, this machine is older than both of you combined, over 20 years. German craftsmanship is indeed durable. He pointed his crutch at the ground, signaling LV Yunfan to pick up two rusty metal scraps lying there. You have 1 week to transform these into iron rings with a diameter of 10 millimeters and a thickness of 1 millimeter. As Wu Wei gazed at the corroded metal pieces, the familiar dread of his metalworking internship washed over him, sending chills down his spine. Shaping such large blocks of iron into small rings, akin to the size of a coin, seemed as daunting as turning an iron pestle into a needle. Oh, and ensure that the margin of error is minimal, Lu added, pulling a caliper from his pocket with a raised eyebrow before limping away. The two young men stood before the machine, exchanging glances. Brother Yunfan, you'll need to look out for me. Wu Wei broke the silence, maintaining an air of composure. Together, LV Yunfan responded, still shy, particularly given Wu Wei's status as the factory director's son, which only heightened his apprehension. Wu Wei circled the machine, his heart racing. This was a manual lathe. He utilized CNC machines for his internship at school, ensuring precision, while manual lathes truly demanded pure technical skill. Observing Wu Wei's bewildered expression, it was evident he was a novice. However, Lu Yunfan remained composed, stating, let me go first. We will each take half an hour. As he initiated the machine and awaited its warm-up, Lu Yunfan displayed remarkable proficiency. He secured the iron piece with a clamp, adjusted the cutter's angle, and soon the hissing sound commenced. Squatting on the floor, Wu Wei watched Lu Yunfan's movements, marveling internally. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. His motions flowed seamlessly like water. Sparks flew as the machine required cooling every half hour due to its age. The previously irregular iron piece had shed its years, revealing a silvery sheen. After releasing the fixture and readjusting the angle, they prepared to eliminate the remaining rust. Brother Yunfan, you're so skilled. It's impressive, Wu Wei exclaimed. It's nothing special. This is what we learn at school, Lu Yunfan replied modestly. Have you studied this? A little, but I doubt I'm as adept as you. I need to learn from you. Wu Wei offered no flattery. He genuinely appreciated Lu Yunfan's expertise. It's your turn now. Just follow the same process, Lu Yunfan instructed. As Wu Wei stood up and took the gloves and goggles from Lu Yunfan, he recalibrated the equipment, perfectly timing it with the 10-minute cooling period. Pressing the power button, the deafening noise resumed. Wu Wei's hands trembled slightly, and in his haste, the cutter became lodged at an awkward angle against the iron block. The machine halted abruptly, suspended in midair. Don't grip too tightly. Just apply steady pressure, Lu Yunfan advised, cutting the power and resetting the machine. Embarrassed, Wu Wei refocused and restarted the operation. This time, he steadied his breath as the cutter began to spin rapidly, gradually advancing. 2 centimeters, 1 centimeter, closer and closer. In an instant, the cutter grazed the rust, sparking a flurry of flames. Wu Wei exhaled heavily, cautiously continuing. When one becomes engrossed in a task, the perception of time often fades. His gaze fixated on the dazzling sparks, Wu Wei gradually entered a focused state. The advantage of a manual lathe is that the operator can gauge force through mechanical feedback. As Wu Wei sensed the joystick in his hand growing heavier, a hand patted his shoulder. You're good to go, Lu Yunfan called out loudly. Wu Wei suddenly regained clarity and began to separate the cutter from the iron block. The increasing weight in his hand indicated that the cutter had penetrated too deeply. Adjustments were necessary. Lu Yunfan remained calm, articulating his guidance with precision. Indeed, this was a skilled endeavor. Wu Wei removed his gloves and wiped the sweat from his brow. The workshop lacked air conditioning and was filled with powerful fans, causing him to perspire profusely within an hour. Take your time. I was just as flustered when I started, Lu Yunfan reassured him. Chapter 15. Please pay attention. The essence of patience lies in one's mindset. Regardless of how Wu Wei altered his angles and techniques, The thickness he could remove remained consistently the same. Two individuals alternated on stage, and after a day's toil, they had merely stripped away 2 layers of the iron mass. The machine indeed required cooling. Acceleration was unattainable. As Lu Wendong had accurately predicted, it would truly take a week to accomplish the task he had assigned. Wu Wei drained the mulberry leaf tea from the transparent glass cup in one gulp. At first, he found its slightly bitter taste somewhat unpalatable. But by the end of the day, he had grown accustomed to it. The profuse sweating left Wu Wei thoroughly dampened. Sitting on the steps at the workshop entrance, he awaited the end of the workday in quiet anticipation. At 5:30, like the ringing of a school bell, the factory announced the conclusion of the day's labor. Gradually, workers emerged from the various workshops and buildings, engaging in cheerful banter despite their fatigue, their faces adorned with smiles. Many veteran employees who recognized Wu Wei greeted him warmly. Those he knew were addressed with a surname followed by uncle or auntie, while unfamiliar faces were directly called uncle or auntie. The gentle glow of early summer's twilight, though not scorching, enveloped Wu Wei in a comforting warmth. "How are you? Tired?" A figure settled beside Wu Wei. Without needing to glance, he knew who it was and lazily replied, "Yes, but it feels quite pleasant. Physical fatigue, yet mental clarity. The body is worn but the mind untroubled. That is the essence of satisfaction. Indeed, look how joyful everyone is at quitting time. After a day of hard work, they can return home to reunite with family and enjoy a hearty meal. Shouldn't tea that bring happiness? Certainly, I find it quite fulfilling. Isn't that what life should be? Will you return tomorrow?" "Of course, I shall return. I am now a level 10 machinist." "Oh, please. From what I've seen, it's been Xiao El saving you time and again." Wu Wei's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, he had been caught by his father. He raised his chin defiantly, declaring, "Xiao El is a professional. I'm just a novice. Xiao El is commendable, steady in temperament, and capable of enduring solitude. Brother Yinfan taught me a great deal today. The child is unfortunate. He has only his grandfather at home. Years ago, he fell ill during the college entrance examination and did not retake it, saying he wouldn't waste money. He attended a vocational college in Jiangnan, studying machining. He just graduated this year and came here for an interview. With so many factories in Jiangnan, he need not return to Tongzhou. The benefits are incomparable. Xiao El is very filial. He must care for his grandfather, so he did not seek work in Jiangnan. Well, you've certainly landed a great bargain. By the way, you mentioned you would help me think of a solution. Have you come up with anything? It's not that simple. Let us wait a bit longer. Then you tell me, is it true that he can attend Nanhua?" In this manner, the father and son engaged in light-hearted conversation, simple yet heartwarming. For 3 consecutive days, Wu Wei lived this uncomplicated internship life, exhausting yet fulfilling. In the evenings, after dinner, he would read a book, and when fatigue overtook him, he would sleep without engaging in online distractions. Until one day, when Wu Wei's mother returned home early from work, the telephone rang. Having not yet washed her hands, and having just set down the groceries she had purchased, Lu Rulin hurried to the living room to answer the call. "Hello. Who may I ask for?" Wu Wei's mother inquired politely. Those who called their home were either relatives or friends of old Wu. "Hello, I am Wu Wei's classmate. My name is Qingqiu. Is Wu Wei at home?" A soft and melodious voice resonated from the other end of the line, quite delightful to hear. Upon learning that the caller was a female classmate of Wu Wei, Lu Rulin's heart swelled with joy. "I am Wu Wei's mother. Wu Wei has gone to intern at his father's factory and is not at home. Is there anything you would like me to convey to him?" "Oh, I see. Please have him check, as I left a message for him." Understood, understood. After hanging up, Lu Rulin beamed with delight. It was the first time a girl had called for Wu Wei. Humming a cheerful tune, she busied herself in the kitchen, thinking about how this boy devoured red-braised pork daily, as if he were a starving soul returned from the afterlife. When dinner was served, Lu Rulin wasted no time in teasing Wu Wei. "A girl called for you today?" "Who?" Wu Wei, with a piece of red-braised meat in his mouth, froze in place. "Her name is Qingqiu. It sounds quite elegant, and her voice is lovely," Lu Rulin replied, her expression one of amusement. Wu Wei felt a tinge of embarrassment. Why did Qingqiu keep calling his home? He hurriedly buried his head in his bowl and casually inquired, "Did she say what it was about?" "She asked you to take a look." "Oh, I see. Since a girl has called home, it must be urgent. You should pay attention." Seeing Wu Wei's obliviousness, Lu Rulin nearly scolded him. After dinner, she urged him to retreat to his room and respond promptly. Wu Wei, feeling reluctant, opened his messages for the first time in ages. only to find an influx of notifications. The class group was buzzing with discussions about meals and karaoke, which he promptly ignored. There were several messages from Qingqiu, repeating the same few phrases. Are you there? Wu Wei, are you there? Eventually, she directly asked, have you prepared the characters I requested? Her last message was time-stamped at 9 o'clock the previous night. Puzzled, Wu Wei wondered why Qingqiu's demeanor had suddenly shifted. He had stopped being overly attentive. He typed a brief response. If you want the characters, come and get them. He added, I don't have time to run to the city. Just as he intended to close the conversation and resume his reading, another message pinged. You're online. Wu Wei suddenly remembered he had not set his status to invisible. His avatar was still active. Yeah, this single word was straightforward, yet left Qingqiu momentarily taken aback. Out of the blue, she inquired, where do you live? Is it all right if I come over? Wu Wei instantly regretted his previous remark. He had meant to dissuade her. The notion of the aloof goddess coming to his place for something was preposterous. He thought this would be the end of the matter. However, to his surprise, Qingqiu did not relent. Give me your address, and I will come tomorrow. Tomorrow was the weekend, a day of rest. And Wu Wei would need to go to the factory. His fingers gently hovered over the keyboard, hesitating to press send. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly typed, Is your sister back? Reading the message on the screen, Qingqiu furrowed her brows in confusion. She just returned yesterday. Will she be home tomorrow? She should be. Please send me the address, and I shall deliver it to you tomorrow. Wu Wei rubbed his hands together. Rather than waiting for a serendipitous encounter in Nanhua, he preferred to take the initiative. Such a splendid opportunity was not to be missed. Qingqiu, however, was utterly bewildered, wondering how their conversation had shifted to her sister. This Wu Wei was becoming increasingly unpredictable, a riddle wrapped in an enigma. Chapter 16. The calligraphy gifted to Yu Mingyuan. Wu Wei was acutely aware of Qingqiu's father's esteemed position. His intervention had salvaged Yu Mingyuan's political career. Yet this favor remained unacknowledged by others. What should Qingqiu request in the calligraphy? Wu Wei grasped the brush but hesitated, unable to commit. Half an hour prior, he had laid out a blank scroll upon the long table, yet he was still mulling over how this piece could serve as a bridge connecting him to Yu Mingyuan. Future endeavors might very well hinge on this moment, presenting an opportunity that was simply too fortuitous to overlook. Although in a previous life they had been connected as father-in-law and son-in-law, the occasions for genuine interaction had been few and far between. Wu Wei resided in Haizhou, while Yu Mingyuan remained in Tongzhou. Yu Mingyuan was a pragmatic and professional individual. To capture his attention, Wu Wei needed to produce something exceptional. The scroll was brief, allowing no more than 20 characters. Holding his breath, he dipped the brush and let a stroke of ink flow, inscribing 6 characters down the right side of the scroll. Squinting at the freshly inscribed words, a sense of determination surged within him. These 6 characters lacked the brilliance he sought. Those in the political arena were likely familiar with them, Yu Mingyuan included. To avoid banality, the remaining 6 characters had to shine even brighter. Wu Wei had studied calligraphy under his grandfather since childhood, following the tradition of running script. His grandfather often remarked that running script resembled flowing clouds in water, embodying the utmost elegance yet proving difficult to master. The brushwork was dynamic, requiring both freedom and meticulous structure. In the beginning, extensive foundational practice was necessary. A rush for results would lead one astray. Wu Wei had endured countless missteps and punishments in his youth, not truly achieving mastery until the age of 35. After myriad experiences had shaped his spirit, with renewed vigor, Wu Wei applied ink to the scroll and, in one fluid motion, completed the remaining 6 characters. Even if he returned to the age of 17, his spirit remained unyielding, allowing him to produce work rivaling the vitality of his youth. Observing his creation, a subtle smile graced Wu Wei's lips. Typically, one would inscribe a title and signature when gifting, yet he intentionally left that blank, entrusting Qingqiu to fill in those details. The following morning, Wu Wei carefully wrapped the scroll and boarded a bus to the city center. An hour later, standing before the quaint building, he recognized it as his destination. Although Qingqiu had provided him with the address, Wu Wei was already well acquainted with the location. The lush sycamore trees shielded him from the glaring sunlight, providing a refreshing coolness throughout his journey. In a previous life, after their marriage, the couple would always stay here whenever they returned to Tongzhou. Yu Mingyuan, a university professor by profession, was naturally a man of integrity. His wife, Ning Peijun, hailed from a prestigious family in Tongzhou. This three-story building, situated in the city center, was nestled against the mountains and by the water, a testament to the Ning family's former prominence. However, Yu Mingyuan's political career was prematurely cut short due to an unfortunate incident. Wu Wei could not fathom why this event had such a profound impact on Yu Mingyuan. Time has passed, and no one has mentioned that matter since. Gazing at the familiar building from his memories, Wu Wei felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He pressed the doorbell, and an elderly lady, the housekeeper of the Yu family, welcomed him. "Hello, I am looking for you, Qingqiu. We have an appointment," he said. "You must be Qingqiu's classmate. Come in," she urged. Today was a weekend, and the Yu family was all present. As soon as Wu Wei stepped inside, he caught the attention of two older relatives, dressed simply yet elegantly. He maintained a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant. Upon seeing Yu Qingqiu's parents, Wu Wei offered a brief greeting, keeping it succinct. He addressed them as uncle and aunt with a crisp clarity that left an impression of composure. The sight of a male classmate visiting brought a spark of surprise to Yu Mingyuan and Ning Peijuan's eyes. After all this time, they had never seen Yu Qingqiu form a close bond with any male classmate, let alone invite one into their home. Just as Ning Peijun contemplated approaching to inquire further, her daughter interrupted the moment. Descending the staircase was Yu Qingqiu, adorned in a flowing white dress. Her natural beauty was accentuated by the garment, making her appear like a delicate lotus blossom. "Wu Wei, you're here," Yu Qingqiu exclaimed excitedly before she even reached the bottom of the stairs. Wu Wei responded with a gentle acknowledgement, glancing at his watch. "I've delivered the items. If everything is in order, I shall take my leave." Employing a strategy of subtlety, he recognized that his sudden appearance might come off as impolite, so he tactfully retreated a step, demonstrating his intentions. "Are you in such a hurry? Don't you wish to see my sister?" she inquired. "I merely wanted to gain a better understanding of her studies in finance at Nanhua. It's nothing urgent. She probably stayed up late and hasn't awakened yet." "Oh, I see. Why not have a meal before you leave? There's no rush." The parents exchanged glances, surprised at their daughter's forwardness. Wu Wei unwrapped the cloth bag from the scroll he had brought, placing it into Yu Qingqiu's hands. The sandalwood scroll, polished with age, was evidently a treasured item. Yu Mingyuan, with his discerning eye, raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing its value. As their fingertips brushed during the exchange, a flutter of excitement stirred within Yu Qingqiu's heart. The scroll felt weighty, and though she was unaware of what Wu Wei had inscribed, a sense of anticipation welled within her. With her father present, Yu Qingqiu began to hope that he might approve of Wu Wei. Clutching the scroll, she approached her father with a playful smile, saying, "Did you not mention that my calligraphy lacks grace? This is my classmate, Wu Wei. His semi-cursive script is the most impressive I have ever encountered." "Oh, is that so?" Yu Mingyuan's discerning gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Wu Wei. "Your birthday is imminent, and I have requested Wu Wei to compose a piece for you as a gift. As fate would have it, we've met today." Yu Mingyuan rose, effortlessly taking the scroll from his daughter's hands. "You do not write it yourself, yet you have someone else do it for you. Is this not akin to offering flowers to Buddha?" Yu Qingqiu lowered her head and giggled, offering no response. In the center of the living room stood a long table made of elm wood, unrefined yet exuding an antique charm with its natural cracks. "Wu Wei, is it? It's a pleasure to meet you today." This marked a formal greeting, to which Wu Wei promptly replied, "Hello, Uncle Yu." As the scroll unfurled, Yu Qingqiu gently pulled the top rod, while Yu Mingyuan steadied the bottom rod, allowing the scroll to gracefully rest upon the long table. 12 grand characters sprang to life on the paper, emanating a rich, ancient, and vigorous aura. Following traditional conventions, the text flowed from right to left and top to bottom. Reading: "Think of danger, think of change, think of retreat. Know thyself, know others, know circumstances." Chapter 17. Know thyself, know others. No circumstances. The family of three gathered around the table, captivated by the scroll that commanded their full attention. Wu Wei, with a slight smile, inquired, "I wonder if you are satisfied, uncle?" After a long pause, Yu Mingyuan finally diverted his gaze from the calligraphy to the standing Wu Wei, a hint of skepticism flickering in his eyes. "Did you compose this?" Yu Mingyuan's penetrating gaze fixed intently on Wu Wei. Meeting Yu Mingyuan's scrutinizing look, Wu Wei replied confidently, "Yes, I wrote it last night." His clear eyes and steady voice conveyed sincerity. "Indeed, father, I recognize his writing." Yu Qingqiu quickly chimed in to support Wu Wei. She was about to elaborate further when her mother, Ning Peijun, gently restrained her. "The characters are indeed beautiful, Yet these phrases, surely they are not entirely your own thoughts? What truly astonished Yu Mingyuan was not merely Wu Wei's calligraphic talent, but the profound meaning behind those 12 characters. After rereading them twice, he felt a deep sense of enlightenment wash over him. I pondered it myself, having heard elders mention it. I found it quite insightful. Then enlighten me. What do these phrases signify, particularly the first 6 characters? Yu Mingyuan took a seat at the table, genuinely seeking Wu Wei's wisdom. Wu Wei's brow furrowed slightly. He had assumed Yu Mingyuan was familiar with the concept of 3 thoughts. However, his expectations were soon dashed. In 2003, years before the popular Ming Dynasty palace drama would ignite public interest, Wu Wei had misremembered. Come, sit and share, Yu Mingyuan urged, noticing Wu Wei still standing. Wu Wei respectfully took a seat, acutely aware that as a high school senior, he held no leverage before Yu Mingyuan. Essentially, the first 6 characters pertain to the principles of governance, while the latter 6 address the principles of human interaction. Wu Wei expounded, articulating his thoughts with clarity. The notion of thinking of danger refers to the ability to foresee peril. To remain vigilant in times of peace is the essence of this concept, as safety and danger are invariably intertwined. The concept of adaptability is quite comprehensible. One cannot remain stagnant, for an unchanging nature is easily discerned by others. Conversely, the wisdom of retreat lies in recognizing when to gracefully withdraw, preserving one's strength for a future resurgence. Wu Wei, my dear classmate, you must have indulged in the study of the art of subtlety, have you not? Much of this is gleaned from the idle chatter of elders. As I possess little interest in such matters myself, your notion of contemplation is markedly different from the traditional principle of thinking thrice. It is rather profound. Uncle Yu, please do not take offense. These 6 characters are merely an observation I have made, deemed potentially beneficial for you, hence my inclusion of them. Yu Mingyuan nodded, fully resonating with this insight. To him, these 6 characters encapsulated the esoteric principles of the political realm, rendering them quite intriguing. And what of the subsequent 6 characters? How would you elucidate them? Wu Wei chuckled softly. I beg your pardon, but these 6 characters are indeed my own creation. To know oneself, to know others, and to understand the dynamics of power correspond precisely to the essence of contemplation. Wu Wei paused, gently caressing the rice paper, and solemnly stated, the path of governance is rooted in subtlety, while the essence of humanity lies in knowledge. Absent these 3 forms of understanding, the notion of contemplation becomes inconceivable. Ultimately, only admiration remained in Yu Mingyuan's profound and discerning gaze. Excellent writing, exquisite art, and an astute interpretation. Such commendation, repeated thrice, even made the unabashed Wu Wei feel a touch of embarrassment. Yu Qingqiu leaned against her father, her face aglow with delight at his praise for Wu Wei, sharing in the joy. How much remuneration do you intend to offer for this piece, Qingqiu? Unceremoniously, Ning Peijun interjected. Yu Qingqiu felt a flush of embarrassment, having never considered this aspect, and was left blushing from her mother's inquiry. Little did she know, it was a veiled test from her mother. Such an extraordinary creation would not warrant such diligence unless a very special relationship existed. As a mother, Ning Peijun couldn't help but ponder further. Could this refined young man be a suitor for her daughter? With a rosy complexion, Yu Qingqiu buried her face in her chest, utterly too shy to respond. Wu Wei waved his hand dismissively. Oh, aunt, you flatter me. It was merely a small effort, hardly deserving of any remuneration, for my calligraphy holds little value. Ning Peijun, however, was quite forthright. You and Qingqiu seem to share a close bond. Otherwise you wouldn't have personally delivered the artwork. No, it is merely a common classmate relationship, Wu Wei hastily clarified. My visit today was to deliver the painting and to inquire about Miss Yu's sister. As I have heard she studies at Nanhua, I aspire to study finance there as well, hence my curiosity. Wu Wei's words were candid, thoroughly dissociating himself from any semblance of a close relationship with Yu Qingqiu, as he had no intention of leveraging their family's stature. The term classmate, ordinarily mundane, now sounded particularly jarring to Yu Qingqiu's ears. Typically referred to as Qingqiu, the shift to Yu classmate felt stark. Her complexion paled slightly, and her delicate hands instinctively clenched together, revealing her unease. Well, your academic performance is commendable. You may very well attend Nanhua alongside Qingqiu in the future. Yu Mingyuan suddenly interjected, casting an odd atmosphere. While Ning Peijun probed the nature of the two's relationship, Wu Wei endeavored to distance himself. and Yu Mingyuan sought to bridge the gap. It was entirely normal for his daughter, possessing both beauty and intellect, to attract admirers. Ning Peijun was not the type of rigid parent, but rather subconsciously sought to discern the true character of this young man. Her gaze flitted back and forth between Wu Wei and her daughter, attempting to glean some insight. Qingqiu pressed her crimson lips tightly together, casting a look of lingering melancholy towards Wu Wei. To her surprise, Wu Wei appeared utterly unfazed, exuding an air of calm indifference. The previous day, while shopping with Feng Xianxian, they had casually discussed Wu Wei's actions on the overpass, both still feeling a twinge of apprehension. Qingqiu, how did Wu Wei muster the courage to stop that car alone? It was utterly terrifying, Feng Xianxian exclaimed. Indeed, it was so dangerous. I was frightened at that moment. Qingqiu replied. I too heard those loud thuds and was left dumbfounded. Wu Wei is truly brave. My father said that had it not been for him, the consequences would have been dire. Seeing him so meek, I never expected him to show such bravery at a crucial moment, completely unlike his usual demeanor. Feng Xianxian remarked. It seems he has indeed changed. Perhaps he has given up hope of being with you, and thus no longer seeks your approval. Feng Xianxian suggested with a teasing tone. Don't be ridiculous. His math scores are excellent. You should have no problem getting into Nanhua. Qingqiu defended him unexpectedly. Come off it. He only scored 540 in the second mock exam. Do you really think he can perform exceptionally well? Feng Xianxian countered. I believe he merely wants to show off in front of you, knowing he cannot get into Nanhua, just indulging in a fleeting moment of pride. But what? You don't even like him. Why do you care so much? Qingqiu found herself at a loss for words, momentarily stripped of her composure. Chapter 18. It turns out you are an idealist. Just as the atmosphere downstairs reached a delicate tipping point, a woman clad in a cerulean silk nightgown descended the stairs, stretching languidly. Her visage, nearly identical to Qingqiu's in beauty, exuded a more spirited charm in contrast to her sister's gentleness. With sleepy eyes and tousled hair, she resembled a slumbering beauty, exuding a languid allure. Oh dear, you've all woken me up. What are you so animatedly discussing? Her voice, slightly hoarse perhaps due to her slumber, carried a unique resonance. Wu Wei lifted his gaze to the woman gracefully, making her way down the staircase. No matter how many times he had seen her, he was always profoundly impacted by her presence. A leaf heralds summer. Autumn does not arrive unnoticed. Qingqiu's classmate had sent a calligraphy piece. Ning Peijun remarked, you should freshen up. It's nearly noon. The woman playfully tousled her long hair, her flawless feet lightly touching the floor, as graceful as a golden silk cat. Qingqiu quickly moved forward, embracing her sister's arm. Sister, this is my classmate Wu Wei. He wishes to study finance at Nanhua and seeks your guidance. Oh, is that so? I've heard the math exam was particularly challenging this time. Can you score 140? Without hesitation, she delivered a direct blow, her words crisp and clear. This was Yu Zhixia, the woman whom Wu Wei had always looked up to. Wu Wei responded confidently. Yes, I got exactly 140. Suddenly, her previously calm gaze transformed, piercing through Wu Wei like a sharp sword. Wu Wei, far from retreating, boldly advanced. As their gazes met, it was the first time they truly locked eyes. This is intriguing. Come with me, let's make quick work of it. Yu Zhixia freed herself from her sister's grasp, gesturing for Wu Wei to follow with a flick of her fingers. I will be swift, Wu Wei assured the remaining three, closely trailing Yu Zhixia's steps. Upon entering the room, Wu Wei felt hesitant to look around, for this was Yu Zhixia's private chamber. Have a seat. Yu Zhixia leaned casually against the edge of the bed, one leg crossed over the other, exuding an air of nonchalance. The silk nightgown clung to her figure, and with her sweeping gestures, the neckline revealed glimpses of her delicate skin, nearly causing Wu Wei to lose his composure. He focused his gaze downwards, taking a seat at the lone chair by the desk. Why do you wish to study finance? Yu Zhixia asked, her directness unwavering. Wu Wei responded without hesitation, I want to make money. There are countless ways to earn. Finance is not the only path, she pressed on. Yet it offers the quickest and highest returns. Are you particularly fixated on wealth? Yu Zhixia inquired further. Wu Wei nodded, his eyes calm and steady as still waters. Why? Intrigued, Yu Zhixia found herself drawn to unravel more about this man before her, a curiosity stirring within her. Sister Zhixia, are you familiar with the term white knight? Wu Wei slowly countered. Yu Zhixia lowered her right foot to the ground, leaning on the bed with her hands, Her interest piqued as she regarded him intently. True white knights do not exist. The capital market is inherently ruthless. No one would jeopardize themselves merely to assist others. The notion of a white knight is but a beautiful fantasy. Wu Wei shook his head. In 97, during the market rescue, how many risked their fortunes and lives to preserve the last vestiges of glory for Asia's financial center? I believe many of them transformed into white knights in that moment. Yu Zhixiao's smile gradually faded as she murmured, "Is it not possible that they sought to exploit the chaos for personal gain? Human nature is intricate and ever-changing. To say the least, those who persevered till the very end, I believe they were convinced that victory in that defensive battle was within reach." So, you are an idealist. Not entirely, yet I have my own aspirations. Do you wish to be a white knight? I aim to rescue many deserving enterprises, such as my father's factory. Yu Zhixiao rose and began to pace slowly. A captivating fragrance enveloped Wu Wei as her tall figure came within mere inches of him. As he inadvertently glanced down, the world seemed to spin, blood rushing to his head. The delicate fabric could hardly contain her alluring silhouette. At 20, Yu Zhixiao radiated an enchanting aura akin to a ripe peach. The air around him was saturated with an intoxicating scent of femininity. Wu Wei's breath caught in his throat as he quickly looked up, only to find himself pressed down by the descending figure of a woman. "Little brother, you intrigue me." Wu Wei quickly sidestepped, freeing himself from her grasp. "Sister Zhixiao, I was merely speaking casually. My primary intention is to understand the course offerings of the Nanhua Finance Department to prepare in advance." Yu Zhixiao raised an eyebrow and deftly opened her university's course selection system on her computer. Logging in, she revealed the entire curriculum. "There you go, take a look." With that, Yu Zhixiao left Wu Wei behind and headed to the restroom to freshen up. Wu Wei took out his prepared notebook and began to jot down notes. Having just completed her sophomore year, Yu Zhixiao had yet to receive her final grades, but they were expected to be commendable. In her prime, she was a paragon of beauty and intelligence, a goddess of the finance department who inspired admiration from many. Calculus, linear algebra, probability theory, she had already mastered these subjects, indicating her strong mathematical foundation. Macroeconomics, microeconomics, accounting, fundamentals of finance. All these specialized courses in finance were now part of her studies. Besides the compulsory foundational courses, the credits accumulated would surpass those of an average student by at least a quarter, a clear indication of the rigor involved. As Wu Wei examined the course details, he began to grasp the overall picture. Many assumed Nanhua was primarily a liberal arts institution, unaware of its formidable prowess in the sciences. The intensity of the finance department demanded mental fortitude. Time slipped away unnoticed until Yu Zhixiao reappeared behind Wu Wei like a specter. "Yes, I understand. Generally, universities offering undergraduate finance programs, excluding those merely profit-driven or subpar, are usually those with a strong emphasis on mathematics. Just as well, you shouldn't harbor illusions of coasting through." After freshening up, Yu Zhixiao shed her previous languor, appearing even more elegant and poised. "Are you attending Nanhua for my sister?" "Of course not. I have my own aspirations, you know. Pursuing my sister, perhaps?" A cold sweat broke out on Wu Wei as he realized how direct Yu Zhixiao was. Her forthrightness left him flustered. Chapter 19. On a rainy day, children misbehave. Idleness breeds idleness. Sister Zhixiao, I assure you, my relationship with you Qingqiu is purely platonic. I harbor no inappropriate intentions, truly. Wu Wei held up 3 fingers, his conviction palpable. He addressed her as Sister Zhixiao while referring to you Qingqiu as you classmate, a contradiction that hinted at deeper feelings. "Oh, really? It seems she cares for you quite a bit." A mischievous glint flickered in Yu Zhixiao's eyes. "Impossible, absolutely not." Wu Wei waved his hands emphatically, hastily uttering this famous declaration. "Hee, I was just teasing you. Look how scared you are." Yu Zhixiao finally dropped her facade, bursting into laughter. Wu Wei looked utterly exasperated, drenched in sweat. As he turned around, he found Yu Qingqiu standing at the door, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at him. The room fell into a hushed silence, the 3 of them frozen in place, an awkward tension permeating the air. It was unclear how long Yu Qingqiu had been standing there, or if she had overheard more of their conversation. Wu Wei knew that in such a situation, he had to break the silence, or the atmosphere would only grow more uncomfortable. "Sister Zhixiao, may I add you? It would be convenient to consult you if I have any questions." Yu Zhixiao remained silent, yet her gaze was intently fixed on the stunned Yu Qingqiu. In Qingqiu's beautiful eyes flickered an inscrutable expression, her red lips tightly pressed together. I generally do not use it. It's a toy for children. You should add me, she said, handing a note with her email address to Wu Wei. Wu Wei eagerly accepted it, recalling that this instant messaging software, now obsolete, had once been all the rage. It came equipped with an email and a blog, practically a necessity for office workers of that era. However, he had yet to familiarize himself with this software and needed to hasten home to download and register for it. All right, I will add you when I return, he replied, turning to walk past Qingqiu, preparing to leave. Qingqiu followed silently behind him. Upon reaching the first floor, Wu Wei spoke up. Uncle, Andy, I must take my leave. Why not stay for lunch? It's nearly mealtime, Qingqiu's mother remarked, finding the young man increasingly agreeable. No, thank you. Wu Wei hurriedly declined, sensing the unspoken meaning in Qingqiu's gaze. During the meal, Yu Mingyuan abruptly slammed his chopsticks onto the table. Isn't this Wu Wei the student who acted heroically on the overpass? The three at the table were startled by his outburst and exchanged bewildered glances. Only Qingqiu quickly responded, Yes, Dad, that's him. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Yu Mingyuan's brows furrowed, his face a mask of regret. I did mention it. You just didn't remember, Qingqiu retorted with a pout. Ning Peijun and Yu Zhixia were utterly confused, having no idea what the father and daughter were discussing. Yu Mingyuan then slowly recounted the details of that incident, while Qingqiu embellished the tale, leaving the two unacquainted individuals quite alarmed. This Wu Wei has quite the audacity, Ning Peijun exclaimed, marveling at his courage at such a tender age. Yu Zhixia continued to eat, her eyes growing increasingly bright with interest. The city plans to issue a commendation. It should reach your school in a couple of days. Really? Will you come? Would you like me to come? It would be wonderful if you could, Qingqiu exclaimed excitedly. Yu Mingyuan suddenly smiled. This young man is impressive. I must see him in person. The family shared a warm moment, yet Wu Wei, at the center of the discussion, remained blissfully unaware. As soon as Wu Wei stepped through his front door, his father seized him by the ear, causing him to grimace in pain. His mother produced a rolling pin from somewhere, beginning to rub it ominously in her palm. Wu Wei looked innocent. What have I done this time? Wu Wei Dong brandished his phone, waving it in the air. What do you think? They called me directly. No way. I merely sent a text. Wu Wei's face fell in dismay. Qingqiu's parents were being excessively harsh. Wasn't it a bit extreme for just stopping by? A text? What text? Now it was Wu Wei Dong's turn to be puzzled, realizing they were discussing different matters entirely. The rolling pin fell abruptly, prompting Wu Wei to quickly evade. Let us discuss this calmly. Chinese people do not fight among themselves. Lu Rulin retorted with a mocking smile. If you keep babbling, I swear I'll give you a thrashing today. I am not your mother for nothing. Wu Wei, known for his mischievousness since childhood, had caused quite a stir in the neighborhood, enduring countless beatings. Only as he approached his high school entrance exams did he begin to focus and study diligently. Moving to the city for high school boarding, he managed to temper his antics somewhat. Wu Wei chuckled bitterly. If you're going to hit me, at least provide a reason. It's not even raining outside. On rainy days, it's just as well to beat a child. Idle hands are the devil's workshop, was Lu Rulin's constant refrain. Did you visit Haijiu a few days ago? Wu Weidong inquired softly. Wu Wei's hair stood on end, instantly alert. Someone had called him, saying that he had gone to Xihua. You really are something. Without even a full set of hair, you're giving advice to a university professor. Wu Wei's eyes darted, quickly grasping the predicament. His mind raced, realizing he needed to quickly cover up this slip or a severe beating would be inevitable. He clasped his hands over his head, retreating to a corner. I went to Haijiu for an anime exhibition. I feared you wouldn't allow it, so I went secretly. Then, thinking of finding a way for the factory, I went to Xihua. They are quite strong in textiles, and I thought I might chance upon some collaborative opportunities. By coincidence, I ran into those two professors. I merely mentioned something offhand, not realizing I would inadvertently assist them. One of the professors asked for my contact information, so I provided your mobile number. Wu Wei spoke rapidly, recounting the sequence of events that left his parents momentarily stunned. You truly went to Xihua for the factory's sake? Could it be otherwise? Wu Weidong exchanged a glance with his wife, signaling the end of their act. Noticing their demeanor, Wu Wei sensed they were not inclined to continue their playful banter and slowly rose to his feet. What did Professor Yu say? He asked, half sitting on the edge of the chair, reluctant to fully settle in. Wu Weidong blew gently on the tea leaves in his glass, took a measured sip, and replied. Professor Yu was very gracious. He said that thanks to you, the experiment was a success. He called to share this good news. Furthermore, he mentioned that if you score above the threshold for your first choice, Xihua, you will undoubtedly be admitted, and he will personally guide you into the material science program. Wu Wei felt a flush of embarrassment. It was merely a small effort. Professor Yu is truly courteous. Xihua isn't a bad option. If you can't get into Nanhua, then go to Xihua, Lu Ruolin interjected abruptly. That won't do. I am certain I can qualify for Nanhua, Wu Wei exclaimed, springing to his feet. Lu Ruolin scoffed, doubting his ability to gain admission to Nanhua. Xihua's engineering and technology programs are quite strong, particularly in textiles. So attending would not be a loss, Wu Weidong conceded, believing his son lacked the fortune to enter Nanhua. Wu Wei's face fell, feeling as though his words had fallen on deaf ears. By the way, Professor Yu asked you to return his call when you have the chance. Wu Weidong tossed the phone to Wu Wei, the green screen illuminating the recent call log. Wu Wei picked up the phone, pressed the call button, and activated the speakerphone, placing it on the table. The phone rang 3 times before someone answered. Is this Xiao Wu? Hello, Teacher Yu. This is Wu Wei. Hello, Xiao Wu. I called you this morning, but your father said you were out. I was at a classmate's house and just returned my apologies. No problem. The experiment was successful, and I wanted to share the good news with you. You were too kind, Teacher Yu. I was merely speculating. It doesn't count. A bystander sees clearly. If it weren't for you, we would have been like headless flies. A hearty laughter erupted from the speaker, causing the table to vibrate. Wu Weidong and Lu Ruolin listened to the professor from Xihua praising their son over the phone, and smiles emerged on their faces. Suddenly, a spark of excitement flashed in Wu Wei's eyes as he leaned closer to the phone on the table and asked aloud, Teacher Yu, may I inquire if this year's new students at Xihua will be attending classes in the new campus? Indeed, the new campus has been in preparation for 2 years. And this year, the first batch of students will move in. Then will the laboratories also be relocated there? Yes, they are gradually moving to the new campus. Will our textile college have a need for new experimental equipment? There was a brief silence on the other end before Professor Yu replied. I'm not quite sure about the affairs of the textile college, but the experimental equipment at this old campus hasn't been updated for quite some time. I suspect there will be a need to procure a new batch. Wu Wei quickly seized the opportunity, saying, Could you kindly inquire for me? My father's factory specializes in textile machinery, and if there is a need, we can customize a high-quality batch of experimental equipment for the school at a favorable price, with installation and a 10-year warranty. Oh, is that so? How fortuitous. The deputy dean of the textile college happens to be an alumnus who went to England with me. When I return to school on Monday, I will ask him for you. Do you still have my business card? Yes, I do. Then please organize the information regarding the equipment and specifications produced by your father's factory and send it to me via email, so I can discuss it with him. Yu Chaoyi was in high spirits. The experiment had lasted 3 days, and they finally replicated the results. Upon receiving this good news, he immediately called Wu Wei, but unfortunately, Wu Wei was at Yu Qingqiu's house in the city at that time and missed the call. Hearing Wu Wei's request, he promptly agreed. Although they had only met once, Wu Wei had helped him solve a significant problem, and Yu Chaoyi was determined to return the favor. After hanging up, Wu Wei looked at Wu Weidong, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Dad, let's get started. Wu Weidong slapped his thigh. Son, you're brilliant. I can't believe I didn't think of this channel. Generally, ordinary individuals cannot access the procurement channels of universities, making it rare for factories outside to consider pursuing this avenue. However, with Professor Yu's active recommendation, it was akin to having already succeeded halfway. Clearly, the problem Wu Wei had solved for Yu Chaoyi was not simply a matter of good fortune. As dinner time arrived, the rolling pin proved to be quite useful. Although it was merely a simple meal of noodles, Wu Wei savored it with a unique flavor. Does our factory have a website? He casually inquired while seated before the computer, preparing to organize some materials. A website? For our little shabby factory? What need have we for such a thing? Of course we need one. As the internet continues to flourish, a website serves as the FAA of a business. For individuals thousands of miles away wishing to learn about us, the website is the simplest gateway. Will this require spending money to hire someone? I am not well versed in this, Wu Wei pondered aloud. Never mind, I'll handle it myself. You can do that? It's simple. We covered it in our computer class. Wu Wei was not referring to the rudimentary typing classes of high school. Very well, I hereby assign you a task. Tomorrow, head to the factory and gather all the promotional and technical manuals. They will be of use to me. I have a fishing trip scheduled with Uncle Lou tomorrow. Professor Yu requires the materials by Monday, so hurry. All right, fine. Recognizing the urgency and acknowledging his father's lingering thoughts of fishing, Wu Wei immediately transformed into a diligent worker. At that time, website construction was rather rudimentary and simplistic. From purchasing a domain name to establishing a server, the procedures were still quite complex. Wu Wei spent a considerable amount of time online before finally grasping the entire process. If it were today, it could be accomplished in mere moments. Initially, Wu Wei had little knowledge of these matters, but after experiencing various challenges during his entrepreneurial journey, they no longer felt foreign. He toiled until midnight, finally managing to organize all the materials. Stretching lazily, he allowed himself a brief moment of relaxation. His gaze fell upon a note on the table, and he casually picked it up. It contained Yu Zhixia's account information, 0811, followed by an email suffix. The account name was a private detail unique to the user, thus leaving an indelible personal mark. If Wu Wei was not mistaken, Yu Zhixia's English name must be rather uncommon, suggesting she was indeed a fan of Audrey Hepburn. Her name, Zhixia, implied she was born in the summer. 0811 signified her birthday, August 11th. This was Wu Wei's latest insight into Yu Zhixia. After successfully registering the account and logging into the software, Wu Wei added his first friend. In the stillness of the night, he assumed the friend request would go unnoticed, and thus prepared to shut down the computer for the night. However, unexpectedly, a system notification popped up, friend added successfully, on Wu Wei's friend list. A single contact illuminated the screen. Nickname, A Leaf Knows Summer. A faint smile graced Wu Wei's lips as he typed a few words. A muted chime echoed, capturing Yu Zhixia's attention. A leaf knows summer, not seeing autumn's arrival. Quite clever. Was it not I who made the connection? Am I mistaken? You are quite devious, little brother. That is impossible. I was merely being honest. I suspect you are sowing discord between us sisters, yet I possess no evidence. Zhixia and Qingqiu, the names of the two sisters, carried connotations of both praise and criticism, which could indeed be seen as stirring the relationship between Yu Zhixia and Yu Qingqiu. Chapter 21. The blue ocean is the true future. Wu Wei gazed at the conversation displayed on the screen, a tingling sensation creeping over his scalp. Yu Zhixia, with her meticulous thoughts and exceptional intellect, was not one to be easily deceived. However, Wu Wei had not anticipated that Yu Zhixia possessed such a personality in private. It was merely unfortunate that their interactions had been too few in the past, leaving Wu Wei's understanding of her at a superficial level. An idea flickered in his mind, prompting Wu Wei to open a financial website and search for relevant information. He then returned to the dialog box and gently typed a sequence of numbers. What does this mean? Thank you for your insights today. As a token of my gratitude, I can share a little insider information. Remember to enter the market on Monday. Sell when it reaches 25. The message was sent by Lulu Wu Wei, Wu Wei's online pseudonym. Just as Yu Zhixia was about to press for further details, she noticed that the other party's avatar had dimmed, indicating the conversation had ceased. Staring at the sequence of numbers, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her previously unfocused gaze suddenly sharpened with clarity. She finally comprehended the significance of those figures. However, as she scrutinized the unremarkable fluctuations of the stock, she remained at a loss. The Haijiao City Investment Construction Group had a singular business focus and had exhibited lackluster stock performance for several years, barely surviving. Although Wu Wei referred to this as a return for her, Yu Zhixia could not ascertain any possibility of the stock rising from 12 to 25. It was not until the early hours that Yu Zhixia surrendered her investigation, the unresolved queries lingering in her mind, leaving her utterly perplexed. Wu Wei, still under 18 and unable to establish a stock trading account, resolved to present Yu Zhixia with a test. Should she pass this trial, he would contemplate the next step in his plan. Wu Wei did not indulge in sleep, rising before 9 to commence the website's construction. The company introduction needed to be succinct and transparent, ensuring that key information was immediately apparent. Who are we? What services do we provide? What distinguishes us? These three elements were indispensable to the corporate introduction. After several unsatisfactory drafts, Wu Wei finally settled on a version that pleased him. He read it over multiple times, his spirits lifting as he began the data entry. A 35-year-old state-owned enterprise, specializing in the design and manufacture of textile machinery, providing comprehensive one-stop services for textile companies. emphasizing design and one-stop service. This is the future path for textile factories. Wait, design? We don't do design. This is incorrect. Wu Wei, who had returned at some point, exclaimed, clutching a hefty stack of documents. Wu Wei pouted, just because we don't do it now doesn't mean we won't in the future. It's all product information and brochures from the past 2 years. I'll take my time to review it, no rush. On the computer screen, the website's preview had emerged. Will the blue and yellow combination be too jarring? It doesn't align with our identity. What do you know? This is called minimalist technological style. The blue and yellow ratio creates a tranquil and elegant ambience, and with the addition of white, it maintains a sense of modernity. The blue is Klein blue, and the yellow is marigold yellow. Wu Wei took a closer look, gradually appreciating the essence of Wu Wei's words, exclaiming, "This is quite intriguing. Let others see at a glance that we are a company imbued with warmth." Wu Wei exited the preview, thoroughly satisfied with the outcome presented before him. The next step was to incorporate product information. He casually picked up the topmost product manual, glanced at it, and instinctively winced. The text was densely packed. The images poorly proportioned, extinguishing any desire to read. Wu Wei pulled a chair beside Wu Wei and leaned in to ask, "Is this truly useful?" Wu Wei, however, exhibited remarkable patience, meticulously explaining, "Father, do not underestimate these elements. Although they may seem superficial, they represent the face of our enterprise. Partnering with universities, while scale is secondary, professionalism must take precedence. We need those university professors to recognize our expertise. The website and brochures serve as our fundamental FAAD, the simplest means through which others can perceive and experience us. These components are the first step in distinguishing us from other manufacturing firms. Consider this. The textile machinery manufacturing sector is inherently a red ocean." Red ocean? What red ocean? Wu Wei was bewildered. He could follow along until this point. But here he was completely lost. Wu Wei paused, realizing that it was, after all, 2003, and it was perfectly natural for his father to be unaware. "I wonder if you can comprehend this. Imagine the market as 2 oceans. One is the red ocean, and the other is the blue ocean. The red ocean represents the familiar market where everyone engages in fierce competition, leading to a veritable bloodbath. Conversely, the blue ocean symbolizes uncharted territories, enigmatic like the deep sea, representing future markets. Therefore, the red ocean signifies a well-developed market, while the blue ocean denotes unknown or yet-to-be-explored markets. Does that clarify things?" Wu Wei's eyes brightened as he nodded vigorously. "Indeed, the competition in the textile machinery industry is exceedingly fierce. Survival is arduous. Precisely. Rather than languishing in the red ocean, we should seek out the blue ocean and explore new markets. How simple it is to venture into new markets. Do you think we haven't tried?" Wu Wei sighed gently, recalling the attempts made over the years. To discern market trends and make accurate predictions is an arduous task. Even Wu Wei himself has stumbled into numerous pitfalls during his entrepreneurial journey. However, Wu Wei's current advantage lies in the experience he has gained over the next 20 years, which grants him a profound understanding of future development trends. In the realm of pure manufacturing, the ultimate competition boils down to price. To lower prices, one must rely on scale. The larger the scale, the lower the distributed costs, yet the corresponding burdens also become heavier. The mechanical factory's forced restructuring stemmed from this very issue. Indeed, while the factory's profits were not negligible at the time, the burdens it bore were excessively heavy, with too many drains on resources rendering it unsustainable. Conversely, should we not contemplate how to sell at higher prices and generate greater profits to sustain our current scale? Wu Wei's probing question plunged Wu Wei into deep silence. Selling a machine incurs a cost of 50,000, with a selling price not exceeding 70,000. Moreover, one must deduct sales commissions, assembly costs, and subsequent repair expenses due to quality issues, resulting in an exceedingly meager profit. More critically, even at the price of 70,000, it may not surpass the products of larger manufacturers. This illustrates the fierce competition of the red ocean, from which those entrenched within find it nearly impossible to escape. Unable to foresee the future, yet compelled to strive relentlessly for that slender profit margin, Wu Wei was suddenly awakened to the terrifying reality of the red ocean. He pondered aloud, how can we achieve a better price? Chapter 22. The advantage of customization. With a gentle click of the mouse, 3 prominent characters illuminated the screen. Wu Wei leaned closer, noticing that the word customization was notably bold and enlarged. Customization? He murmured, sensing a fleeting thought that eluded his grasp. To command a higher price for their products, a departure from the original model was imperative. Wu Wei patiently elucidated, producing standardized products will only lead to homogenization, which is ultimately unfeasible. As we cannot compete with those large enterprises, we will be eliminated from the market. To survive, it was essential to carve out a new path. During my recent visit to Xihua, I discovered an opportunity. Wu Weidong abruptly interjected. Is it regarding the provision of experimental equipment to their textile institute that you mentioned over the phone? Precisely. Isn't it the same as selling machines? Wu Wei continued. The machines sold to factories adhere to fixed standards, following national regulations, correct? Wu Weidong, aware of the implications, nodded in confusion. However, equipment sold to universities for experimental purposes is not specifically designed for production. Wu Weidong slapped his thigh in realization. The standards differ, necessitating specialized customization, which undoubtedly alters the price. Thus, we must secure this order, as the profit could potentially multiply several times. Although Wu Weidong was unfamiliar with this aspect of the business, Wu Wei was acutely aware of Xihua's considerable financial resources. Xihua, a predominantly engineering-focused institution, fosters a robust entrepreneurial spirit, encouraging students to embark on their own ventures. Many laboratory projects have seamlessly transitioned into commercial products, giving rise to countless successful enterprises over the years. Annual alumni donations have enriched Xihua, rendering it enviably affluent. While customization may be time-consuming and demanding in terms of design requirements, the potential profits are substantial. A similarly constructed machine, once customized, could command a price twice as high. No wonder you emphasize the need for design. This explains everything, Wu Weidong remarked. Design will be the subsequent step. I intend to collaborate with Xihua and outsource the design to them. That's a commendable strategy, but will they agree to such terms? Let us take it slow. This is merely the first step of a long journey. Wu Weidong gradually rose, feeling as though a heavy burden had finally been lifted from his heart. His son's insights had unraveled a long-standing enigma. Perhaps, indeed, the factory was salvageable. Observing Wu Wei, engrossed in his research, the elder's eyes brimmed with emotion as he slowly exited the room. After 2 days of relentless toil, a seemingly respectable website, along with a meticulously crafted product manual, was sent by Wu Wei to Professor Yu. Yu Chaoyi responded promptly, instructing Wu Wei to await further news. Early on Monday, Wu Wei donned his work attire and resumed his internship. Upon entering the workshop, he spotted Lu Yunfan already engaged at the machine, with rust scattered around like fallen leaves. On the operation table, only a smooth little iron ring remained. Lu Yunfan acknowledged Wu Wei with a slight nod, continuing his polishing task. By the time Wu Wei took over, the iron ring had already shrunk considerably, yet he understood that the crucial moment was just beginning. The transformation from an irregular iron lump to the present small ring involved continuous cutting, a process that did not demand high precision. However, to meet Lu Wenlong's specifications regarding thickness and diameter, meticulous measurement and adjustment were imperative. I fear that if we continue with vertical polishing, the weight of the tool may cause the iron ring to bend, Lu Yunfan remarked, furrowing his brow. Wu Wei measured with calipers, noting that the current thickness was merely 2 millimeters, making it feel insubstantial in his hand. Should we continue to thin it out? Or should we first achieve the desired diameter? Wu Wei pondered, uncertain. I've never polished anything this thin before. I can't gauge the pressure. Brother Yunfan, you're more skilled than I am. You decide. Lu Yunfan, after a moment's contemplation, while feeling the iron ring in his hand, made a swift decision. Let us first thin it to 1 centimeter, and then we'll polish it. All right. Wu Wei readily concurred with Lu Yunfan's suggestion. Through their days together, Wu Wei had come to realize that in matters concerning the machine tools, he was several levels beneath Lu Yunfan. With great care, Wu Wei commenced the thinning process. Due to the fragility of the material, he had to pause every 2 minutes to check the thickness and ensure the ring had not deformed. The precision of the vernier caliper was 0.05 millimeters, and any error could be magnified. After a morning of alternating shifts, they finally achieved the desired thickness. Yet, polishing the diameter to 10 millimeters consumed the entire afternoon. One hand rotated the iron ring while the other guided the cutter for polishing. Observing Lu Yunfan's dexterous hands executing subtle movements both horizontally and vertically, Wu Wei realized for the first time how challenging it was to multitask. However, for Lu Yunfan, it appeared remarkably effortless. Watching Lu Yunfan operate with calm composure, Wu Wei could not help but marvel at the stark contrast in their skills. A coin-sized iron piece tumbled through the air before landing softly in Wu Wei's palm. The polished iron piece gleamed, its texture clearly defined. "We did it!" Wu Wei exclaimed in excitement, admiring the fruits of their collaboration. Though Lu Yunfan was typically reserved, a smile broke through at that moment. "Looks like your craftsmanship is quite impressive." Lu Yunlong appeared before them, leaning on a cane. "Absolutely," Wu Wei replied without a hint of modesty, handing the iron piece to Lu Yunlong. Lu Yunlong ran his fingers over it, feeling the even thickness and smooth surface. However, what awaited the two of them was not praise, but rather a silent pile of iron scraps in the corner. "Clear away that heap of scrap metal according to this standard." With these words, Lu Yunlong strode away. Wu Wei felt a profound sense of despair, believing the ordeal had come to an end, only to realize it was just the beginning. He gazed resentfully at the dilapidated machine tool, silently vowing that once he had the means, the first thing he would replace would be this manual machine with a high-end CNC model. Yet, despite his thoughts, life must carry on. For Wu Wei, this was also an opportunity for personal growth. In his second life, the challenges that lay ahead would undoubtedly be more intricate and arduous, necessitating a greater mastery over his own state of mind. The longing for Qin Huanyan surged uncontrollably, stirring the softest corners of his heart. Only with her support could Wu Wei emerge as a sagacious and strategic leader in the business realm. The line from Xihua had already been laid, awaiting subsequent developments to see if it could herald the first step towards transformation for the machinery factory. As for Yu Zhixia's connection, Wu Wei understood the need for caution. Dealing with such astute individuals could easily lead to missteps. Chapter 23. To flow with the tide or to swim against it. During his internship in the workshop, Wu Wei became oblivious to the world outside. The monotonous nature of his work often allowed time to slip away unnoticed, and soon it would be time to announce the results of the college entrance examination. 2 weeks had already elapsed since the exams concluded. June 24th, 2003, had finally arrived, the day of reckoning for the 320,000 examinees eagerly awaiting their fate. The once clear sky suddenly darkened at noon, as clouds crept in, obscuring the scorching sun. The air felt thick and stifling, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The clock on the wall seemed to tick slower than usual, reluctant to reach 2 o'clock. Wu Weidong paced back and forth in the living room, uncertain how many times he had traversed the same path. Ultimately, unable to endure the suspense any longer, he stepped into the yard for a smoke. Lu Ruolin remained fixated on the time, seemingly oblivious to everything else. Wu Wei, however, remained composed as he opened the financial news website, perusing recent updates. It had been a week since he shared the stock code with Yu Zhixia. He scrolled through the week's market trends, noting the series of bullish candlesticks that had propelled the stock price to 20 yuan. Although it had retraced by 2 points today, the overall upward trend remained intact. Had Yu Zhixia heeded his advice and entered the market, her profits would have doubled at the very least. The stock prices refreshed every few seconds on the screen. Yet Wu Wei had lost interest in monitoring them further. Clicking on his sole contact, Yi Zhixia, he found the icon grayed out, indicating she was offline. As a predominantly office-oriented software, it lacked an offline messaging feature at the time. Even if Yu Zhixia wished to reach him, email was her only option. With 2 notification chimes, her emails loaded. Upon checking, he found one was a system notification, while the other, a new email, was from Yu Zhixia, timestamped from 2 days prior at midnight. The email bore no subject, containing only a single line. "Why is it 25? Wu Wei couldn't help but smile. He had previously told Yu Zhixia that exiting the market at 25 yuan would be prudent. Yet, he had not elaborated on the rationale, as the current trajectory suggested that not only 25, but even 30 yuan was a distinct possibility. On his last visit to Haizhou, while en route to Xihua, vibrant flags adorned both sides of the road. Observing the inscriptions, Wu Wei recalled that the announcement of the next host city for the World Expo was imminent. As a direct-controlled municipality with significant standing, Haizhou possessed the capacity for independent hosting. Thus, the bid for the World Expo became a momentous undertaking for the entire city. Competing against Haizhou was Los Angeles from across the ocean, with both contenders evenly matched in their ambitions. At that time, many believed Los Angeles had the upper hand in the race. As the announcement date drew near, the city was engulfed in a fervor of encouragement, with an overwhelming array of events and promotions saturating the atmosphere. A successful bid for the World Expo would trigger a cascade of repercussions, with Haijiu Urban Investment Construction Group being the primary beneficiary. Hosting the expo necessitated the construction of numerous exhibition halls, and ultimately, the responsibility would fall to Haijiu Urban Investment. The day after the official announcement confirming Haijiu as the host, the local government unveiled the construction plan and subsequent timeline. With an investment scale in the hundreds of billions, Haijiu Urban Investment would reap the rewards. The stock price of Haijiu Urban Investment soared, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. All of this had been relayed to Wu Wei by a former dormitory mate, who, eager to flaunt his investment gains, recounted how he had persuaded his parents to invest alongside him. After returning from Haijiu, Wu Wei took some time to research Haijiu Urban Investment and presented this promising prospect to Yu Zhixia as a token of gratitude for her assistance. Yu Zhixia's email was succinct, posing a single question. Wu Wei's lips curled slightly. She did not pry into why he had chosen this particular stock or how he had foreseen its rise. Instead, her inquiry centered on the significance of the number 25. This indicated that Yu Zhixia had indeed engaged with the matter, for she would not have remained invested otherwise. Wu Wei gently typed 2 characters in response, and subsequently shut his computer, for the hour had struck 2. In the living room, the landline was set to speakerphone. In 2003, there was no systematic score inquiry. One had to call a dedicated line to obtain results. Holding her admission ticket, Lu Ruolin was visibly anxious as she inputted each number with meticulous care, fearful of making an error. Wu Weidong stood behind her, holding his breath. The mechanical prompts guided the process, and they finally reached the final step. Chinese, 105, Mathematics, 140, English, 128, Chemistry, 122, Biology, 124, total, 619, provincial rank, blank. The air suddenly thickened, leaving only the automated voice announcing the scores echoing in the background. After a lengthy pause, the incredulous Wu Weidong and Lu Ruolin exchanged glances before erupting into joyful celebration. With a score of 619, ranking 725th in the province, Wu Wei sighed in relief, observing his parents dance with joy like children. This score exceeded his own expectations by 10 points. "You little rascal, it turns out everything you said was true," Wu Weidong exclaimed, slapping Wu Wei on the shoulder. Wu Wei grinned. "I've repeated it several times, yet you all treated it as mere wind in your ears. Quick, quick, go report the score to the teacher." Lu Ruolin's voice trembled. Though excited, she at least remembered this task. The two of them became a flurry of activity, frantically flipping through the phone book. Meanwhile, Wu Wei nonchalantly retreated to his room. They say that the college entrance examination can alter one's fate. Yet Wu Wei's destiny had already been transformed. Unlike the anxiety he felt during his rebirth, he was now ready to face everything that unfolded. Whether to flow with the current or to swim against it, Wu Wei had long since found his answer. His previous life began at the age of 30 when he met Qin Huanyan, propelling him to the pinnacle of success, only to come to a sudden halt at 37. Fate had granted Wu Wei a chance to restart. Thus, he could not squander this divine orchestration. A notification flickered in the lower right corner of his computer, and a dialog box appeared. "Wu Wei, how did you do? Why haven't you reported your score in the group?" It was a query from Qingqiu, referring to Qingqiu. In another chat group, chaos erupted within mere minutes as everyone rushed to announce their scores, filling the screen with countless messages. Regardless of whether their results were commendable or disappointing, everyone reported their scores, everyone except Wu Wei. Chapter 24. The Observer Sees Clearly. The participant is confused after delivering that piece of calligraphy. Wu Wei had no intention of maintaining any contact with Qingqiu. In their previous life, they had been entangled for a decade, ultimately parting ways with mutual resentment. Thus, keeping a distance and treating each other with indifference became Wu Wei's stance. However, this nonchalant reaction, coupled with Wu Wei's personality shift, piqued Qingqiu's curiosity and prompted her to take the initiative. "Just checked," were the 3 succinct words he replied. Qingqiu fell silent on the other end of the line. Did he perform well or poorly? With no score disclosed, her hesitation lingered, making her reluctant to press further. If she inquired after a poor performance, wouldn't that merely add fuel to the fire? At that moment, Wu Wei had assumed the role of a conversation ender in Qingqiu's mind. Not replying seemed impolite. Yet any response he offered would leave her at a loss for words. Staring at the dialogue box, her delicate fingers hovered over the keyboard. Yet she could not compose a single word. By the time Qingqiu regained her composure, Wu Wei had already logged off. Qingqiu fixated on their conversation, oblivious to the incessantly flashing class group chat. Just moments ago, Wu Wei had joined in on the score reporting chain. Upon announcing his score, the group erupted in excitement. The final score reported crushed all others. Qingqiu had scored 609, and Wang Qi had 612. These were indeed the best results their class could offer. Yet, the quietly reserved Wu Wei's remarkable score of 619 dazzled everyone, leaving them in awe. There is skepticism, fear, and also applause. Qingqiu's delicate face bore a shadow of desolation, her eyes filled with confusion. Although she had taken the initiative to inquire about him, Wu Wei had directly posted it in the group chat. You have sufficient scores for Nanhua. Have you decided on a major? A cold voice echoed softly behind her, interrupting Qingqiu's wandering thoughts. Without needing to turn around, she recognized it was her sister. She closed the dialogue box and turned to ask, Sister, is finance interesting? Yu Zhixia, with her arms crossed, looked at her younger sister with a beaming smile. Wasn't he your primary interest in biological engineering? Why the sudden curiosity about finance? In a matter of moments, Yu Zhixia grasped a hint of the situation. That Wu Wei intends to pursue finance. Are you following suit? With her sister uncovering her thoughts. A flicker of embarrassment mingled with annoyance crossed Qingqiu's heart. I am not. Her stubbornness appeared quite endearing. I recall you mentioning that you and this Wu Wei are merely ordinary friends. Why then do you care so much about his opinions? Oh, I was just asking casually. You should not be swayed by the opinions of others. It is not easy to find what you truly enjoy. Do not waver lightly. If you have genuinely tried and found it unappealing, then abandon it decisively. Make choices that you will not regret. Qingqiu fell into silence, beginning to comprehend the essence of her sister's words. He seems to have changed after the college entrance examination, she murmured. Yu Zhixia entered the room, seated herself by the bed, and quietly inquired, I have noticed you seem absent-minded lately. Is it because of him? I do not know. It just feels like he is different. A hint of melancholy lingered in Qingqiu's brow. Do you like him? Qingqiu wanted to shake her head, yet found herself ensnared in a dilemma. Wu Wei and I have always been good friends, but it hasn't reached the point of affection. So, you still do not like him enough? The one immersed in the situation is often blind to their own feelings, while the observer sees clearly. Yu Zhixia immediately perceived her sister's predicament, a flicker of fondness, but not yet love. Then why the recent change? Qingqiu pondered carefully. It was after that day's math exam. He left promptly and stopped initiating conversations with me. He has been so hurried, even skipping our class activities. Listening to Qingqiu's account, Yu Zhixia could not help but smile. Her sister, who possessed so many commendable qualities, had grown aloof. Pampered since childhood and blossoming into a beauty, she excelled academically, leading her personality to become increasingly haughty, making it difficult for anyone to catch her eye. Could it be that Wu Wei realizes the two of you are not meant to be, and thus Yu Zhixia paused, swallowing back what she was about to say, and instead remarked, withdrew. Qingqiu pondered this, her long eyelashes fluttering thoughtfully. In truth, this is quite good, between men and women, if emotions are not involved. An appropriate distance should be maintained. Then sister, do you believe there is no genuine friendship between men and women? Qingqiu asked, her expression bewildered. Perhaps there is. Yu Zhixia replied lightly, before rising to leave. Upon returning to her room, Yu Zhixia accessed her email, where a message from Wu Wei appeared just in time. As she gazed at the words on the screen, a fleeting smirk graced her lips, accompanied by a hint of self-mockery on her stunning visage. This Wu Wei was intriguing, as he began to impart wisdom upon her. The email contained merely 2 words, C2A. This was a term borrowed from a piece of calligraphy that Qingqiu had gifted to their father. Yu Zhixia had seen that piece. Though she was not well versed in calligraphy, she sensed its quality was commendable. Following Wu Wei's suggestion, she delved into the historical performance of Haizhou Urban Investment Group, but struggled to discern the significance of the forthcoming event. Yet, her curiosity piqued, Yu Zhixia persevered. After perusing recent significant news from Haizhou, she stumbled upon a potential connection between Haizhou Urban Investment and the World Expo. In fact, during the application phase for the Expo, Haizhou had already submitted subsequent construction plans, including a roster of design and construction firms. Yu Zhixia remained at her computer until the early hours of Monday, finally receiving the official announcement that the next World Expo would be held in Haizhou. This news solidified the future potential of Haizhou urban investment, prompting Yu Zhixia to enter the market with half of her holdings at the opening on Monday morning. Fortunately, her swift action allowed her to capitalize before retail investors flocked in, eager to buy. Observing the upward trend, she strategically purchased more shares of Haizhou urban investment at increments of 2 and 4. The subsequent week did not disappoint her. Indeed, the performance of Haizhou urban investment exceeded her expectations. Following this trajectory, 25 yuan was far from its peak. However, Wu Wei's words instilled a sense of hesitation within Yu Zhixia. He had accurately predicted the surge of Haizhou urban investment and provided specific exit values. Although Yu Zhixia yearned to chase the rising tide, Wu Wei's counsel left her somewhat unsettled. Thus, in a moment of impulse, she sent an email at midnight, inquiring why the figure was set at 25. Chapter 25. This is not technique, but art. C2A, was Wu Wei's response. Yu Zhixia opened her stock trading application. Watching as the red line approached 25 yuan, a sudden thought flickered in her mind. With her thoughts settled, she hesitated no longer. Yu Zhixia placed a sell order at 25, then awaited patiently. 2 minutes later, with 5 minutes left until the market closed, the stock price of Haizhou urban investment reached 25 yuan. Yet, its ascent did not cease, continuing to climb before the closing bell. Ultimately, the closing price was set at 26.7 yuan, and all the shares Yu Zhixia held were safely secured. Exhaling deeply, she shut her computer and opened a chat, only to find Wu Wei still online. After pondering for a considerable time, she remained silent. Ultimately, she quietly exited the conversation, refraining from initiating dialogue with Wu Wei. In the early morning, Wu Wei was abruptly awakened by his father. Haven't you always wanted to see the iron smelting? Today, you have the chance. Wu Wei, still groggy and rubbing his eyes, realized it was only 4 in the morning. When is it time for me to observe the iron smelting? You mentioned it yourself. How could one with such a poor memory achieve a score above 600? Wu Wei lightly tapped his forehead with his palm, attempting to awaken his muddled mind. Despite feeling overwhelmingly drowsy, he reluctantly followed along after being roused. The windows of the Santana 2000 had to be manually lowered, and the stifling heat inside the car was instantly replaced by a refreshing rush of cold air. Wu Wei shivered, fully alert now. Throughout the journey, the father and son remained silent. The streets were deserted in the early morning, the entire city still enveloped in slumber. The traffic was smooth, and they arrived at the factory in under 20 minutes. The factory was brightly lit, as if anticipating this very moment. Lu Yunlong and LV Yunfan had also arrived early, waiting at the workshop entrance, and approached Wu Wei and his son upon their arrival. Lu Yunlong's legs were still somewhat unsteady, though the plaster cast had been removed. He could not part with his crutch. Everything was prepared, just awaiting Master Qin. Wu Weidong nodded, his expression still somewhat tense. Little Wei has come too. Good morning, Uncle Lu. I'm here to join the excitement. Wu Wei cheerfully stood beside LV Yunfan. Without much conversation, Wu Weidong and Lu Yunlong began to walk shoulder to shoulder deeper into the factory. Brother Yunfan, have you ever witnessed iron smelting? No, today is my first time. What a coincidence, it's mine as well. The two young men whispered quietly, lagging behind. The immense furnace exuded waves of suffocating heat, rolling in relentless surges. Wisps of black smoke billowed from the furnace mouth, signaling the combustion of impurities within the scrap iron. Wu Wei crouched in a corner of the iron smelting workshop, with LV Yunfan beside him. Although both had seen modern factories and machinery, witnessing this traditional iron smelting for the first time was a novel experience. Iron smelting is the most enigmatic ritual within the factory. As the name implies, iron smelting transforms scrap iron into molten iron. The molten iron is poured into pre-prepared molds, enabling the creation of various machine components. Small mechanical iron parts are easily crafted. However, large equipment, if not formed as a single piece, is prone to deformation over prolonged use, thereby affecting precision. Many machinery factories can only produce small machines due to the absence of this crucial iron smelting process. Fortunately, the Tongzhou Textile Machinery Factory possesses the necessary equipment for iron smelting, allowing it to maintain the capability to cast components for large machinery. At 4:30 in the morning, silence reigned supreme. Although everyone in the workshop was busy, not a single sound was heard. A slender figure appeared at the workshop entrance, and all eyes turned towards him. "Good morning, Master Qin. Master Qin is here." The crowd greeted the newcomer, their tones filled with utmost respect. A cigarette was passed forward and accepted by the individual, whose bony hand bore no trace of color. "We have been waiting for you, Master Qin." Wu Wei personally lit a cigarette for the elderly gentleman, who was over 50. Wu Wei and LV Yunfan rose as well, remaining inconspicuous in the corner. "How has the factory been performing these past few months?" The voice of Master Qin was deep and resonant, yet possessed an extraordinary penetrating quality. "Not bad. The profits from the 2 machines we are about to produce are substantial and will sustain us for a while," Wu Weidong stated candidly, without embellishment. Master Qin sighed softly. "Weidong, it is thanks to you that the rest of us, despite our shortcomings, have someone to rely on." "Master Qin, you flatter me. Uncle Jiang and the others had their accidents for the sake of the factory. My conscience would be devoured by dogs if I allowed those old workers to be left without means," Wu Weidong replied. "We have grown old and can no longer be of much assistance. Only this skill of smelting iron remains useful." Wu Weidong glanced at the furnace and spoke solemnly. "If it weren't for your guidance, we would have had to spend tens of thousands to purchase the cast frames. All those savings are due to your efforts." A glimmer of keen understanding sparked in Master Qin's eyes as the flame of the cigarette in his hand extinguished. With a flick, it was sent flying out of the workshop, landing precisely in the bucket at the door. Rolling up his sleeves, as if issuing a command, everyone returned to their stations. Wu Weidong stepped aside, observing the proceedings quietly. A long pole was handed to Master Qin, resembling a slender needle. Wu Weidong widened his eyes, fearful of missing any detail. At the end of the lengthy pole was a small hook, the purpose of which was unclear. A worker monitoring the temperature suddenly raised a flag, signaling that they could commence. The massive mold was positioned less than 3 meters from the furnace. A bucket of cold water cascaded down, soaking Master Qin thoroughly. The closer one approached the furnace, the higher the temperature soared. Wisps of steam rose from Master Qin's body, reminiscent of a master of profound internal energy. The furnace began to tilt slowly. When the angle reached approximately 15 degrees, it halted. The hook deftly connected with the furnace, and at that moment, Wu Weidong realized the purpose of the pole. Standing firm, the slender figure resembled a stabilizing pillar, veins bulging like coiling dragons, as immense strength surged forth. The furnace was drawn further, tilting gradually until, at last, a droplet of molten iron dripped from the spout, landing precisely in the mold below. Wu Weidong was utterly astonished. He had never envisioned witnessing such primitive casting in this manner. So this was the essence of threading a needle. It was not merely a skill, but an art form. One person, one pole, controlling hundreds of pounds of molten metal, allowing the iron to gradually fill the mold. Wu Weidong could hardly fathom the catastrophic consequences of a misstep, should the molten iron pour forth uncontrollably from the furnace. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to grasp why his father could not let go of the factory, because here, everyone was sustaining it with their very lives. Chapter 26. Why don't you resist, school bell? Why do you not fight back? Just as the first rays of dawn fell upon Wu Weidong, everything concluded. Sitting on the steps, his clothes were sticky, drenched in layers of sweat that had been produced and dried countless times. "I have seen such iron-making machines in Jiangnan, and they were fully automated," Lu Yunfan murmured. Wu Wei nodded helplessly, acknowledging that such machinery was beyond their financial reach. The spectacle he had just witnessed was both breathtaking and astonishing, revealing an unexpected method of casting iron. The craftsmanship of the older generation was indeed enviable, yet it was fraught with peril. The 2 young men expressed their admiration, recognizing that Master Qin had truly risked his life for that batch of molten iron. "No worries, when we have the funds in the future, we'll procure a dozen or so." Wu Wei stood up, basking in the morning sunlight, filled with audacious ambition. Lu Yunfan tilted his head, gazing at Wu Wei, who was 2 years his junior, his face reflecting excitement, as if their dreams were on the cusp of realization. Thanks to Professor Yu's introduction, Qihua Textile Institute finally reached out with a phone call. However, the condition was that they must travel to Haizhou to meet with the vice president responsible for procurement to discuss potential collaboration. Indeed, their website had not been in vain. Their promotional efforts had borne fruit. The 2 parties settled on a date, July 1st, precisely the day after the completion of college entrance examination applications. After a brief discussion, the father and son decided to visit Qihua together to negotiate this fortuitous opportunity. Yet, before embarking on their journey, Wu Wei had another critical task, completing his application form. The following day, upon arriving at school, Wu Wei was surrounded by a group of classmates with whom he shared a close bond, all coming forth to congratulate him on his outstanding scores. As he bantered with them, he made his way to the classroom upstairs. Today's purpose was to attend a lecture from the teacher regarding the application process, collect the application form, and discuss it with his parents before submitting it. However, Wu Wei had already firmly decided which school he intended to attend and what major to pursue, leaving no room for suggestions. As he entered the classroom, a flurry of students dispersed to find their seats. Wu Wei's designated spot was in the first row by the window, second to last. He propped his head on his hand, gazing out at the scenery, his thoughts drifting far away. The moment Wu Wei stepped into the classroom, Qingqiu noticed him, for he was now exceedingly radiant. Previously, he had resembled a dull sword, hidden away, yet after the college entrance exams, he had finally unveiled his brilliance, transforming into a blade that was impossible to gaze upon directly. He exuded confidence, speaking with clarity and decisiveness, devoid of any hesitation. Even the simple-minded Qingqiu could perceive these changes. Once inside the classroom, the two had not exchanged a single word. The head teacher of the biochemical class was a man in his 40s, affectionately dubbed Master Mingdeng or Teacher Zhou by the students, though his surname was not Zhou. Despite his relatively young age, he had long forsaken his true name. Whether due to genetics or circumstances, he had lost his hair at an early age. One year during Teacher's Day, a special letter of gratitude dazzled all the students. The letter read, "Ah, Teacher Wang, you are like a beacon of light in the darkness, guiding me forward. You are akin to a master wizard, using your magic to grant me the motivation to advance." The letter was lengthy, vividly portraying the image of a diligent teacher dedicated to educating his students. Yet what truly resonated with everyone were the titles Beacon and Wizard. The beacon of light. What beacon of light, but that gleaming bald head? From that day forth, Teacher Wang transformed into the master of the light. Yet, it was unclear when it began. But the master's baldness became increasingly pronounced. Being a traditional Chinese man, he stubbornly kept the last ring of hair that remained. Thus, the Mediterranean hairstyle became his signature look, surrounded but devoid of hair in the center. That is the most vivid depiction of the Mediterranean style. The students often jestingly referred to him by this characteristic. Years have passed, and no one remembers the true name of the Master of the Light, for everyone assumed his surname was Zhou, as in surrounded by Zhou. One morning, Teacher Zhou earnestly reiterated a principle: students must not aspire beyond their means and should choose schools and majors that suit them. They must not rush. Maintaining their first choice is the true path. After distributing the application forms, this formal lecture came to an end. Students, be sure to discuss thoroughly with your parents and submit the completed forms in 2 days. Be cautious. You must be cautious. Teacher, can we submit them now? Just as the words left his mouth, while others were still whispering, one hand was already raised high, clutching the application form. Qingqiu recognized that voice belonged to Wu Wei, curious about how he had completed it so quickly. Teacher Zhou descended from the podium and gently took the application form from Wu Wei's hand. "Wu Wei, are you certain? Nanhua's finance program is quite good. You should have no issues." "Yes, teacher, I am certain, and I have discussed it with my parents," Wu Wei replied. "Very well, I shall keep it for you. If you wish to make changes, you can do so before the deadline." "I want to change it," Wu Wei asserted with conviction. Having submitted his application, he saw no need for further trips. This was his little calculation. Such back and forth was a waste of time. The moment the teacher left, the classroom erupted with chatter. Wu Wei picked up his bag from the floor and prepared to sneak out through the back door. Unexpectedly, he collided with someone behind him. In his haste, they bumped into each other, and a soft cry escaped the other person as they nearly fell. Quick as lightning, Wu Wei caught them, and due to inertia, the person was swept into his embrace. "Wow, Wu Wei, impressive. You've already made a move. School beauty, why aren't you resisting? Let me handle this." In an instant, the classroom was ablaze with excitement. Qingqiu's face flushed crimson, and as she met Wu Wei's gaze, a ripple of emotion stirred within her, unable to settle. "It's all a misunderstanding." Wu Wei quickly released her, eager to clarify the situation. With so many eyes upon them, he feared being misinterpreted as a rogue. His reputation was to be preserved for Qin Huanyan. Qingqiu's heart raced like a startled deer, her composure in disarray. The ears of those around them perked up, eager to see how this solitary man and woman would explain themselves. "Wow, the first couple in our class is about to be formed. Feng Xianxian, the onlooker, expressed her heartfelt sentiments. Do not speak recklessly. I warn you against such folly. I shall accuse you of slander, do you understand? I will indeed accuse you of slander. Chapter 27. Heartfelt betrayal. The two individuals hastily separated, their expressions awkward, utterly defenseless against the onslaught of their classmates. That day on the elevated road, Qingqiu's heart-wrenching embrace of the exhausted Wu Wei evoked a wave of sympathy among their peers. Though Wu Wei had a tendency to be somewhat sycophantic, he undeniably possessed a certain charm, and with his exemplary college entrance examination results, his image had undergone a complete transformation in the eyes of the spectators. As Qingqiu and Wu Wei exited the classroom, the cacophony of teasing erupted behind them. In just a few steps, they had attracted the attention of countless onlookers. You cannot leave. The moment the words escaped his lips, Wu Wei jumped back in fright, creating a distance of at least 2 meters. Classmate Yu, I have matters to attend to. I cannot accompany you. Qingqiu pressed her lips together, now understanding that Wu Wei regarded her merely as an ordinary classmate. An ordinary classmate, wasn't that precisely what she had longed for? Yet, why did her heart feel so weighed down? In a fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Qingqiu's mind. Do not go. Today is my father's birthday. He wishes to invite you to lunch. The reward for your act of bravery has been approved, and he wants to present it to you personally. Wu Wei quickly waved his hand. Uncle Yu is too kind. There is no need for a reward. What reward? At the mention of a reward, Wu Wei's eyes suddenly sparkled. A bittersweet pang struck Qingqiu's heart. It seemed his concern was solely for the reward. You will know once you go. Then I must certainly attend. Wu Wei's eyes gleamed with excitement. At this moment, there was but one thing capable of igniting his enthusiasm. After discussing the matter, they returned to the classroom together. Wu Wei, did you not wager with the class monitor? It's time for him to fulfill his promise. The spectators reveled in the unfolding drama, eagerly anticipating the next chapter. After the mathematics examination, Wu Wei's bet with Wang Qi spread throughout the class. Many adopted a spectator's mindset, waiting to see who would emerge as the jester once the scores were revealed. When the wager was mentioned again, the atmosphere in the classroom became electrified. Wang Qi, seated in the second row with his back to the others, was consumed by nerves. Trembling slightly, for he knew, on the day the scores were announced, that he had lost. No one would jest when it came to college entrance examination scores. Wu Wei's fortune was truly remarkable, landing precisely at 140. Qingqiu had packed her bag and approached Wu Wei. To the others, the two appeared as an inseparable couple. Wang Qi turned his head, witnessing their intimate demeanor, and his heart shattered. The intertwining emotions of envy and jealousy left his eyes red and his body drenched in sweat. Wang Qi, Wu Wei called out nonchalantly. Wang Qi's entire being tensed, akin to a marionette pulled by strings. At last, the two protagonists had crossed paths. As someone gently tugged at the hem of his garment, Wu Wei looked down to find the delicate, fair hand of Qingqiu. With an inexplicable surge of courage, she raised her charming face and leaned in close to Wu Wei's ear, whispering softly, "Let it go. Let's leave. There's no need to dwell on him." The warm breath brushed against Wu Wei's ear, sending a shiver through his entire being. Did she not realize how sensitive his ears were, leaning in so closely? Wu Wei suppressed the flutter of his heart and subtly turned his head, evading her physical advance. "Are you pleading on his behalf?" Wu Wei's voice resonated loudly, echoing throughout the classroom. The once murmur-filled room fell into an immediate silence, the sudden pressure making everyone feel uneasy. The facade of the aloof goddess Qingqiu crumbled, revealing a bashful young woman beneath. Wu Wei's audacity to speak so boldly left everyone stunned, particularly the class monitors, Wang Qi and his deputy. Wang Qi's face flushed crimson as he slowly rose, his lips trembling. It was evident he was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. The stakes of their wager had been clear. The loser would have to bark like a dog. Wang Qi opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. But no sound emerged. "Since you are advocating for him, I shall let it pass." "I am not so petty," Wu Wei remarked, raising an eyebrow and abruptly changing his tone. "However, some people should learn not to look down on others in the future." With that, Wu Wei exited the classroom with a flourish, closely followed by the school beauty, Qingqiu. A wave of astonishment swept through the classroom, whispers erupting among the students. Wu Wei felt no guilt using Qingqiu as a shield. After all, Wang Qi was merely a sycophant. Witnessing his goddess in such a subservient position shattered Wang Qi's heart, leaving it irreparably broken. Though Wu Wei had not openly humiliated Wang Qi, the impact was far more excruciating than forcing him to bark like a dog. He gazed out at the fleeting scenery beyond the car window, his thoughts drifting far away. Such trivial altercations would only delay his resolve. Expending energy to contend with Wang Qi was a waste of his precious time. His soft pink lips pressed together, a subtle trace of grievance lingering at the corners. Wu Wei was indifferent to his invitation, the only motivation for boarding the car to the hotel being the reward for his gallant deeds. Qingqiu, with her lofty self-esteem, had always maintained an air of aloofness. Yet now, she found herself deeply troubled by a single word, a glance, a gesture from Wu Wei. The Audi glided smoothly along the road, delivering them to their destination in a mere 15 minutes. Qingsong Mountain Villa stood as a remarkably unique establishment in Tongzhou, situated at the estuary and serving as a pivotal junction between north and south. However, its economic growth remained lackluster, failing to emulate the development model of its coastal neighbor. Haizhou, while adeptly learning the intricacies of social connections from the north, building relationships and navigating through backdoor dealings had become long-standing customs. The importance of ostentation had transformed into an unspoken rule. Qingsong Mountain Villa was a prime example of this, a place Wu Wei had only heard of but had never visited before. The establishment does not follow the conventional model of an ordinary restaurant, but rather pursues the path of high-end private dining. Those who can grace this place are either affluent or esteemed. At the entrance, service personnel clad in simple robes of muted hues await to guide guests, exuding an air of antiquated simplicity. Observing the two lush podocarpus trees flanking the entrance, Wu Wei deduced that their combined worth would easily exceed 200,000. How extravagant! Wu Wei couldn't help but exclaim, prompting curiosity from Qingqiu, who inquired, "What is it?" These two podocarpus trees are clearly imported varieties. The owner of this estate certainly possesses a grand vision. Qingqiu glanced over, but could not discern any deeper significance. As they ascended the steps, Wu Wei elaborated, "Notice how the leaves of the podocarpus are short and slender, giving them a more vibrant and dense appearance." Indeed, this is exactly right. They differ significantly from the domestic varieties. Just as the two were about to cross the threshold into the estate, a cold voice resonated behind them, halting their steps. "Young man, you seem knowledgeable about podocarpus." The guiding staff had already entered the premises, leaving Wu Wei momentarily perplexed. Glancing around, he realized that aside from himself and Qingqiu, there were no others present. Pointing to himself, he asked, "Sister, are you addressing me?" Chapter 28. A modicum of knowledge. The sound of high heels striking the stone steps rang out crisply. Clad in an unassuming haute couture ensemble devoid of striking colors, the woman emanated an understated luxury. She approached Wu Wei and Qingqiu, observing them intently. A modicum of knowledge, indeed, Wu Wei chuckled, preferring to avoid any entanglements with this woman, who exuded a palpable aura of danger from top to bottom, inside and out. Her allure was not of the superficial kind. It was a profound charm, deeply imprinted in the very essence of her being, carrying an irresistible blend of temptation and mystery that captivated the senses. Wu Wei's instincts warned him that engaging with such a seductively dangerous woman could lead to dire consequences, leaving him with nothing but bones. Her gaze remained fixed on Wu Wei's face, seemingly attempting to see through him. "It's you," she suddenly exclaimed, her crystalline eyes reflecting disbelief. "Do you recognize me? Is it truly you?" Wu Wei was uncertain of her intentions, taking a step back. "Sister, I believe you have mistaken me." "Impossible. That day on the overpass, I saw clearly. The one who obstructed the vehicle was you." Wu Wei maintained his composure, replying, "No need for thanks." If she could recognize him, then she must have been present at the scene of the incident. His curt response left her momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, her almond-shaped eyes brightened, and she softly remarked, "Thanks to you, I managed to break in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." She then gestured toward a green Lotus parked not far from the entrance. "I said no need for thanks," Wu Wei reiterated, though his attention was captured by the car. In the heat of the moment, he only recalled that the first vehicle he had blocked was indeed a green sports car. The elegant shade of British green, paired with this petite Lotus, indeed enhances the overall allure. Taste is not merely a matter of wealth. It cannot be amassed solely through monetary means. Let us proceed. My father and the others have already arrived. Qingqiu abruptly interjected, disrupting the conversation between the two. With a small step, she positioned herself between them, severing their gaze. Observing the retreating figures, the woman's lips curled slightly as she beckoned a man clad in a black suit who promptly approached. Boss, do you have any instructions? Determine in which courtyard they are located and inform me shortly. Certainly, I will check immediately. The man in black executed his task with efficiency and swiftly followed suit. This minor interruption did not dampen the spirits of the two individuals, who were soon directed to an independent courtyard, the plum garden. Upon entering, they encountered a strikingly tall and graceful figure. She paused momentarily upon seeing Wu Wei, not anticipating another encounter today. Sister. Qingqiu affectionately approached, linking arms with Yu Zhixia. Hello, Zhixia sister. Wu Wei greeted in turn. Yu Zhixia was attired in a casual linen ensemble, exuding a relaxed charm, her long, lustrous black hair casually gathered into a simple ponytail draping down her back. She regarded Wu Wei with playful scrutiny. Is this family gathering a pretext for meeting the elders? No, no. I am here to receive a reward, not to dine. Wu Wei maintained a composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed. A reward? What reward? Qingqiu hastily clarified. Father asked me to bring him along for a meal and to present the reward for Wu Wei's act of valor during the last incident. I see. You may enter first. I will join Wu Wei for a smoke. Yu Zhixia raised her left hand, revealing a petite pack of lady cigarettes. Sister, Wu Wei doesn't tea smoke. You shouldn't tea either. It's detrimental to your health. Qingqiu disapproved of the scent of smoke and those who indulged in it. Although many high school students smoked, Qingqiu was acutely aware that Wu Wei did not partake. Yet, Yu Zhixia remained undeterred, focusing her gaze on Wu Wei, curious about his response. From the looks of it, Yu Zhixia seemed inclined to converse with him privately. Wu Wei understood her intent and smiled. It's fine. I'll just keep my sister company. Qingqiu glanced back thrice, watching as Wu Wei accepted the lighter and adeptly lit her sister's cigarette. A sense of unutterable frustration brewing within her. Once Qingqiu had walked a distance away, Yu Zhixia exhaled a soft sigh, the smoke enveloping her, adding an air of mystique to her already enchanting visage. Wu Wei lit one for himself, took a puff, and then shook his head. These lady cigarettes are exceedingly mild. I merely sought an excuse. I did not expect you to actually smoke. Somewhat knowledgeable, I see. You seem quite informed. The nature of cigarettes primarily depends on their origin. Hold on, is that truly what I meant? Wu Wei casually rambled, his thoughts drifting freely. Yu Zhixia shot him a sideways glance, then stated solemnly. The price has risen to 30. And what of it? Yu Zhixia was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. An air of silence enveloped them as they exchanged silent glances, both observing the expressions of the other. As the last ember of the cigarette flickered out, the silence of the standoff dissipated. I sensed as if you were testing my resolve. How could I dare? Are you still timid? Wu Wei offered an awkward smile, hesitant to provoke Yu Zhixia. How did you uncover this? I stumbled upon it by chance during my last visit to Haizhou. Such a coincidence. What do you expect? Can I possess foresight? This time, my initial capital has doubled. Congratulations. And what of your profits? As someone who has yet to reach 18, I am not even qualified for the next round. You would dare to let me fall into the trap without investing? Yu Zhixia's eyes widened, radiating a fierce intent. Wu Wei chuckled sheepishly. So, did that lead to a profit? What? Do you want me to share some with you? Really? That is fine. I don't ask for much. Don't leave, Zhixia. Wu Wei followed Yu Zhixia into the main building, his spirits soaring. The small building was not enclosed. Ascending the stairs revealed 2 independent platforms, seemingly designated for discussions. In a corner of the first floor, a screen partitioned a quiet nook where several individuals were engaged in a game of poker, passing the time. Among the gathered, Wu Wei recognized only Yu Mingyuan and his wife, Ning Peijun. The others appeared to be relatives. Noticing Wu Wei's arrival with Yu Zhixia, Qingqiu approached and gestured to her mother. Ning Peijun turned slightly, offering Wu Wei a warm smile. A round of Do Di Zhu concluded swiftly, and Yu Mingyuan vacated his seat, joining Ning Peijun as they approached Wu Wei. Greetings, uncle and aunt. Wu Wei maintained his usual demeanor, feeling somewhat embarrassed for arriving empty-handed on what was supposedly uncle's birthday. Yu Mingyuan appeared in high spirits. Did you not gift me a piece of calligraphy last time? I truly appreciated it. Come, let us play a game of chess. With half an hour until dinner, Yu Mingyuan suddenly felt the urge to engage in a game. What type of chess, he did not specify. Being an elder, Wu Wei refrained from inquiring further. The two men ascended to the second floor, prompting Qingqiu to feel a twinge of concern. Yu Mingyuan, hands clasped behind his back, held an elegantly wrapped box. A chess table stood prominently in the center. The boundary between the two sides clearly delineated. Yu Mingyuan settled gently, placing his item aside, and pointed to the board. Are you familiar with Xiangqi? I have a basic understanding, Wu Wei replied, confidently taking his seat opposite. The two men exchanged glances, devoid of unnecessary words. The first mover enjoys an advantage. And with the red pieces, the game commenced. Wu Wei seized the initiative, launching an aggressive cannon move. Yu Mingyuan responded swiftly, countering with a knight's leap. The game progressed with exchanges, and after several moves, while Wu Wei had gained a slight upper hand by capturing one of Yu Mingyuan's pieces, the overall position remained precarious. With a gentle push, Yu Mingyuan set up a double cannon. Check. Wu Wei furrowed his brow, maneuvering his general to the side to evade the threat. Young Wu, your style is rather aggressive. Be cautious not to suffer a setback. No worries, I am still young and can afford to lose. Wu Wei squinted at the chessboard, his fingers beneath the table moving with remarkable speed. After mentally calculating several moves, he grasped the forthcoming situation with clarity. In the subsequent turns, Wu Wei took considerably longer to contemplate, instilling in Yu Mingyuan a sense of imminent victory. Are you preparing to go to Nanhua? Yes, Uncle Yu. I have completed my application. I heard from Qingqiu that you performed exceptionally well. It should be no problem. Thank you for your kind words. You and Qingqiu will be attending the same school from now on. Suddenly, Wu Wei's movements halted as his rook crossed the river, directly entering the opponent's encirclement. He was uncertain of Yu Mingyuan's motives in saying this, yet once a move was made, there was no turning back, so he withdrew his hand. The red rook was lifted, and the black knight leaped forth, capturing it with precision. With his plans disrupted, Wu Wei had no choice but to adjust his strategy. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Mingyuan launched a vigorous counterattack. What do your family members do for a living, Xiao Wu? The pressure on the chessboard intensified, and the tone of the conversation shifted. Wu Wei realized that this was an inquiry into his family background. However, devoid of any interest in Yu Qingqiu, he answered more freely. My father is currently the head of the Tongzhou textile machinery factory, and my mother works at the street office. I'm not quite sure what she does on a daily basis. The textile machinery factory? Isn't that the former 204? You know about 204? Of course. Light industry is also under my purview. 204 was the former designation of the old machinery factory, known to few. I remember the factory has undergone restructuring. It's performing well, I assent it? Wu Wei shook his head. Not really. The entire industry is facing a downturn. It might not survive this year. He gradually tightened his defenses, unwilling to let his guard down. Is it that bad? It's not quite on the brink of bankruptcy, but it's merely hanging on. Wu Wei spoke candidly, as the reality was such that there was no need for embellishment. Yu Mingyuan seemed to have received his answer and did not delve further, instead changing the topic. Once you enter university, I believe you should focus on your studies. Uncle is right. I feel the same way. To be honest, I don't have many strengths, just a love for learning. What do you think of Qingqiu? Your classmate is quite good. Qingqiu is ambitious and has never faced much hardship. In the future, she will seek a man who can inspire her, providing her with a stable and comfortable environment. That is certainly true. With you classmate's excellence, it's hard for an ordinary person to match her. Yu Mingyuan smiled faintly. Wu Wei's manner of speaking was not typical of a 17-year-old senior student. However, having reached this point, he had achieved his objective. Wu Wei was intelligent enough to discern the underlying meaning of his words. She has always had high standards. Ordinary individuals do not captivate her attention. Xiao Wu, you are quite remarkable. No, I share only an ordinary student relationship with you classmate. Is that so? Truly. I swear on my life that I harbor no improper intentions toward you classmate. Yu Mingyuan furrowed his brow, questioning whether his ears were deceiving him. Merely intending to gently admonish Wu Wei, urging him to prioritize his studies over romantic pursuits, Yu Mingyuan could not help but detect an unsettling undertone in Wu Wei's remarks. Momentarily taken aback, Yu Mingyuan struggled to respond. Rest assured, uncle, even if I attend Nanhua, I shall keep my distance from you classmate. I possess no remarkable qualities. Devoid of ambition, I am but a useless entity, unlikely to ever become someone worthy of you classmates' admiration, so you need not worry in the slightest. Seizing the opportunity while Yu Mingyuan was momentarily dazed, Wu Wei deftly captured one of his pieces, neutralizing the threat of a double attack. Finally regaining his composure, Yu Mingyuan's gaze towards Wu Wei became complex. There is no need for subtle hints. I understand your meaning. Furthermore, I am here today at the behest of you, classmate, to collect the reward for my previous act of bravery. I harbor no ulterior motives. With that, Wu Wei glanced at the object beside the chessboard. If his assumptions were correct, that must be his reward. However, Wu Wei felt a twinge of disappointment. While cash would have been preferable, it was regrettable. Yu Mingyuan sighed in amusement, realizing their conversation had strayed into an unexpected territory, deviating from his original intentions. Your move, General, Wu Wei declared, pressing his remaining piece forward with unimpeded resolve until it stood before Yu Mingyuan. With a strategic maneuver, he had successfully set up a checkmate after a prolonged engagement, rendering his concealed tactics worthwhile. Glancing down, Yu Mingyuan recognized his king was cornered. Silently flipping his piece over, he conceded, "Uncle, I concede." With a grin, Wu Wei stood. Concluding the match, tilting his head slightly, he noticed a figure standing nearby. Dressed in a pristine white gown, it was Qingqiu, exuding an air of freshness and elegance. A myriad of unidentifiable emotions flickered in her beautiful eyes, and as both men turned towards her, she felt an instinctual urge to flee. "Little Wu, this is your reward. A watch I purchased myself as a token of appreciation for your previous act of valor. I hope you do not find it lacking." "Not at all," Wu Wei replied eagerly, accepting the beautifully packaged gift, clearly of considerable value. "Old Yu is a good man, straightforward. We can certainly be friends. Well, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave," Wu Wei declared, preparing to slip away. "Let us dine together," Yu Mingyuan suggested. No, this is your family gathering. I am hardly a relative, so I shall not intrude on this occasion. Wishing you a happy birthday and a prosperous career," Wu Wei insisted firmly, leaving Yu Mingyuan momentarily stunned. After descending the stairs, Wu Wei nodded to Yu Zhixia and quietly exited. Yu Qingqiu gazed at her father, her heart heavy with unshed tears. Chapter 30. Which grandson? Yu Mingyuan scratched his head, perplexed as to how the conversation had taken such an unexpected turn. Was he the one subtly admonishing Wu Wei? Or was it Wu Wei who was administering a tranquilizer to him? "Dad, why are you bullying Wu Wei?" "I am not." "Then your earlier comments were meant to distance him from me?" Yu Mingyuan chuckled ruefully. "That was not my intention, my dear. You have misunderstood." With a hint of resentment in her eyes, Yu Qingqiu exclaimed, "You drove Wu Wei away. As a prominent leader, how can you be so petty? He even presented you with a gift. Why do you look down on him and make things so difficult?" Yu Mingyuan protested in vain, raising his hands in surrender. "My dear daughter, I truly did not." He had just overheard everything. Tears welled up in Yu Qingqiu's eyes, her heart aching uncontrollably. While this father-daughter duo nearly turned against each other, Wu Wei strolled out with a sense of ease. As he left the plum garden behind, he weighed the box in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips as he tucked it into his backpack. A voice called from behind. "My employer wishes to invite you for a conversation to express gratitude for your life-saving assistance last time." Wu Wei turned to see a man clad in black. An unsettling aura surrounding him. With sharp eyes and a crew cut, he exuded the presence of a bodyguard or a formidable figure. Was he the one who had just performed the Lotus Flower Act? Indeed, our boss's surname is Sunday. Wu Wei instinctively wanted to flee but found himself immobilized by the intense gaze of the man in black. The young lady named Sun was indeed formidable, even in her invitations. After a moment of internal struggle, he decided to heed the call. As they walked, the man leading the way moved swiftly, his footsteps silent, clearly someone with skills. "What is your surname, my friend? Since we have time to spare, why not engage in some conversation? You can call me Shaoli." "Brotherly, being so young, you shouldn't call me old." "Then how should I address you?" "I am Wu Wei. Those in the circle refer to me as young Master Wei." "Which circle do you belong to?" "Oh, it's a simple path, the broad avenue of a harmonious society." Brotherly nearly stumbled at this response, his brow twitching as he felt a buzz in his head. The young man's thoughts were too erratic for him to follow. He decided to remain silent and focused on walking. At the heart of the estate stood a bamboo pavilion, towering and overlooking the entire grounds. The fragrance of tea wafted gently through the air, and her graceful movements were a sight to behold. Wu Wei sat quietly, not interrupting her. The man in black whispered a couple of words to the woman before discreetly departing. In the expansive hall, only the two of them remained. creating an atmosphere of vast emptiness. A delicate hand, as soft as cream, reached out towards Wu Wei, holding a small white porcelain cup between her fingers. Wu Wei accepted it with both hands, careful to avoid any physical contact with the woman. A subtle fragrance brushed past his nose, and he recognized it as Preaching Longjing tea. Good tea. Can you tell what it is? Longjing, you're quite knowledgeable about tea, young man. I have a little understanding. Just a little. However, the tea he spoke of might not be the same as what this lady had. Wu Wei chuckled softly and took a small sip. This was indeed Preaching Longjing, a rare quality. While its aroma was subtle, it excelled in its smooth taste. Indeed, this flavor is considerably lighter than that of the Yuqian variety. Wu Wei nodded, affirming Sun Jiqi's earlier statement. A trace of barely perceptible surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes, realizing that the man before her was not just speaking idly. He truly understood tea. The primary distinction between the moments before dawn and those before rain lies in their essence. One embodies a tender delicacy, while the other exudes a rich, enveloping aroma. To Wu Wei's younger brother, I raise this cup in your honor, expressing my gratitude for your previous assistance. Sister Sun, no need for such formality. The way Wu Wei addressed her as sister caused a delightful sparkle in her eyes. She had a younger brother, yet none so strikingly handsome and imbued with a hint of chivalry. Without you, I may no longer be here. Sun Jiqi's expression turned solemn. As if recalling that fateful day, I had a quarrel with my family and sought refuge at Qingqiu Mountain Villa, driving alone from Jiangning. My mood was quite dismal, and I encountered a thick fog that only heightened my agitation. A flicker of regret crossed her eyes as she pressed her lips together, speaking softly. I was speeding. Had it not been for that traffic cone you tossed, at my rate, it would have been a miracle if I had escaped with my life, let alone avoid becoming a vegetable. In that moment of life and death, Sun Jiqi experienced a sensation akin to transcending time itself. Everything unfolded before her like a slow-motion film, each detail stretched and elongated in her perception. In that fleeting instant, all her senses were magnified. She could even hear the thunderous beat of her own heart and discern the shifting expressions of the man just outside her window. His gaunt, resolute features bore an intensity that belied his youth. Do you know me? The woman's eyes shimmered with a soft glow, full of life. Wu Wei shook his head, entirely unfamiliar with this stranger. My surname is Sun, and my given name is Jiqi. Qingqiu Mountain Villa belongs to me. Wu Wei repeated her name in his mind, finding it rather intriguing, his brow furrowing slightly. Which son? Sun Jiqi leaned languidly against the bamboo chair, exuding a captivating charm. The son of the humble Z. Wu Wei remained silent, continuing to gaze at her, as this was not the answer he sought. In an instant, Sun Jiqi realized, a smile gracing her lips. Little brother. Which son do you think I am? Wu Wei's thoughts raced, his body leaning forward slightly. Noble families often take pride in their lineage to signify heritage and legitimacy. Sun Jiqi mentioned she hailed from Jiangning. As a former capital of the Six Dynasties, Jiangning boasts a rich historical tapestry, with many families concealed within its depths, their legacies thriving. The Sun family of Jiangning is indeed a powerful and influential clan, of which Wu Wei had heard in his past life. After all, Jiangning is the provincial capital, rather distant from Tongzhou, thus he had not connected Sun Jiqi's surname to the Jiangning Sun family. Surely, you cannot be from the Jiangning Sun family? The woman nodded and laughed, her radiance captivating enough to leave Wu Wei somewhat taken aback. Little brother, you are indeed quite knowledgeable. Which family's young master are you? Wu Wei spread his hands. Just an ordinary commoner, having just completed my college entrance examination. I haven't even graduated from high school yet. Sun Jiqi looked at Wu Wei in disbelief, her astonishment deepening. This young man exhibited such poise and eloquence, understanding the nuances of conversation with remarkable finesse. To mention the Sun family of Jiangning, one must possess extensive experience and insight. Wu Wei gave Sun Jiqi a sense of disconnection. Before her stood a spirited youth, yet his speech and actions bore the weight of a mature man. Sun Jiqi chose not to delve further. Their brief acquaintance did not warrant such probing. However, an unusual sensation suddenly enveloped Wu Wei, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He abruptly recognized the reason behind Yu Mingyuan's past downfall. Sun Jiqi hailed from the prominent Sun family of Jiangning and was the master of Qingqiu Mountain Villa, undoubtedly holding significant status. He vaguely recalled that a female victim in a past car accident had also originated from Jiangning. His pupils constricted in shock. If Sun Jishi were to meet an untimely demise, her family would certainly seek retribution. The Sun family's influence spanned both political and business realms, wielding immense power. Even someone with Yu Mingyuan's background could hardly withstand such might and pressure. He felt a profound sense of melancholy, realizing that he had unknowingly altered the fates of many. Chapter 31. Auntie, I no longer wish to strive. You saved my life last time. How should I repay you? Sun sister, you flatter me. It was merely a small effort, nothing of great consequence. What did you just say about repayment? Please elaborate. The shift in tone was astonishing. Sun Jishi gazed at Wu Wei, whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, nearly causing her to spit her tea in his face. Should I gift you this villa? Sister, do not jest with me. I speak earnestly. Innocent men suffer for their treasures. I just completed the Chinese language exam for the college entrance. Please do not lead me astray. Look at your cowardice. I saw you quite fierce on the overpass. And no, I am still a minor. Their banter consumed a good deal of time. Wu Wei felt unworthy of such a grand gesture, fearing a severe reprimand from his mother upon his return. Eventually, a pristine box was presented before him, adorned with an image of a mobile phone in a classic black and white design. 618, this was the most popular phone of its time. Without exception, Sun Jishi opened the box and revealed the phone, already charged and equipped with a SIM card. This is for you. As she spoke, Sun Jishi retrieved her own identical model and called herself from Wu Wei's phone, ensuring the new number was saved. The two devices were indistinguishable, making it impossible to discern one from the other. Even at that time, the price of such a phone was something the average person could only dream of. A line from a script suddenly flashed in Wu Wei's mind, causing a smile to creep onto his lips. Sun Jishi playfully scolded, "What are you laughing at?" Wu Wei stifled his amusement. Have you heard the saying? Auntie, I no longer wish to strive. Who is your auntie, you little brat? It's sister. Now that is more acceptable. Yet, Sun Jishi understood the implication of Wu Wei's words. It simply meant living off the goodwill of others. What were your exam scores? How did you fare? Since you've called me sister, it's only fitting I inquire. Over 600, should be enough for Nanhua, Wu Wei replied nonchalantly. That is quite good, keep up the effort. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to call me. As long as it's not a matter of murder or arson, I will help you resolve it, provided it's within Jiangdong. Wu Wei chuckled softly, stowing away his phone before striding off. As Sun Jishi watched the man's retreating figure, a glimmer of light flickered in her glass-like eyes. This trip proved worthwhile. A mobile phone and a watch were the total rewards for his last act of bravery. By delineating his boundaries with Qingqiu, he had forged an acquaintance with a distinguished elder sister. It was a fair trade-off, and Wu Wei felt quite content with the outcome. The following morning, father and son embarked on their journey, boarding the bus to Haizhou at precisely 7:30. Throughout the journey, Wu Wei busied himself familiarizing with the distinctions between various models of the wire-cutting machine and the bar welding machine. Upon returning home yesterday, he had submitted the phone and watch, explaining their origins. Lu Ruolin, perceptive as always, could discern his intentions with just a glance. Thus, rather than conceal the truth, he opted for candidness. To his surprise, Lu Ruolin said little, permitting Wu Wei to keep the items for his own use. After all, children grow up, and one must eventually let go. The phone lacked its original packaging, but the watch's box remained intact. Wu Wei refrained from unboxing it, slipping it directly into his backpack, as it might prove useful in Haizhou. When visiting Xihua, one could not arrive empty-handed. Besides some local specialties, this watch was the most presentable gift he could offer. Unbeknownst to Wu Wei, although the watch was gifted by Yu Mingyuan, it had been personally selected by Qingqiu. Arriving in Haizhou by noon, the father and son hastily resolved their lunch at a fast food restaurant adjacent to the bus station. They boarded line 4, heading straight for Xihua's old campus in the city center. Right outside the school, they found the institution's guest house, where they promptly checked in. Just before stepping out, Wu Wei halted Wu Weidong from bringing gifts, as the school was bustling with people, and such matters should not be conducted overtly. Upon encountering Professor Yu Chaoyi waiting at the entrance, the three of them proceeded into the school together. Have your scores been released? Yes, Professor Yu, I scored 619, quite satisfactory. Professor Yu nodded. That score is excellent. It would be somewhat wasted at our Xihua. Wu Wei quickly replied. It was merely luck. Professor Yu patted Wu Wei on the shoulder. You strike me as an astute student. What major are you considering at Nanhua? Finance. I wish to delve into something exhilarating. Nanhua's finance program ranks among the top 2 nationally, You've made a commendable choice. Though Professor Yu cherished talent, he was an exceptionally respectful teacher who honored his students' choices, never imposing his own ideas upon them. As he led them toward the office building of the Textile Institute, he earnestly remarked, "By the way, the experimental paper has been finalized and is ready for review. I can include you as the third author. That would be advantageous." "Professor, that is too much. I merely mentioned it in passing. I hardly contributed, let alone warrant a publication. If my name were to appear, it would be a source of ridicule." Wu Wei was well aware of his own capabilities and promptly declined the professor's generous offer. "Your insight that day addressed the most significant bottleneck in our entire project. Without your suggestion, we would have wasted an immeasurable amount of time. This time, the journal we are preparing to publish is of a high caliber, a rare opportunity that many graduate students may never encounter." Yu Chaoyi continued to persuade earnestly, as he genuinely wished for Wu Wei to make a name for himself. Although Wu Wei would not choose Xihua and the material specialty, having an international-level paper would undoubtedly add significant weight to his resume. As they spoke, the three arrived at the door of an office on the 5th floor. Yu Chaoyi knocked gently and led the two inside. "This is Professor Qian Zhongyang, the vice dean of our textile college. These two gentlemen are Wu Weidong, the general manager of Tongzhou Textile Machinery Factory, and his son, Wu Wei," he introduced. Despite being under 40, Qian Zhongyang had achieved a prominent position as the vice dean responsible for the college's practical affairs. With gold-rimmed, thin-framed glasses and neatly combed hair, he resembled a corporate executive rather than a university professor. After exchanging pleasantries, the group settled onto the sofa and gradually delved into the topic at hand. Wu Weidong, seasoned in the business world, was no ordinary individual. Through years of experience, he had honed his ability to converse fluently, surpassing the typical sales personnel in his understanding of products due to his technical background. As he spoke, Qian Zhongyang occasionally interjected with technical inquiries, such as the precision of wool breakage and the differences between roller drawing and needle combing systems. These intricate details exceeded Wu Wei's knowledge, yet he attentively observed Qian Zhongyang's expressions and demeanor. Chapter 32. The crucial dinner. 2 hours passed swiftly, and the necessary introductions were nearly complete. Qian Zhongyang accepted all the materials brought by Wu Wei and his father, solemnly stating that he would submit them for discussion within the college and asked them to await patiently. As the three descended to the 1st floor and had yet to leave the lobby, Wu Wei pulled Professor Yu aside and whispered, "Professor Yu, I have another favor to ask of you." Yu Chaoyi was taken aback. "What is it? Could you help us arrange a dinner with Professor Qian tonight? We would like to invite him and you to dine together. Since we've come all this way, we hope to engage in further discussion." Wu Wei looked around, ensuring no one was nearby, and added, "We have prepared a small gift, but it would be inappropriate to present it here, so we thought it best to do so during dinner." Yu Chaoyi was not one to adhere rigidly to conventions. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I will handle it. I'll arrange for you and old Qian to have dinner. I will confirm the venue and inform you later." As the father and son exited the gates of Xihua University, the scorching sun beat down upon them, creating a sense of discomfort. After a long day of travel and extensive discussions, they returned to their hotel to rest. Leaning against the headboard, Wu Wei found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning. "Xiao Wei, you've been unusually quiet since we returned. Is there something on your mind?" Wu Weidong suddenly asked, his own worries surfacing. Sitting up in bed, Wu Wei replied with a heavy tone, "Dad, did you notice Professor Qian's expressions?" "His expressions? I thought he seemed quite normal." "What do you mean?" Wu Weidong inquired, puzzled. "I fear we may not have truly impressed Professor Qian. Rather, he merely accommodated us out of respect for Professor Yu. Do you not agree?" Wu Weidong furrowed his brow, laboring to recall the recent events, as a wave of unease slowly rose from within. The restrained politeness and sense of distance emanating from Qian Zhongyang were precisely what they had felt, and the root of all their issues. We had prepared thoroughly. Yet where had we faltered? Indeed, where had we erred? Wu Wei also struggled to grasp the situation, and a heavy silence enveloped the room. Just as the two pondered in confusion, Wu Weidong's phone rang. After the call, he spoke slowly. "Professor Yu has engaged Vice Dean Qian, and a private room has been reserved for us at a nearby restaurant at 6:30. This order represents a lifeline for the factory, with a total value reaching 5 million. If secured, the initial payment of 150,000, along with the funds available at the factory, would suffice to repay the impending bank loan. The stock of machinery is readily available, requiring only modifications and customization to meet the specifications of the Textile Institute, thereby minimizing costs. The profit from such customization is exceedingly high. According to Wu Wei's calculations, this order could yield a net profit of 45%. After accounting for various expenses, at least 400,000 in profit could be secured. This is tangible wealth. Following his communication with Qian Zhongyang, Wu Wei felt quite uneasy, thus rendering the evening's dinner exceptionally critical. After much contemplation, Wu Wei conveyed his thoughts to his father. Wu Weidong, though puzzled, nodded in agreement. Having reached this point, it was time to take a bold leap. At 6 o'clock, the two arrived early at the restaurant, waiting quietly. It was said that Qian Zhongyang does not smoke due to chronic rhinitis, which makes him averse to cigarette smoke. Wu Weidong, suppressing his cravings, dared not smoke even a single cigarette for fear of carrying the scent. A piece of gum was offered, and seeing his father struggle, Wu Wei felt a pang of sympathy. Wu Weidong peeled the wrapper and popped the gum into his mouth. While it could not substitute for the thrill of nicotine, it provided some comfort. I shall quit smoking upon my return, Wu Weidong vowed vehemently. Wu Wei chuckled. Don't. If you quit, who will take the brunt for me? You rascal, always calculating against your father. The tense atmosphere was considerably eased by this light-hearted exchange, as both father and son shared a laugh. At 6:30, Qian Zhongyang and Yu Chaoyi appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. The four exchanged pleasantries. Having met earlier in the afternoon, they were not strangers, and together they entered the private room. As the time came to order, the adults began to defer. Logically, since Professor Yu was the host, he should take the lead. However, Yu Chaoyi felt it more appropriate for Qian Zhongyang to order, given that the dinner was in his honor. Qian Zhongyang, however, insisted it was inconsequential and suggested that Wu Wei should order, being the youngest and free to choose whatever he wished. Ultimately, the menu was placed in Wu Wei's hands. The waiter approached, standing behind Wu Wei. Instead of perusing the menu, Wu Wei directly named several dishes. This establishment specialized in local cuisine, predominantly featuring dishes from the Jiangnan region. On the table lay a dish of drunken mud snail, a serving of smoked fish, accompanied by salted peanuts. Can your chef prepare the seaweed squares? Certainly, rest assured, came the reply. Next, they ordered a hearty soup with yellow croaker, some braised hairy crab, and a platter of poached shrimp. For the staple, they requested both soup, dumplings, and rice. Qian Zhongyang slightly turned his head, casting a glance at Wu Wei, who was busy ordering, a flicker of admiration evident in his eyes. Being a native of eastern Zhejiang, he found that these dishes largely aligned with his personal tastes. As the server turned to leave, Wu Wei added, "Please bring me 3 wide-mouth glasses, each filled with ice." Once the server exited the private room, Wu Wei retrieved a bottle of whiskey from his backpack, placing it gently on the table. It was a single malt whiskey he had purchased from a nearby imported supermarket, its black label and amber hue exuding understated elegance under the light. Not only does our young friend excel at ordering dishes, but he also possesses a fine taste in wine. Qian Zhongyang adjusted his glasses and examined the bottle closely, noting its vintage. I hear you and Professor Yu both pursued your doctoral studies in Edinburgh. You must be familiar with this whiskey. It's quite thoughtful of you. A subtle smile graced Qian Zhongyang's lips, his demeanor becoming more relaxed. Wu Wei exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Weidong, marking the first step of their plan as successful. By catering to Qian Zhongyang's preferences, they aimed to dismantle his defenses and continue their endeavor. The dishes arrived promptly, each exuding an authentic flavor. After a few rounds of drinks, Wu Weidong recognized it was time for him to take the stage. With half a glass of whiskey still remaining, he stood, raised his hand toward the 2 professors, and proclaimed, "It is a privilege to dine with the esteemed professors from Xihua today. I am honored to toast this drink." Yu Chaoyi attempted to intervene, but was a moment too late, as Wu Weidong downed his drink in one swift motion. Although he was still getting accustomed to the whiskey, he showed no hesitation. Both Qian Zhongyang and Yu Chaoyi raised their glasses, taking a sip in acknowledgement. To be candid, we did not come with high hopes today. Given that we are merely a small enterprise, I am truly grateful for the opportunity to meet with you, Director Qian, Wu Weidong stated with sincerity. Having a technical background, Wu Weidong spoke directly, a manner that Qian Zhongyang greatly appreciated. You are too courteous, Mr. Wu. As someone in the manufacturing industry, I imagine the past couple of years have been quite challenging for you, especially with the overall downturn in the textile sector. Yu Chaoyi deftly steered the conversation. Wu Wei had rendered him considerable assistance, and he felt it was only right to reciprocate. Indeed, Wu Weidong sighed. We transitioned from a state-owned enterprise and once enjoyed a period of prosperity. However, times have changed, and the pace of reform has lagged behind, burdened by various past liabilities. It feels as though we are unable to make any significant progress. I have contemplated closing the factory, as this half-hearted existence is unsustainable. Yet, the diligent workers here, with families to support, face their own hardships. With the industry in such disarray over the past 2 years, I find myself with limited ability to do anything but keep this modest group of over 100 people barely afloat. Wu Weidong poured himself another half-glass, downing it in one gulp. After indulging in a few drinks, Wu Weidong felt somewhat tipsy and settled down unsteadily. In these times, engaging in industry is indeed quite challenging, Qian Zhongyang remarked, his tone tinged with melancholy. Upon hearing Wu Weidong's words, Qian Zhongyang's heart was finally stirred. Just a couple of days ago, his mother had called to inform him that his uncle's shoe factory was struggling to stay afloat, facing soaring costs and losing numerous foreign trade orders. Although he held the position of an associate dean as a university professor, he found himself unable to provide much assistance in business operations, and could only reassure his mother not to worry too much. Listening to Wu Weidong recount his circumstances, Qian Zhongyang felt a sense of empathy. Touching upon emotions was the second step. Wu Weidong was genuinely concerned for the factory and its workers, a sincerity that needed to be acknowledged by Qian Zhongyang. At the very least, it could evoke sympathy and garner goodwill. A company imbued with warmth, led by a factory director who genuinely considers the well-being of both the business and its employees, deserves respect. Qian Zhongyang stood up and, for the first time, proactively offered a toast to Wu Weidong. As the drinks circulated, matters began to progress towards the goal Wu Weidong had anticipated. What remained was the final spark. Having successfully navigated the first 2 steps of appealing to his interests and emotions, it was now Wu Weidong's turn to take the lead. In the afternoon, while in Qian Zhongyang's office, Wu Weidong caught sight of an English paper resting on the desk, its title stretching across 2 lines. Although he did not finish reading it, he surmised it must be the paper Professor Qiingqiu had mentioned, soon to be published. The two were close friends, and it was common for them to exchange feedback on each other's work. I heard Professor Qian shifted from materials to textiles back in the day, Wu Weidong inquired knowingly, steering the conversation in a different direction. Indeed, I went to the University of Edinburgh with old Yu on a government-sponsored trip. His doctoral focus was on high-performance materials. While I had to pivot to textile engineering, Qian Zhongyang replied, his face slightly flushed as the effects of the alcohol set in. Qiingqiu chuckled. What do you mean by had to? It was merely because you sought a director as your advisor, someone of high renown. Don't laugh. Wasn't it you who deceived me into believing that having a dean as a mentor would ease my graduation? It resulted in me losing quite a bit of hair. As they reminisced about the past, the 2 men found themselves engaged in a playful banter. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, Wu Weidong prepared to stoke the flames. What are your thoughts on Professor Yu's new project? When the topic shifted to academic matters, Qian Zhongyang adjusted his glasses and replied earnestly, Old Yu mentioned that your suggestion was crucial. We had indeed discussed it previously, but never from the perspective of a combustion aid. How easily one can become entangled in their own views. This breakthrough fundamentally resolves the critical issue of conductivity, significantly enhancing the overall data, which aligns perfectly with the requirements for high-temperature applications. Old Yu, your paper possesses substantial merit. Qiingqiu's face glowed with pride. Its caliber is certainly not that of an ordinary journal. This time, it's either a Zone 2 or Zone 1 publication. However, let it be known that you share in this credit. Several issues were pointed out by you. There are a total of 4 districts, ranked from high to low based on impact factors. The mere ability to publish in the first and second districts serves as a testament to the article's intrinsic value. Wu Wei's gaze shifted between the 2 individuals, carefully observing their expressions, and he slowly remarked, I have something to say, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Upon uttering these words, a sudden silence enveloped the room, all eyes turning towards Wu Wei. His voice dropped to a whisper as he leaned closer to Qiingqiu. Confiding a few words, Qiingqiu furrowed his brow, visibly hesitant. The gravity of the matter left him astounded by Wu Wei's audacious suggestion. After a moment, he grasped Wu Wei's intent. With a faint sigh, he turned to Qian Zhongyang and relayed Wu Wei's words. Shock, astonishment, and confusion played across Qian Zhongyang's face. Having ascended to the position of vice president at the prestigious Xihua Academy, he was far from an ordinary professor. The immense temptation laid before him was irresistible. Yet, he also understood why the young man would forego such a rare opportunity, willingly relinquishing it. Promised benefits marked the final step. However, Wu Wei could not simply present it. He needed to lay the groundwork meticulously. A sharp glint suddenly pierced through Qian Zhongyang's somewhat unfocused eyes, directed at Wu Wei through his glasses. Wu Wei's face was suffused with hope, his gaze transparent, devoid of any pretense or panic. After a prolonged silence, Qian Zhongyang glanced at his nearly empty glass, inhaled deeply, and downed its contents in one go. At his level, ordinary journals held little significance, while interdisciplinary collaboration could indeed shine as a highlight. Wu Wei's strategic favor was delivered with remarkable tact, almost akin to providing timely assistance. Then I shall not be polite. Although Qian Zhongyang made no substantial commitments, both Wu Weidong and Wu Wei understood that the situation was largely settled. Appealing to preferences, stirring emotions, and promising advantages, these three steps were intricately linked, each indispensable. Wu Wei's scheme, though perilous, was a gamble of necessity. To secure this highly profitable contract and revive the factory, there was little he deemed unworthy of sacrifice. The role of third author held no significant value for Wu Wei, yet for Qian Zhongyang, it could represent a considerable boost in his future career. Wu Wei believed that such a generous offer would certainly entice Qian Zhongyang. As the banquet concluded, everything unfolded as Wu Wei had envisioned. "Xiao Wei, well done," Wu Weidong exclaimed, slightly unsteady. Wu Wei wore a serene smile. "Dad, prepare to receive the contract. We have succeeded." Ultimately, the watch was never gifted. And while Qian Zhongyang and Yu Chaoyi accepted the local specialties, they declined this present. In comparison to the weight of the third author's position, the watch's value seemed rather diminished. Chapter 34, Putting on a Brave Face. Being entrenched in the mundane world, one cannot escape its conventions. Having been accepted into university, it is customary in Tongzhou to host a banquet, the scale of which is determined by the prestige of the institution and the family's financial standing. Consequently, from late July to mid-August, the restaurants in Tongzhou were teeming with patrons. Securing a venue with available space necessitated leveraging strong connections. Wu Weidong and Lu Rulin gazed at the open red acceptance letter, exchanging glances filled with a whirlwind of emotions, from initial shock to subsequent elation, and now, a creeping anxiety. Wu Wei's performance had been average. Merely gaining admission to a prestigious institution felt like a stroke of fortune, yet here they were, truly accepted by Nanhua University. Initially, they had planned to host a modest gathering for a few relatives at a small eatery on the corner. However, gaining admission to Nanhua was a matter of great familial pride, and despite Wu Weidong's desire for discretion, the enthusiasm of family members was overwhelming. He recalled a young man from their village who had been accepted into Jiaodong University the previous year, prompting the villagers to fund a 3-day feast featuring chefs from miles around. News of Wu Wei's acceptance spread like wildfire, inundating the couple with congratulatory messages and calls. Undoubtedly, joy was in the air. Who could resist offering their congratulations, immediately inquiring about the banquet plans, eager to partake in the celebration? Lu Rulin, typically a figure of authority at the local office, found herself wanting to avoid others over the past 2 days. After dinner, Wu Wei retreated to his room to tinker with his computer, leaving the couple in the living room to lament their predicament. A rough estimate indicated that over 50 people wished to attend, making it difficult to accommodate them in a standard restaurant. United in their struggles, the couple had supported one another tirelessly, yet neither was adept in social maneuvering. Their connections remained rather ordinary. Wu Weidong called several familiar restaurants, only to receive the disheartening news that they were fully booked through mid-July. What should have been a joyous occasion had transformed into a burdensome dilemma. The essence of connections lies in their utility when needed. Even the prospect of finding someone to assist them proved to be a source of frustration. Just as Wu Weidong and Lu Rulin were grappling with their anxieties, a knock at the door interrupted their thoughts. Upon entering, the expression on Wu Weidong's face gradually turned frosty. A man and a woman boldly settled onto the living room's sole sofa, exhibiting no inclination to be courteous. "Weidong, what great fortune you have. Wu Wei has been accepted into Nanhua. We must make proper arrangements. Have you secured a restaurant? Mother is awaiting news," boomed the voice of Wu Wei's uncle-in-law, Li Hongjian. "Indeed, such a significant event, and you didn't consult the family?" Mother specifically sent Hongjian to offer guidance, chimed in his aunt, Lu Yunhong. Their authoritative tone caused both Wu Weidong and Lu Rulin to exchange glances, their expressions shifting. Lu Rulin slightly turned her head, regretting her phone call to share the good news 2 days prior. Wu Weidong, having risen from his humble beginnings as a welder to become the director of a machinery factory, had always felt the disdain of Lu Rulin's urban relatives. The biting sarcasm is one thing, but the incessant demands placed upon Wu Weidong are quite another. Despite the affection shared between the couple, a certain resentment has built up over the years. What does mother mean? Wu Weidong suddenly interjected. That elderly matriarch at home has quite the agenda. If one does not heed her opinions, they shall surely face consequences. Every household typically has such a domineering elder who wishes to control every matter. Li Hongjian raised an eyebrow. Xiao Wei has been accepted into Nanhua, which is a significant event for the family. Mother has insisted that we must organize it properly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Wu Weidong and his wife grew even more strained. Booking a hotel is already a challenge, let alone hosting a proper celebration. Wu Weidong, with a pained expression, remarked, "We merely wish for a simple family meal." Moreover, securing a venue has become increasingly difficult. Observing their changing demeanor, Li Hongjian scoffed. "With so many relatives, you think a simple affair will suffice? Do you wish to provide them with fodder for ridicule?" Lu Rulin pouted. "Isn't it that the restaurants are currently thriving, making reservations nearly impossible?" A thought crossed her mind, and she decided to shift the blame onto the hotels. "Haven't you inquired elsewhere?" Her elder sister Lu Yunhong added, sending a chill down Lu Rulin's spine. Wu Weidong shook his head slightly. "We've already checked several places. All fully booked." Finally, the moment for Li Hongjian to shine had arrived. "You too, always so engrossed in your tasks, neglecting the nuances of social conduct." He slicked back his hair, lifted his chin slightly, and smiled. "Fear not. If you cannot manage it, I shall take charge. Surely, this minor hurdle cannot daunt me." No sooner had he finished speaking than the forced smiles of Wu Weidong and Lu Rulin vanished. Over the past few years, Li Hongjian had been involved in coal trading with an older brother of unknown origin, amassing considerable wealth. When the elderly matriarch celebrated her 70th birthday, he presented her with a 2 million yuan bank certificate, declaring in front of everyone that, rather than squander money himself, she should keep it safe. This gesture astonished all present, bringing joy to the proud matriarch. Everyone knew that Li Hongjian had earned some money, but few realized the extent of his wealth. From that moment onward, he became the second most influential person in the family after the matriarch herself. In front of several witnesses, Li Hongjian pulled out his mobile phone and began searching through his contacts. He dialed a number and said, "Old son, our child has been accepted into Nanhua, and we wish to arrange a celebration." Nervous? I understand that feeling. Please help me find a suitable time, but ensure that a hall is reserved for us. After a brief conversation, he hung up and remarked leisurely, "I've already put in a word with Dingfeng International. They will accommodate us in consideration of my relationship with them." Rest assured, Dingfeng International is renowned as a premier dining establishment in the area, where reservations are typically required well in advance, especially during such a busy season. Lu Rulin's heart sank. At a place like Dingfeng International, a standard meal for a single table would cost no less than 2,000 yuan. If they were to invite 10 tables, the expenses would easily surpass 20,000, not including beverages. Although those who come to dine will occasionally present a token red envelope, the amount typically ranges from merely 100 to 200. Lu Rulin calculated briefly and realized that if they were to host the banquet, some financial sacrifice would be inevitable. At that moment, it remained uncertain who would be the recipient of the red envelopes. Given that the family was not particularly affluent, the expenses for hosting the feast might very well deplete their savings. Contemplating this, Lu Rulin could not help but spring to her feet. There was no greater folly than putting on a facade of prosperity. Just as she was about to voice her objections, a voice resonated from behind her. "Is uncle capable of securing a reservation at Qingqiu Mountain Villa?" Chapter 35. Debts are easily repaid. But human relationships are complex. The once raucous hall fell into an abrupt silence, as 4 adults turned their gazes toward the young man leaning against the porch, arms crossed. Wu Wei wore a smirk, mockingly observing the uncle who had just been boasting. Although Li Hongjian had not received a formal education, he had navigated the trials of life. His composure hardened like asphalt. "Xiao Wei, places like Qingqiu Mountain Villa are both expensive and lackluster in cuisine. Uncle, have you dined there to claim it as subpar?" Wu Wei stepped forward, pouring himself a glass of water and downing it in one go, while Li Hongjian possessed some wealth. Entering a place like Qingqiu Mountain Villa was beyond his casual reach. Wu Wei noted the subtle changes in his expression. With a chuckle, Wu Wei remarked, "This matter does not require the concern of uncle and aunt. We shall manage our own affairs." Xiao Wei's words, while seemingly distant, echoed familial ties. After all, we are all part of the same family. Lu Yunhong endeavored to steer the conversation back on course. Gaining admission to Nanhua was a momentous achievement, one that should be celebrated with dignity, lest it invite ridicule for a lifetime. Your grandmother mentioned that among the Lu family, you are the sole student attending a prestigious university. In the past, that would have been akin to a literary star descending from the heavens. Lu Yunhong grew increasingly animated, unable to restrain her enthusiasm. Upon hearing the name Lu family, Wu Wei let out a derisive scoff. They were usually so keen to delineate boundaries. Yet now they proclaimed familial unity. 6 months prior, when his father's factory faced financial difficulties and a batch of receivables was delayed, they sought assistance from Uncle Li Hongjian to bridge the gap. The amount was not exorbitant, just over 300,000. However, Li Hongjian not only flatly refused, but also brought it up during a family dinner, leaving Wu Weidong utterly humiliated. This incident was later recounted by his mother, igniting his indignation. If he would not lend the money, what was the purpose of the public humiliation? The elder lady not only refused assistance, but also undermined Wu Weidong, mocking him as a mere country bumpkin who knew nothing of business, suggesting that shutting down the factory would be preferable to running errands for Li Hongjian, who surely earned more than he did now. Since that day, his parents rarely attended family gatherings. Xiao Wei, do you comprehend the cost of a banquet at Qingqiu Mountain Villa? Your parents' combined monthly salary could hardly cover 2 tables. Li Hongjian raised an eyebrow, reprimanding Wu Wei with the authority of an elder, while simultaneously belittling Wu Weidong and his wife. In 2003, the combined monthly income of Wu Weidong and his wife did not exceed 15,000, which was indeed insufficient. There was no need for Uncle E to concern himself with this matter. All he needed to do was wait for the invitation to dine. Wu Wei, wishing to avoid further discussion, rose to see them off. With just a few words, he managed to silence Li Hongjian and Lu Yunhong, inciting their irritation. As Li Hongjian exited, he muttered under his breath, "Just getting into Nanhua, and they wish to host a banquet at Qingqiu Mountain Villa. How presumptuous! A toad wishing to feast on swan meat. A family of failures." Once the door was closed, Wu Weidong felt a wave of discontent wash over him. And even the normally talkative Lu Rulin seemed unusually at a loss. "Mom and Dad, just wait for the invitation. I'll take care of this," Wu Wei proclaimed. "You little brat, what do you know about taking care of things?" Lu Rulin shot him a disapproving glance. Wu Weidong sighed. "Never mind, if it comes to that. We simply won't hold the event. There's no need to endure this humiliation." Lu Rulin concurred. "Indeed, it's our family matter. If we don't hold it, so be it." The sting of mockery felt as unpleasant as swallowing a fly, and Wu Wei understood his parents' sentiments all too well. Initially, he found the whole affair cumbersome and considered not proceeding with it, but Li Hongjian's visit stirred a change of heart within him. In this new life, he could not allow his parents to be looked down upon. He wanted them to bask in their well-deserved glory. Wu Wei quietly retreated to his room, unplugged his charging phone, and dialed a number. After just 2 rings, someone picked up, and a languid, hazy voice reached his ears, sending shivers down his spine. "Little brother, you finally called me. Sister Sun, it's been a while." On the other end, the sound of water splashing indicated that Sun Jishi was somewhere nearby. "Speak, what is it?" "I received my acceptance letter from Nanhua." "Oh, truly? That is splendid news. But I cannot find a venue for the celebration." "Understood. Wait for my news." Conversations with intelligent individuals tend to be succinct, effortlessly conveying each other's intentions. By the picturesque Xuanwu Lake, a charming figure draped in a bathrobe reclined on a bench beside the pool, droplets of water still clinging to her long, dark hair. Sun Jishi's bright eyes sparkled softly as she turned, her bathrobe revealing her delicate form. Before long, Wu Wei's phone vibrated with a message. "Someone will contact you tomorrow." A knowing smile spread across Wu Wei's face as he replied with a simple thank you. Wu Wei had already discerned Sun Jishi's background. Enlisting her assistance would settle their mutual obligations. For individuals of her standing, money was not a concern, but owing favors could be troublesome. Debts can be repaid, yet favors are more complex to navigate. Wu Wei was providing Sun Jishi with an opportunity to repay her debt, this astute sister would undoubtedly accept. Just as he hung up, a couple of notification pings echoed from the computer speakers. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the little penguin icon flashing in the bottom right corner of the screen. Wu Wei sat back down and clicked to check, his brow slightly furrowing in response. On the other side of the city, the little red building stood quietly amidst the night. In a corner of the second floor, the light filtering through the curtains was somewhat dim. Qingqiu held a book in her hands, her gaze wandering aimlessly, never truly landing on the pages. 10 minutes passed, yet Wu Wei did not respond, causing ripples to form in the once tranquil lake of her heart. Ever since their last encounter at Qingqiu Mountain Villa, the two had ceased all communication, severing ties completely. On the desk, the acceptance letter from Nanhua University lay prominently, a striking presence. Qingqiu had indeed been accepted into Nanhua, and with a score even higher than hers, Wu Wei's admission was all but assured. However, she felt too shy to inquire about it, and Wu Wei did not take the initiative to inform her. It was not until Feng Xianxian, the oracle of gossip from Class 10 of senior year, sent her a class-wide admission list acquired from an unknown source that Qingqiu learned of Wu Wei's acceptance as well. This Sunday at noon, Qingqiu's own graduation banquet was set to be held at the Wangong Pavilion by the banks of the Zhujiang River. Hosting a banquet here required more than mere wealth. Social standing was imperative. Unlike ordinary hotels or restaurants, Wangong Pavilion had been transformed from the original Confucian temple in Tongzhou, embodying the elegance of scholarly pursuits. The guests invited to the banquet were not merely relatives, they comprised close friends of her parents. Among her classmates, she had only extended invitations to two individuals, her dear friend Feng Xianxian and Wu Wei. After a prolonged silence, the messaging interface finally flickered, revealing a few words that dimmed the anticipation in Qingqiu's eyes. "I'm sorry, I've been busy interning at the factory lately and have no time." This was Wu Wei's response, polite and appropriate, yet imbued with a palpable sense of distance. Although Qingqiu exuded an air of aloofness, she was not oblivious. Did not the factory close on weekends? Why, then, was he interning? With a soft sigh, a subtle melancholy began to spread within her heart. Chapter 36. A contract that offers timely assistance. As Wu Wei busied himself with the equipment in the workshop early that morning, a call came through. The voice on the other end introduced himself as the general manager of Qingqiu Mountain Villa, Mr. Ho. Old Ho spoke courteously, carefully inquiring about Wu Wei's requirements, including the size of the venue, the number of guests, and specifications. Wu Wei mentioned 10 tables, not too many, not too few, presumably sufficient. When asked about the specific date, Old Ho readily confirmed that for any date requested, they could accommodate. The owner has instructed that as long as you set the date, we will not accept other guests. Qingqiu Mountain Villa will be exclusively reserved for you that day. Wu Wei couldn't help but chuckle. Sister Sun's generosity was indeed overwhelming. Such a venue would undoubtedly generate no less than 100,000 in revenue per day, and to reserve it entirely for one event was quite the loss. Old Ho laughed lightly. Just ensure there's enough space for 10 tables without affecting business. Such words were unnecessary. Wu Wei's graduation banquet was a significant affair that deserved grandeur. Listening to the clear voice on the other end, Old Ho's expression grew serious. According to Miss Zhi's instructions, as long as Wu Wei spoke up, any request would be met with compliance. It stands to reason that anyone capable of affording Miss Sun such respect must possess a remarkable identity. Yet, curiously, Wu Wei exhibited no arrogance, his demeanor and conversation enveloping others in a refreshing warmth. "I shall have the menu delivered to your residence shortly. Please take a look. If it does not suit your palate, I will prepare alternative dishes immediately, and you needn't concern yourself with the expenses. It won't cost you a penny." How could I possibly accept such generosity? Last night, I consulted the almanac. Next Friday is the most auspicious day for holding a graduation banquet in the coming weeks. What day is Friday? The 26th, fortuitously a Friday, and evening is the ideal time. Then let us settle on that day. I am entirely agreeable. With the date finalized, Wu Wei promptly sent a message to Sun Jishi. Given the considerable favor she had extended, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Regrettably, Sun Jishi did not respond immediately, but Wu Wei dismissed it, assuming she was preoccupied. Rolling up his sleeves and grasping a paint bucket, Wu Wei commenced painting the new machine. Just 2 days prior, the procurement contract for the prototype from Xihua Textile College had arrived via fax. 2 prototypes, to be delivered within 10 days, if the technical specifications were met. The subsequent formal procurement agreement would be activated. Wu Weidong was overjoyed upon receiving the contract, akin to a long-awaited rain in a drought, a timely delivery amidst adversity. Wu Wei, however, remained composed. All the preparatory efforts had not been in vain. When the menu reached their home, Lu Ruolin was genuinely taken aback. The representatives from Qingsong Mountain Villa were so respectful and thorough in their explanations that she finally understood her son was not merely speaking nonsense. Only when Wu Wei and his father returned home did Lu Ruolin emerge from her earlier shock. Observing this, Wu Wei seized the opportunity to recount Sun Zhixi's background and how she managed to secure a reservation at Qingsong Mountain Villa. Thus, the formal invitation could be dispatched, and the lingering anxiety was finally alleviated. On this rare weekend, while his parents went out to deliver invitations, Wu Wei slept until the sun was high in the sky, only to be awakened by the ringing of his phone. In his hazy state, a voice both familiar and unfamiliar echoed nearby. "I am in Tongzhou. Come join me for a meal." After a few seconds of confusion, Wu Wei realized who was on the other end of the line. "My head is a bit sore from just waking. Let me gather myself. Quickly get ready. Do you want me to come pick you up personally? Really? Then I will send you my address." You. Always playing the fool. This tactic is Wu Wei's forte, ensuring he remains unscathed. 15 minutes later, the Green Lotus truly halted at the gate. 2 low revs of the engine served as a cue for Wu Wei. Approaching noon, the blazing sun overhead was somewhat blinding. Slipping into his flip-flops, he ambled over to the car, catching sight of a captivating face within, which made him smile involuntarily. Sun Zhixi's carefree and easygoing nature was truly unmatched. "You little rascal, what are you laughing at? Seeing you brings me joy. Is that not reason enough to smile? Get in the car, let us go eat." With that, he opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat as the vehicle deftly turned around, heading toward the banks of the Zhujiang River. As he gazed at the scenery by the roadside, Wu Wei felt a sense of confusion. "Sister Sun, this isn't the way to Qingsong Mountain Villa, is it?" "Not at all. Today, I crave something different. I heard there's a private kitchen by the river that's quite good." Wu Wei fell silent, realizing that beautiful women are indeed fickle. The parking lot was bustling, but with Wu Wei's keen eyes, he managed to locate a spot tucked away in a corner. If they had to circle around once more, Sun Zhixi's remaining patience would surely vanish. Why are there so many people? It's such a hassle to find parking. The car door slammed shut with a force that made the entire vehicle tremble. "It's fine. We found a spot. The crowd merely indicates that the food here must be delightful, so our visit will certainly not be in vain," Wu Wei remarked casually. Sun Zhiqi paused momentarily, her nostrils flaring slightly as a hint of moisture welled in her eyes. How could this impetuous young man maintain his composure? Just a few words had dissipated her irritation like mist in the morning sun. "Let's go. It's my first time here too. Let's give this place a chance." The words when Gongguan were inscribed with an air of elegance, surely crafted by a master hand. Wu Wei looked up, feeling a vague familiarity. It wasn't until he stepped over the 6-inch threshold that he finally understood, as a sign at the corner revealed, "Celebration Banquet for Yu Qingqiu, Wenhua Hall." Numerous floral arrangements adorned the entrance, each inscribed with various congratulatory messages. "What's wrong? Do you know them?" Sun Zhiqi gently nudged him as she noticed his dazed expression. Just as he turned, he inadvertently bumped into a few people exiting Wenhua Hall. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he whispered urgently, "Quick, let's go." In a moment of desperation, he grasped Sun Zhiqi's delicate hand and led her toward a nearby hall. Confusion flickered in her crystalline eyes. Though she was unaware of Wu Wei's intentions, the sudden turn of events forced her to follow his lead. "Wu Wei," a bright voice called from behind, sending chills down his spine. In a panic, he attempted to flee, only to find that the woman beside him had frozen in place. He sheepishly glanced at Sun Zhiqi's teasing smile and quickly released her hand. "It's really you. I thought I was mistaken." Yu Zhixiao emerged from the group, her gaze locking onto Wu Wei. He managed a strained smile. "Sister Zhixiao, what a coincidence. You're here for Qingqiu's celebration banquet, right? The Wenhua Hall is over there. You seem to be going the wrong way." With a heavy heart, Wu Wei realized there was no escaping this encounter and awkwardly added, No, I'm just accompanying a friend for a meal. What a coincidence." However, Yu Zhixia seemed oblivious to his words, her tone wistful as she inquired, "So you came. But did you bring your girlfriend along?" "No, it's a misunderstanding. She is my sister. Watching Wu Wei scramble for an explanation, Yu Zhixia secretly scoffed. Having just seen their hands intertwined, and yet he claimed she was his sister. Wu Wei's expression darkened. The situation was spiraling. Just as he contemplated further clarification, the woman beside him spoke first. "Ah, this is your classmate's graduation banquet. How delightful. Let us join and indulge in some food. Surely, it cannot be a problem." Lu Yemei raised her delicate brows slightly, leaving Wu Wei hanging in the balance. The muscles on Wu Wei's face had stiffened somewhat, his forced smile frozen in place. This sister seemed to have a penchant for trouble, insisting on placing herself in the proverbial fire. A torrent of exasperation coursed through Wu Wei's mind, shattering the remnants of his hope into mere fragments. "Wu Wei, you have arrived." A charming figure sauntered from the corridor, coming to stand beside his sister, Yu Zhixia. Upon catching sight of Wu Wei, Yu Qingqiu expressed surprise, not anticipating that the Wu Wei who had previously rejected her would actually show up. "Oh, isn't this the sister from last time?" With Wu Wei now accompanied by another person, Yu Qingqiu felt a sense of familiarity, finally recalling that she had encountered this sister at the entrance of Qingsong Villa. "She is Wu Wei's sister," Yu Qingqiu remarked. Wu Wei's eyes twitched. The last 3 words felt rather superfluous. "Just a sister," he muttered. Sun Jishi, however, was unabashed, promptly affirming their sibling bond. "A stepsister, that makes sense." Yet, this stepsister was undeniably radiant, making it difficult to look directly at her. In the midst of the awkwardness, a group of individuals entered through the main door, coincidentally obstructing their small gathering. Leading the group was Yu Mingyuan, followed by several others who bore the appearance of bureaucrats. Their short-sleeved white shirts served as a uniform. After exchanging pleasantries, Yu Mingyuan noticed Wu Wei's presence. One of the men stepped forward, smiling as he inclined his head towards Wu Wei and the others. "Miss Sun, it is a pleasure to see you again." With a porcelain-like chin slightly raised, a hint of coolness in her gaze settled upon the middle-aged man. Their eyes met, and a slight nod served as a greeting. Sun Jishi responded leisurely. "Hello, Secretary Huang. What a coincidence." The middle-aged man beamed. "Miss Sun remembers me." After some explanations, it became clear that Jiangming's eldest daughter of the Sun family was one of the parties involved in the recent car accident. At the time, Sun Jishi had been somewhat dazed from shock, and the police had been unable to ascertain the details. Upon checking the license plate, the incident had promptly alerted the municipal office. Once Sun Jishi's identity was verified, everyone was left in a state of confusion. How had the eldest daughter of the Sun family ended up in Tongzhou and nearly been in an accident? Ultimately, Huang Yujia, the secretary of the municipal committee, personally ensured Sun Jishi's safety and immediately contacted Jiangning to report her well-being. This incident forged a connection between Huang Yujia and the Sun family. A gentle breeze swept through, dissipating the slightly oppressive atmosphere. Yet the attendees in white shirts felt a chill from behind, including Yu Mingyuan. Sun Jishi's unique status made everyone present acutely aware of the severity of the recent accident. Should anything have happened to this young lady, who could remain unscathed amidst the wrath of the Sun family's influence in the political arena of Tongzhou? Yu Mingyuan felt a jolt of realization but turned to observe the composed Wu Wei, the admiration in his eyes unspoken yet profound. It was this student Wu Wei, whose remarkable courage transformed a potentially perilous situation into one of safety. Without him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With a mere utterance, Yu Mingyuan unveiled Wu Wei's true identity. Consequently, the uninvited Wu Wei found himself compelled to join the gathering. The table was composed of individuals of notable status, arranged within a private room of the Wenhua Hall, effectively separated from the bustling main hall outside. The Yu family, a party of 4, along with Wu Wei, Sun Jishi, and Secretary Huang, all dressed in crisp white shirts, formed a perfect party of 10. During the banquet, Wu Wei indulged freely. After all, one must seize the opportunity when it arises. In stark contrast, Sun Jishi barely touched her food, sampling only the slightest morsels. Yu Qingqiu sat beside him, and the two appeared as a striking pair of golden boy and jade girl in the eyes of their elders, radiating a sense of harmony. A warm brush of an elbow accompanied by the unique fragrance of youth prompted Wu Wei to retract his hand hastily. Yu Qingqiu, feeling the momentary contact, blushed faintly. The dishes were genuinely delightful, and as the wine flowed, the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed and convivial. "Miss Sun has traveled far. I raise my glass to welcome you to Tongzhou," Huang Yujia declared, prompting everyone to join in the toast. Since Sun Jishi had driven, she abstained from alcohol. Lifting her teacup instead and smiling at the gathering, "My brother is here," so I shall certainly visit often." Before her words could fully settle, Wu Wei choked on a mouthful of soup, coughing violently. Qingqiu was startled and promptly stood to pat his back. The onlookers exchanged knowing smiles. I'm fine. I'm fine." Wu Wei waved his hand, signaling that he was unharmed. Qingqiu returned to her seat, oblivious to any impropriety in her actions moments prior. At that instant, Huang Yujie and Yu Mingyuan's eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them, their familiarity evident. Had Wu Wei not been a classmate of Qingqiu, he would not have intervened to avert the accident nor brought Sun Jishi to today's celebratory feast. Such is the marvelous caprice of fate. The Jiangning Sun family is a name of considerable weight, and none in attendance were unaware of its significance. After all, it was rare to share a table with Sun Jishi, and both Huang Yujie and Yu Mingyuan were keen to seize this opportunity. How splendid! Tongzhou is blessed with talent and opportunities. Should there be any projects of interest, we would certainly be eager to collaborate. Huang Yujie finally steered the conversation toward investment prospects. A glimmer of interest sparked in Sun Jishi's eyes as she rested her chin on her hand, inquiring playfully, "Pray tell, what promising projects do you have in mind?" This question caught even the typically composed Yu Mingyuan off guard. The unexpected exchange from Sun Jishi silenced the once lively table. After a prolonged silence, a plump hand finally rose, shattering the awkward stillness. "2 plots of land in the new district have just become available, and we are eager to attract some enterprises in the home textile industry. I wonder if you might be interested in investing?" The speaker, a slightly portly middle-aged man, spoke in a low voice. "This is Director Lin from our Investment Promotion Bureau." Yu Mingyuan quickly provided an introduction. The bureau was his domain. Or else, he would be attending his daughter's enrollment banquet today. Director Lin's tone lacked conviction, as his position as the director seemed somewhat diminished here. "Home textiles. I am not particularly knowledgeable about," Sun Jishi remarked lightly, causing a ripple of anxiety among the attendees. Director Lin, already corpulent, began to perspire even more under the pressure. Nevertheless, being seasoned in the face of adversity, he regained his composure. Textiles are a characteristic industry of Tongzhou, and they hold significant promise. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei, who was still sipping his soup, suddenly chuckled. Such bravado was amusing. What would the required investment amount be? According to our calculations, the preliminary investment for a factory would range between 15 to 20 million, contingent on the future production capacity designed. Director Lin, displaying his professionalism, promptly provided the figures, though his tone was considerably more cautious. The mention of an 8-digit investment caused the attendees to hold their breath, not daring to exhale, their gazes fixed on Sun Jishi. The production of home textiles meets a fundamental societal need. While the profit margins may not be high, they are assured, Director Lin added tentatively. Such a level of investment would certainly not be decided on the spot, but merely gauging an interest in investment was already a significant advancement. Daimei furrowed her brows slightly. "Is that all? It is even less than the annual turnover of my Qingsong mountain villa." Director Lin felt as though his throat had been constricted, leaving him speechless, wishing only to find a crack in the ground to disappear into. What was intended as a tentative inquiry turned into an unexpected humiliation. Despite being seasoned veterans in the realm of officialdom, everyone was notably cautious in the presence of such a potential financier. "Miss Sun implies that this project is too small." Yu Mingyuan timely picked up the thread of conversation, preventing the atmosphere from becoming even more awkward. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. Tongzhou is inherently a 3rd or 4th-tier city, with an economy that is not particularly robust, primarily focused on light industry and supplemented by labor export. Apart from its geographical advantages, one could hardly say its foundation is anything but meager, with virtually no presence in the entire Jiangdong province. How should one put it? This sort of minor project does indeed seem rather lackluster. Sun Jishi's fingers lightly traced the rim of her teacup, her disappointment palpable. "What about real estate? You should be more familiar with that." Although it falls outside the purview of the Investment Promotion Bureau, Director Lin was aware that real estate is highly coveted, with prospects undoubtedly superior to manufacturing. "You are likely more knowledgeable about Tongzhou's property prices than I am," Sun Jishi remarked casually, leaving Director Lin at a loss for words. With the economy in decline, property prices in Tongzhou have remained at rock bottom, and no one is willing to invest in development. "What kind of projects do you think would pique Miss Sun's interest?" Huang Yujie interjected, ensuring that the conversation did not falter. as it was imperative not to abandon this opportunity at this juncture. In her sparkling eyes, a glimmer of insight gathered as she gently inquired, "Is there a project that could only emerge from Qingqiu, one that no other place could replicate?" The room fell into a contemplative silence. The question, though peculiar, rendered everyone unable to provide a concrete response. Yu Mingyuan, an associate professor of economics from Jiangdong University, had transitioned to the government sector during a fortuitous appointment. He initially took charge of the challenging state-owned enterprise reform, leveraging his academic background and the robust support from the Ning family to deliver a commendable outcome, thus successfully facilitating his remarkable transformation. A decade later, he ascended to the role of deputy mayor of Qingqiu, overseeing light industry and transportation. The question posed by Sun Jishi was one that Yu Mingyuan had been pondering deeply. To stand out amid increasingly fierce market competition, uniqueness and scarcity are essential prerequisites. This embodies the future emblem of a city, a label that resonates with everyone. At that moment, Yu Mingyuan regarded Sun Jishi with newfound admiration, for he understood the essence of her inquiry better than anyone else present. "Indeed, there is," he exclaimed emphatically, capturing the attention of everyone at the table. Yu Qingqiu, seated closest to him, instantly tensed at Wu Wei's words. She turned slightly, her expression one of astonishment directed at Wu Wei, with high cheekbones that cut like a knife. Wu Wei momentarily left Yu Qingqiu dazed. As Wu Wei's eyes shifted, a subtle smile graced his lips. "Who says Qingqiu cannot possess its own distinctiveness?" Curious, Sun Jishi turned to him and asked, "Oh, is this something you comprehend as well?" Under the gaze of his elder sister, Wu Wei felt a touch uneasy. Leaning back against the chair, "I have a slight understanding," he replied modestly. "Then enlighten me," Sun Jishi urged, her focus unwavering on Wu Wei. Caught off guard, he had no prior preparation. He had merely followed the flow of conversation. A spark of inspiration flickered in Wu Wei's mind. Gathering his thoughts, he slowly sipped his tea, preparing his forthcoming words. Qingqiu has always been a vital thoroughfare connecting north and south, a gateway to the sea, boasting an excellent geographical position. However, this prime location has not translated into a catalyst for economic development. Wu Wei spoke eloquently, not rushing into the topic. Except for Sun Jishi, everyone present was a native of Qingqiu, well acquainted with the region's unique characteristics. Thus, he elaborated on Qingqiu's two main distinguishing features, textiles and labor services. As for labor, we all know that a significant portion of the houses in Jiangning and Haizhou were constructed by Qingqiu residents. Yet, after completion, few Qingqiu locals can afford to purchase these homes. They are products of hard-earned money, lacking any promising future. The attendees nodded in agreement, fully aware of Qingqiu's contributions to the construction of neighboring cities. Nevertheless, labor exportation, while substantial, does not possess significant technological value, relying solely on a spirit of hard work and perseverance. It is a widely accepted consensus that Qingqiu people are known for their resilience. Regarding textiles, it has been a traditional industry in Qingqiu since the Republic era, with the first modern textile factory established there. Regarding the history of Qingqiu, Wu Wei spoke with great familiarity, emphasizing that one cannot be oblivious to history while being literate. The silk and textile machinery factories were once significant state-owned enterprises, employing thousands. Yet, they have either succumbed to bankruptcy or are languishing in dismal operations, which is truly lamentable. Wu Wei's voice gradually diminished, rendering a final verdict on this era's momentous events. However, despite the demise of these factories, they have bequeathed invaluable legacies. With this thought, Wu Wei was prepared to unveil the truth. Qingqiu possesses a unique asset that is unparalleled elsewhere, its historical foundations. Chapter 39. The masterstroke of planning. The afternoon sun bore a fierce intensity, scorching the windows and warming the thick carpet beneath, causing the already stifling room to become even more oppressive. These foundations represent the leverage for Qingqiu's resurgence. Qingqiu must aspire to become the leader in the national textile industry. The audience held their breath, profoundly moved by Wu Wei's words. Although silk and textile machinery are our strengths, they merely constitute two nodes in the entire textile supply chain, lacking connectivity. With raw materials beyond our grasp and no complementary processes for production, one could argue that we are left with two isolated remnants that hardly exemplify strength. While it may seem that the entire textile sector is perceived as a sunset industry, this does not imply its absolute demise. Rather, It signifies a scale that cannot be compared to its former glory. Wu Wei paused, cleared his throat, and continued with measured cadence. Director Lin's initiative to attract home textile enterprises is an excellent beginning. We must transform the silk and wool produced in Qingqiu into fabrics, processing them into end products such as sheets and duvet covers. Director Lin, taken aback, cast an astonished glance at Wu Wei, never anticipating that a high school senior could possess such profound insight into the textile industry. To thrive in the interstices, one must engage in the entire supply chain, seizing industry authority and becoming a standard setter. Otherwise, these two remaining pillars may also become relics of a fading industry. What should we do then? Huang Yujia finally ventured to ask, his inquiry resonating with the collective curiosity of the group. Everyone pondered the same question. How should they proceed? Have you all heard of the leather city in East Zhejiang? Wu Wei inquired thoughtfully. How can a region that does not produce leather establish the largest leather city in the nation? This provoked a ripple of contemplation. Indeed, how could this be? The audience erupted into discussion. Yu Mingyuan's expression darkened. Despite being a former university professor and deputy mayor, he struggled to keep pace with Wu Wei's line of reasoning. The answer lies in their mastery over the entire supply chain, from a modest district-level creative park to the nation's largest leather city. Their developmental model warrants our emulation and study. They began with a clear market positioning and developmental strategy, aspiring to become the largest leather city in the country, and continuously expanded their market influence through exhibitions and trade fairs, drawing in diverse enterprises along the supply chain. Step by step, they ultimately evolved into the nation's foremost leather trading center, commanding nearly the entire supply chain. Wu Wei recounted the origin story of the Zhejiang East Leather City in the simplest of terms, prompting deep contemplation among all present. Are you suggesting that Qingqiu could emulate their success? This thought emerged from the probing mind of Sun Jishi. Emulation? No, it is learning, a pursuit of knowledge. Wu Wei scoffed, asserting that the endeavors of scholars should not be deemed mere imitation. Sun Jishi regarded him with disdain. Then enlighten us. How should we proceed? Wu Wei, disinterested, smirked and continued. With our solid foundation and existing resources, we can undoubtedly create a light textile city unique to Qingqiu. In that moment, Wu Wei transformed into a formidable orator, his grand proclamations disarming everyone at the table. Light textile city? The term resonated with Yu Mingyuan, who was hearing it for the first time. The phrase derives from light industry and textiles, with a light textile city serving as a comprehensive hub centered around textile products, encompassing raw material procurement, processing, machinery manufacturing, textile processing, and sales. This knowledge stemmed from Wu Wei's essential coursework during his university days. Tsinghua University's textile program ranks first nationally, with fundamental courses often becoming electives for engineering students. This introductory course on textiles was one of Wu Wei's electives in his freshman year. Additionally, his father's factory background afforded Wu Wei substantial familiarity with the intricacies of the industry. How much capital is required to establish such a light textile city? While others pondered the methods, Sun Jishi's sole concern was the financial figure. Observing the gleam in her eyes, Wu Wei recognized the intensity of her yearning. First, a plot of land is essential. We possess ample land, as much as we need. Secretary Huang was the first to express agreement. It is necessary to consolidate surrounding factories within a 10-kilometer radius. This poses no challenge, Yu Mingyuan, overseeing light industry, replied confidently. The complex must encompass at least 500,000 square feet to accommodate the various stages of the industry chain, including raw silk trading, textile machinery, fabric research and development, and finished goods sales, each requiring distinct areas. Calculating based on this scale, it would take no less than 100 million. Director Lin from the Investment Bureau began to sweat nervously. Wu Wei calmly raised 2 fingers, stating, 200 million is required. A collective gasp filled the room, as the initial sum had suddenly escalated tenfold. Wu Wei added, this is a long-term project, to be executed in phases. The 200 million only represents the initial investment. His words plunged the table into silence. What kind of celestial project is this? And can Qingqiu truly sustain it? What scale of output can be anticipated? Only Sun Jishi remained alert. Wu Wei confidently raised 2 fingers once more. 20 billion? Wu Wei shook his head. 200 billion? He continued to shake his head. Sun Jishi, now visibly agitated, exclaimed, impossible. One cannot merely consider the output value of the light textile city. These are merely tangible assets. Fabricate your narratives as you wish. Sun Jishi fell silent, her gaze rife with skepticism. Once the light textile city reaches a certain scale, aggregating 50% of the national textile industry's total, it could potentially become an independent publicly listed entity under the banner of the light textile city. Once the market is entered, the valuation should exceed 200 billion. Shouldn't it? At this moment, Sun Jishi felt somewhat lost. Of course, once the time arrives, it will be an era of finance and capital. The real economy must catch this train, or else the traditional enterprises of Tongzhou will be left behind by the passing times. Finally, Wu Wei articulated his most genuine thoughts and intentions. Ro Ti tightly grasped the cup in her hand, while Yu Zhixiao lifted her gaze to meet the resolute expression of Wu Wei. At this point, Yu Zhixiao comprehended that Wu Wei's words were not mere rhetoric. He painted an alluring vision for Tongzhou's development, offering those who still adhered to the real economy a glimpse of a possible future. With the presence of the light textile city, companies positioned at various stages of the industrial chain could be revitalized. Yu Zhixiao understood the preceding points. Yet it was the notion of going public that truly astonished her. It became evident that disparities truly exist between individuals. Chapter 40. I truly have 200 million. Ultimately, the discussion regarding Tongzhou's future did not delve any deeper. As soon as guests began arriving to toast, everyone instinctively ceased their conversations. After Wu Wei finished speaking, he felt a sense of relief, having merely spoken offhandedly, without concern for any outcomes. Whether Sun Jishi would invest was of no significance to him. His unwavering resolve lay in assisting his father's factory out of the mire and gradually pursuing the path he desired. Where's the watch I gifted you? Why aren't you wearing it? A soft voice whispered gently in Wu Wei's ear. What watch? Wu Wei was utterly bewildered, his eyes wide as saucers. Yu Qingqiu's breath caught, her fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, as she lowered her head and said, the one my father gave you last time. Oh, wasn't he that a reward from Uncle Yu for my bravery? Yes, no, it is. The usually composed Yu Qingqiu seemed flustered, her words tumbling over one another, wavering between affirmation and denial. Actually, I bought it myself. Finally, Yu Qingqiu revealed the truth. Oh, since I have accepted it, I can't very well return it. Can I? Then why don't you wear it? I'm not accustomed to wearing such expensive things. As the two whispered to one another, Ning Peijun observed them closely, a peculiar glint passing through her eyes. Just moments ago, when Yu Qingqiu's friend, Feng Xianxian, entered and spotted Wu Wei seated beside Yu Qingqiu, her jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Intrigued, Ning Peijun feigned a trip to the restroom and seized the opportunity to engage Feng Xianxian in conversation outside. In just a few exchanged words, Ning Peijun gleaned the history between Yu Qingqiu and Wu Wei. Her confusion deepened. It was evident that Wu Wei had not been the one persistently pursuing her daughter, yet the current dynamic appeared entirely different. It seemed as though Yu Qingqiu was the one taking the initiative, while Wu Wei not only refrained from reciprocating, but seemed to shy away. The emotions between young men and women are often elusive, ever-changing from dawn to dusk. As she was about to leave, Sun Jishi unexpectedly interjected. My brother's graduation banquet will be held next Friday evening at Qingqiu Mountain Villa. Everyone is invited. Upon hearing her words, the crowd responded enthusiastically, recognizing that if Sun Jishi had spoken, it was imperative to show support. The prospect of the vast Qingtong City project seemed ethereal. Yet if it were to come to fruition, a smooth career for a decade would undoubtedly be secured. We shall definitely attend, right, Qingqiu? Yu Mingyuan beamed, his fondness for Wu Wei growing with each passing moment. Yu Qingqiu uttered a soft acknowledgement, unsure of how to respond. As Wu Wei had yet to extend an invitation to her, Wu Wei felt a sudden jolt of alarm, his mind racing with caution. Come one, come all. Qingqiu Mountain Villa is spacious enough to accommodate everyone, Sun Jishi boasted, exuding confidence. Then we shall impose ourselves upon you, Huang Yujie declared, affirming his attendance. The gathering was filled with merriment, yet the only one who seemed discontent was Wu Wei, who left in haste. What kind of imagination do you possess to conceive such fanciful ideas? The Lotus car weaved through the road, heading towards Qingqiu Mountain Villa along the riverside. Wu Wei gazed out at the fleeting scenery, responding with resignation. It's nothing but the result of extensive reading. Do you believe Qingtong City can truly materialize? The question was misplaced, for how could he know? I merely said it offhandedly, Please don't take it seriously. It's just idle boasting. Yet it sounds quite plausible to me. I believe it is entirely feasible. His sister interjected. If you genuinely possess 200 million, you could purchase 2 buildings in Haijiu, collect rent, and in 5 years, sell them for double the price. How splendid would that be? Suddenly, the car came to a screeching halt at the roadside, the jarring inertia nearly propelling Wu Wei from his seat, leaving him startled and uncertain of Sun Jiqi's next antics. With wide, fierce eyes, she fixed her gaze on him, declaring, I truly have 200 million. A wave of orchid fragrance enveloped him, forcing Wu Wei to retreat. Finally conceding, he implored, Sister, that money doesn't come from thin air. We cannot squander it recklessly. Investment carries risks. One must proceed with caution. Her phoenix-like eyes shimmered with an unrestrained excitement that rendered him unable to meet her gaze. Will you help me? She suddenly shifted her tone, her words dripping with sweetness that sent shivers down his spine. Wu Wei, feeling utterly defeated, slumped in resignation. I'm just a high school student. My capabilities are limited. Before he could finish his thought, the car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, pinning Wu Wei firmly against the seat. It was a roller coaster of emotions, oscillating between pleasure and discomfort. Upon arriving at Qingqiu Mountain Villa, Wu Wei attempted to slip away but was swiftly ushered through the entrance. Frustrated, he could only seethe in silence as Li Zhong, the chief bodyguard of Sun Jiqi, flashed him a knowing smile before another individual took over the task of escorting him. The two exchanged silent glances, neither willing to break the silence. Cups of tea were poured continuously, leaving Wu Wei with a faint discomfort in his kidneys. Even a trip to the restroom was accompanied by a shadow, making escape impossible. They stood in mute confrontation, both reluctant to be the first to speak. Wu Wei was perplexed. He wondered why Sun Jiqi had suddenly become so fixated on the matter of the light textile city. He had merely proposed a broad framework, yet it had evoked such fervor and commitment from her. The fact that she truly possessed 200 million was what astonished Wu Wei the most. The Grand Master chair was far from comfortable, making it impossible for him to recline in ease. With 200 million at her disposal, wouldn't it be better to relax? Why the need for turmoil? Casting a sidelong glance out the window, he noticed the sun was nearly set. Wu Wei let out a few grunts, his mind swirling with questions. The woman across from the tea table raised an elegantly arched eyebrow at Wu Wei's demeanor. Are you considering helping me? Wu Wei replied in a sullen tone, My lady, what exactly do you intend to do? Sun Jiqi's smile faded, and just as she was about to speak, Wu Wei raised his hand to silence her, answering his phone instead. Mom, today is a classmate's graduation banquet. Who? It's you, Qingqiu. I'll be home shortly. What? You've already finished eating? What else is there to do? It's almost dark. Singing? I can't sing. Taking a girl to an internet CAF doesn't seem appropriate. I'm not that kind of person. What? Not allowed to return home before 10? Is there no place for me in this family? He hung up the phone in frustration, feeling despondent. Sun Jiqi burst into laughter, bringing some much-needed life back to the previously quiet hall. Come, let us go have a drink. Don't you want to know why? I will tell you. What she claimed was a search for a drinking spot turned out to be merely a change of room. This was a small villa reserved exclusively for Sun Jiqi. Tranquil and private, an endless cloak of darkness slowly enveloped the estate, rendering the night even more enchanting and mysterious. Chapter 41. Secrets of the Aristocracy. The appetizers were few, consisting mainly of refreshing cold dishes, while a bottle of red wine stood ready, patiently awaiting its turn to be savored. Wu Wei bit into a cucumber, its taste bland and unremarkable. Wine, wealth, and desire, the 4 prohibitions of life. He was resolute in his decision not to drink. The woman opposite him was far too perilous, and he would never place himself in jeopardy. Sun Jiqi poured herself a generous glass, lifting it to her nose with a charming smile. I have been saving this Qingqiu for quite some time. Today is finally the day to indulge. What Qingqiu? Surely not that legendary wine worth $1 million a bottle. The woman's captivating gaze confirmed Wu Wei's speculation. You understand red wine? Of course, he replied. Wu Wei's modesty shattered upon hearing the name Qingqiu, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the blood-red liquid. $1 million a bottle. Such a treasure should not be squandered. You're still underage. You can't drink, can you? With a playful glint in her eyes, Sun Jiqi moved the circular decanter closer to herself. Wu Wei felt slightly embarrassed, managing a sheepish grin. In 2 months, I'll be 18. She poured just a hint, enough to cover the bottom of the glass. Wu Wei took a sip, seemingly enraptured, exclaiming, "It's truly exquisite." Such a remark was indeed amusing, prompting Sun Jiqi to tease him lightly. "Not a single kind word from you." Beneath the soft glow of the lights, Wu Wei sat quietly, separated from Sun Jiqi by less than 20 centimeters. After a few glasses of wine, Sun Jiqi appeared somewhat charmingly tipsy, her eyes hazy and alluring as she propped her head up, gazing intently at Wu Wei. The tenderness in her gaze intensified, and in her drunken stupor, she seemed almost enchanted. With the liquor loosening her tongue, she became more talkative. "I'm turning 25 next year. There's no escaping it. I do not wish to marry. Especially not that debauched scion. They merely view me as a bargaining chip for their family's alliance." Upon hearing this, Wu Wei felt overwhelmed. The clandestine affairs of the affluent were hardly within the purview of someone like him, clad in white, and such revelations were indeed startling. "I've already devised a plan to have Li Zheng discreetly break his third leg." "Ha ha ha." Wu Wei broke into a cold sweat. That was rather ruthless. "I have no retreat. If my voice holds no weight in the Sun family, I will inevitably become their stepping stone." Wu Wei fell silent, realizing that the seemingly carefree Sun Jiqi bore an immense burden. Behind her glamorous exterior lay a tumult of troubles. He suddenly comprehended why she was so invested in the Textile City project. She had her own grievances and helplessness. In the Sun family, as a woman, Sun Jiqi could not escape the invisible cage and constraints. Desperation was likely the best description of her current state. "My parents separated long ago, and my mother went abroad, leaving me alone with my father. My grandmother has passed away, and the only inheritance I have is this 200 million trust fund. Beyond that, I possess nothing." Wu Wei was taken aback. What did she mean by nothing? It was a blatant display of wealth. "Isn't the Qingqiu mountain villa also yours?" He thought bitterly. At worst, she could flee abroad and strive for independence. Could she truly starve? Sun Jiqi's grand declarations made Wu Wei scoff. With her temperament, she might indeed find herself in dire straits. "But I refuse to be a pawn." Tears welled in her eyes, making her look all the more pitiable. Where was her father in all this? Would he allow such a fate to unfold, or was he willing to sacrifice his own daughter for the sake of power? Wu Wei gazed at Sun Jiqi, who was now weeping at the table, and felt an involuntary pang of sympathy. As another glass was drained, the cup slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor. Suddenly, Sun Jiqi embraced Wu Wei, her warm breath brushing against his ear. "You've finally returned. Help me, please." Wu Wei was taken aback, bewildered by her cryptic words. What did she mean by finally returned? They had only met twice before. As the effects of the alcohol took hold, Sun Jiqi could no longer resist and leaned against Wu Wei's shoulder, drifting into a deep slumber. After much effort, he managed to get her into the bedroom, utterly exhausted. Sun Jiqi was restless, tossing aside the blanket he had just arranged, turning back to cover her once more. He noticed her chiffon shirt had somehow come undone, revealing a fair expanse of skin tinged with a rosy hue. Perhaps feeling too warm, she began to tug at her clothing, displaying a determination to shed it all. Alarmed, Wu Wei's heart raced, and he swiftly turned to exit the room. A sudden, thunderous bang startled Wu Wei, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. Within just 2 breaths, a shadowy figure lunged towards him. In a mere instant, Wu Wei felt a sharp pain as his nose was struck, causing stars to dance before his eyes. "You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on my sister?" A powerful punch aimed directly at Wu Wei's face, delivered without restraint. Stumbling slightly, Wu Wei miraculously managed to evade the blow. "You think just because you resemble Brother Chu Xian, you can act with impunity? I will end you." The assailant roared as he pounced onto Wu Wei, pinning him to the carpet, raining down punches like a torrential downpour. Caught off guard, Wu Wei found himself in a predicament, his mind buzzing from the initial strike, leaving him ill-prepared for the onslaught that followed. The blows grew heavier, forcing him to defensively shield his face, utterly incapable of mounting a counterattack. In a moment of desperation, he thrust his knee upward, eliciting a squawk from his attacker, who crumpled into a helpless ball. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Wu Wei steadied himself by the bed, only to discover his hands smeared with his own blood. Enraged at the sight of the moaning man on the floor, he advanced and delivered 2 swift kicks, provoking another pained cry. Indeed, in a brawl, striking low is often the most effective strategy. The man on the ground, his head tilted in agony, spat, "You beast. I will kill you. Watch your mouth. What have I done to you? You attacked me first." Wu Wei retorted, indignant. All he wanted was to cover himself with a blanket, yet he ended up battered and bruised. What have you done to my sister? The man quivered, propping himself up against the sofa. Your sister? Who is your sister? Wu Wei asked. The one lying on the bed. Ah. A sharp pain shot through Wu Wei's head as he realized that Sun Jiqi had a brother. The two men faced off, the air thick with tension. Just then, a languid voice broke the awkward silence. Xiao Chun, what brings you here? Oh, why are you fighting with Wu Wei? Sister, you're awake. This bastard took advantage of you. And I caught him red-handed. I was going to kill him. What advantage did he take? Wu Wei is a good person. He wouldn't do that. Sister, you can't just let him off because he looks like brother Chu Xian. Sun Yuchen exclaimed, exasperated. Who is Chu Xian? Wu Wei finally interjected. His question plunged the son's siblings into a profound silence. A chill ran down Wu Wei's spine. He realized he had unwittingly become a stand-in. So that's what it meant that you finally returned. Chapter 42. The arrangement of fate with tissues stuffed in his nostrils. Wu Wei's face bore the marks of a brutal encounter, mottled and disfigured. Sun Yuchen fared little better, his legs intertwined and trembling slightly. The pain of an injury is no mere ailment. It can be excruciating. Both young men, brimming with youthful vigor, had spared no mercy in their scuffle. Each occupied a corner of the sofa in silence. Sun Jiqi, roused from her slumber, blinked groggily, struggling to comprehend the situation. After a moment, she managed to rise, splashing cold water on her face to regain her composure. Xiao Chun, what brings you here? I worry for you. Dear sister, you ventured alone to Tongzhou, and I fear you may encounter a repeat of the previous incident. As he spoke, Sun Yuchen's voice diminished, for he wished to avoid revisiting the topic of the accident. I tried calling you, but you did not answer, so I inquired with Li Zhang. Sun Yuchen cast a glance toward the door, where a dark silhouette stood, motionless like a pine. Then why did you contact Wu Wei? He asked. Sun Yuchen fell silent, his countenance somewhat unnatural. In truth, he had not witnessed any overt transgressions by Wu Wei. It was merely the earlier scene that had ignited his blood, prompting him to act impulsively. Apologize. Sister, apologize. I'm sorry. Wu Wei grunted in acknowledgement, having also crossed a line. Thus, they were even. Let me ask again, who is Chu Xian? The room fell silent as Sun Yuchen bowed his head, unwilling to speak. Even the usually forthright Sun Jiqi was rendered mute, her delicate hands entwined, her gaze evasive. A surge of anger welled within Wu Wei, and he abruptly rose, striding toward the exit without looking back. Just as one foot crossed the threshold, a large hand firmly grasped his shoulder. Emerging from the shadows, Li Zhang's slender form came into view. With a slight shove from Wu Wei's shoulder, he resisted Li Zhang's grasp, refusing to yield. Li Zhang, however, did not meet Wu Wei's gaze, his eyes instead fixed on Sun Jiqi within the room. Wu Wei relaxed his shoulder, yet still found himself unable to step outside. Everyone leave. Sun Jiqi's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. Reluctantly, Sun Yuchen rose and followed Li Zhang out, closing the door behind them. Wu Wei was not a mere child to be manipulated. This was his final opportunity to convey his sentiments to Sun Jiqi. A hint of distant detachment flickered in his eyes, a subtle expression that did not escape Sun Jiqi's notice, piercing her heart with an inexplicable ache. Qingqiu Xian, my childhood friend, the person I trusted most. I once believed he would be the one to pull me from the mire. He adored climbing, relishing adventure, yearning to conquer all the mountains in the world. Once, he ventured to Tibet and never returned. Some say that when death approaches, the person you long to see will come to escort you, allowing you to face the end with greater serenity. Sun Jiqi recalled the events of that fateful day, her expression hazy, her body trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, I truly believed it was he who had come to take me. You resemble him so closely. Meeting you again at Qingsong Mountain Villa convinces me that this is divine providence. You are the one sent by fate to rescue me. Tears glimmered in her eyes as Sun Jiqi laid bare her innermost feelings. Wu Wei remained impassive, yet internally he was profoundly stirred. After a long pause, he slowly rose. Addressing Sun Jiqi with solemnity, Sister Jiqi, after the graduation banquet, we shall consider our accounts settled. You owe me nothing. Furthermore, I do not wish to be regarded as someone else's substitute. Ultimately, your destiny lies in your own hands. Do not rely on anyone to save you. After speaking these few words, Wu Wei exited the room, glancing at Sun Yuchen and Li Zhang still standing in the courtyard, and departed from Qingsong Villa without looking back. The moon hung high in a star-speckled sky, and the air on the mountain was exceptionally refreshing. Wu Wei gazed into the distance, his heart imbued with a profound sense of tranquility. A chance encounter, a nod of acquaintance. Parting ways, each finding their own peace. As he approached the roadside to hail a taxi home, a figure resembling a nocturnal spirit halted at his feet. The car window rolled down, revealing Sun Yuchen, who was clearly unfamiliar to Wu Wei until now, driving his sister's vehicle. "You are Wu Wei, right? My sister asked me to give you a ride home." Wu Wei waved his hand, declining Sun Yuchen's kind offer. "Let's go. It's difficult to catch a cab here," Sun Yuchen insisted. After surveying his surroundings, Wu Wei ultimately decided to get into the car. Sun Yuchen was unfamiliar with Tongzhou and relied on Wu Wei's guidance to navigate the way. "I apologize for earlier. I may have hit a bit hard." "It's all right. Is your face okay?" "It's fine, just numb. Next time, could you refrain from slapping me? Oh, by the way, you really resemble Brother Chu Xian. Take your sister away. She shouldn't return to Tongzhou. After the last accident, my family doesn't allow her to roam about. So they sent me to fetch her home." The two young men met for the first time in such a manner, leaving a rather poor impression on each other. That night, in the mysterious villa of Qingqiu Mountain, a light remained aglow. Wu Wei, however, slept soundly, for peace of mind fosters tranquility. Early Monday morning, Wu Weidong prepared to depart for Haizhou with Lu Wanlong and El Yunfan. Two prototypes had been modified and were set to be transported to the new campus in Xihua for installation and debugging. Wu Wei assisted in securing the machinery before hopping off the vehicle. "Brother Yunfan, I leave the rest to you. Rest assured, I will keep a vigilant eye." At that time, the Haidong Bridge had yet to be built, and including the ferrying across the river, the journey would take at least 5 to 6 hours one way. El Yunfan directly took a seat at the back of the truck, needing to monitor the situation to prevent any slack in the belt that might compromise the machine's stability. To cultivate new technical talents, Wu Wei suggested that Wu Weidong take El Yunfan along for hands-on assembly experience. El Yunfan was intelligent and diligent, undoubtedly a rising star. As the vehicle roared to life, kicking up a cloud of dust, Wu Wei patted his clothes and waved goodbye to the truck. Even without the light textile city, with the connection to Xihua, the factory would find new avenues for success. Wu Wei silently prayed for everything to proceed smoothly. Just when he thought peace would return, a phone call shattered his hopeful expectations. The factory had received a peculiar notification that left everyone somewhat baffled. On Tuesday morning, Vice Mayor Yu Mingyuan would lead a team to the factory for an inspection, specifically requesting Wu Wei to accompany them throughout the visit. With Wu Weidong away on business, this heavy responsibility fell squarely on Wu Wei's shoulders. A sense of unease washed over him. It seemed he was once again in someone's sights. First Sun Jiqi, now Yu Mingyuan. Both were formidable characters. How to respond? Wu Wei can only meet force with force, and water with earth. Chapter 43. Anomalies must have their demons. The factory is barely surviving. Although located in a development zone and benefiting from certain policy exemptions, there has been no leadership inspection for over a year. The marks left by 204 have long been submerged in the relentless tide of progress. What remains now is merely a hollow faade. An incompetent general can exhaust an army, a maxim that holds true everywhere, but not in the case of Wu Weidong. The state-owned enterprise reform had long proclaimed the demise of 204. After the financial accounts were disclosed, despair engulfed the entire factory. It turned out that many had been siphoning resources from this establishment. The past was a painful birth, leaving only a trail of debris. At that time, Wu Weidong was merely the head of the technical department, proficient in his craft and highly respected among the workers. Ultimately, he was chosen to negotiate with the team responsible for the state-owned enterprise reform, led by Yu Mingyuan. The two engaged in discussions for 2 days and nights, both emerging from the conference room with reddened eyes. A hasty farewell marked the passage of 10 years, during which time they had no further contact. Yu Mingyuan enjoyed a smooth ascent in his career, becoming the deputy mayor of a city, while Wu Weidong trudged forward, painstakingly navigating the precarious line between life and death. Gazing at the dilapidated gates, Yu Mingyuan was flooded with memories of the past. Yet today, Wu Weidong was absent. Before him stood Wu Weidong's son, Wu Wei. The two sycamore trees at the entrance had grown to obscure the sky, and beneath their shade stood a handsome young man, leaning against the gate, waiting in silence. Just as an Audi official vehicle came to a halt and the door had yet to open, a Santana 2000 emerged unexpectedly. A dark figure disembarked from the Santana and rushed to the front of Yu Mingyuan's car. A tall, slender man emerged from the passenger seat, seemingly Yu Mingyuan's secretary, positioning himself directly in front of this individual. "Old leader, it's me, Qingqiu." Li Qingqiu, a name familiar to Yu Mingyuan, was once a subordinate. 2 years prior, he had been reassigned from the position of head of the business bureau to the district chief of the development zone. "Hello, district chief Li." "Old leader, why speak like that? Qingqiu is indeed precious." Li Qingqiu showed no pretense in front of Yu Mingyuan. The development zone had been established for less than 2 years and had achieved little, so despite the reassignment, Li Qingqiu felt quite frustrated. He had just received news that Yu Mingyuan would be inspecting the textile machinery factory and immediately brought the main members of his district team. As both the deputy mayor and a standing member of the municipal committee, Yu Mingyuan was not only a figure of authority, but also Li Qingqiu's former superior. "I'm just here for a casual visit. What brings you here?" Li Qingqiu grasped Yu Mingyuan's right hand with both of his, shaking it vigorously. "Since the old leader is here for an inspection, I simply had to come." His sincerity was evident, devoid of any pretense. Yu Mingyuan smiled slightly. "Since you are here, let us go together." Li Qingqiu beamed with joy and promptly followed suit. A group of 7 or 8 individuals appeared rather formal. Wu Wei observed the scene, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Ah, more guests arriving for a complimentary meal. Greetings, Uncle Yu. My father is absent today, so I shall take on the responsibility of hosting." "Very well." A few succinct exchanges conveyed the situation with remarkable clarity. Yu Mingyuan, initially surprised to see Wu Wei alone, found himself impressed by the young man's composure and poise. With just 3 statements, Wu Wei conveyed 3 significant points, prompting speculation among the surrounding individuals. First, he addressed Yu as uncle, rather than mayor, indicating a noteworthy relationship. Second, the mayor's absence during a city inspection suggested that connections indeed ran deep. Third, the audacity of this young man to venture out alone was truly remarkable. Yu Mingyuan's response further astonished the onlookers. Their dialogue was crisp and direct, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments, clearly indicating familiarity. Li Qingqiu had intended to introduce himself, considering it was a business from his own district, but upon witnessing the interaction, he promptly fell silent, adopting a posture of quiet observation. The group passed through the large iron gate and proceeded along a straight path to the end. The office building, somewhat dilapidated and in need of repair, was the first stop. Next was the warehouse, conveniently located near the entrance, housing the assembled machinery, though now mostly vacant. Following that was the parts workshop, filled with machine tools, somewhat grimy and lacking visual appeal. The assembly workshop was bustling with activity, and Wu Wei deemed it best not to disturb the workers. There was also a specialized area for ironwork, used infrequently throughout the year. Like a tour guide, Wu Wei presented the details devoid of any emotional engagement, merely stating facts. The audience listened in astonishment, their hearts racing with trepidation. Particularly, Li Qingqiu felt the dampness of his white shirt fluctuate as perspiration nearly formed rivulets on his forehead. Standing before a wall at the far end of the factory, Wu Wei completed the entire introduction in just 10 minutes. Yu Mingyuan remained silent, listening intently. He had visited this place before, nearly indistinguishable from a decade ago, though now even more decrepit. "Shall we proceed to the discussion now that the tour is over?" Wu Wei remarked with a smile, lightening the previously oppressive atmosphere. This young man was genuinely intriguing. Yu Mingyuan responded nonchalantly, "I shall follow your lead." Wu Wei turned on his heel, guiding the group back to the office building on the left side of the entrance. Though referred to as an office, it was merely a modest 5-story brick structure. There was no elevator, only a staircase that seemed excessively high, exhausting the group considerably. "Little Wei, should we not have some water? It's sweltering, and everyone is perspiring." Yu Mingyuan jested as he took his seat. Wu Wei slapped his forehead. "Oh dear, I forgot to purchase water. Allow me to offer everyone some tea instead." The tea, however, was simply brewed mulberry leaf water from a large container. He poured half a cup for each person in enamel cups, serving as their tea. A secretary glanced at the slightly murky liquid in the cup and quietly retrieved a thermos from her bag, gently placing it before Yu Mingyuan. Yu Mingyuan did not reach for the thermos but instead picked up an enamel cup, inhaling its contents before inquiring, "Xiao Wei, what kind of tea is this?" Wu Wei grinned. "Our factory is quite impoverished, unable to afford tea. This is mulberry leaf water." "Can mulberry leaves be steeped in water?" "Of course. In summer, brewing mulberry leaves yields a beverage that clears the liver and sharpens the eyesight, while also preventing wind heat colds. It's perfect for quenching thirst after working up a sweat. I drink a bucket of it daily. Although the scent was peculiar, it imparted a refreshing sensation upon tasting. Yu Mingyuan pursed his lips and nodded slightly. Observing his reaction, the others also lifted their cups to sip the water. After some time seated and sipping, the group found themselves at a loss for conversation. From the moment Yu Mingyuan initiated his inspection, an air of peculiarity had enveloped the proceedings. There is often an anomaly behind every oddity, and this anomaly likely referred to the composed young man present. Xiao Wei, do you know why I am here? I do not. At your tender age, you cannot feign ignorance. I have traveled quite a distance. Their exchange resembled a riddle, leaving the audience on edge. Li Jing was stared wide-eyed at Wu Wei, as if he were a creature from a fantastical tale, sweat beginning to seep through his freshly laundered shirt. Wu Weidong, typically a man of great integrity and composure, had unexpectedly produced such an extraordinary offspring, appearing utterly unfazed in front of the deputy mayor. Yu Mingyuan surveyed the conference table. He was not surprised by Li Jingguo's presence. Rather, he would have found it astonishing had he not come. The future of the light textile city would undoubtedly anchor itself here in the development zone. Li Jingguo's arrival only added to the significance of the moment. After hearing Wu Wei's vision for the light textile city, Yu Mingyuan had been profoundly shaken. He harbored an instinctive feeling that this project could very well become a pivotal milestone in Tongzhou's history. This conviction grew stronger, prompting Yu Mingyuan to spend the night gathering substantial information regarding the Zhujiang Eastern Leather City and recent developments in the domestic textile industry. After 2 days of meticulous research, he reached a critical decision. His personal visit to the textile machinery factory was motivated by a desire to meet Wu Wei once more. Contemplating the situation, he ultimately resolved to come in person, considering it the most fitting pretext for his investigation into the textile machinery factory. Regarding the Light Textile City project, I believe it to be highly feasible, Yu Mingyuan asserted right away. Wu Wei felt a pang in his head. Indeed, the focus remained on the Light Textile City. Observing Wu Wei's conflicted expression, Yu Mingyuan continued, I understand that your concerns center on the future of the machinery factory. Otherwise, you would not have shared such a vital strategic plan with us. Gazing at the middle-aged man opposite him, Wu Wei opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent. Your analysis of the feasibility of the light textile city is astute. Whether considering the existing foundation or the future layout of the city, there are clear pathways to follow. I have reviewed extensive documentation that corroborates your perspective. The developmental model of Zhujiang Eastern Leather City is one we can fully emulate, and indeed, we may carve out a new path uniquely suited to Tongzhou. Overall, your plan is devoid of any apparent flaws. However, I still find myself grappling with 2 unresolved inquiries, prompting me to seek your counsel. Those few who have accompanied us here to share a cup of tea are all direct descendants of Yu Mingyuan, while the individuals brought by Li Jingguo remain downstairs. Li Jingguo's hand trembles as he holds the teacup, not daring to breathe too heavily. Having once worked in the business bureau, he quickly comes to a realization. Zhujiang East, Leather City. Tongzhou, Light Textile City. The connection of these terms dawns upon him, revealing the vastness of this intricate scheme. Hearing Yu Mingyuan's tone, he is astonished to learn that this strategy was proposed by that young upstart, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Given that we have pursued matters to the factory, Wu Wei must be aware that evasion is futile, Yu Mingyuan states, his eyes brightening as he takes the notebook offered by his secretary, opening it to read aloud. How shall we address the issue of raw materials? Is it feasible for us to resolve the processing of raw materials concurrently? Will our future products be aimed at exports or self-operation? With such a plethora of products, are we facing homogenization, and can we truly sell them? After articulating his thoughts, Yu Mingyuan sips his mulberry leaf tea, feeling refreshed and invigorated. With an expectant gaze, he directs all these inquiries towards Wu Wei. Wu Wei is momentarily taken aback. What began as 2 questions has transformed into a multitude of uncertainties. Yet, one cannot entirely fault Yu Mingyuan. Many of the concepts Wu Wei discusses are beyond the comprehension of those in this era, even for Yu Mingyuan, who struggles to grasp them fully. Xiao Wei, I may have posed a few too many questions. I hope you don't mind, Yu Wei says, chuckling softly. Is this truly a matter of quantity? Taking a deep breath, Wu Wei rises and casually jots down 3 points on the blackboard with chalk. Allow me to briefly elaborate. The room falls silent, each individual poised with their pens, even the newly arrived Li Jingguo feigning readiness. The geographical location of Qingqiu is the crux of this plan. As Wu Wei speaks, he presents a powerful argument. Yu Mingyuan appears somewhat disoriented. Was it not the foundation of Qingqiu that constituted the most significant asset? How has it suddenly pivoted to geography? Wu Wei writes the names Qingqiu, Haizhou, and Qingqiu on the 3 points, each representing a city. Qingqiu has historically been renowned for silk production. The silk from Qingqiu is its unique hallmark. The quality of Tong silk is exceptional, with long fibers making it a superb raw material. Instead of further elaborating on the top-tier Qingqiu, Wu Wei shifts his focus to the lower left corner, Haizhou. Haizhou is a directly governed city with the largest economic scale along the coast and a high standard of living, boasting a substantial population base. Here lies the future's most significant consumer demographic. Yu Mingyuan's expression gradually grows solemn, as if he has grasped a thread of understanding. Have you all heard of the concept of the 3-hour economic circle? The audience remains silent, exchanging glances with one another, not a whisper to be heard. No? Then allow me to explain briefly. The so-called 3-hour economic circle is, in fact, a concept of temporal distance. Economists generally assert that if the travel time between two cities does not exceed 3 hours, economic integration will occur, facilitating swift movement of both population and goods, thus creating synergistic effects. Qingqiu lies in the upper left quadrant of Qingqiu, while Haizhou is positioned in the lower right. Yu Mingyuan furrowed his brow and could not help but inquire, but the distance between Qingqiu and Qingqiu, as well as from Qingqiu to Haizhou, exceeds 3 hours. Not only was he in charge of the light industry, but he also oversaw transportation and was well acquainted with the logistics between these neighboring cities. Wu Wei nodded, fully aware of this fact. He then turned around, picked up the chalk, and drew a straight line from Qingqiu to Qingqiu, continuing downward to Haizhou. Though it may not be the case now, it does not preclude future possibilities. Noting the lingering confusion among the attendees, Wu Wei sighed and drew a circle centered on Qingqiu. Curiously, both Qingqiu and Haizhou fell within this circle. From a straight-line perspective, the distance from Qingqiu to Qingqiu is indeed equivalent to that from Haizhou to Qingqiu. A thought flickered in Yu Mingyuan's mind, leaving him momentarily startled. How had this young man conceived such notions? The previous questions resided within this circle, and the conclusion need not be stated. Wu Wei tossed the chalk, which gracefully arced through the air before landing precisely in the corner wastebasket. Chapter 45. Then let us go overhead outside the window. The sound of cicadas erupted from the parasol trees, piercing the near-stagnant wall of air like a needle. Wu Wei sensed that his recent comments had led the assembly to lose their composure and rationality. The light textile city was not merely an isolated project. Its significance extended beyond a mere architectural complex. More crucially, it would serve as a hub, linking all potential markets from every direction. A bespectacled man, who appeared to be a researcher, was the first to speak. There is already a provincial road connecting Qingqiu and Qingqiu. Transforming it into a 3-hour journey could be achieved by upgrading to a highway. Even considering the costs, with some determination, it is feasible. However, between Haizhou and Qingqiu lies a river. Yu Mingyuan concurred, recognizing that Qingqiu was the optimal choice for addressing raw material issues, making the inclusion of Qingqiu in the so-called 3-hour economic circle quite viable. Qingqiu, situated in a plain, had not seen renovations on its provincial road connecting to Qingqiu for over a decade. Seizing this opportunity for upgrades would be welcomed by both Qingqiu and Qingqiu. Additionally, with the structure and vision of the light textile city, Qingqiu would certainly be eager to participate. Haizhou boasts consumption power that leads the nation and is one of the earliest coastal cities to open up, with its economic development consistently outpacing others. If Haizhou could become a future consumer for the light textile city, concerns over sales would be alleviated. The question was once again directed at Wu Wei, leaving him quite vexed. Xiao Wei, between Haizhou and us lies the mighty Yangtze River. Even by the swiftest means, it would require at least 5.5 hours. How could it possibly be accomplished in the 3 hours you mentioned? Yu Mingyuan interjected with a poignant remark, rendering the issue more explicit. Wu Wei, with a slight grimace, pondered how the minds of people in this era could be so constrained, lacking even a modicum of open-mindedness. Yet, he overlooked the fact that in 2003, we were merely at the nascent stage of economic ascendance, and a conservative approach was to be expected. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Wu Wei nonchalantly suggested, "Then let us simply fly over." With a resounding crash, Yu Mingyuan abruptly rose. his chair toppling over and colliding with the concrete floor, producing a thunderous noise that left everyone momentarily stunned. Are you suggesting that Tongzhou should build an airport? Yu Mingyuan's voice trembled. Tongzhou's status hardly afforded the privilege of establishing a new airport. Such thoughts were beyond imagination. Wu Wei stood aghast, realizing he had been overly radical. It turned out Yu Mingyuan was the true embodiment of conservatism. It was indeed a case of the conservative perceiving the radical as excessively cautious. Wu Wei looked up at Yu Mingyuan and chuckled. I didn't realize, Uncle Yu, that you were a conservative. Me, conservative? You propose building an airport in Tongzhou. And I'm the conservative? Yu Mingyuan exclaimed in disbelief. If you dare to build an airport, doesn't that mean you think my radical ideas are too conservative? Amused by Wu Wei's jest, Yu Mingyuan finally grasped the underlying intent of his words. Didn't you say we should fly over? Who said flying over necessitates constructing an airport? Another powerful blow, leaving the crowd utterly bewildered. Li Jingguo was drenched in cold sweat. His notebook blank save for the perspiration that left faint traces. The recent dialogue had rendered Yu Mingyuan's scalp prickling and his body devoid of strength. After a moment, he turned his gaze to the young man, who still wore a smile. Wu Wei's left hand gestured slightly, urging the agitated Yu Mingyuan to take a seat. His clear and resonant voice resumed. Building an airport is impractical. Why not construct a bridge instead? Haizhou and Tongzhou are merely separated by a river. If a direct bridge could be established, the previously extensive journey could undoubtedly be condensed to 3 hours. Li Jingguo felt as though his throat had been stuffed with cotton. Struggling to breathe, Yu Mingyuan paused, his breath catching, fists clenched tightly as his mind raced. To forge a path through the mountains and build a bridge over the waters is indeed the most straightforward and simplest solution. Why had no one thought of such an elementary approach? After a long moment, he slowly inquired, Xiao Wei, how did you conceive this? At that moment, Yu Mingyuan finally discerned the comprehensive framework that Wu Wei had envisioned for the light textile city, based on Tongzhou's original textile industry foundation. Establishing a comprehensive light textile city that integrates the entire industrial chain for synergy and control was the crucial first step. The establishment of a 3-hour economic circle, incorporating Tongzhou, the primary source of raw materials, along with Haizhou, the potential largest consumer market of the future, constitutes the second step. As for the third step, Wu Wei has hinted at it, yet Yu Mingyuan dares not contemplate it. Achieving the first 2 steps is already a monumental success. The future remains a realm Yu Mingyuan cannot even begin to imagine. Such a genius conception, astonishingly crafted by a youth, is indeed breathtaking. Yu Mingyuan is meticulous in thought, possessing not only profound knowledge but also a unique insight into human nature. Through his interactions with Wu Wei, he discerns that these ideas are entirely Wu Wei's own. Otherwise, it would be implausible for such a vast and intricate vision to be articulated with such clarity and coherence. However, he is utterly perplexed as to how a high school student, who is yet to attend university, is equipped with such specialized knowledge and the ability to synthesize it. Having expressed all necessary thoughts, Wu Wei realizes that the situation has already begun and cannot be halted. Lunch was taken in the factory canteen, where each person received a standardized meal, devoid of any special treatment. Yu Mingyuan found the meal quite satisfying, alleviating his greatest doubts and leaving him in a relaxed state. Li Jingguo seized the opportunity to engage Wu Wei in conversation, frequently referring to him as nephew, which left Wu Wei somewhat overwhelmed. After all, he was the district chief of the development zone, with significant implications for the factory's future, and Wu Wei had no choice but to comply. I will definitely attend your graduation banquet. There's no need to send an invitation, as I will bring Qingqiu along. Yu Mingyuan patted Wu Wei on the shoulder, making sure his words were heard by all as he made his departing remarks. Wu Wei silently scoffed, recognizing the underlying motive of wanting to see the affluent Sun Jishi. Despite the grandiloquent manner of speaking, he regrettably had already severed ties with Sun Jishi. Given her temperament, she would undoubtedly not make an appearance at the banquet. Wu Wei forced a smile. Uncle Yu, I hope you won't be disappointed. Yu Mingyuan, confused yet unperturbed, led the group away from the factory. The ritual of farewells, although not to Wu Wei's liking, was inescapable, further solidifying his resolve. Rather than placing hopes in these ephemeral futures, it is far more prudent to ground oneself and strive for personal strength. Chapter 46. Sun Jishi's Subtle Thoughts and Truth. Wu Wei had contemplated whether his candid revelation to Sun Jishi would jeopardize his graduation banquet. However, he remained indifferent. Should Sun Jishi truly retract her invitation, he would suffer no loss. After all, face is but an illusion without the requisite confidence to support it. Thus, he had irrevocably delineated the boundaries between himself and Sun Jishi, leaving no room for negotiation. Yet, when manager Ho reappeared at his home, respectfully discussing the menu and beverage arrangements for the Friday banquet with his mother, Lu Rulin, Wu Wei understood that the matter was far from settled. Upon seeing Wu Wei return home, Ho Xiangrong immediately donned a smile, rising to greet him. Due to the instructions of Miss Ji Shi, there is no need for you to prepare anything. We have already arranged the return gifts. Here is the list for your review. Wu Wei casually accepted the list with one hand, glanced at it briefly, and returned it to Ho Xiangrong. The gifts, including Su embroidery, Hui ink, and Shi ink stones, are of exceptional quality and considerable value. Ho Xiangrong took the list back with both hands and softly inquired, "Is everything satisfactory, Wu Xiao?" "Quite good. Though it seems a bit extravagant," Wu Wei replied with a smile. Ho Xiangrong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood, as they are your guests. It must be the finest. Wu Wei looked up at Ho Xiangrong, noting his quick wit and adeptness, clearly a skilled businessman. Ho Xiangrong understood the implications of Wu Wei's words, yet he had a remarkable ability to navigate conversations with subtlety. Wu Weidong was still on a business trip in Haizhou, and when Lu Rulin saw Wu Wei return, she disregarded the trivial matters and handed them over to him before retreating into the kitchen to prepare a meal. "This is the guest list and seating arrangement. I just had the pleasure of showing it to your esteemed mother. Would you like to take a look as well?" "Wu Xiao?" Wu Wei initially wished to avoid meddling, but recalling Yu Mingyuan's words from earlier that day, he picked up the paper, pointed to the central table, and said thoughtfully, "Move the unrelated individuals aside. This table must be left vacant for me." Ho Xiangrong's heart raced. "Unrelated individuals? This is the main table. Aside from Miss Ji Shi, everyone else is one of your family's most esteemed elders." Indeed, Sun Ji Shi had reserved a seat for herself at the main table. Wu Wei smiled lightly. "Aside from our family of 3 and Sister Ji Shi, everyone else can be sent away." "Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements," Ho Xiangrong replied, his expression sharpening as he grasped Wu Wei's intentions. Wu Wei's comment about the return gifts being wasteful likely stemmed from dissatisfaction with these relatives. Otherwise, he would not have made such a statement. Ho Xiangrong remained composed and promptly acquiesced. The arrangement of seating based on seniority was not merely Ho Xiangrong's idea, but also aligned with Wu Weidong and Lu Rulin's views. However, when Wu Wei expressed a desire to change it, Ho Xiangrong offered no objections. Despite Wu Wei's youth, he spoke with remarkable clarity and determination, leaving no room for interference. Ho Xiangrong sensed that Miss Ji Shi seemed to harbor some trepidation towards Wu Wei. Earlier that morning, Sun Ji Shi had called specifically to ensure her name was included at the main table, lacking the confidence and certainty one might expect. Having positioned herself at the main table, her intentions were unmistakably clear. Both individuals held a degree of resentment, akin to Cold War lovers. Since that day, they had not communicated, yet found themselves entangled in trivial disputes. As Ho Xiangrong walked towards the car, he spoke. "Wu Xiao has cleared the main table, seemingly reserving a spot for someone, while maintaining your seat." On the other end, there was silence, followed by a faint acknowledgement before the call ended. Today, Qingqiu Mountain Villa was closed to guests, refusing entry to any other visitors. The staff busily attended to their duties, meticulously cleaning every corner, leaving no speck of dust or stain overlooked. Today, Qingqiu Mountain Villa stands open wide, prepared for a momentous occasion. Everything is in readiness as the clock strikes 5. The sun, though descending, casts a warm glow that accentuates the red banner hanging at the entrance. Wu Wei stands at the doorway, clicking his tongue in anticipation, ready to offer further commentary, when he suddenly receives a sharp slap to the back of his head. "You think you're the leader? Step aside and greet the guests." Lu Rulin does not indulge Wu Wei, having seen through his intention to sneak in and avoid work. Wu Wei sighs in resignation, obediently taking his place at the entrance as a doorman. Ho Xiangrong ushers in the Wu Weidong couple, inviting them to inspect the arrangements for the day. Having returned from Haizhou, Wu Weidong brings with him an order from Xihua Textile College, providing a much-needed boost to the machinery factory. With this guaranteed order, at least the next 6 months are secured. Xihua, with its substantial financial backing, promptly transfers a 30 deposit, allowing Wu Wei to relish a taste of affluence. He reflects wistfully that had it not been for his son's connections, he might never have even approached the gates of Xihua. He specifically inquired if he could invite the uncles and aunts from the factory, as they have watched Wu Wei grow up. While Wu Weidong understands the stature of Qingsong Mountain Villa, he also fears that there may not be enough seating for everyone. Wu Wei, however, is indifferent to such concerns. He is eager to bring honor to his parents, and as long as Ho Xiangrong assures him that arrangements can be made, he has no qualms. It is not only Wu Weidong who is extending invitations. The guest list from Lu Ruolin continues to grow. Old colleagues from the street office are enthusiastic, having prepared gifts for Wu Wei's graduation well in advance. Lu Ruolin, known for her warm demeanor, is akin to the matriarch of the street office. This time, with Wu Wei's acceptance to Nanhua, she experiences a sense of pride that she has not felt in over a decade. It would be disingenuous to say she is anything but elated. Ultimately, they settle on Qingsong Mountain Villa, and Lu Ruolin dares to send invitations only to a few of her closest friends. Yet somehow, the word spreads, and everyone learns that the Wu family will host a graduation banquet at Qingsong Mountain Villa, igniting a fervor among the community. This venue is not one that just anyone can access. Hosting a graduation feast there signifies a family of considerable means. Suddenly, the way people perceive Lu Ruolin transforms. After living most of her life, she feels an unprecedented sense of pride. Repeatedly requesting additional seating from Ho Xiangrong, she finds him ever accommodating, displaying no hint of impatience. Eventually, Lu Ruolin herself begins to feel a twinge of shyness. Observing the main hall filled with numerous tables, Wu Weidong and Lu Ruolin finally ease the tension in their hearts. The previously tranquil entrance gradually comes alive as guests begin to arrive in succession. Regardless of familiarity, Wu Wei greets every man as uncle and every woman as auntie. Standing there in his fresh attire, he radiates vitality, drawing admiration from all who pass by. A testament to his standing as the most handsome young man in the area. The red envelopes given are but thin slips, merely a token of good fortune to share in the celebratory spirit. A waitress clad in a crimson qipao presented a beautifully crafted bag, containing 3 exquisite gifts that were undoubtedly valuable. Guided by the welcoming staff, the guests proceeded into the venue with an air of carefulness. Chapter 47. The family that occupies the nest of magpies. As Wu Weidong and Lu Ruolin emerged, they encountered numerous relatives and friends along the way. Sister Ruolin, how fortunate you are. This place is simply opulent. Old Wu has certainly struck it rich. We are fortunate to bask in your glory today. The two hastily made their way outside to assist with the welcoming. Wu Wei's grandmother had passed away early, and his grandfather had also departed a few years ago, severing ties with their ancestral home. Therefore, relatives were primarily from Lu Ruolin's side. A sleek black Mercedes-Benz pulled up at the entrance, and the tall figure of Li Hongjian stepped out. After glancing at Wu Weidong and Lu Ruolin standing nearby, he confirmed he was at the right location. Following him was a taxi, from which 2 more individuals alighted. Upon closer inspection, Wu Wei recognized the 2 families from his grandmother's side had arrived. Oh, so it truly is Qingsong Mountain Villa. Old Wu, what fortune have you come into to be so extravagant? Li Hongjian's loud voice reverberated, causing Wu Wei's eardrums to throb slightly. Mother, you're here. Please, come inside. Lu Ruolin stepped forward, silencing Li Hongjian's boisterous remarks. Like stars orbiting the moon, an elderly woman in a gray linen garment emerged. The old lady wore an expression of displeasure, squinting at the scene before her, and let out a cold huff. You insist on coming here instead of the place, Hongjian suggested, nearly jarring my old bones apart. Indeed, Qingsong Mountain Villa was somewhat distant from the city. Merely a half-hour's journey, yet the elderly woman's words twisted its essence. Her initial remarks cast a shadow over Wu Weidong and Lu Ruolin's faces. However, aware of the many witnesses, Lu Ruolin stepped closer to assist the old lady, murmuring, Mother, today is Xiao Wei's graduation banquet. Thank you for making the long trip. After all, they were there to dine, and it would be unbecoming to create a scene. The old lady, maintaining her stern demeanor, began to ascend the steps. As Li Hongjian passed the registration area, he extracted a red envelope from the plaid handbag tucked under his arm and tossed it onto the table, where it landed squarely before Wu Wei. The envelope emitted a dull thud upon contact with the surface, suggesting it contained a substantial amount of cash. Xiao Wei, as you prepare for university, you must acquire some respectable items. Do not tarnish our family's reputation. Li Hongjian scrutinized Wu Wei's attire, subtly shaking his head. "Thank you, uncle." Wu Wei replied with a cheeky grin, lifting the envelope with 2 fingers and casually tossing it into the collection box. Li Hongjian was momentarily taken aback, as Wu Wei discarded it without a glance, leading one to believe he was like others who merely contributed 100 or 2. "Child, your uncle has generously offered a grand envelope, 3,000 yuan. Lu Yunhong interjected, unable to contain herself. Her boast elicited astonished glances from those around, filling Lu Yunhong with satisfaction. 3,000 yuan was indeed enough to cover Wu Wei's tuition for an entire semester, a considerable sum. "Aunt, if you have any regrets, feel free to take a few bills back." Wu Wei widened his innocent eyes, staring intently at his aunt Lu Yunhong. Lu Yunhong's face alternated between shades of blue and white. Despite her sharp tongue, she momentarily found herself at a loss, unable to respond to Wu Wei's unexpected provocation. "Wu Wei, is this how your parents raised you?" Indeed, the elderly lady was incensed. Most guests had already entered, leaving only 3 families lingering at the entrance. "Our Lu family is a cultured lineage, and we adhere to propriety in all matters. Do not think that just because you have been accepted into university, you can treat your elders with such disrespect." The elderly lady, a former high school teacher, had always exuded an air of authority, and even in retirement, her demeanor remained unchanged. The expressions of those present shifted subtly. Her words were acerbic and clearly biased. Wu Weidong was about to offer an explanation when Lu Rulin interjected. "Mom, Wu Wei was merely joking with his aunt, not being serious. Come now, can an elder like me truly hold a grudge against a child?" Lu Yunhong regarded them with a hint of disdain. She was well aware of the true character of Wu Weidong's family, despite their ability to host a graduation banquet. The unfolding commotion before the banquet even commenced left Wu Weidong feeling quite vexed. Watching Wu Wei gleefully carry off the red envelope box, disappearing from sight, Li Hongjian silently scoffed. What does it matter that he got into Nanhua? He still carries himself like a petty person. Yet what truly irked him was not Wu Weidong's family's earlier demeanor, but rather the convoluted journey they had taken to finally find their seats. Guided by a server into the hall, they arrived at a table tucked away in a corner. "Grandma, our seats are over there." Li Hongjian's daughter, Li Meiqin, keen-eyed, spotted their names on the nameplates at that table. As they approached, it was indeed as she said. The pent-up frustration that had been simmering finally erupted. He leaned in close to the elderly lady and whispered a few words. Her piercing gaze swept across him, causing Li Hongjian and Lu Honglan to feel somewhat uneasy. Li Hongjian had not anticipated that Wu Weidong and Lu Rulin would dare to arrange things this way. The central table remained vacant, conspicuously raised several centimeters by a red platform. The decorations and specifications atop it were clearly distinct. It was evident that this was the main table. Li Hongjian, skeptical, rushed over to inspect it, discovering that only one name was inscribed there, and he did not recognize it. Not only were they relegated to the corner, but it seemed as if they were being openly disrespected. "Ah, they are openly snubbing us. Our whole family is deemed unworthy to dine at the main table," sneered Wu Wei's aunt, Wang Guilon. "Indeed, what do they mean by this? We can overlook it, but you shouldn't be denied a seat there." Lu Yunhong excelled at fanning the flames of discord. The elderly lady, proud and accustomed to being in charge since her youth, had always commanded obedience from her family. This incident was akin to having her dignity ground into the dirt. How could she possibly endure it? Used to being domineering, she disregarded the server's arrangements and objections, boldly leading her entire family to ascend the platform and take their seats at the main table. The main table is oriented north to south, with the central seat designated as the primary position. The elderly lady wasted no time taking her place, wearing a self-satisfied expression. In this household, was it not her prerogative to take charge? Soon, when Wu Weidong and the others arrived, she was sure to be subjected to another round of reprimands. As she settled in, what had been a lively hall fell into silence, and gradually, individuals began to rise from the periphery. The first to stand and greet was Lu Rulin's colleagues from the street office. Director Su from the street office, though nominally a department head, held a certain stature in this context. He had just been complaining about not being seated at the main table, but upon noticing the person entering alongside Wu Weidong, he broke into a cold sweat and hastily stood up. "Hello, District Chief Li." The newcomer was none other than Li Jinghua, the district chief of the development zone. Upon Li Jinghua's arrival, Ho Xiangrong promptly informed Wu Weidong, and they went to greet him at the entrance together. As Li Jinghua jovially conversed with Wu Weidong, He spotted his familiar subordinates from the street office and greeted them with a smile. "Director Su, I see you are here too. If you are here, we must certainly attend." Upon inquiry, it was revealed that Lu Ruolin worked at the street office, which made Li Jinghua even more enthusiastic. After a round of pleasantries, Li Jinghua and Wu Wei navigated through the throngs of people, arriving at the edge of the main table. Chapter 48. Striking faces. As Wu Wei emerged, he immediately sensed something amiss. Someone had already taken a seat at the main table. "Uncle Li, you're here." Wu Wei greeted Li Jinghua. "Little Wei, where shall I sit? You are the host today, so please make the arrangements." Li Jinghua called out warmly to Wu Wei, who shrugged and pointed to the main table behind him. "Please hold on. Some individuals seem unaware of the proper etiquette and have taken the wrong seats. I shall make space for you." He leaped onto the platform and, before several onlookers, remarked coolly, "Is your name written here? Do you dare to sit here? Who was responsible for this oversight, placing us in that corner? Do you not understand the rules?" The voice raised belonged to Lu Yunhong, though her gaze remained fixed on her mother. At the forefront were the elderly Lady Chen Hongmei, along with Li Hongjian and Lu Yunhong, their daughter Li Meiqin. Wu Wei's aunt Wang Guilin, and his cousin Lu Tianla. They had nearly filled the table. However, Wu Wei's uncle was conspicuously absent today. "This is our family's occasion. Guests should follow the host's lead. Is there really no understanding of basic decorum?" Wu Wei was unyielding, confronting them directly. The elderly lady's earlier remark about lack of manners had rebounded upon her, striking her squarely in the forehead. Her already gloomy demeanor darkened further. "After all, this is your grandmother, the eldest of the family. Is it not appropriate for her to sit here?" Wang Guilin, appearing simple and honest, was merely a fair-weather friend. Joining in the complaints, Wu Wei scoffed. "If she is indeed an elder, she ought to embody the qualities of one. Leveraging age to bully others is merely shamelessness." "Hongjian, say something." Lu Yunhong gently nudged her husband with her elbow, hoping he would reprimand Wu Wei. However, Li Hongjian kept his head down, his brow furrowed, and his face drained of color. From a distance, he recognized Li Jinghua approaching. The sight of the district chief, Li Jinghua, appearing so familiar with Wu Wei sent a chill down Li Hongjian's spine, making him feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. He silently regretted taking a seat at this table. It was evident that this main table was intended for Li Jinghua. After a moment of hesitation, Li Hongjian stammered, "Xiao Wei, why didn't you mention earlier that District Chief Li would be here today?" The mention of the district chief caused the expressions of everyone present, including the elderly lady, to shift dramatically. Wu Wei remained silent, staring at Li Hongjian with an expressionless gaze. Under his scrutiny, Li Hongjian felt increasingly uneasy and awkwardly inquired, "Is District Chief Li planning to join us?" Wu Wei remained non-committal, merely stating, "Annie, do you still need the land for your driving school? If not, I can inform Uncle Jinghua." Li Hongjian had boasted about the establishment of the driving school on numerous occasions. After all, in that era, obtaining a license to run a driving school was akin to securing a lucrative stake in a near-monopolized market. It promised guaranteed returns with minimal risk. To navigate the necessary processes, Li Hongjian had expended considerable effort, with only the final approval for the land remaining. Each parcel of land had clearly defined usage regulations. Converting abandoned farmland into commercial property was no simple feat. It required certain means and flexibility. Li Hongjian was drenched in sweat, realizing that Wu Wei was aware of this matter, and he began to fear that Li Jinghua might obstruct the land approval process. The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. Why would a district chief target him? As he looked at Wu Wei, fear crept into his eyes. How had that once awkward nephew transformed into someone so formidable? Wu Wei's icy demeanor left Li Hongjian utterly constrained. While the elderly lady was indeed assertive, her advanced age rendered her less influential. In this family, Li Hongjian was the true decision-maker. With Li Hongjian's support, the elderly lady had felt emboldened to act so brazenly. Suddenly, Li Hongjian sprang to his feet and rushed to Wu Wei's side, his anxiety palpable. "Xiao Wei, we must leave immediately." "Leave? Now that we're here, let us finish our meal first." "I've saved you a seat," Wu Wei replied, unwilling to allow his parents to lose face in front of so many people. Reluctantly, they shifted their seats, and the elderly lady's resentful and bewildered gaze fell upon Wu Wei, who felt an immense sense of satisfaction and vindication. For years, had they shown his parents even a modicum of respect, Wu Wei would not have felt compelled to embarrass them in such an important setting. The service staff quickly approached to tidy up the somewhat disheveled table, completing the task in a mere 2 minutes. Wu Wei pulled out a chair and gestured to Li Jinghua, saying, "Uncle Li, please take a seat." Li Jinghua settled into his chair with a commanding presence, as if he had seen nothing of what transpired moments ago. Although he now occupied the main table, his seat was not at the center, but rather at the southeastern corner. Li Jinghua exhibited no signs of displeasure as he savored the exquisite pu'er tea, his gaze persistently fixed upon the entrance. He was acutely aware that he was not the sole individual hoping to occupy this table today. Once he had concluded dealings with Li Hongjian and his associates, Wu Wei's phone began to ring. Li Jinghua, seated nearby, immediately perked up, eavesdropping as Wu Wei spoke. "Secretary Su, you have arrived. Please proceed inside with the guide." As soon as the words left his lips, Li Jinghua's heart raced, attentively observing Wu Wei's movements. To his dismay, Wu Wei did not rise to greet the guests. Instead, he remained seated with an air of composure. Li Jinghua contemplated standing but hesitated, aware of his position as a district chief. It would be inappropriate to act too conspicuously, especially when a mere student appeared more composed. Yet, he felt a discomfort as though something were amiss beneath him, making it impossible to sit at ease. Before long, several individuals approached Wu Wei, guided by the welcoming party. As Wu Wei stood, Li Jinghua followed suit, timing his movements perfectly. However, upon recognizing the group, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Leading the entourage was Secretary Su, a trusted aide of Yu Mingyuan. To his astonishment, following closely behind was the Municipal Committee's Secretary General, Huang Yujia, and then Yu Mingyuan himself. Accompanying Yu was his striking second daughter, Yu Qingqiu, with Lin Yuan, the director of the Investment Promotion Bureau, bringing up the rear. This quintet was indeed the reason Wu Wei had cleared the main table today. Some perceptive individuals quickly identified one or two members of the group, leading to a flurry of whispers and discussions that morphed into expressions of astonishment and admiration. How could the seemingly unassuming couple, Wu Weidong and Lu Ruolin, possess such influence to attract guests of this caliber? The Secretary General of the Municipal Committee, the Vice Mayor, the Director of the Investment Promotion Bureau, and the District Chief, all figures of substantial stature in Tongzhou, had gathered today for one individual. Chapter 49. Will we still be friends? Wu Weidong and Lu Ruolin exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss regarding how to respond. The presence of these distinguished figures altered the atmosphere, and the onlookers' expressions grew peculiar. Wu Wei, undaunted, took the initiative. "Come. Please take a seat. Congratulations, Xiao Wei. Here is a little something for you." Yu Mingyuan casually pushed Yu Qingqiu forward, presenting a prepared red envelope. Perhaps intentionally, Yu Qingqiu was dressed in a white dress today, radiating a fresh and ethereal charm. With a delicate blush adorning her oval face, she was truly enchanting. "Thank you. I shall accept it graciously," Wu Wei replied, weighing the envelope in his hands, grinning as he remarked, "It feels quite substantial." Huang Yujia waved his hand dismissively. "Given your plan for the textile city, this is hardly excessive. However, we are all rather impoverished. The bulk of this is courtesy of old Yu. He is the affluent one." Yu Mingyuan quickly clarified, "This was all prepared by your Aunt Ning. I'm just a pauper." Laughter erupted amongst the group, creating an atmosphere of warmth and harmony. In the realm of officialdom, the significance of hierarchy cannot be overstated. Regardless of the occasion, the order must remain intact. One by one, guests took their seats, and alongside Wu Wei's family of three, an additional chair remained unoccupied. This particular seat was tacitly avoided by everyone, for the absence of its intended occupant rendered many matters meaningless. At 7 in the evening, the banquet was set to commence. Just 2 minutes before the festivities were to begin, a tall figure emerged from the rear passage where the dishes were being brought in. Today, she was exquisitely beautiful. Clad in a simple snow-white shirt, she captured everyone's attention. Her vibrant and graceful demeanor, coupled with an almost imperceptible allure, made it difficult for any man present to maintain a steady breath. Wu Wei, however, was an exception. Sun Jiqi approached leisurely, ascending the platform where the main table was situated. "Miss Sun, what a coincidence. It's lovely to see you again." She nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing those she had encountered not long ago at Yu Qingqiu's graduation banquet. The only unfamiliar face among them was likely Li Jinghua. Wu Wei took the opportunity to introduce Sun Jiqi to his parents, as she was the esteemed sponsor of the evening's event, deserving of such recognition. Noticing the central seat still vacant, Sun Jiqi's previously anxious demeanor lightened considerably. Their last parting had seemingly drawn an invisible chasm between them, a subtle barrier neither wished to breach. As Wu Wei arranged for Sun Jiqi to take her seat, preparations to commence the banquet were underway. Just as the passage for serving dishes was reopened and the waitstaff began to file in, a figure clad in black rushed in, dressed in a somewhat worn dark blue police uniform, faded yet still impeccably tailored. Wu Wei's eyes brightened as he dashed toward the newcomer. "Uncle, you finally made it." "Don't mention it. I had to handle an accident on People's Road. I rushed here as soon as I could and nearly missed it." "That's all right. What matters is that you are here." Lu Jianjun embraced Wu Wei, concealing him from the gaze of others, and discreetly slipped a red envelope into his hand from his jacket pocket. Leaning in, he whispered, 500. "Keep it under wraps, especially don't let your aunt know." "Rest assured," Wu Wei eagerly replied, feeling a warm glow inside. Of all the envelopes, this one held the greatest significance for him. It is often said that the bond between an uncle and nephew is particularly strong, and such wisdom rings true. Throughout his life, aside from his parents, Lu Jianjun had been the most caring figure in Wu Wei's life. Thanks to his grandfather's connections, Lu Jianjun had become a police officer, dedicating over 20 years to the force. Though somewhat timid in nature, he was an upright and commendable officer, albeit just an ordinary grassroots policeman. During festive seasons, Lu Jianjun would always sneak Wu Wei a little pocket money, a secret known only to the two of them. "Where should I sit?" Lu Jianjun inquired, his wide-brimmed hat tucked under his arm as he scanned the room. "Ah, I see them over there. I'm going." Spotting Li Hongjian and his table, Lu Jianjun prepared to approach, but Wu Wei firmly pulled him back. "Come, uncle, sit with us at this table. Isn't Mom and my brother-in-law over there?" "No worries. Today I take charge. You must sit at the main table." The two of them linked arms, leaving Li Hongjian and his table mates utterly astonished. Among their large family, only Lu Jianjun, the least noticeable, ended up at that table. "This is my uncle." "Uncle, this is Secretary Huang, Deputy Mayor Yu, Director Lin, District Chief Li, and Secretary Su." As the introductions continued, Lu Jianjun felt increasingly dizzy. These were names he typically encountered only in official documents, now standing vividly before him. What astonished Lu Jianjun even more was the affability of these individuals. Upon hearing Wu Wei's earnest introductions, everyone responded with warm smiles. Eventually, a chair was added beside his sister, and Lu Jianjun found himself incapable of coherent thought, merely nodding in passive agreement. "My uncle works at the East City office. I hope Uncle Li will take good care of him. Rest assured, I have it under control." When Wu Wei spoke for the first time, Li Jingwen naturally understood the underlying meaning. To be favored by Yu Mingyuan was no trivial matter. Moreover, after comprehending the plans for the light textile city, Li Jinghua expressed his admiration, exclaiming in astonishment. His active participation in Wu Wei's graduation banquet was, in itself, a statement of intent. At last, the table was full. The woman beside him exuded a faint pear blossom fragrance, which Wu Wei's keen senses quickly detected. "Are you satisfied?" he inquired, referring to the arrangements at Qingsong Mountain Villa. "I thought you had returned to Jiangning," she replied, evading the question as Wu Wei sipped his tea, maintaining an impassive demeanor. They spoke in tones only they could decipher, reminiscent of intimate whispers shared between lovers. "You don't wish for my presence?" Her words carried a hint of ambiguous emotion. "I saved a seat for you." She feigned continued sipping her tea. "Do you still hold it against me? As for me, I possess no other virtues but my magnanimity." Sun Jiqi turned her gaze slightly, observing the man's profile, a warm tide swelling within her heart. "Not informing you sooner was my fault. It's good that you recognize your mistake. Will we still be friends moving forward?" Of course. Wu Wei was not petty, despite Sun Jiqi's previous inclination to treat him as a substitute. She ultimately revealed everything with candor. Sun Jiqi's willingness to share her past without reservation was, in itself, a testament to trust. Yet at that moment, she was merely an illusion of strength, while Wu Wei had never regarded her as a true partner. Their chance encounter in the vast expanse of life could not be easily forgotten, for everything was merely beginning. Chapter 50. All banquets come to an end during the feast. Many approached to toast, one wave after another, leaving Wu Wei somewhat overwhelmed. It was not until Li Hongjian and his wife arrived alongside Wang Guilin that they neared the conclusion of the banquet. It was unknown how much internal struggle and deliberation it took for the three of them to reach this point. In the ebb and flow of social dynamics, such behavior was only human nature. The ability to endure and adapt is not a trait possessed by all. Weidong, Rulin, and Xiaowei. Today I raise this glass on behalf of our family in honor of you, Li Hongjin declared, consuming the drink in one swift motion. Wu Weidong and Lu Rulin nodded, sipping from their glasses, acknowledging the gesture. Wu Wei merely tugged at the corners of his mouth, leaving his cup untouched. A palpable silence enveloped the room, as all eyes seemed to scrutinize Wu Wei's expression. Xiaowei, if your aunt has erred in the past, consider it a favor to me and let it go. Lu Jianjun, having sat at the table for an hour and a half, felt as though he had traversed the peaks and valleys of human emotion, witnessing the fickleness of relationships. He poured himself a generous glass of liquor, but before he could indulge, a hand restrained him. Wu Wei took the drink from his uncle's grasp and addressed his so-called relatives with a calm demeanor. Poverty is not a sin, nor is wealth merely a matter of reliance. These simple words plunged the gathering into silence. Most of those present were older than Wu Wei, ostensibly wise and seasoned. Yet their absurdity in speech and action was both amusing and exasperating. As I prepare to embark on my studies, my parents remain in Tongzhou, and I will depend on your support and care. Wu Wei downed the glass of liquor, a potent 53-degree spirit, without spilling a drop. He was set to study in Haizhou, but his parents would remain here. Henceforth, no one would dare to challenge or belittle them. One must not act in extremes. In life, one should avoid being obstinate. This encapsulated Wu Wei's philosophy. Sun Jishi rested her chin on her hand, quietly observing Wu Wei's display, a subtle smile of tenderness gracing her lips. The table fell into an unspoken agreement to avoid discussing matters related to the textile city, yet a consensus seemed to form. Sun Jishi's presence was a statement in itself, igniting anticipation in Huang Yujia and Yu Mingyuan. As the gathering concluded, the evening drew to a close. All good things must come to an end. In the dimly lit villa, Wu Wei slumbered fitfully, the effects of the banquet beginning to overwhelm him. Reluctantly, he was escorted to a separate villa to rest. Wu Weidong and Lu Rulin felt reassured. After all, what harm could befall a young man? They merrily returned home, counting their red envelopes. Thirsty and disoriented, Wu Wei struggled to rise for water, only to find himself in unfamiliar surroundings. A jolt of awareness washed over him. Awake now. Did your bravado lead you to this predicament? A gentle voice, like a silken thread, pulled Wu Wei's attention back. As he rubbed his eyes and recognized Sun Jishi, his body relaxed. Where are my parents? He inquired. They've left, she replied. What? They didn't take me? Your mother said to let you rest. You can return tomorrow. She is too old to carry you. What about my dad? He seems to have indulged a bit too much as well. At times, Wu Wei questioned whether his parents were overly confident in him, given how unfazed they seemed. A glass of clear water provided a much-needed respite for Wu Wei's overheated body. Before he could rise, a soft figure leaned in closer. Wu Wei dared not move, for Sun Jishi's breath was tantalizingly near. You are right. I should not constantly rely on others to rescue me, she murmured, her tone imbued with a touch of resolve. Have you come to terms with that? Yes. From now on, I must rely on myself. Only by becoming stronger can I free myself from constraints. Women can hold up half the sky. I have faith in you. Who are you calling a woman? Wu Wei's earlobe was suddenly pinched by two icy fingers, exerting a slight pressure. It felt as though someone had seized his lifeline, rendering him utterly weak and powerless. He internally screamed for help, lamenting the inappropriate touch. If I were to invest 200 million to secure a stake in the textile city, what kind of leverage might that afford me? The delicate fingers retreated, allowing Wu Wei's spirit to return to him. The textile city encompassed too many facets. It was not merely a matter of money. I am not foolish. I understand. Sun Jishi paused for a moment before continuing softly. Your planning is already quite comprehensive. After careful consideration, this project has municipal backing, so its level will undoubtedly be significant. The need for funding is secondary. The crucial aspect is the influence it can wield, your voice in the matter. Wu Wei tilted his head, meeting her crystalline gaze. Realizing he had underestimated Sun Jishi, while others were easily captivated by her beauty, they overlooked her intelligence. In the Textile City project, the only thing Sun Jishi could gain was the power of voice regarding its future. The better the Textile City developed, the more leverage she would possess, thereby increasing her influence within the Sun family. With such power, who could dictate her fate? Do you know how to resolve the issues surrounding raw materials and product sales for the Textile City? Wu Wei asked quietly, with her brows slightly furrowed. She pondered for a moment. We need to enhance transportation between Tongzhou and Haizhou, making their connectivity more seamless. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. Tongzhou would be manageable, but Haizhou would likely pose challenges, Sun Jishi murmured. Difficult, yet not insurmountable, Wu Wei replied aimlessly. Crossing the river is quite troublesome. Then let us build a bridge. A cross-river bridge? To be precise, it should be called the Haitong Cross-River Bridge. Sun Jishi suddenly gasped, shaking Wu Wei's sleeve. This would connect everything. But it will be quite expensive. The key is whether it is worthwhile. Their conversation flowed until dawn, and Wu Wei succumbed to drowsiness, dozing off on the sofa. Sun Jishi nestled beside him, her spirits still elevated, gazing at Wu Wei's profile with a twinkle in her eyes. As the wind stirred gently, one could not help but wonder if the mark he left on Tongzhou would indeed alter decades of stagnation, allowing Tongzhou to carve out its own path. Everything was just beginning. Once the graduation banquet had passed, life returned to a tranquil state. The ensuing days were both busy and fulfilling, causing Wu Wei to lose all sense of time. Late at night, in front of a silver computer screen, a dialogue box remained open, devoid of any recorded conversations. The two individuals within the box were both online, yet remained silent. At a minute past midnight, the dialogue box suddenly flickered to life. Happy birthday, Jixia. How did you know it was today? Isn't it obvious? Your account number, 0811. You're quite thoughtful. Hee. So where's my birthday gift? I didn't prepare anything. Boring, goodbye. Yu Jixia stretched lazily, ready to shut down her computer and sleep. However, she noticed an additional message in the dialogue box. Check your email. A notification chimed, announcing a new email. Curious, Yu Jixia opened it, the subject line reading, Birthday Gift. Chapter 51, The Enigmatic Birthday Gift. As she gazed at the email's body, which was a perplexing string of letters and symbols, she felt a surge of curiosity. Being a diligent individual, her inquisitiveness compelled her to investigate further. Half an hour later, she conceded defeat, having exhausted all methods to decipher the code. Yu Jixia suspected that Wu Wei was playing a prank, yet based on their previous exchanges, she knew that Wu Wei's gifts always bore a special significance. The fact that he claimed this was her birthday gift caught her off guard. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Yu Jixia gathered the strands of hair that had fallen around her ears, feeling a twinge of reluctance. She lifted her left foot into her arms and stared intently at the string of characters, embarking on one last attempt. A notification chimed, indicating a new message had arrived. Without glancing, she instinctively knew it was a hint from Wu Wei. That cheeky boy, how could he look down on her? Yu Jixia clicked on the dialogue box, eager to uncover the mystery. Wu Wei had sent only a few words, copied to Notepad. With a swift click, she opened the long and used Notepad application, pressed a couple of keys with her left hand, and pasted the string of characters into the blank document. Strangely, nothing happened after the paste. Instinctively, Yu Jixia hit enter. At that very moment, the characters in the notepad vanished, replaced by 4 large, flashing words in the text box. Happy birthday. Yu Jixia stared at those 4 words, both amused and exasperated, as they were adorned with a decorative border. Though quite crude, it once again showcased Wu Wei's whimsical creativity. Boring. Isn't it fun? Just a trivial trick. This is a skill, pure skill. What a pathetic skill. It looks awful. Content matters. The form is insignificant. In the early hours of the morning, the two of them playfully bickered, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Years later, as Yu Jixia reminisced about this amusing incident, she realized that from that moment on, Wu Wei had been quietly preparing for something significant. Every action he took had profound implications for the future. From that instant, he began to play the role of a strategist. While the quantity of machines procured by Xihua Textile College was modest, their variety posed considerable challenges for design and production. To expedite the process, Wu Wei actively participated in technological breakthroughs, acquiring substantial knowledge in machinery. What truly caught Wu Wei's attention was El Yunfan. The depth of his foundation and the rigor of his calculations swiftly elevated him to the position of the second technical expert in the factory, following Wu Weidong. Wu Wei felt a sense of satisfaction. While securing contracts from Xihua was undoubtedly significant, discovering a future leading technical expert was the paramount achievement. After all, the developmental trajectory he designed for the machinery factory was intricately linked to technology. The journey was long and arduous. Only with patience and resilience could one achieve greatness. A lesson Wu Wei had previously distilled from his experiences. He had anticipated a quiet wait for the academic term to commence, Yet fate had other plans. A phone call shattered Wu Wei's serene expectations. Frowning as he hung up, he was astonished by the speed of Yu Mingyuan's actions, which exceeded his expectations. In less than a month, they had advanced to discussions regarding the feasibility analysis. It is crucial to note that such a colossal government project would face numerous hurdles right from its inception. Many initiatives falter at the first hurdle. And if the feasibility analysis report cannot withstand scrutiny, discussing it in a meeting becomes moot. The recent call was from Sun Jishi, inviting him to accompany her to the feasibility analysis discussion for the light textile city the following day. It was said to be a high-profile event, with officials from the provincial government in attendance. After some contemplation, Wu Wei agreed, for this project was originally his proposal, and with both Yu Mingyuan and Sun Jishi involved, he could not afford to remain aloof. Moreover, he had his own agenda regarding this matter. On August 23, 2003, a Saturday, only 2 days remained before the new students would enroll at Nanhua University. Freshmen were required to undergo military training, which typically necessitated an early start to the academic year. Thus, after attending this seminar, Wu Wei would need to set off the very next day. This day would alter the fates of many individuals. The meeting was deliberately arranged at the finest business hotel in Tongzhou, the newly rated 5-star Wanhua. Wu Wei arrived on his own, as Wanhua was conveniently located just 10 minutes away by bus from the development zone. He strolled into the lobby, hands clasped behind his back, wandering aimlessly like a leisurely elder. Ascending to the second floor, he spotted several individuals in white shirts gathered at the corner, and he realized that was the venue for the meeting. As he approached the conference room, he was intercepted. "Young man, you cannot enter here," declared a bespectacled middle-aged man, positioning himself to block Wu Wei's path. The others quickly returned to the entrance, securing the door to the conference room. They had not anticipated that a student-like figure would almost brazenly attempt to walk in. "I'm here for the meeting," Wu Wei replied with a smile. The trio in white shirts laughed in unison, one tall and slender man responding with a hint of courtesy, "This is not a place for you. Please leave." Crossing his arms, Wu Wei cheerfully insisted, "This is precisely where I belong." The bearded, bespectacled man grew notably more serious, stating, "I am not joking. Please leave immediately." Wu Wei was no longer inclined to jest with them. He spoke earnestly, "I am here to attend the Light Textile City demonstration meeting. Is it being held inside?" Before the tall, thin man could finish his words, he was interrupted by the bespectacled gentleman, who gestured for him to refrain from speaking further. "My name is Wu Wei. Please go inside and inform Deputy Mayor Yu that I have arrived." The expression on the bespectacled man's face shifted to one of perplexity, as he found it difficult to discern which of the young man's statements held truth. "Oh, Xiao Wei, you've come. Why aren't you going in?" A figure behind him suddenly patted Wu Wei on the shoulder. Turning around, Wu Wei recognized it was Secretary Su, the aide to Yu Mingyuan. With Secretary Su's arrival, Wu Wei's identity was immediately validated. Observing Secretary Su warmly escorting Wu Wei inside, the bespectacled man stroked his stubble, exclaiming, "When did our Tongzhou produce such a prodigy?" At merely 18 or 19 years of age, he is a core member of today's demonstration meeting. How can one not be astonished? Although the bespectacled man had surpassed the age of 35, he remained merely a research office clerk, a stark contrast that evoked a sense of lament. Comparisons among people can be infuriating, he mused. Qingqiu resolved that he must enter shortly to discern the true nature of this remarkable young man. Chapter 52. The critique meeting. Upon entering the venue, Wu Wei sensed an unusual atmosphere. The setup resembled not a seminar, but rather a critique meeting. The 2 rows of long tables in front were conspicuously elevated, while a solitary table below was adorned with 2 chairs. An empty space lay behind the table, and the remaining chairs were arranged in a semicircle, accentuating the prominence of the central table. Wu Wei felt bewildered. Was this gathering intended for discussion or denunciation? Following Secretary Su to Yu Mingyuan's side, he found Yu's expression grave. Rising, Yu greeted Wu Wei. Noticing that the attendees had yet to arrive in full, Yu pulled Wu Wei aside to a secluded corner and whispered, "Xiao Wei, today's gathering is quite challenging. It was my suggestion to invite you, as Miss Sun places great importance on this project. I need your assistance in identifying any gaps." Wu Wei glanced around the venue. Though a few individuals were seated, he did not spot Sun Jishi's presence. "Has Sister Jishi made a decision?" "Yes, we have actually engaged in discussions several times. Miss Sun is highly enthusiastic about investing. Should our project pass, she will fully cooperate with us." Wu Wei pressed his lips together. There was no turning back now. Sun Jishi was involved. Uncle Yu, is today's affair a discussion or a critique? Wu Wei could not help but inquire further. Yu Mingyuan let out a low, bitter laugh. Xiao Wei, do you have any idea how challenging it is to undertake tasks these days? I had hoped to bide my time, waiting for the two in front to retire and allow me to take over, but time does not wait for anyone. Wu Wei regarded Yu Mingyuan, silently exhaling a sigh. To contemplate danger, to ponder change, to consider retreat, these are the words you imparted to me, which have offered profound insight. Without embracing change, one can only await inevitable decline. To row against the current is to either advance or regress. I have resolved to stake a claim for the future of Tongzhou. Indeed, Wu Wei had not misjudged Yu Mingyuan. He was a politician of grand vision, not merely an ordinary opportunistic figure. Uncle Yu, have you ever heard the saying? Wu Wei spoke softly. To serve in office is to ensure that the nation is not misled above, nor the people below. Yu Mingyuan's eyes sparkled with clarity. Wu Wei's words resonated deeply within his soul. Today, let us take a chance together. In this lifetime, the former father-in-law and son-in-law had transformed into close friends across generations. United by a common goal, Yu Mingyuan exhaled deeply, no longer swayed by the scene or arrangements before him. I shall take the lead, you wait behind for now. When I can no longer bear it, I will naturally summon you. He advised Wu Wei in a low voice, wishing to shield him from public scrutiny. After all, this was a formal occasion, and without any substantial identity, Wu Wei would struggle to garner attention. As soon as their conversation concluded, a procession of individuals entered through the grand doors. Yu Mingyuan and Wu Wei exchanged glances, acknowledging that the day's performance was about to commence. The conference hall could accommodate around 100 attendees, and Wu Wei noted that the available seats were rather few. Clearly, both related and unrelated parties had sent representatives. He sat beside Secretary Su in the third row, near the aisle, a mere 3 meters from Yu Mingyuan. A gentle poke on his shoulder made Wu Wei turn, and he was met with the enchanting, doe-like eyes of Sun Jishi, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. She subtly lifted her chin, a silent greeting exchanged between them. There was no need for words. Their understanding was palpable. A couple of discreet coughs were amplified through the microphone, echoing throughout the hall, banishing the murmurs that had lingered. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have invited numerous leaders and experts to participate in the feasibility discussion for the Tongzhou Light Textile City, began Huang Yujia, the day's host. He spoke eloquently, dedicating a full 10 minutes to introducing each member of the 2 rows seated on stage. The Deputy Director of the Provincial Development and Reform Commission, the President of the Jiangdong Textile Industry Association, the Executive Deputy Director of the Provincial Bureau of Industry and Information Technology, a professor from Jiangning University of Textile Studies, the Director of the Jiangdong Ecological and Environmental Bureau. Indeed, it seemed that everyone relevant and irrelevant had arrived, their titles lofty and imposing. This is a closed-door meeting. Photography and video recording are strictly prohibited, and all materials must remain on-site. I trust everyone is aware of the confidentiality regulations, Huang Yujia declared, his voice resonant and commanding. However, his role today appeared somewhat limited. Wu Wei counted. There were no more than 5 members from Tongzhou City on stage, making it challenging to gain an advantage. Once Huang Yujia outlined the meeting requirements, a dozen individuals filed out to distribute materials to all attendees. You have 10 minutes to review the documents, after which we shall commence the discussion. Everyone bowed their heads in unison, and aside from the sound of pages turning, the atmosphere was hushed. Wu Wei feigned diligence, completing his review within 2 minutes. The thin stack of papers allowed him to distill the essential points, though the intricate details had yet to be elaborated. The critical focus of today's discussion would likely center on how to implement the plans effectively. Merely possessing ideas is insufficient. The paramount aspect of any project lies in its implementation. As 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, an air of tension enveloped the room. Let us commence. I extend a warm welcome to our distinguished leaders and experts for their inquiries. Huang Yujia successfully completed his task, transferring the microphone to an individual resembling a secretary. While he quietly retreated to a corner, I invite Vice Mayor Yu to articulate the impact of this project on the textile industry across the province. The first to speak was Ma Wangjing, the Deputy Director from the Provincial Development and Reform Commission, who oversees the light industry sector. It appeared that he was the highest-ranking official present at this discussion. He opened with a rather substantial topic, which left the audience momentarily at a loss. Yu Mingyuan grasped the microphone on his desk, gently tapping it to test the sound. As a university professor, public speaking was akin to a daily routine for him. Effortlessly executed. The Tongzhou Light Textile City is not merely Tongzhou's. It aspires to become Jiangdong's Light Textile City, and one might even assert that in the future, when people refer to the Light Textile City, they will specifically mean our Tongzhou Light Textile City. Yu Mingyuan's words were eloquent. Although he did not directly address Ma Wangjing's inquiry, he elevated the concept of the Light Textile City to a grander and loftier status. The ambition of the Light Textile City is to establish itself as the largest textile center in the nation, seamlessly integrating the entire industrial chain. In the future, it will serve not only as a trading hub, but also as an information dissemination center. Thus, its primary function is to ensure that every segment of the industrial chain benefits, thereby creating a synergistic effect that invigorates the entire market. Regarding the impact on the provincial textile industry, I personally believe it will serve as a significant catalyst, revitalizing our textile sector and uncovering new avenues in a sluggish market. Chapter 53. A chorus of skepticism. Is Tongzhou attempting to emulate the leather city model of Eastern Zhejiang? Ma Wangjing interjected abruptly, disrupting Yu Mingyuan's flow of discourse. It cannot be deemed imitation. We possess our own unique characteristics, particularly as Tongzhou boasts a profound textile foundation, unlike Eastern Zhejiang, which erected its edifice without any substantial groundwork. Yu Mingyuan had anticipated this challenge and incisively highlighted the distinctions between the light textile city and the leather city. While the notion of imitation was understood, the crux of the matter lies in whether one can forge their own path. Ma Wangjing offered a slight smile, withholding judgment on Yu Mingyuan's explanation. He rifled through his materials, pausing on a page before slowly inquiring. You assert that Tongzhou has a robust textile foundation. Could Vice Mayor Yu elaborate on the nature of this foundation? Given your current status, does it not seem somewhat ambitious to undertake such an expansive project? The questions and answers flowed seamlessly from Ma Wangjing, evidently designed to convey to all present that Tongzhou's so-called foundation was hardly noteworthy. Yu Mingyuan's expression shifted, yet he did not falter. He candidly replied, the textile industry in Tongzhou has a rich history, and many former factories have made substantial contributions to both regional and national strategic development. Although they have since transformed into private enterprises, their foundational legacy remains intact, having nurtured and cultivated numerous skilled professionals and workers. Once the industry revives, these elements will serve as the bedrock for future development. Deputy Mayor Yu, your response appears to be somewhat off-topic, remarked Ma Wangjing, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Yu Mingyuan, undeterred, directly responded, you may refer to the appendix, which contains a directory of 74 enterprises related to the textile industry in Tongzhou. You can ascertain the depth of our foundation. This issue should not be overly scrutinized, lest we become ensnared in an endless loop. This was a realization that Yu Mingyuan had just come to. He must take the initiative to engage. When he tossed the question back, Ma Wangjing did not take it, for his true concerns lay elsewhere. He was acutely aware of the state of the textile industry in Jiangdong province, perhaps more than anyone else. Tongzhou could still be considered relatively favorable. Although its scale had significantly diminished, there remained some industrial interactions, preventing it from becoming stagnant. However, as the head of the textile sector in the Development and Reform Commission, he had to present a stance of impartiality and fairness to all. Once Ma Wangjing set down the microphone, he concluded his inquiries. The atmosphere had been charged from the outset, a surprise to all present. Despite posing only a few questions, Ma Wangjing's inquiries were incisive and challenging to counter. Fortunately, Yu Mingyuan was well prepared and did not falter. Was Tongzhou too optimistic about the future of the textile industry? Indeed, those ready to douse cold water on the discussion soon emerged. Yu Mingyuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that some would strike so harshly, even against their own interests. As the president of the Jiangdong textile industry, Jiang Qinghua's stance was perplexing. It was a well-known fact that the textile industry was struggling. Yet, as a leader, one would expect him to refrain from such negativity. Upon hearing his words, many attendees felt a chill in their hearts. We believe the future is quite optimistic, Yu Mingyuan replied lightly to the question. You think so? I think so. Everyone has their own opinions. Are you crafting policies without considering the data? What data do you refer to? Of course, the overall data from last year's textile industry in Jiangdong province. which the association just released last month. Astonishingly, your feasibility study failed to mention any relevant data. We have indeed reviewed this data, and we do not believe that the dismal state of the industry over the past 2 years will persist indefinitely. Hence, we remain confident about the future. Wu Wei glanced at the solemn Jiang Qinghua on stage, feeling a sense of disdain, merely occupying a position without contributing anything of substance. If they were genuinely committed to action, the Jiangdong textile industry would not have plummeted after the country officially joined the WTO. Wu Wei slightly shook his head, realizing that this so-called discussion was merely a formality, providing these dignitaries an opportunity to pontificate, yet no one was able to pose the truly critical questions. The construction cost of the first phase of the light textile city reached a staggering 200 million. Could Tongzhou's finances withstand such a massive investment? The Provincial Finance Bureau posed a soul-searching inquiry. Indeed, the budget is quite high, but in light of the positioning and scale of the light textile city, we have recalculated repeatedly, and it aligns accordingly. Furthermore, we have identified potential investors who will join us in this endeavor, Yu Mingyuan concluded, visibly straining under the weight of the discussion. 200 million. Might I inquire about the origin of this investment? Regrettably, we cannot disclose that information at this time. The director of the Finance Bureau scoffed. You and Tongzhou still have the unfinished business of the Riverside redevelopment on my desk. I trust that this light textile city project is not merely another facade for political achievement. At this juncture, the words had become rather piercing. The countenances of many local officials from Tongzhou shifted, as this was a blatant affront. In the past, in pursuit of providing the citizens of Tongzhou with a better living environment, a comprehensive dredging and renovation project was initiated to transform the riverside into a genuine living space. However, as the project reached two-thirds completion, a scandal regarding the construction company's severed financial chain emerged, plunging the endeavor into disarray. Over the past 2 years, in an attempt to remedy the previous deficits, Tongzhou has injected countless funds, yet the accounts remain unsettled. Yu Mingyuan took a sip of water to compose himself and slowly remarked, our discussion pertains to the light textile city. We have stringent budgeting and financial oversight in place to prevent a recurrence of past issues. The microphone crashed onto the table with a resounding thud, generating an irksome crackle, indicating the Finance Bureau's dissatisfaction with this response. Subsequently, one question after another followed, each more intricate than the last. Despite Yu Mingyuan's thorough preparation, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. An hour had elapsed, and the atmosphere had grown unbearably frigid. The final question returned to the highest-ranking official, Ma Wangjing, who seized the microphone and delivered a decisive query. For such a significant plan, if you are unable to provide the funds and have entrusted it to private capital and enterprises, how will the primary operations of the light textile city be structured to ensure the utmost success of the project? Wu Wei, nearly dozing off, abruptly lifted his somewhat heavy head, his gaze sharp as he turned towards Ma Wangjing. It seemed he had underestimated certain individuals. A small note was passed from Secretary Su, intended for the front row, to be delivered to the contemplative Yu Mingyuan. Upon opening the note, Yu Mingyuan's pupils dilated in shock, for it bore but 2 words, betting agreement. Chapter 54. Success and failure both depend on quotas. Yu Mingyuan's brow furrowed. His hand clutching the note trembled slightly as he endeavored to master his emotions. He turned to look at Wu Wei in the 3rd row. From the moment he received the note, Yu Mingyuan understood that at this critical juncture, there was only one person capable of answering this question. Their gazes intersected in the air, as if each comprehended the other's thoughts. Regaining his composure, Yu Mingyuan leaned closer to the microphone. Striving to maintain a calm tone, Director Ma's question is rather challenging. I would like to solicit some external assistance. A murmur rippled through the crowd, as no one anticipated that Yu Mingyuan would seek outside help. The tension in the air was momentarily alleviated by his proposal for external assistance, granting the stifled assembly a brief respite. I would like to invite the initiator of the Light Textile City project to address the earlier question. He was the first to propose the concept and establish the specific framework. I believe there is no one more suited to respond to this inquiry. Whispers filled the room, as only a select few were aware that the plan for the Light Textile City was not solely proposed by Yu Mingyuan. Ma Wangjing maintained a stoic expression, subtly nodding in acknowledgement without voicing any dissent. Wu Wei rose from his seat and made his way to the central table, though it was merely a few steps. His movement drew the attention of many, prompting several individuals seated further back to rise and glimpse this remarkable figure. Qingqiu, seated in the sixth row alongside colleagues from his research team, was taken aback when he observed this individual sitting next to Yu Mingyuan, his mouth agape in astonishment. It dawned on him that the young man he had previously barred from entry was indeed extraordinary. "Greetings, everyone. I am Wu Wei." His voice, though low, resonated powerfully, ensuring that all present heard him clearly. "You're so young. Which department do you belong to?" Ma Wangjing inquired, straightening his posture with curiosity directed at Wu Wei. "I am a freshman at Nanhua University, set to enroll tomorrow." Wu Wei appeared youthful, yet an unusual composure added to his demeanor, leading many to underestimate his actual age. The audience erupted in disbelief, gasping in unison, unable to fathom the implications of his words. "A freshman, merely just of age. Vice Mayor you must be jesting." "Director Ma, I assure you, I am serious." The secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Huang Yujia, and the director of the Investment Promotion Bureau, Lin Yuan, can corroborate my statement. With Wu Wei's declaration, Yu Mingyuan exhibited a notable calmness. Huang Yujia and Lin Yuan had both attended the graduation banquet for Qingqiu, witnessing the inception of this brilliant concept of light textile city. Suppressing his inner tumult, Ma Wangjing leaned forward slightly, striving to catch a clearer glimpse of Wu Wei's face. "What could a mere child like you possibly understand about the textile industry?" Jiang Qinghua's inquiry was blunt and direct. A modicum of understanding, Wu Wei replied unperturbed, his tone languid. Despite the gravity of the situation, his understated confidence elicited suppressed laughter from the crowd. Jiang Qinghua, stung by the retort, wore a displeased expression as he retorted, "Do you have any inkling of the dire straits our textile industry faces?" Wu Wei regarded Jiang Qinghua, who seemed overly pretentious and frail beneath his bravado, and leaned in slightly. "Whether it is difficult or not depends entirely on one's perspective." Just as Jiang Qinghua reached for the microphone to confront this audacious youth, he discovered it was missing. At that moment, Ma Wangjing seized the microphone and spoke first. "Then, let us invite Wu Wei to elaborate." As Wu Wei met Ma Wangjing's composed gaze, he suddenly realized that this seemingly neutral figure might very well be an ally. "It is now 2003, just 2 years since our entry into this new era. Have we considered why our textile industry is facing such tremendous upheaval?" Instead of directly addressing Ma Wangjing's earlier question regarding the main structure of light textile city, Wu Wei posed a question of his own. Casting a glance across the assembly, he felt a pang of disappointment upon noticing that nearly everyone appeared bewildered. It is perplexing that what should be a boon for the textile industry has yielded contrary effects. A conundrum that many fail to grasp. The room fell into silence for a full minute, and just as Wu Wei was about to concede, a hand was raised from the sixth row. "Is it due to quotas?" Qingqiu's hand trembled, as did his voice. An invisible force compelled him to raise his hand, for he believed he knew the answer. Over the years in the research room, his work had been simple and untroubled, yet his inquiry into the textile industry had never waned. "Your voice is too soft. I cannot hear you." Wu Wei, equipped with a microphone, projected his voice loudly, in stark contrast to Qingqiu, who lacked such a privilege. However, Qingqiu was not far from him, and Wu Wei heard him clearly. He merely wished for Qingqiu to voice it for all to hear. "It is the quotas," Qingqiu exclaimed, his face flushed with emotion, the sound reverberating throughout the hall, making his answer known to all. Wu Wei regarded the man he had met once before, smiling as he inquired, "Sir, what is your name?" "My name is Qingqiu, from the research room." "Thank you. You were correct. It is indeed due to the quotas." Qingqiu felt a surge of exhilaration, realizing that his long-held beliefs had been validated. At last, someone acknowledged his perspective. "Could you elucidate what is meant by textile quotas?" Now holding the microphone, Qingqiu steadied himself, calming his nerves. Quotas are a form of bilateral agreement that stipulates the categories and quantities of textile and apparel products allowed into other countries or regions each year, functioning akin to a pre-purchase agreement. Isn't that a positive development, effectively reserving next year's production? Surely, it is advantageous for the entire industry. Wu Wei feigned ignorance. Qingqiu, finally at ease, regained his composure. Initially, it was indeed beneficial. Our advantages in labor costs and raw material prices would be amplified, granting us greater competitiveness. However, with the accession to the World Trade Organization, the so-called fixed quotas became mere formalities. Our products must compete openly in the international market against other regions and countries. leading to a significant contraction of our original market share, resulting in a dramatic decline in export volumes. It can be said that the same factors that once elevated the Chinese textile industry are now dismantling its very foundation. What Qingqiu was unaware of was that in 2 years, in 2005, the agreement on textiles and clothing would come to an end, and the already nominal quota system would be entirely abolished. The advantages of quotas are on the verge of vanishing, and this once bountiful feast no longer holds allure. Where do we go from here? Wu Wei's thought-provoking question plunged all present into silence. As anyone with a modicum of understanding of the textile industry could appreciate the significance of the earlier discussion on quotas. Chapter 55. The intention behind the light textile city. Challenges abound, undoubtedly. Many textile enterprises in Qingqiu have succumbed to closure and liquidation. Wu Wei cleared his throat and continued his discourse. This is not merely a local challenge for Qingqiu. It is a dilemma faced by the entire national textile industry. To address this issue, one must first comprehend the essence of discourse power. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, wondering how the conversation had suddenly shifted from discussing industry challenges. Without any preamble, Wu Wei declared, to survive in an open and free market environment, possessing merely a product is insufficient. One must also wield the authority to establish industry standards, and these standards must extend beyond national borders. Insanity, sheer insanity. Jiang Qinghua shook his head, preparing to rise and leave. He could no longer bear to listen to such nonsensical rhetoric. The aspiration to set industry standards, was that something a madman could accomplish? Did he consider the Textile Industry Association merely as a decorative piece? Yet, he observed his companion, Ma Wangjing, diligently taking notes, prompting Jiang Qinghua to feign an adjustment of his posture and remain seated. To attain discourse power, it is imperative to unify the strength of all involved. And the Light Textile City serves as such a unifying entity. With the establishment of the Light Textile City, an increasing number of enterprises will congregate, revitalizing the market and integrating the industrial chain, thereby facilitating the unification of industry standards. Once a cohesive industry standard is established, discourse power will naturally follow, applicable both internally and externally. Consider a simple garment, from the processing of raw materials to spinning fibers, weaving fabric, and finally transforming into a finished product. We receive only 10% of the garment's profit. Where does the remaining 90% go? In the past, the loss of discourse power rendered us incapable of participating in raw material pricing. For instance, the price of wool has surged by 50% over the past few years. Lacking discourse power, we were relegated to subcontracting, branded by foreign so-called luxury labels, which subsequently encroached upon our own market. However, the Light Textile City will emerge as the central hub for textiles nationwide, the sole arbiter of industry standards in the country, and the emblem of discourse power within the textile sector. Wu Wei's words resonated profoundly, illuminating the true significance of the Light Textile City. The descriptions on paper were superficial. It was the notion of discourse power that rendered the strategic importance of the Light Textile City multidimensional. In the past years, despite the textile industry thriving on the back of inexpensive labor and relatively low production costs, the profits earned were meager and hard-won. Yet, the times have changed, and such strenuous earnings have become increasingly elusive. Historically, there has been but one path up Hua Mountain. We have no alternative but to abandon any notions of luck and mere observation. We must take proactive measures, swiftly consolidate resources, and expedite the development of the Light Textile City. Before the true upheaval in the industry arrives, we must fortify our defenses to ensure our survival. By mastering the discourse power of the future, we can alter industry rules and seize control over profit distribution. The hall fell into a profound silence, lingering for an extended period. Qingqiu's face flushed red. He realized that someone understood him. Those thoughts he had pondered countless times were finally articulated in their entirety. Unable to contain himself, he rose and applauded. The second individual joined him, followed by an increasing number of people, until the resounding applause echoed throughout the entire hall. Enduring and relentless, the so-called leaders and experts observed the unfolding events with ashen faces, wishing they could find a crevice in the earth to disappear into. Despite their lengthy discussions filled with trivialities, they merely posed questions without offering any genuine solutions. In contrast, Wu Wei's elucidation provided a solid theoretical foundation and strategic insight for the Light Textile City, effectively delivering a stinging rebuke to these so-called experts. Yu Mingyuan, realizing the depth of his own superficiality, came to understand that the aspirations for the light textile city were indeed lofty. The atmosphere grew somewhat chaotic, prompting the host, Huang Yujia, to intervene and restore order. Ladies and gentlemen, our discussion has not yet concluded. Please take your seats. Wu Wei tapped the microphone twice, a subtle cue that brought the gathering back to silence. Chairman Jiang, are you satisfied with my response? Jiang Qinghua's forehead pulsed with veins, his face betraying a mix of embarrassment and anger. Wu Wei's words had struck him like a resounding slap, catching him off guard. By fundamentally addressing the issue of discourse authority, the difficulties surrounding it were effortlessly resolved. In this significant setting, Jiang Qinghua exerted considerable effort to control his temper, managing only a few dismissive grunts before conceding. Now, allow me to address Director Ma's inquiry regarding the operational approach for the future of the light textile city. At last, Wu Wei faced the question posed by Ma Wangjing. The previously tense expression on Ma Wangjing's face softened with anticipation. He recognized that his trip had not been in vain. Though he appeared like a student, his composure and serenity far surpassed Wu Wei's current age. Speaking with an unhurried eloquence and clear logic, he exhibited an extraordinary breadth of vision, truly an exceptional talent. Ma Wangjing lifted his pen, gently tapping it to signal Wu Wei to commence. Financially, Tongzhou is constrained, a basic truth we must acknowledge. Wu Wei's gaze wandered, causing the head of the Provincial Finance Bureau on stage to grow anxious, fearing he might be the next target of Wu Wei's scrutiny. However, Wu Wei swiftly shifted his narrative. Yet, a lack of funds does not equate to an inability to act. It is essential to broaden our perspectives. Yu Mingyuan still held a note in his hand, and upon glancing down, two characters caught his eye, though he struggled to grasp their significance. In a commercial society that values fairness and justice, the crux of the matter lies not in financial resources. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. How could money be deemed unimportant? Without funds, how could the light textile city ever be constructed? More crucial than money is credibility. Wu Wei's voice rose an octave, eliciting tension among the attendees. Thus, we must engage in a gamble concerning the light textile city. The audacity of this idea was so far-fetched that no one could keep pace with Wu Wei's line of thought. Gamble on what? Ma Wangjing furrowed his brow, unexpectedly inquiring. This gamble was a wager. The term bet was unfamiliar to many present, as it echoed like a thunderclap. This wager concerns the reputation of Tongzhou. Wu Wei did not prolong the suspense, laying bare his thoughts. The government will provide land and policies, investors will contribute funds, and enterprises will exert their efforts. With a united front, this endeavor can succeed. Land and policies constitute assets, cash represents assets, and corporate brands are also assets. Together, these assets form our foundational landscape. However, amidst these three parties, it is the enterprises that truly bear the brunt of the work. To ensure that these enterprises yield tangible results, we must endow them with sufficient motivation. Chapter 56. The first day of enrollment. The limitations of an era are sometimes not merely reflective of differences in economic development, but rather stem from divergent perspectives. Concepts envisioned 2 decades hence can often be unfathomable in the present. The term betting, for instance, serves as a striking illustration of this novelty. Wu Wei's subsequent remarks nearly triggered a seismic shift in the assembly, resonating deeply with all present. The establishment of Tongzhou Light Textile City Investment and Development Company, Limited. With the government holding a predominant share and wielding control, yet abstaining from management, presents a unique model. The investor's stake must not exceed 50, and capital must be secured in advance. Should new investors emerge subsequently, exits and replacements will ensue. A management committee for the Light Textile City will be formed, granting a 10 option, albeit with a betting mechanism in place. Management and operations will be entrusted to a professional team, although both government and investors will have seats. Adherence to the majority rule will prevail. For 3 years, all enterprises within the Light Textile City will be exempt from taxation. If, after 3 years, the Light Textile City achieves an annual tax contribution of 1 billion, the government will reduce its shareholding. These shares will be allocated to the management committee as a reward for subordinate enterprises and exemplary managers. Should the aforementioned conditions not be met, the government reserves the right to reclaim the land of the Light Textile City and commence the collection of land usage fees. whether on stage or in the audience. Everyone harbored a singular thought: genius. A mere promissory note could mobilize such vast resources. This design, though seemingly extravagant and audacious, upon reflection, reveals profound ingenuity. The triangular structure ensures stability, mutual restraint, and oversight, preventing any party from acting indiscriminately. The overarching design guarantees governmental leadership, serving as the utmost safeguard of Tongzhou's credibility. Yet, in execution, the management committee assumes primary authority, thus averting the pitfalls of lay leadership over experts. Simultaneously, the betting mechanism affords future flexibility, allowing all participants to reap the dividends of the light textile city's development. A friendly reminder: the above is purely personal opinion and does not constitute investment advice. Wu Wei concluded his remarks with a half-joking note. Having extricated himself from the crowd, he entered Sun Zhixi's Lotus vehicle. Half an hour having elapsed since the meeting's conclusion. As the Lotus emerged from the underground parking of Wanhua, it departed from this contentious locale. Wu Wei languidly reclined in the passenger's seat, his countenance tinged with solitude. "What's the matter? Are you tired?" The woman's soft voice carried a hint of reproach. "I'm all right, just concerned for you all. Really worried about me?" Conversing with Sun Zhixi often felt like they were on different wavelengths. The light textile city has yet to be formally established, yet it has already garnered substantial attention. Look at those on stage. Are any of them genuinely hoping for the success of the light textile city? The car glided smoothly, devoid of the previous sense of life and death urgency. Sun Zhixi spoke softly. "Every beginning is challenging, but I am mentally prepared." She turned back to comfort Wu Wei, surprising him somewhat. "Be cautious. After today, someone will have their eyes on this piece of cake. A tall tree catches the wind. I understand. You and Uncle, you must consolidate your resources. Whether it's lobbying or public relations, you should exert your efforts in a unified direction, avoiding any sabotage. Rest assured, I comprehend this principle and will cooperate with him. Moreover, do not always think about opposing your family. First, make use of the resources from the Sun family. Once you've grown sufficiently strong." Wu Wei spoke slowly yet with remarkable precision, causing the corners of Sun Zhixi's mouth to slowly rise. Thus, during the half-hour journey, Wu Wei elucidated all that needed to be conveyed. Sun Zhixi seemed to realize something and refrained from interrupting him, allowing him to ramble on. Even upon alighting, Wu Wei remained unsated. He gazed at the expression in her eyes, feeling a tightness in his chest. Sun Zhixi remained silent, simply watching Wu Wei, anticipating that he would share a bit more. However, Wu Wei sealed his lips, aware that he had spoken too much. "Let me take you to school. I have nothing else to do." Wu Wei waved his hand dismissively. "I can go alone. It's simpler." A thick envelope was tossed over, landing in Wu Wei's embrace. "This is your graduation gift. I forgot to give it to you. You shouldn't appear too shabby when entering university. If you find a girlfriend, don't let her look down on you." Wu Wei pressed his lips together, merely uttering, "Thank you." Lianhua departed, leaving Wu Wei standing alone. In his hands was a substantial stack, likely 10,000 in cash, and his lips could no longer suppress a smile. "From today onwards, I am also a person of wealth." As dawn broke, it was 5:50 a.m. The first bus to Haizhou had already departed from the station, and as it had not filled to capacity, it would circle the development zone to pick up additional passengers. Lu Ruolin had inquired ahead of time and purchased the tickets, so they simply needed to wait at the opposite intersection. Wu Wei insisted on going alone, and they did not deter him. From the collaboration with Xihua to the graduation banquet at Qingsong Villa, various signs indicated that Wu Wei had matured, his capabilities far exceeding their expectations. Wu Wei swung a red and white striped plastic bag over one shoulder and waved goodbye to his parents. Watching the taillights of the bus vanish around the corner, Lu Ruolin could no longer suppress her sobs. Wu Weidong patted his wife on the shoulder, offering comfort. "Don't worry, the child is sensible. We must have faith in him." Lu Ruolin wiped away her tears, saying, "I know, but I can't help but feel anxious." The value of familial bonds does not reside in daily interactions, but rather in the thoughts and concerns held across great distances. When Wu Wei awoke from his slumber, he found himself in the bustling city of Haizhou. Navigating the familiar route from the bus station to the subway, he arrived at the campus of Nanhua after 5 stops. Today, Nanhua was particularly lively, as it marked the commencement of the annual freshman enrollment. Even the grand gates of Nanhua, which were of the highest standards, could not accommodate the multitude of vehicles. For a moment, the air was filled with the clamor of voices, making movement nearly impossible. Wu Wei casually slung the plastic bag onto his right shoulder and meandered through the entrance. The sign for the finance department welcoming new students was the largest and most conspicuous, enabling Wu Wei to effortlessly locate the organization. Among the crowd, one figure stood out remarkably. Wu Wei walked directly over and positioned himself right in front of that individual. The woman was meticulously organizing the new student orientation handbook in her hands, preparing to distribute it to the incoming freshmen. "You let me handle this. You needn't exert yourself too much. A male student will be approaching shortly," Wu Wei observed quietly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. "It's fine. I can manage on my own," the woman replied, lifting her gaze to shoo away the fly, only to discover a familiar face standing before her, a glimmer of mischief flickering in her eyes. The boy, undeterred by the initial setback, was about to speak when the woman interjected, "My boyfriend is here. I apologize." Chapter 57. The Oddity's Boyfriend? Where did you get a boyfriend? The boy's anxiety was palpable, his complexion darkening. Yu Jixia raised an eyebrow and pointed at Wu Wei across the way. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively took a step back to create distance. The Queen's man is not to be trifled with. "He.S. just a freshman. How did he become your boyfriend?" The boy struggled to articulate his disbelief. Impatiently, Yu Jixia replied, "He.S. my junior from Tongzhou. Just admitted to Nanhua this year. We've been together for quite some time." The revelation struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving the boy in a state of despondency. Wu Wei sighed. "Well, I've offended someone on my first day of school. How is it that I've gained an advantage yet seem to be at a loss?" Curiously, Wu Wei pondered. "You could have simply dismissed him. Yet you chose to pierce his heart? Piercing the heart. That's quite an apt description." Yu Jixia found the term intriguing. "We're in our third year. Can't we focus on our studies rather than indulging in such juvenile amusements? Men only serve to hinder my academic efficiency." Wu Wei raised his thumb in agreement with Yu Jixia's sentiments. "Room 504, bed 2. After noting his dormitory location from the handbook she handed him, Wu Wei departed with purpose. His ease in facing Yu Jixia stemmed from a secret she harbored, one that, to this day, remained known only to him. Following the map in the new student handbook, Wu Wei successfully located his dormitory. Arriving perhaps a bit late, he found the room bustling with activity, making the already cramped space feel even more confined. Despite the 4 beds, the placements had been prearranged. The dormitory conditions at Nanhua were relatively favorable, with each student allocated a bed and a separate desk. As Wu Wei glanced at the second bed by the window, he noticed a suitcase resting on the bed slats. Parents and students were preoccupied with unpacking, entirely oblivious to Wu Wei's arrival. Approaching the second bed, he addressed the trio with their backs to him. "Excuse me, could you please make way? This is my assigned bed." The combination of 2 boys and a girl appeared to be a family, exuding an air of affluence with their fashionable attire. While the 2 adults stood, only the male student remained seated at the study desk. "In our household, Sen has been experiencing poor sleep, as his bed is positioned against the door, subject to the constant flow of people, which easily disturbs him." The first to speak was a middle-aged woman, her voice laced with a local accent from Haizhou. As she spoke, her gaze scrutinized Wu Wei from head to toe, a fleeting glimmer of disdain flickering in her eyes. Despite Wu Wei's handsome features, his worn clothes and the plastic bag he carried made him appear as nothing more than a typical rural student from a small town. A young man slightly raised his chin, scrutinizing Wu Wei as well. Wu Wei remained still, though his phone vibrated in his pocket. He retrieved the black and white 618 model. Glancing at the caller ID before answering, "Who is this?" "I'm in the dorm." This phone, a hot-selling model from 2003, had skyrocketed in price to 3,000 or 4,000 due to high demand. At a time when gold was priced at merely 100 yuan per gram, this phone had become an unattainable luxury for the average person. The young man, who had been seated, suddenly narrowed his eyes at the sight of Wu Wei's phone, realizing it was the very model he had pleaded with his father for ages to acquire. How could this ragged rural boy, wielding a plastic bag typically associated with construction workers, afford such an expensive device? "Why are you still standing there?" The middle-aged man snapped, his tone turning unfriendly. Wu Wei had no intention of engaging in conflict with them, as he likely would not reside here for long. Had they approached him amicably, he might have considered their perspective. However, given their brusque demeanor, he felt no obligation to be courteous. He tossed the plastic bag onto the bed and stated coolly, "This is my designated bed. It is you who should leave." Wu Wei's assertive stance momentarily stunned the three individuals and left the other occupants of the dormitory astonished. All three families turned to Wu Wei, regarding him with expressions of bewilderment. While most students arrived with their families in a neat and orderly fashion, he had come alone, exuding an air of rudeness and arrogance. "Wu Wei, which student is that?" A gruff voice called from the doorway, breaking the awkward silence. Wu Wei turned to see a square-faced man peering in from the corridor, surveying the room's occupants. "It's me," Wu Wei waved, recognizing the visitor as the one who had just called him. The square-faced man approached warmly, shaking Wu Wei's hand. "Welcome, Wu Wei. I apologize for my tardiness. I am Ma Xiangyang, the counselor for the class of 03 in the School of Economics and Management. Dean Wang sent me to see if you need any assistance." Wu Wei withdrew his hand, replying, "Hello, Teacher Ma, but I am not acquainted with Dean Wang. You may not know Dean Wang, but he certainly knows you." Wu Wei was momentarily perplexed, unable to grasp why the esteemed dean of the South China University of Economics and Management would recognize an unremarkable student like him. "You see, Professors Qian Zhongyang and Yu Chaoyi studied abroad with Dean Wang. Before you even arrived, they had already informed the dean about you, requesting that we extend our support, as they felt you were of great assistance to them." Ma Xiangyang was evidently a loquacious individual, his words flowing freely once he began to speak. Reflecting on his past interactions with Qingqiu, Wu Wei couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, the world is truly a small place. The events of yesterday lead to the circumstances of today, and the cycle of cause and effect invariably finds its resolution. However, under the scrutiny of a prominent figure like Dean Wang, Wu Wei sensed that the next 4 years of university life might be a descent into despair. Farewell to skipping classes. Farewell to internet CAFS. Farewell to freedom. "Is there anything else you need? My dormitory is right next door in Building 5. I can fetch it for you." "No need, Teacher Ma. I have everything I require. Anything I'm missing, I can buy myself later. Thank you." Too polite, too polite. After bidding farewell to Ma Xiangyang, Wu Wei cast a sinister grin at the family of three. "May I reclaim my bed now?" In merely 5 minutes, Wu Wei had everything organized. He had brought very few belongings. The summer in Haizhou is lengthy, and for Wu Wei, a bamboo mat, a blanket, and a few changes of clothes were more than sufficient. "Let me introduce myself. I am Lin's senator as fellow classmates." A minor incident would not affect Wu Wei in the slightest. He regarded the boy who had initially attempted to claim his bed and simply replied, "I am Wu Wei. I am Zheng Xianfeng. I am Lu Weiyu." The 4 occupants of room 504 were finally assembled, and the true essence of university life was just beginning. Chapter 58. The Radiant Sisters. On the first day of orientation, at 2 in the afternoon, all students gathered on the playground for military training to commence. Several formations, arranged by different colleges, filled the field. The lingering heat of summer bore down upon them, the sun blazing as if it were a furnace. After the rules of military training were announced, Wu Wei's back was already drenched with sweat. Assigned to the same squad, the 4 roommates quickly grew familiar with one another during the drills. Although Lin Sun and Wu Wei initially had a minor conflict, youthful tempers flared and dissipated just as swiftly. Following 3 consecutive days of strenuous training and constant companionship, the members of room 504 began to joke and bond, their camaraderie evident. Even Lin Sun, who typically maintained a serious demeanor, relaxed and integrated into the group. By 5 o'clock, the day's training came to an end. Wu Wei strolled leisurely toward the canteen, only to spot someone in civilian attire approaching him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Yu Zhixia, standing out in her vibrant orange dress amidst the sea of camouflage. As a member of the student council, Yu Zhixia had returned to campus early for the orientation. When Wu Wei had just arrived, he had unwittingly become her shield, not wishing to offend anyone right off the bat. He hastily lowered his head, feigning ignorance, and continued to follow his roommates in silence. Zheng Xianfeng, tall and robust, led the way, boasting about overwhelming the canteen with their appetites, while Lu Weiyu and Lin Sun exchanged looks of disdain. Just as they were about to pass Yu Zhixia, Wu Wei, who had been hiding in the crowd, suddenly vanished. A delicate, alabaster arm reached out, seizing the collar of Wu Wei's shirt and pulling him out from the throng. The other 3 roommates halted, their eyes wide with astonishment at the unfolding scene. Yu Zhixia was inherently striking, tall, and exuding an air of elegance that compelled anyone to linger a moment longer. Wu Wei chuckled awkwardly. "Sister Zhixia, what a coincidence." A teasing smile flickered across Yu Zhixia's lips, What are you hiding from? Afraid I might consume you? This refined and graceful senior had captivated them during their enrollment, and even now, her allure was undeniable. The trio collectively inhaled sharply. It was evident that she harbored feelings for Wu Wei. Otherwise, such words would not have been uttered. I wasn't hiding, it's just a bit dark. Making it hard to see, Wu Wei stammered, a seasoned expert in fabricating excuses. Just then, a melodious voice chimed in. Sister, Wu Wei. If Yu Zhixia's beauty radiated an elegant intellect, then Yu Qingqiu embodied a transcendent grace. Instantly, the surrounding men were thrown into disarray. Not only were they both stunningly beautiful, but they were also sisters. How could one possibly choose? Though clad in camouflage, Yu Qingqiu's poise remained unmasked. Wu Wei, why did you sneak in alone without a word? She complained, her tone reminiscent of a pouting wife. Well, Wu Wei fumbled, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Lin's son, having previously regretted clashing with Wu Wei over their assigned bunks, now realized that the seemingly unremarkable Wu Wei had managed to impress their counselor and even garnered the favor of the dean. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and call him father. Lin's son had once prided himself as the top student at Haizhou No. 2 High School, believing he would dominate at Nanhua. Yet upon encountering Wu Wei, he understood what it truly meant, that there were always greater talents beyond one's own. Zheng Xianfeng and Lu Weiyu were left utterly speechless, unable to utter a word. Such exquisite sisters had both set their sights on Wu Wei, igniting envy in the hearts of many. Could you perhaps loosen your grip on me? Wu Wei mumbled, feeling utterly mortified. Come on, let me treat you to something nice. Yu Zhixia said, turning with a swirl that wafted an intoxicating fragrance, leaving the others in a state of blissful daze. Wu Wei found himself in a quandary, unsure whether to follow or to retreat. Yu Qingqiu, however, stepped closer to Wu Wei, nearly entwining her arm with his. With no choice but to steel himself against the penetrating gazes of his three roommates, he followed suit. As a third-year student, Yu Zhixia was well acquainted with the Nanhua cafeteria, ordering dishes that were a feast for the eyes and palate, thus broadening Wu Wei and Yu Qingqiu's horizons. Yet, Wu Wei found himself in a predicament, dining alongside two stunning beauties while countless eyes scrutinized him, akin to a hunted deer. He buried his face in his meal, silent and starved for words. Have you selected your courses yet? Yu Zhixia suddenly probed. Wu Wei and Yu Qingqiu simultaneously looked up, bewildered. Aren't we supposed to choose after military training? Wu Wei muttered softly. Not all courses can be chosen at will. As a senior, Yu Zhixia felt it necessary to enlighten both him and her sister. Sister, aren't all first-year courses mandatory? Can we even choose? Yu Qingqiu appeared even more naive. Mandatory courses only account for 60 credits. The rest are elective. But you must be mindful of the credit balance and intensity. Many foundational courses, such as advanced mathematics, are attended collectively by students from various disciplines. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingqiu's eyes suddenly sparkled. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she was about to speak, only to be interrupted by Wu Wei. I've already decided. We must enroll in courses like mental health, film appreciation, music theory, and public speaking. Yu Zhixia's chopsticks trembled slightly, revealing her inclination to interject, aware that these courses were the easiest for accumulating credits. Sister, aren't these courses unworthy? Yu Qingqiu inquired, puzzled. Only those lacking substance would choose such courses, Yu Zhixia replied, shaking her head gently. How do you insult someone? Wu Wei scoffed. When two women dine, their pace is measured in grains. Wu Wei's chopsticks moved with remarkable speed, and within 10 minutes, he had finished his meal. Wiping his mouth, he looked up just in time to see his three roommates pass by with expressions of envy and jealousy. I'm leaving first, you all take your time. My roommates have arrived. Upon seeing Wu Wei stand, the three paused in unison. Lin's son tugged at Wu Wei's sleeve, signaling, introduce us, they're all classmates. Wu Wei rolled his eyes at the trio, exasperated. Are you all so transfixed by beauty that you forget to move? Step aside. He turned and walked away, leaving the three in a flustered state. The awkward trio hastily followed, looking quite disheveled. Unexpectedly, Yu Zhixia's voice echoed from behind. My father is coming to Haizhou next month. He wants to meet you. Wu Wei stumbled, nearly falling, but Lin's son and Lu Weiyu caught him on either side. They pressed him against the wall after exiting the cafeteria. Zheng Xianfeng, flexing his wrists, menacingly declared, since we are classmates, you better confess your relationship with those two beauties. Wu Wei smirked. They're just classmates, merely classmates. I don't believe your nonsense. The trio shouted in unison, their voices resounding. Chapter 59. A mysterious competition. The finance department enrolls only 60 students each year, dividing them into 2 classes, each consisting of 30 individuals. During routine drills, they are often compared side by side, leading to the emergence of competitive sparks between the 2 classes. On the 5th day of military training, as the day's exercises were drawing to a close, a man in a short-sleeved shirt approached the instructor in charge of the finance department's training and whispered softly. Although the instructor appeared puzzled, he inquired further and finally grasped the rules. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he summoned both teams to assemble. However, the lines separating the 2 classes were distinctly marked, creating a clear divide. Attention! The instructor's commanding voice made everyone tense, signaling that he was about to address them. At ease, I will announce today's competitive event. His voice boomed, causing every individual to stiffen. Yet, Wu Wei's gaze drifted towards the man standing in the shade of the trees, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The 2 classes were to be divided into 2 groups for the competition. The instructor paused for a moment, reflecting on the rules conveyed by the man earlier, and continued. Each round will consist of teams of no more than 10 members, forming a number. The team with the greater number shall emerge victorious. Those who have participated in a round are ineligible for the next until a team is completely eliminated. The winning team will be exempt from tomorrow's 5-kilometer cross-country run. As his words fell, the students realized the gravity of the situation. Today's confrontation was not merely a test of physical endurance. To elaborate, if the teams are equal in number, both will earn a point. However, if the final tally results in a tie, or neither team achieves 4 points, both classes must partake in the drill. Yet, the students of Nanhua quickly grasped the implications. They were seasoned veterans of competitive scenarios, none of them naive. The 2 classes swiftly formed circles to deliberate strategies, with the first round set to commence in 5 minutes. Determining how many participants to send forth became an immediate concern. Voices clamored as each contributed their tactics. Isn't it simple? Send out 10 each time, and victory is assured. Are you foolish? The opposing team will do the same. A tie spells doom. The atmosphere grew tense, the word doom hanging heavily in the air. Then let us adopt a strategy akin to Tianji's horse racing. Intentionally lose the first 2 rounds to deplete the opponent's numbers, while we conserve ours for later. Wu Wei stood on the periphery, absorbing these strategies, his expression grave. With arms crossed, he observed the opposing team, refraining from joining his own group's discussions. He suddenly realized that this confrontation was not as straightforward as it appeared. It was a game of wits. A swift glance revealed the middle-aged man, who was equally focused on Wu Wei's direction, observing all participants from afar. Wu Wei, do you have any suggestions? Lin Sun, whose exuberance had quickly made him the class leader, had been steering the previous discussions, yet now sought Wu Wei's input. Known for his meticulous nature, Wu Wei was the unassailable intellect in their dormitory. This inquiry drew the attention of all, inadvertently casting Wu Wei as the cornerstone of the strategy. He remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the opposing team. Wu Wei, what is your take? Time ticked away, and Lin Sun began to fidget with impatience. The 5-kilometer cross-country run was no trivial matter. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. This was a collective endeavor, and without a unified strategy, they risked being overwhelmed by the opposing team without a chance to retaliate. Silence. Wu Wei raised a hand, halting Lin Sun's pressing questions. Reluctantly, Lin Sun stood, moving closer to Wu Wei, only to notice his eyes scanning the crowd, seemingly searching for something elusive. As the time drew near, the instructor stepped forward, calling out, "Everyone, stand at attention. Teams to the right, teams to the left, turn." The 2 classes faced away from each other to prevent any chance of espionage. First team, step forward. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the first team members stood back to back on either side of the white line. Being educated individuals, they held disdain for such underhanded tactics. First round, team victory. Everyone turned around, and the faces of the victorious students were clouded with despondency. For on the other side of the white line, there was naught but emptiness. A bespectacled boy stepped forward from the back, gazing in disbelief at the vacant space beyond the white line. Although they had won this round, their team had lost 10 members, while the opposing team had not lost a single soul. How did you know the other side would be empty this round? Lin Sun whispered to Wu Wei. In a single match, a maximum of 10 participants could be dispatched, which would consume all 10 lives at once. Wu Wei chuckled. Well, one might say it was merely luck. What of the second round? He leaned in closer. Just as the countdown of the first round reached its climax, Wu Wei halted Lin Sen's strategy to seize the initiative, opting instead to fire a blank shot, ensuring that although the opposing team claimed victory, they lost 10 lives in the process. The first round concluded with Team 01 retaining 30 members, while their opponents stood at 20. A sinister gaze traversed the crowd, landing upon Wu Wei, who faced it unflinchingly, flashing a peace sign with a smile. The two intellects from their respective teams finally clashed. This was a duel solely belonging to these two individuals. Turning around, the second round was poised to commence. Second team, step forward. As the second confrontation began, tension enveloped everyone simultaneously. In the second round, Team 01 emerged victorious. The instructor announced the results, and unsurprisingly, Team 01 triumphed. Though the outcome did not align with the predictions of certain individuals, Zhang Xianfeng stood alone before the white line, turning to gaze at the empty expanse opposite him, and burst into a hearty laugh. Impossible. Turning back, he was met only by the grinning Zhang Xianfeng, causing the man to clench his fists in frustration. While he had believed his judgment in the first round to be infallible in his quest for the upper hand, the feint in the second round had utterly misfired. He had anticipated that the opposing team would undoubtedly seize victory in the second round, thus leveling the playing field. However, contrary to expectations, Team 01 secured the round with only a single participant dispatched. With the second round concluded, Team 01 had 29 members remaining, while the opposing team stood at 20. The scores were tied, yet it was evident to discerning eyes that the advantage lay with Team 01. Godfather, you're incredible. Lin Sun, self-proclaiming his cleverness, found himself astonished by Wu Wei's astute judgment. Let us refrain from making unwarranted familial claims, shall we? Shouldn't we be preparing to strike next? Lin Sun pondered, feeling confident of an impending victory. Do not forget, if it ends in a tie, everyone is considered a loser, Wu Wei reminded him solemnly. Chapter 60, Anticipating Your Anticipation. In this round, we must allow him to win, Wu Wei stated, patting Lin Sun on the shoulder. Lin Sun jolted, struggling to grasp Wu Wei's line of thought. You must let him win this round for us to clinch the entire competition. Why? Despite currently being at a disadvantage, the opposing team still had 20 members. 9 more than them. If they also employed a feint to catch them off guard, they would return to a level playing field, perhaps even leading by 1 member. Ultimately, if it ended in a tie, they would all lose together. Lin Sen's expression darkened as he realized he had become overly excited and forgotten the original rules. If the score ends in a tie or fails to reach 4 points, it is considered a loss. At that moment, Lin Sun realized why only 10 players could participate in each round. The game rules were entirely based on the number of participants from their class. Although the rules appeared somewhat rudimentary, they had taken various factors into account. This contest held no guaranteed strategies for victory. To win, one must ensure the opponent secures a win in this round. Otherwise, they would drag us down with them. The he referred to by Wu Wei was the bespectacled boy, the mastermind of their group. From the very beginning, Wu Wei had been searching for this individual, understanding that this game was not merely a calculation of probabilities, but a psychological duel between individuals. Lin Sun had encountered the bespectacled boy a few times. He had a square face, high cheekbones, piercing eyes, and decisive actions, an archetype of masculinity and a leader within Class 2. Lin Sun pondered. Currently, there were 11 players on the field, with a total of 29 participants. To achieve victory, they needed to secure 3 additional points. If he were in the opponent's position, he would perceive their numerical advantage and assume they were intent on winning. Thus, it would be a logical choice for them to refrain from participating in the 4th round. This would reduce the opponent's numbers by 10, bringing the tally to 20 against 19. Although they would lose 1 point, their larger number would enhance their chances of victory. Therefore, if they lost this round, the score would shift to 21, but the discrepancy in numbers would become apparent. They would have 19 players left while their opponents would still have 20, altering the dynamics significantly. Assuming he desired victory rather than a tie, he would undoubtedly aim to achieve the 3rd round's win with the fewest participants possible. Indeed, he needed to ensure victory in this round. Lin Sun finally grasped what Wu Wei was conveying. After circling back to the starting point, he realized that to win, one must anticipate the opponent's actions and subsequently determine the next move based on the opponent's predictions about oneself. The question remained, how far ahead could one anticipate? At that moment, Lin's son was utterly perplexed. The continuous leaps of thought had caused him to lose grip on his reasoning. Wu Wei remained resolute, as his observations indicated that the man opposite him was not one to concede easily. When the results of the third round were announced, everyone was left in stunned silence. In front of the white line, one group stood empty, while the other had 2 participants. In the third round, their group emerged victorious. The members of Class 2 erupted in cheers. Despite having sacrificed 2 players, they had gained a precious point. With the conclusion of the third round, Group A had 29 players remaining, while Group B had 18. Only a few participants in the game realized, upon observing the remaining distribution of players, that Group A had already lost. How did you know he would definitely send out 2 players? Lin's son was thoroughly impressed. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow. In the first round, we chose not to participate, allowing the opposing team to recognize that abstaining could also be a strategy. In the second round, they mimicked our approach and opted not to send anyone. However, they discovered that sending just 1 player could also lead to victory. Thus, by the third round, they had learned from my strategies in the previous 2 rounds. Thus, he anticipated 3 potential strategies for our third round. 1. Abstaining, hoping to outsmart the opponent. 2. Playing a single move, risking a small wager for a greater gain, or capitalizing on the opponent's inaction. 3. Playing 10 moves outright. He aimed for victory, wagering that we would not act, reducing our choices to merely 0 or 1. However, fearing our solitary strategy, he opted for 2 players. Lin Sen's intellect proved adept, finally syncing with Wu Wei's rhythm. Consequently, although he triumphed in this round, he ultimately lost the entire match. Wu Wei remarked with a smile. This game has concluded. The subsequent events became significantly more straightforward. The group of 29 individuals was divided into 10,109, regardless of how the opponent distributed their 18 players. A comeback in the remaining 3 rounds was unattainable. By the conclusion of the 5th round, the group found themselves in dire straits, as they were left with no players. In the 6th round, only Wu Wei stood for the group, marking the end of the match. In the 3rd round, the only way to reduce the player count from 20 to 18 was to allow him to win, setting the stage for an inevitable victory thereafter. Under Wu Wei's leadership, Class 1 emerged victorious, securing a precious reprieve from drills the following morning. Why didn't you play a 1 in the 3rd round? A man approached Wu Wei. A look of deep confusion etched on his face. Wu Wei regarded him calmly, his expression inscrutable, and replied, the outcome would have been the same. The man's brow furrowed as he pondered. If I failed to secure the 3rd round, defeat was certain. But why did you not play a 1? Noticing the man's fixation, Wu Wei elaborated, you wish to win, yet fear loss. If you abstained in the 3rd round, the victor would remain uncertain. Should I falter? Wouldn't that afford you an opportunity for a comeback? The man shook his head. In the first 2 rounds, you were meticulous and calculated. You never played recklessly. How could you suddenly alter your approach in the 3rd round? Wu Wei paused, then laughed. Is it not possible that I intentionally led you to believe you could decipher my strategy? The man fell silent, realizing that while he thought he had grasped Wu Wei's tactics, he had unwittingly stepped into Wu Wei's carefully laid trap from the very beginning. You knew I would certainly play a 2 in the 3rd round? Wu Wei nodded, tacitly affirming the man's assumption. The man sighed, feeling a sense of frustration despite his loss. Had Wu Wei played a 1 in the 3rd round, he would have at least felt justified in his predictions regarding the opponent's mindset. Even in defeat, he would not have felt regret. However, given that his opponent played a 0, it signified that he had been entirely outmaneuvered. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Yongjie. I am Wu Wei. In their inaugural encounter, Wu Wei emerged slightly victorious. Surrounded by classmates, he departed the playground, concluding this unexpected duel. Yet, as Wu Wei glanced back toward the edge of the field, the middle-aged man who had been standing there had vanished. For Wu Wei, university life was not unfamiliar. However, experiencing university at Nanhua was a novel chapter for him. Friends should abound, while enemies are best avoided altogether. In this lifetime, Wu Wei resolved to alter his philosophy of existence. Chapter 61. Sister or younger sister, such a difficult choice. The military training was merely the prelude. The true university life had only just begun. That duel became widely renowned within the South China Business School, rendering Wu Wei the most sought-after figure of the class of 2003's finance department. His audacious maneuvers were recounted with an almost mythical flair, leading to the renaming of the ancient Greek deity responsible for prophecies. Even more sensational was the ambiguous entanglement with the 2 sisters, Yu Zhixia and Yu Qingqiu, which incited envy among men. As soon as the military training concluded, everyone received notifications regarding course selection. This was a significant affair, and to expedite the process, Wu Wei promptly dispatched the swift Zheng Xianfeng from Class 504. Zheng sprinted ahead, securing 2 computer stations in the lab. By the time the other 3 ambled in, the room was already teeming with students. Here, here. Zheng waved his hand in the air, signaling to the trio. After navigating through the throngs, Wu Wei and his companions finally found a place to settle. With only 2 computers available, only 2 could select courses at a time. Godfather, how do we choose? Lin's son lamented, instantly kneeling in despair, his thoughts unfiltered. Ever since the duel, Lin's son had resolved to relinquish his intellect. With a prodigy like Wu Wei around, he believed he would hardly need his wits for the next 4 years. Wu Wei offered a wry smile and shot him a disdainful glance. I plan to coast through this, aiming for a mere 60. You'd best not select the same as me. I refuse to believe that. It doesn't align with your esteemed status. Did you not come from Jiangdong? I heard the math this year was exceptionally difficult, with questions crafted by the great Gushun, averaging a score of only 68. Lu Weiyu exclaimed, incredulous. Wu Wei stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, it is quite challenging. And what score did you achieve, esteemed one? Zheng Xianfeng turned, his face alight with anticipation. Wu Wei knew it was time to flaunt a bit. Just as he was about to impress his friends, a chilling voice emerged from behind. 140. In broad daylight, Wu Wei nearly believed he had encountered a specter, his body brimming with goosebumps. Turning to investigate, he found Lu Yongjia, the one who had bested him in the duel. Lu Yongjia, resembling a wraith, stood behind them, reiterating, Wu Wei scored 140 in mathematics. Is that true? The 3 were thrown into disarray. Wu Wei maintained his composure, nodding in affirmation of Lu Yongjia's statement. How do you know this? Lin's son muttered towards Lu Yongjia. Lu floated past leisurely, declaring, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. By the heavens, he is putting on an act. Lin's son marveled as he watched Lu Yongjia depart. Wu Wei shrugged, expressing his own helplessness. 140. No wonder. That is indeed impressive. Zheng Xianfeng gazed at him with admiration. Wu Wei retorted sharply. How on earth did you all gain admission to South China? We are all Romans. Now it was Lin Sen's turn to boast. Wu Wei found himself at a loss for words. Some individuals were simply born into greatness. His 3 roommates hailed from Haizhou, where they had taken the college entrance examination, making their acceptance into Nanhua significantly easier compared to him, a native of Jiangdong. The 4 of them spent a considerable half an hour deliberating and selecting their courses before finally concluding their choices. Lin Sen's course load was the most demanding and extensive, followed by Lu Weiyu and Zheng Xianfeng, while Wu Wei opted for a plethora of less rigorous classes. After clicking submit and awaiting confirmation, they prepared to depart. As they exited the computer lab, they unexpectedly encountered several young women. Having shed their camouflage uniforms, the girls regained their original appearances, appearing strikingly uniform, yet breathing new life into the otherwise morose campus atmosphere. Wu Wei, are you here to select courses as well? It was Yu Qingqiu, her long hair cascading gracefully, dressed in a simple long dress, with a blue canvas bag slung over her right shoulder. There were few girls in the biology department, but each was exceptional. Alongside Yu Qingqiu, her classmates also exuded a remarkable charm. Instantly, the eyes of the 3 young men sparkled with interest. Wu Wei, hands tucked into his pockets, replied nonchalantly, yes, I've completed my selections. Lin's son, observing Wu Wei's nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of frustration, thinking, brother, would it kill you to say a few more words? Yu Qingqiu's cheeks flushed slightly as she tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. I plan to visit the library shortly. The ancient texts section houses some calligraphy from the Tang and Song dynasties. Oh, I might check it out when I have some free time. Wu Wei's response was curt, barely exceeding 2 sentences. Lin Sen's pupils widened in disbelief. Wu Wei had effectively trampled on Yu Qingqiu's invitation, crushing her dignity underfoot. Does classmate you also have an interest in calligraphy? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice interjected, stepping into their midst. The unexpected arrival disrupted their conversation. After we finish selecting courses, let us go together. I have some insights into running script. The speaker appeared to be a classmate of Yu Qingqiu, exuding an air of cultured elegance. With someone else vying for attention, Wu Wei felt indifferent, having other matters to attend to and not wishing to squander time on trivialities. Lin's son, sensing the precariousness of the situation, shot Wu Wei a warning glance, urging him to respond to the overt flirtation. Wu Wei, however, chose to disregard it all and strode purposefully toward the staircase, indifferent to Qingqiu's reaction or the other boys' overtures. By Qiming Lake, he walked with an air of confidence, while the three behind him trailed like defeated hounds. Dad, they are openly trying to steal your thunder, and you aren't even fazed? Lin's son expressed his disbelief. Indeed, big brother, that guy clearly has ulterior motives. What does he care for calligraphy? How despicable. Lu Weiyu chimed in, equally outraged. Zheng Xianfeng added, exactly. You should be more vigilant. They say there's no corner that cannot be undermined. Suddenly, Wu Wei halted, turned to face his indignant roommates, and feigned solemnity. When the heavens choose to rain, and a mother decides to remarry, let her be. Are you truly unconcerned? She is the campus belle, the campus belle. Lin's son exclaimed in exasperation. Qingqiu was exceptionally beautiful, possessing an unparalleled grace. Upon her entrance to Nanhua University, she swiftly garnered accolades such as the floral crown of the biology department and the environmental college, outshining her peers in the class of 2003. Her aspirations next soared towards the ultimate honor, the title of campus belle. However, the title seemed elusive, given her sister's presence. A lewd grin spread across Lu Weiyu's face. It appeared he had a penchant for mature women. The dilemma of choosing between sister and younger sister was indeed perplexing. Even the typically straightforward Zheng Xianfeng found himself ensnared in indecision. It was undoubtedly the elder sister, with her elegance and intellect. Yet the younger sister, with her gentle charm, was equally compelling. A feudal quarrel erupted by Qiming Lake, disturbing even the mandarin ducks upon its surface, which swam away in dismay. Wu Wei sighed, hands buried in his pockets, silently departing this hub of contention. Chapter 62. The teapot filled to 7/10. Words softened to 3/10 while Wu Wei was lost in his beautiful daydreams. An unexpected calamity struck, as every other student's course selection requests were smoothly approved. Receiving their official timetables in preparation for the upcoming Monday, he alone faced rejection. According to standard procedures, the ratio of elective to mandatory courses was fixed, and the system had established minimum credit requirements. The so-called review process was merely a formality. Since the course selection system had been implemented, there had never been a case of rejection at Nanhua. Wu Wei thus became the first to encounter such an unprecedented situation. Is someone out to get you? Lu Weiyu speculated darkly, jumping to malicious conclusions. There's no need for such drama over course selection. Zheng Xianfeng gripped a hand exerciser, escalating the tension. Only Lin's son, leaning against the chair's backrest, observed Wu Wei's troubled expression and inquired. Didn't the counselor mention on the first day that Dean Wang is quite concerned about you? Have you caught the attention of the higher-ups? Wu Wei glanced at the message just received from Ma Xianyang on his phone and sighed. Professor Ma has asked me to visit the dean's office this afternoon. Seriously? Lin's son exclaimed, slapping his handsome face in disbelief. Why? Zheng Xianfeng still struggled to comprehend the situation. Lu Weiyu explained, perhaps your course selection was deemed too easy, upsetting the dean. The atmosphere in room 504 instantly became heavy, and everyone sensed that Wu Wei was likely in for a rough time. On Saturday afternoon, as preparations for the new semester commenced, all the faculty were working overtime. The Business and Management College was the most opulent among all departments, distinguished by its unique Twin Towers design, a generous donation from a former graduate. Wu Wei entered the college building, feeling a chill as he took the elevator to the 11th floor. The dean's office was located at the far end of the floor, as his counselor Ma Xianyang had previously informed him. Regrettably, this earnest counselor seemed a bit timid and did not dare accompany Wu Wei. The door was slightly ajar, the metallic nameplate shining brightly, Dean's office. Wu Wei gently knocked twice, quietly waiting at the threshold, reluctant to enter uninvited. Come in. The voice was soft, yet perfectly audible to Wu Wei standing at the door. Wu Weizheng, with a serious demeanor, pushed the door open and entered. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man, engrossed in the documents before him. Good day, Dean Wang. I am Wu Wei. As the man lifted his gaze, Wu Wei felt a cold sweat break out. To his surprise, the middle-aged man he had observed from a distance during the confrontation was none other than the dean of their school of management. The name Wang Qianming was prominently stamped on the desk, unmistakably clear. Wang Qianming, nearing 50, was evidently older than Yu Chaoyi and Qian Zhongyang. Please, have a seat, he said succinctly, compelling Wu Wei to lower his tone. Would you care for a drink? Wang Qianming was surprisingly courteous, his tone calm and measured. Noticing the tea set nearby, Wu Wei had a sudden inspiration. How about some tea? Let me prepare it for you. A faint smile crossed Wang Qianming's face. This young man was unflinching, and his lips curled slightly upward. Very well. Wu Wei was taken aback by Wang Qianming's affable nature and promptly rose to his feet. The kettle, tea leaves, purple clay teapot, and fair cup, all the necessary tools for brewing tea were at hand. This Yixing teapot of yours is quite impressive, he remarked, examining the purple clay teapot closely while the water boiled. You have an appreciation for Yixing teapots? Wang Qianming inquired. I have a rudimentary understanding, Wu Wei replied, caressing the surface of the teapot to appreciate its texture. The shape of this pot is full and round, its hue bright and translucent, and it feels as smooth as jade. It must surely be crafted by a master. Whether it is from a master or not, I cannot say. I merely purchased it from a stall for 200 last year. Wu Wei's hand trembled, nearly causing the teapot to slip. Wang Qianming was unorthodox, as a skilled conversationalist. He would not allow the dialogue to falter. Wu Wei quickly recovered, saying, then you have stumbled upon quite the treasure. Complimentary words are universally appreciated. And Wang Qianming was no exception. Wu Wei's assertion was indeed accurate. The teapot had been acquired by one of his students from an auction and was quite valuable. However, upon hearing Wu Wei's comment, Wang Qianming had decided to test him and observe how he would respond. To his surprise, the young man maintained his composure and adeptly navigated the situation. Having witnessed the entire confrontation, Wang Qianming was thoroughly impressed by Wu Wei's performance. For Wu Wei, brewing tea was second nature. As he lifted the fair cup to distribute the tea, a phrase suddenly flashed in his mind. The face he had long yearned for appeared before him, gently advising, pour the tea 7/10 full and speak with 3/10 softness. In that moment, Wu Wei felt as if struck by lightning, memories flooding back like a tidal wave. As the 2 cups of tea, fragrant and delicate, were filled to 7/10 capacity, leaving 3/10 empty, silence enveloped the room as both men savored the tea. Wang Qianming, a connoisseur of tea, demonstrated his knowledge through his actions of lifting the cup, inhaling the aroma, and savoring the brew. This tea is quite well brewed, Wang Qianming remarked as he set down his cup. Do you know why I sought you out today? Wu Wei respectfully replied. I have made a mistake. I welcome your guidance, Dean. Wang Qianming's conversation shifted abruptly. Qiaoyi and Zhongyang came to see me together, asking me to keep an eye on you. Wu Wei, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Are you quite familiar with Professors Yu and Qian? It was evident that there was a significant age gap between Wang Qianming and the 2 professors. During my postdoctoral research in Edinburgh, I was promoted to lecturer 3 years later, where I encountered 2 individuals who came to pursue their doctoral studies. Gradually, we became acquainted. It is no wonder that, although we were alumni who had studied abroad together, we were not of the same academic standing. How small the world is, Wu Wei couldn't help but exclaim. You truly have a great deal of audacity, Wang Qianming suddenly remarked, causing Wu Wei to feel a wave of anxiety. No, it's all a misunderstanding, he hurriedly explained, regardless of the truth of the matter. Misunderstanding? I can't help but feel it's all a scheme, came the sharp retort. Wang Qianming took another sip of tea. His cup, though not large, quickly reached its bottom. Wu Wei, quick on his feet, promptly refilled it. Your previous confrontation was rife with cunning, employing little tricks at every turn, winning in a manner that was hardly above board. Such meticulous scheming. Wu Wei felt a jolt at this remark, recalling how Wang Qianming had orchestrated that game to scrutinize his actions. The confrontation was a calculation, and so was the selection of courses, Wang Qianming slowly articulated, which only intensified the pressure Wu Wei felt. Sitting upright, he dared not be reckless any longer. Although the academy had no stipulated range for elective courses, one could not overlook the fact that the ones he had chosen were utterly impractical, merely taken to gather credits. Wu Wei felt overwhelmed, realizing that his course selection loopholes had caught the dean's attention. What terrible luck. Chapter 63, My Animosity Towards Learning. Even after being thoroughly berated by Dean Wang, Wu Wei understood that this was a manifestation of concern. After all, why would a lofty dean bother with a student merely seeking to coast through? Ultimately, Wang Qianming was motivated by a desire to nurture talent. The backdoor he offered was not something just anyone could traverse. Upon receiving recommendations from Yu Qiaoyi and Qian Zhongyang, and after discerning Wu Wei's actions, Wang Qianming recognized that this young man was extraordinary. A young individual willing to forfeit third authorship for the survival of his father's factory certainly warranted a special consideration. However, Wu Wei's actions left Wang Qianming feeling exasperated. He could have schemed in a straightforward manner, yet Wu Wei opted for the most convoluted approach. When Wang Qianming specifically adjusted Wu Wei's course selection, his ire flared. This led to Wu Wei's summons. Right at Wang Qianming's office computer, Wu Wei altered his course selections, which, in truth, merely consisted of filling in the course codes that Wang Qianming had provided. Upon entering the codes, Wu Wei was left dumbfounded. Game theory, probability theory, statistics. In a language course, were these classes suitable for a mere freshman? Dean, this cannot be right. I haven't even completed my calculus and linear algebra courses. How can I tackle these? This was the lament echoing within Wu Wei's mind. Just the titles alone made him aware that attempting to take these courses simultaneously would surely diminish his abundant hair by half. That is inconsequential. Your score of 140 in mathematics indicates that your foundational knowledge is sound, Wang Qianming asserted, not allowing Wu Wei the opportunity for further explanation, and promptly approved the application. Theoretically speaking, according to the curriculum design of the finance department, students are expected to progress through a series of increasingly complex subjects, from calculus and linear algebra to probability theory and statistics, followed by ordinary differential equations and mathematical statistics, culminating in partial differential equations and stochastic processes. This sequential learning from freshman to senior year is essential for establishing a solid foundation. However, Wu Wei's course selection bypassed the fundamental courses, akin to skipping a grade. Dean, this surely contravenes the established norms, does it not? Wu Wei still clung to the hope of salvaging his situation. Wang Qianming scoffed. Have you forgotten about our college's Eagle program? Wu Wei vaguely recalled that during the recent college-wide meeting, Ma Xiangyang had specifically introduced the Eagle program of the School of Economics and Management, which was designed to offer exceptional students a specialized training pathway, allowing them to take advanced courses across different grades and even disciplines. Students selected for the Eagle program could, under the guidance of mentors, opt for higher-level courses ahead of schedule, even advancing into specialized classes and research groups. Yet at that time, Wu Wei had been too fatigued to absorb the details, and it had barely registered in his mind. Consequently, he never expected that he would be deemed worthy of being one of those Eagles. After replacing those less rigorous courses, his total credits for the first semester had only increased by 2, reaching 25 credits, but the intensity had doubled. Over the span of 4 years and 8 semesters, a total of 240 credits must be completed to graduate, reflecting the demanding nature of the finance program. Wasn't the approach supposed to be gradual and steady? The so-called Eagle program was merely a fade. As Wu Wei exited the college building, his heart felt like ashes. Such a promising first semester had been dashed. Upon returning to his dormitory, he collapsed onto his bed, with his roommates coming over to offer consolation. He could be heard shouting at the ceiling, "I will not coexist with studying." His roommates were taken aback, feeling that Wu Wei had returned from his outing in a state of madness. Classes officially commenced on Monday, and every early morning session was deemed worthwhile. Despite enduring the harsh military training, the soon-to-be college students had yet to readjust to the mindset they had during their preparation for the college entrance examination. When Wu Wei finally entered the calculus classroom at the last moment before the 8 a.m. bell rang, he discovered that few seats remained unoccupied. Calculus is a mandatory course for science and engineering students, attracting more than just finance majors. The front row seats had long been claimed, and as Wu Wei and his companions moved towards the back, they could only find a few empty spots in the last row. As soon as they sat down, the class commenced. In the early morning sessions, yawns echoed throughout the room, and Wu Wei was no exception. After a night spent at an internet CAF playing games until the dormitory curfew, he barely managed to endure until the break, when he slumped forward onto the desk, hoping to catch a moment of rest. "Wu Wei, why are you sitting so far back?" A soft voice floated into his ear. Startled, Wu Wei looked up to find someone leaning beside him. His 3 roommates on the left were grinning at him, while the speaker on his right turned out to be Qingqiu. I arrived late." Wu Wei felt a sense of foreboding. How was it possible that he had ended up in the same class as Qingqiu? He had entered in such haste that he hadn't even noticed her. "Then I shall sit with you." Her soft, melodious voice sent shivers down his spine. Wu Wei found it unbearable. Qingqiu's voice was utterly captivating. "This spot is too far. I can't see the blackboard clearly." You should sit in the front to protect your eyes. Wu Wei hastily intervened to halt Qingqiu's intentions. Oh, very well. Hearing Wu Wei's concern for her eyesight, Qingqiu felt a flicker of joy, oblivious to the fact that it was merely a pretext. Once she returned to her seat, Wu Wei let out a long sigh of relief. A teasing voice approached. Hey, big shot. The one trying to steal your thunder is also here, sitting right next to little Yu. In a bid to distinguish between the two sisters, Lu Weiyu had given them code names, Big Yu and Little Yu. Wu Wei tapped Lu Weiyu's head with his pen. Don't distract me from my studies. The morning's 2 classes were not too intense, but in the afternoon, the other 3 only had 1 lecture, while Wu Wei had to attend his 4th class. An early 8 o'clock start was already taxing. He also had to endure a 6 o'clock finish. As Wu Wei trudged wearily into classroom 301 on the 3rd floor, he was taken aback to find every pair of eyes fixed on him. He glanced at the door sign, wondering if he had entered the wrong room, only to confirm that it was indeed 301. Young man, you've entered the wrong classroom. This is a 3rd-year course. A kind senior, noticing Wu Wei's bewildered expression, offered a gentle reminder. The room was filled with 3rd-year students from the finance department, noticeably more mature than the freshers who had just enrolled. Isn't this the introduction to game theory class? After a full day of lectures, Wu Wei's mind felt somewhat muddled. Yes, indeed. That's right. With newfound confidence, he walked in, ready to find a seat. What year are you in? We haven't seen you before. Surely you aren't here to audit? I'm a freshman. I enrolled in this class. Is that not allowed? Wu Wei chuckled to himself, realizing he had been led astray by Dean Wang. This course was not only for 3rd-year students, but was also taught by Wang Qianming himself. Chapter 64. The Peculiar Number Game, Clutching a Laptop. Wang Qianming strode briskly into the classroom. Upon his arrival, everyone promptly rose to their feet. He gestured dismissively, seemingly indifferent to such formalities. Is Wu Wei here? He began to call the roll, but the manner in which he did so felt rather pointed. Here, Wu Wei found himself publicly scrutinized under the collective gaze of his peers. One tardy arrival counts as a failing mark. Wang Qianming was unyielding in his stance. A single late arrival resulting in failure. Was there no sense of fairness? Wu Wei felt an overwhelming urge to vanish. Being singled out by the dean was an unpleasant experience. What further exacerbated Wu Wei's distress was that once Wang Qianming had called his name, he moved on without a second thought. It was done. And now everyone was aware of Wu Wei, the man who had been specifically named by the dean. Our course revolves around the concept of games. The students who are permitted to attend this class have been meticulously selected, so I trust you will not disappoint me. Wang Qianming's words are always succinct, devoid of superfluous chatter. Engaging in a game, he produced a sticky note and tossed it directly to a student seated in the front row. Everyone take one. The student began distributing the notes row by row, ensuring that all 24 participants received one. Please inscribe a number on your sticky note, any digit between 0 and 100. Leaning against the podium, Wang Qianming leisurely remarked, once everyone has completed their writing, we shall calculate the average of all submitted numbers. Just as the participants were poised to write, they hesitated, aware that this game was not as straightforward as it seemed. The individual whose number is closest to half of this average would be awarded a prize of 500. With that, he produced several crisp 100-yuan bills from his jacket pocket and placed them prominently on the podium. Undeniably, the allure of real money ignites fervor in competitive spirits. While 500 may not seem substantial, it could cover a month's living expenses. You now have 1 minute to contemplate your numbers. We will commence the tally thereafter. Wang Qianming glanced at his watch and began the countdown. Consequently, everyone lowered their heads to their notes, preparing to inscribe their digits. Wu Wei stared at the yellow sticky note, lost in contemplation. Instead of writing, he turned to observe those around him. As he scanned the room, his gaze collided with another's. The two exchanged looks of surprise. The individual before him was Yu Zhixia. The minute elapsed swiftly, and participants began to declare their numbers one by one, with Wang Qianming recording them on the blackboard in chalk. The 24 figures were quickly noted, and those with sharp mathematical skills began calculating the average in their minds. Wang Qianming inquired, Lu Yang, what is the average? The boy, called upon, stood and adjusted his thick glasses. 124, rounded down, thus closest to 12. An uproar ensued as the result was revealed. No one doubted Lu Yang's calculation. Wang Qianming chuckled. The assembly shook their heads. It appeared Lu Yang was the human calculator of the group. Who wrote 6? Wang Qianming scanned the room and asked loudly. A solitary hand rose, drawing the attention of all towards the sole victor. Wu Wei understood that it could only be Yu Zhixia. Congratulations to little Yu. She has claimed the entire prize. Wang Qianming applauded, with the others joining in their congratulations for Yu Zhixia. She approached the podium to collect the 500 yuan prize. Can anyone explain why the average settled around 12 rather than 50 or 25? Wang Qianming began to pose his question. 50 is too easy. Anyone could achieve that. A student boldly asserted. Indeed, when randomly selecting several numbers between 0 and 100, the distribution suggests that the average is closest to 50. A notion that would occur to everyone. That's step 1. However, being astute individuals, most would likely write 25, which constitutes step 2. If everyone writes 25, I would then have to write 12. That's step 3. Wang Qianming began to retrace the mental journey of the students as they wrote down numbers, perfectly aligning with the thought process that had just transpired. The audience nodded in silent agreement. This was indeed the final contemplation of the majority as the minute drew to a close. Yet, there were always a few who wished to thwart the collective success. So those who wrote 1 or 2 raised their hands. As anticipated, students in 2 corners lifted their hands. Let us take note of these individuals. They may very well become reckless gamblers in the future. Laughter erupted in the room, though it soon faded as the deeper implication of the statement sank in. Now, do you understand why the final average might hover around 12? Observing the numbers on the blackboard, everyone recognized that most had arrived at the 3rd step, with 12 and 13 being the most frequent responses. Consequently, the average could only logically lie between 6 and 7. Did anyone write 0? Just when the class presumed the game had concluded, Wang Qianming posed an additional question. A voice timidly responded, I did. It was Wu Wei, raising his hand somewhat awkwardly. Oh, it's you? Wang Qianming couldn't suppress his amusement, perhaps having overcalculated. Wu Wei smiled sheepishly, and as the results were revealed, he realized he might indeed have miscalculated. Now, Wu Wei, do enlighten us as to why you chose 0? All eyes turned to Wu Wei. Of the entire class of 24, he was the only one who had written 0. With an air of defiance, he shrugged, seemingly unbothered by the potential embarrassment. I believe everyone would write 0. His declaration plunged the room into silence. If one were to continue reasoning along the previous logic, the minimum average could only be 0. However, you have misjudged the rationality of the group, haven't you? Wu Wei nodded affirmatively. Indeed, rationality is the greatest obstacle in this game. When faced with choices, we are often distracted and unable to make judgments with utmost rationality. Wang Qianming paced slowly as he began to elaborate. When we discuss rationality, we often find ourselves acting irrationally. This is the first lesson you must learn. In a game of strategy, the foremost principle is to maintain rationality. If everyone were to uphold extreme rationality, you could equally share the rewards. However, when even one person deviates from rational thought, the balance is disrupted. Wu Wei gained profound insights from this. Although he later mastered numerous communication techniques and strategies, it was this moment that first illuminated his limitations. You cannot solely consider your own interests, one must also take others into account. When only one person remains rational, they paradoxically become the most irrational. Chapter 65. In the absence of prohibition, all is permissible currently. Wu Wei was most intrigued by the pursuit of wealth, and academic obligations hindered his financial aspirations. As the clock struck 6, the students, still yearning for more, began to pack their bags and head out in small groups for dinner. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Wei quietly approached Yu Zhixia. Sister Zhixia, would you be interested in undertaking a significant venture? Wu Wei initiated the conversation with fervor. With a delicate furrow of her willow-like brows, Lu Zhixia inquired, can it be as substantial as that? The conversation unfolded within the context of the Haizhou City Investment Construction Group. Prompted by Wu Wei's suggestion, the astute Yu Zhixia had strategically positioned herself, thereby doubling her investments. Much larger indeed, Wu Wei affirmed with unwavering confidence, adding, this time, we shall embark on this venture together. The memory of being misled by Wu Wei lingered in Yu Zhixia's mind, instilling a sense of trepidation, which compelled Wu Wei to express his intent first. Oh, then I shall consider it, Yu Zhixia replied, finding Wu Wei's declaration rather agreeable. What is your current position? She inquired. Empty. I've just returned to school and haven't had the time to monitor the market, he responded. An empty position is advantageous. It allows for ample ammunition. May I be so bold as to ask how much capital you currently possess? This question was indeed audacious, Yet Yu Zhixia candidly raised one finger. 1 million, she stated. Impressive, Wu Wei exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing Yu Zhixia as a prodigy destined to conquer Wall Street, having amassed such wealth by her junior year. And what about you? Yu Zhixia retorted, observing Wu Wei's naive demeanor with disdain. Wu Wei lifted an index finger confidently. This elicited astonishment from Yu Zhixia. You have 1 million too? Wu Wei shook his head playfully. 100,000? Another shake of the head. 10,000. A nod affirmed the latter. Just 10,000. And you dare claim partnership with me? Yu Zhixia verbally chastised Wu Wei. It became clear that Wu Wei's notion of collaboration implied utilizing her funds for his own endeavors. Money is merely a number, Wu Wei murmured, wary of provoking Yu Zhixia's ire. Pray tell, what schemes are you concocting? Yu Zhixia, well acquainted with Wu Wei's mannerisms, scrutinized him with arms crossed and piercing gaze. Noticing that most had departed, Wu Wei straightened in his seat and declared, I have an immature idea. 10 minutes later, Yu Zhixia sat in stunned silence, unable to regain her composure. If you reside in Qingqiu, I will not visit you, she stated resolutely. Sister Zhixia, how can you say that? What I'm doing is not illegal, Wu Wei protested. Yu Zhixia scoffed. If this is not illegal, I might as well write my name backward. The law permits all that is not expressly forbidden. I am well versed in legal matters, she asserted. My best friend is in law school. How could I not understand this principle? The law protects individual rights and encourages the maximum freedom within its framework. Indeed, can I not use it for my own purposes? Wu Wei queried. Is stock trading a personal right? Since you claim to understand the law, enlighten me. Wu Wei found himself at a loss. In comparison to public authority in daily life, stock trading stood as a unique entity. Aware that his immature notion might be ahead of its time, he remained oblivious to the potential boundaries it could breach. After all, it was 2003, a time far removed from the advancements of 20 years hence, where many nascent concepts were at risk of being stifled. Should we consult a professional? Wu Wei suggested in a hushed tone. Yu Zhixia spoke with a hint of irritation, stating, I am sending a message to my best friend now. We will have dinner together soon to seek her advice. The two of them walked side by side, exiting the classroom building and making their way toward the second cafeteria. Upon entering the dining hall, they noticed a graceful figure rising from the corner, waving toward Yu Zhixia. It was Ruo Shui. Yu Zhixia approached her friend and greeted her. What brings the queen to summon me today? Have I not been relegated to the cold palace? The woman immediately began to play out a scene worthy of a harem drama. Let me introduce you to someone. Yu Zhixia indicated towards Wu Wei, who stood behind her. Indeed, one can only see the new smiling, while the old weep. She prepared to launch into a dramatic display of tears. He is a junior, Wu Wei remarked, rolling his eyes at her theatrics. Young lad, where do you hail from? Wu Wei replied earnestly, the 78th Nebula. The woman burst into laughter, her charm radiating. Oh, the salted egg superhero, can you last more than 3 minutes? For the first time, Wu Wei felt the pressure of being teased. This woman's taste in television appeared to be rather eclectic and unrestrained. I've already ordered all the dishes. Today, I shall treat you. Observing the 3 overflowing plates of food, Wu Wei graciously accepted her offer. This is Wu Wei, my junior from the finance department, and this is Jean Ruo Shui, my best friend from the law department. Yu Zhixia finally had the chance to introduce them properly. Wu Wei, that name sounds familiar. Jean Ruo Shui pondered while biting her chopsticks. Yu Zhixia replied coldly. He is the one who scored 140 in math. Oh, right, that's him. It turned out that Wu Wei had already been discussed between the two. As they dined, savoring the meal that was not charged to his own card, Wu Wei enjoyed the food immensely. Ruo Shui, we would like to ask you a question. Yu Zhixia set down her chopsticks, transitioning to the main topic. I knew being summoned would not bode well, Jean Ruo Shui remarked, although her expression grew serious. Yu Zhixia shot a glance at Wu Wei, signaling him to take the lead. Receiving the cue, Wu Wei wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and began, hypothetically. I say hypothetically. Hypothetically? You might as well say you have a friend. Jean Ruo Shui interrupted him directly, annoyed by his hesitation. Wu Wei, now accustomed to her manner of speaking, continued without concern. Hypothetically, I have a friend who is particularly passionate about collecting data, especially stock trading data. He organizes and analyzes this data, discovering certain patterns. Such as? Jean Ruo Shui inquired, resting her chin on her hand. Wu Wei replied nonchalantly, for instance, when to buy and when to sell. Isn't that merely the most common technical analysis for stock selection? "That is not remarkable," she commented. Wu Wei was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that despite her legal studies, Jean Ruoxue possessed such knowledge of stock trading. "However, my buying and selling do not require human intervention. Once the price is set, it remains unaffected by manual input." Wu Wei emphasized this point distinctly. Jean Ruoxue fell silent for a few seconds, staring blankly at Wu Wei. "Impossible." Wu Wei smirked. "Who says it's impossible?" Chapter 66. Overly advanced concepts. Investment strategies of the past were often based on rules derived from experience, rendering their efficacy in future trading unproven. Yu Zhixia and Jean Ruoxue pondered this, then nodded in agreement. Similarly, technical analysis is rife with subjective elements. Even the same chart can be interpreted differently by various individuals, implying that each person's investment strategy may consequently vary. Thus, whether in terms of investment approach or analytical methods, everything remains relatively subjective, lacking solid data support or references. "Get to the point," Yu Zhixia interjected, urging Wu Wei to dive into the subject matter. "What if I had a program capable of statistically analyzing historical data to successfully predict future market trends, autonomously generating buy and sell signals and trading strategies, completely free from human intervention? In theory, I can see that it is feasible, but what is your concern?" Wu Wei mused, shifting his gaze. After a moment's reflection, he continued, "If our program integrates with the trading system and executes the aforementioned automated operations, particularly in the realm of high-frequency trading surpassing human capabilities, might we not overstep the boundaries?" "What do you mean by high-frequency?" Yu Zhixia inquired. "Thousands of transactions in a single day," Wu Wei calculated in his mind. A tempest surged in Yu Zhixia's eyes. This was information Wu Wei had not previously divulged. "You must understand, short selling in the domestic market carries significant risks and belongs to a gray area." Jean Ruoxue, not merely a pretty face, immediately grasped the implications of Wu Wei's words. 1,000 trades in a day could hardly be limited to long positions. However, for individuals and retail investors, without substantial capital backing, short selling remains a mere fantasy. "But we aren't crossing any red lines, are we?" Wu Wei pressed further. "Concentrating capital advantages, maintaining stock or position advantages, or utilizing informational advantages to engage in joint or consecutive buying and selling, thereby manipulating the prices or volumes of securities and futures, all constitute market manipulation," the judicial interpretation states quite clearly. Jean Ruoxue demonstrated her expertise as a law student, with others often overlooking her impressive GPA of 3.8, captivated only by her beauty. "As long as we do not violate the aforementioned principles, any technical innovation is deemed legal. So my earlier description does not constitute manipulation, correct?" Wu Wei countered. "According to judicial interpretation, it does not directly contravene the rules," Jean Ruoxue concluded. At this moment, it was Yu Zhixia who appeared astonished. "Does this mean if this program were to be released, it could be used for trading?" "Certainly, as long as it remains compliant," Wu Wei gestured. "Miss Xiaojiu, I told you." Yu Zhixia's expression darkened. She had just declared that if Wu Wei's assertions held, she would write her name backward. Ultimately, however, she found herself outsmarted by her own close friend. After all, Wu Wei was acutely aware that even 2 decades hence, such trading methods would still be legal. It was merely that at this juncture, the concept was far too avant-garde. Yu Zhixia was exceedingly cautious, discerning the potential risks from the very outset. This was no ordinary transaction, and she felt no certainty about it. Throughout the journey, she remained silent. Her entire understanding of the situation upended. By the shores of Qiming Lake, as twilight descended, shadows of scattered figures lingered on the lawn, all in pairs. Under the dim yellow light, Yu Zhixia's expression fluctuated, revealing a hint of confusion. "Is this the grand endeavor you spoke of?" She finally emerged from her reverie, her voice soft and inquisitive. Wu Wei nodded slightly. "I am not inviting you to indulge in stock trading. Rather, I am asking you to partake in my project. To study that so-called program of yours." "Indeed, but I lack programming knowledge." "That's all right. I possess a modicum of understanding. Then you can manage it on your own. Why involve me?" Even in the night, the brilliance in her clear eyes sparkled with an undeniable radiance, as Wu Wei gazed at Yu Zhixia, captivated. Under his scrutiny, even Yu Zhixia found it challenging to maintain her composure. Their faces reflected in each other's eyes, a vivid image. To onlookers, they appeared as a couple locked in a tender gaze, their eyes almost weaving threads of intimacy. "I have no money." Wu Wei's words fell like a bucket of cold water, chilling Yu Zhixia to her core. She had anticipated a cascade of exhilarating, impassioned discourse from him, noble ideals, grand ambitions, visions of the future. Yet, the stark declaration of his financial limitations extinguished all her fantasies. Earn it yourself. Wu Wei, taken aback by her sudden outburst, winced in pain from the verbal blow. He was bewildered as to why she had reacted so vehemently. Watching her hurried departure, Wu Wei's expression darkened as he pulled out a small notebook and crossed out Yu Zhixia's name. Above her name, he also struck out Lin's son, Zheng Xianfeng, and Lu Weiyu, all of whom were even less financially endowed than he. Beneath Yu Zhixia's name, the faint trace of Sun Zhixi's name lingered. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Wu Wei crossed it out as well. It seemed Yu Zhixia was neither his first nor his last sought-after partner. However, in Wu Wei's mind, she remained the ideal candidate. Regrettably, he closed the notebook and made his way back to his dormitory. Research and development are notoriously capital-intensive. Without funding, relying solely on one's own efforts could lead to premature demise. Yu Zhixia's reaction had surpassed Wu Wei's expectations. He had anticipated her acceptance. Yet she had immediately perceived the inherent risks and sought assistance from Jin Ruoxue for evaluation. In the end, Yu Zhixia did not provide any definitive commitment. With only her modest sum of 10,000 yuan, she could not even afford a decent laptop, let alone any subsequent investments. A penny can thwart even the most valiant of heroes. Wu Wei sighed deeply. The first week of classes rekindled the feeling of being a corporate drone for him, with days filled from 8 in the morning until 6 in the evening, leaving him perpetually busy. After enduring until 3 o'clock on Friday afternoon, Wu Wei finally found a moment to breathe, as his week of classes had come to an end. Just as he leaned on the desk, wallowing in self-pity, his phone vibrated. Upon seeing the name Sun Zhixi, a long-lost smile graced Wu Wei's face. "You rascal, after all these days of silence, have you found a new love?" Sun Zhixi's words posed a perplexing question that even the eloquent Wu Wei found difficult to navigate. Busy, he replied, fully aware of the dangers of excessive words. New love, old flame. These were lethal topics that warranted no response. "I'm at the entrance of your school. Come pick me up." Wu Wei abruptly stood up, his knee colliding painfully with the desk, and he hobbled outside, clutching his backpack. A striking green Lotus was parked by the roadside, capturing his attention. He approached and gently tapped on the window. A face, both captivating and dangerous, appeared, accompanied by a hint of a languid smile. "Why so slow? If you don't hurry, the police will issue a ticket." Even in her complaint, her tone remained soft. "Just finished class. Your timing is impeccable." Wu Wei slid into the passenger seat. "Where to? After traveling such a long distance, you dare to ask me?" "Let's south head to the street behind the school. Parking is tricky here." The Lotus shot off, swiftly disappearing from sight. Unbeknownst to them, across the street, a pair of sinister eyes, concealed by tinted windows, observed their every move. Chapter 67. 3 Women, a play after parking at a roadside spot. Sun Zhixi leapt out of the car. After a 3-hour journey, even on the highway, her back and waist ached. "Take me on a tour of your university," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wu Wei, however, felt somewhat disenchanted. The week had left him weary of academia. His days were consumed by classrooms and libraries, or the computer lab. He was a regular at the early morning classes, often regarded as the foremost early riser among first-year students at Nanhua University. What is so interesting about the school? It's just a few buildings and some trees. Before he could finish, a sharp pain struck his waist, prompting him to turn and see Sun Zhixi glaring at him, her beautiful eyes glinting with danger. "After traveling all this way, you resist showing me around?" "It's such a simple request." Wu Wei felt a pang of unease. It seemed his sister's temper had intensified after a few days apart. Reluctantly, he took on the role of an unwilling tour guide, leading Sun Zhixi through the corridor behind the dormitory and into the campus. Sun Zhixi looked around, her curiosity piqued. Observing her delight, Wu Wei smirked. "Sister Zhixi, may I ask, have you never attended university?" As he spoke, he instinctively stepped aside, creating distance. Sun Zhixi, both exasperated and amused, retorted, "Who hasn't attended university? I completed my undergraduate degree at Oxford." "Greetings, Oxford scholar." Wu Wei chuckled. "No wonder you seem like a curious child. You must not have seen what our common folk experience in university, huh?" Their playful banter added a touch of amusement to the otherwise monotonous tour. It was Friday, and many local students from Haizhou had returned home. leaving behind those who had already embraced the weekend spirit. As a result, the once bustling campus had grown significantly quieter. On a bench by Qiming Lake, the two weary souls took a moment to rest. You seem quite exhausted, Sun Jishi casually remarked, while others are reveling in their university life. Why do you appear so burdened? Don't even mention it. Wu Wei's face clouded with sorrow. Having endured the college entrance examination, I expected these to be the happiest 4 years of my life. Carefree, liberated, blissful. This is the anticipation shared by most. Yet, for me, it has morphed into a torturous ordeal. You have no idea. The dean of our college has set his sights on me. Wu Wei lamented. Isn't that a good thing? The dean's attention towards a freshman like you indicates that you are valued. Sun Jishi replied, somewhat exasperated by his pessimism. I intended to select a few easy courses and just get by, but unexpectedly, the dean rejected my choices and insisted I choose again. This isn't a mere suggestion. It's a direct imposition. Is there no justice left in this world? My fate is truly unfortunate. Taking attendance is one thing, but singling me out is outrageous. If I am late, I am at risk of failing. Is there no fairness at all? I endure 8 to 6 every day. It's more exhausting than a job. Wu Wei rambled on, his thoughts devoid of coherence. Yet, Sun Jishi listened patiently, her bright eyes unwavering as she quietly observed his profile. Suddenly, Wu Wei turned to face her, meeting her gentle gaze, which shimmered with unspoken emotions. Flustered, Sun Jishi feigned interest in the glistening lake. Wu Wei sighed. Being compared to someone else's past ideal was indeed frustrating, yet he felt utterly powerless. After a long pause, Sun Jishi softly remarked, without you, the progress on the light textile city project has been sluggish. One can grow accustomed to it. Such a large project cannot be approved in haste. Even if I were present, my influence would be negligible. I am not qualified to partake in this level of competition, Wu Wei consoled her, reversing their roles. By the way, shouldn't you be in Jiangning overseeing project approvals? What brings you to Haizhou all of a sudden? Wu Wei inquired, curiosity piqued. Sun Jishi's expression shifted to one of melancholy, as if she had something to express but found her words stuck. Let us not dwell on that. Let us enjoy something delicious first. She abruptly changed the subject and stood up. The restaurants lining the school entrance bustled with patrons, each thriving in business. Typically frequented by students and faculty, the eateries along Shuesher Road prided themselves on their quality, affordability, and cleanliness. When Wu Wei led Sun Jishi to a particular local cuisine restaurant from his memories, they found a queue snaking out the door. This was a place he had visited many times in a previous life with Qingqiu, known for its authentic local dishes. Wu Wei, well acquainted with the surroundings, promptly approached the front desk to obtain a handwritten number and returned to Sun Jishi's side. Business is thriving today. We only need to wait for 3 tables, he remarked. Do you come here often? Sun Jishi inquired softly as they stood by the roadside, not far from the entrance of the establishment, waiting for their turn. Wu Wei shook his head. I've heard the food is excellent, but I've never been here before. I assumed you were a regular, given how adeptly you acquired that number. Sun Jishi responded. I'm just a poor student. I can't afford to dine out every day. My wallet is emptier than my face, and it's quite distressing. How could you be out of money? Sun Jishi asked curiously. What about the red envelope I gave you last time? It wasn't just a couple of thousand. Wu Wei replied nonchalantly. It's not a trivial matter. What are you planning to do? Sun Jishi's curiosity was piqued. I'm preparing to embark on a project, but it's still in the nascent stages. Just as Sun Jishi was about to delve deeper, their conversation was unexpectedly interrupted. Wu Wei, sister Jishi, what a coincidence. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wu Wei felt a wave of unease wash over him. He had been avoiding Qingqiu, and now they had encountered each other here. He regretted bringing Sun Jishi to this restaurant, knowing how much Qingqiu adored sweet dishes from this establishment and how frequently she must visit. Qingqiu, what a surprise. Sun Jishi, having met Qingqiu twice before, recognized her instantly. Indeed. What brings you to Haizhou? Qingqiu responded, her graceful demeanor complementing the casual conversation. Oh, I'm here on business and decided to visit my brother, Wu Wei interjected, remaining silent and feeling somewhat apprehensive. Qingqiu, the crowd is quite large today. Let us switch to another restaurant. We might have to wait for 10 tables. Yu Zhixia, arriving with the number paper, wore a frustrated expression. The 4 of them finally converged, as if fate had orchestrated this meeting. Wu Wei, our number must be coming up soon. Let's share a table with Qingqiu and her friends, Sun Jishi generously suggested. Wu Wei silently nodded, his expression fluctuating between anxiety and resignation, as if he sensed the looming chaos ahead. In Chapter 68, Indelible Memories, Yu Zhixia and Sun Jishi had only met once, yet being women of similar ages. They quickly bonded, forming a camaraderie. Once inside the restaurant, they settled into a corner table on the second floor. Sun Jishi and Yu Zhixia sat together, while Yu Qingqiu naturally paired with Wu Wei. Unbeknownst to them, the three women exhibited an unspoken understanding, refraining from taking the initiative to order. After some polite deflections, the menu ultimately fell into Wu Wei's hands. His forehead began to bead with sweat. The pressure was mounting from the very beginning. Sister Jishi, do you have any dietary restrictions? I don't eat spicy food, she replied. And you, Sister Jixia? Nothing too sweet, she added. And Qingqiu? You know what I like. She responded with a gentle tone. Wu Wei murmured to himself, this is too difficult. No spicy food and no sweetness allowed. Both sisters cast their gazes upon Wu Wei, leaving him feeling rather uneasy. Yu Qingqiu leaned closer, softly assuring him, I enjoy everything you choose. Wu Wei subtly shifted his body, attempting to create some distance between himself and Yu Qingqiu. The process of ordering proved to be exceedingly challenging. After much deliberation, he finally settled on 4 dishes and a soup, nearly breaking into a sweat. I envy you all. Being a student is truly the best. Sun Jishi unexpectedly became sentimental. Sister Jishi, I heard from my father that you studied at Oxford. That's quite impressive, Yu Qingqiu remarked. Sun Jishi looked at the expectant Yu Qingqiu and smiled gently. What? Are you thinking about studying abroad? Yes, I've always believed that studying abroad would be a wonderful experience, and I want to see the world in the future. Yu Qingqiu replied, her eyes sparkling with hope. This statement inexplicably caused Wu Wei, who was washing dishes with hot water, to tremble slightly, accidentally spilling some water. In a flurry, he grabbed a paper towel to wipe the water off the table, his expression darkening as he fell silent, not uttering a word. A myriad of emotions surged within him, memories of past quarrels, pain, and separations flooding his mind. In the previous life, even though they had eventually married, Yu Qingqiu's obsession could not be alleviated. Despite his reluctance, Wu Wei helped her prepare for language exams, sought advice on studying abroad, and assisted her with applications. 2 years will pass swiftly, he reassured himself. However, when Yu Qingqiu received her acceptance from Cambridge, she proposed a divorce just before her departure. Wu Wei could not comprehend what was so enticing abroad that warranted her sacrificing everything. Eventually, he understood that what she relinquished was merely him. Years later, as Wu Wei emerged from his turmoil, he realized that they were never truly from the same world. In the year following Yu Qingqiu's departure, Wu Wei's existence crumbled. Self-doubt consumed him, leading him to rely on sleeping pills just to find rest. Had it not been for Qin Huanyan, he might have been wholly engulfed by the shadows of depression. Life abroad is rather monotonous, and social interactions are simplistic. Indeed, it is well suited for academia. Sun Jishi's words jolted Wu Wei back to the present. Yet, he added, but the food is truly dreadful. Is it really that exaggerated? Yu Qingqiu inquired, astonished. Let us just say, even pigs would be reluctant to eat it, he replied bluntly, prompting laughter from the 3 women, who covered their mouths in amusement. Wu Wei stared blankly at the teapot on the table, his expression impassive. Sun Jishi and Yu Zhixia noticed Wu Wei's sudden shift in demeanor. Yet both were bewildered by the cause. It felt as if someone among them was subtly urging him not to wallow in his emotions. Wu Wei chose not to investigate whether it was Yu Zhixia or Sun Jishi. Instead, he took a sip of tea. The warm liquid revived him, restoring a flicker of vitality. He clenched his fist, fully awakening. But being alone is quite lonely. It would be wonderful if you both could go together in the future, Sun Jishi said with a maternal smile, gazing at the couple across from her. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingqiu's previously fair face flushed crimson. Wu Wei, however, calmly stated, I do not like being abroad. Surprised by his response, Sun Jishi was not taken aback. Don't be stubborn. I'll see whether you go or not. I want to go. I prefer it here, Wu Wei replied decisively. Wu Wei's words, laden with implications, left Yu Qingqiu, who had been brimming with joy, feeling a sudden chill of apprehension. Before she could ponder further, the dishes were served. The cuisine that Wu Wei had ordered was a feast for the senses, perfectly tailored to everyone's tastes and artfully balanced between meat and vegetables, prompting everyone to indulge with great relish. By the way, Wu Wei, what exactly is the project you mentioned earlier? Sun Jishi, noticing Wu Wei's lack of enthusiasm, took the initiative to inquire. Upon hearing Sun Jishi's question, the two Yu sisters turned their attention to Wu Wei as well. I am contemplating developing a program. It is merely an idea at this stage. Not even in its infancy, Wu Wei replied with understated simplicity. Upon hearing this response, Yu Zhixia's body stiffened noticeably, for she comprehended the true nature of Wu Wei's words. Not even in its infancy, he certainly had a way of downplaying things. Although Yu Zhixia harbored such thoughts, another voice within her whispered, "So? He has never shared this with anyone else, only with you." Yu Zhixia hastily lowered her head to sip water, attempting to conceal her expression. "A program? But you aren't studying computer science. Why are you dabbling in software development?" Sun Jishi's remarks were inevitably blunt. With so many voices around, Wu Wei refrained from delving into specifics, opting instead for a vague response, "Just playing around." Those 4 words struck Yu Zhixia's heart, causing her previously flushed cheeks to drain of color. Presently, Wu Wei possessed a peculiar ability, one he had not even noticed himself, the ability to captivate hearts. Whether it was the project at the Light Textile City, the concept of the Haitong Bridge, or the high-frequency trading program, his imaginative ideas invariably evoked an indescribable awe in others, leaving them entranced. In recent days, Yu Zhixia had been fervently searching for relevant materials, hoping to grasp how Wu Wei's lofty ideas could be actualized. Yet, such grand aspirations were merely a trivial pastime in his eyes, stirring unexpected ripples in Yu Zhixia's once tranquil heart. "Is it a lack of startup funds?" Sun Jishi inquired casually, as she had come to understand Wu Wei better than anyone else. His vague responses surely stemmed from financial concerns. Wu Wei sighed inwardly, recognizing that he could no longer evade the issue, and slowly replied, "Sister Jishi, your funds should be reserved for the Light Textile City. This small matter of mine is not worth your investment." The success or failure of the Light Textile City would directly affect Sun Jishi's destiny, regardless of the amount. Wu Wei could not burden her further. In comparison to Sun Jishi's future, his own trivial concerns truly paled in significance. Chapter 69. The enigmatic and wildly charismatic man. The once serene depths of Sun Jishi's eyes suddenly erupted with tumultuous waves, making her breath come in labored gasps. Ever since she had confided her deepest secret to Wu Wei, Sun Jishi realized that she had lost any leverage she might have had before this man. Yet, Wu Wei's recent words made her aware that, from the very beginning, he had hoped for her success. With a glimmer of moisture welling in her eyes, Sun Jishi fought to suppress her emotions, determined not to let the Yu sisters perceive her turmoil. "Sister Jishi, reserve your funds for greater endeavors. As for Wu Wei's project, I am here to support." Yu Zhixia emerged unexpectedly, taking control of the situation with alacrity. Although the Light Textile City project was being advocated by Yu Minyuan, the Yu sisters were acutely aware that Wu Wei was the project's originator, while Sun Jishi was its primary investor. Thus, it could be said that these 3 individuals constituted the pivotal core of the Light Textile City. However, what Yu Zhixia and Yu Qingqiu remained oblivious to was that, for Sun Jishi, this project represented far more than a mere financial investment. Wu Wei was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated Yu Zhixia's sudden acquiescence. "Oh, you are aware of his project?" Sun Jishi found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "We had discussed it long ago, but I have been preoccupied with research lately. Hence my delay in giving him a formal response." Yu Zhixia elucidated the circumstances. In that instant, Sun Jishi was uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. Wu Wei had chosen not to burden her with the project's need for startup capital, which deeply touched Sun Jishi. Yet, upon discovering that Wu Wei had first communicated with Yu Zhixia, her earlier joy began to wane, leaving her with a sense of melancholy. To Yu Zhixia's disappointment, Wu Wei exhibited no sign of surprise. He merely replied with a nonchalant, "We shall discuss it further." He neither accepted nor declined her involvement. Meanwhile, Yu Qingqiu was utterly bewildered, unclear about the nature of the project Wu Wei mentioned or why her sister had suddenly decided to engage with him. Her thoughts were consumed by a singular concern, Wu Wei's apparent aversion to the prospect of going abroad. An inexplicable feeling washed over her, suggesting that he harbored a strong disdain for such endeavors. As the meal concluded, each of the 3 women was lost in her own thoughts, burdened by various concerns. In stark contrast, Wu Wei, the unwitting heartthrob, wore an expression of innocence. After dining, Wu Wei entered Sun Jishi's car, while the Yu sisters made their way back to their dormitory. The destination of Wu Wei and Sun Jishi remained unspoken. The sisters felt neither entitled nor inclined to inquire. "Where to?" "I shall drive you," Sun Jishi said, starting the engine, her eyes betraying a hint of unnoticeable resentment, as if still vexed by the earlier incident. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Wei replied, "Take me to a certain location." With the evening still young, he intended to visit an internet CAF to gather some information. However, only 2 intersections away, Wu Wei sensed that something was amiss. 2 black Mercedes vehicles blocked the road ahead, and a third car approached from behind, effectively sandwiching them in. This narrow path, which led to the school's back gate, was deserted, particularly on a Friday when students were vacating the premises. Several individuals clad in black emerged from the Mercedes, exuding an aura of menace that startled Wu Wei. As the figures in dark attire began to advance, Wu Wei felt a surge of anxiety, instinctively reaching for his phone to dial the authorities. In this day and age, in a society governed by the rule of law, who would dare to instigate trouble in such a vicinity? A delicate hand pressed down on Wu Wei's. "I know who they are." Sun Jishi's touch was cool yet composed. Wu Wei was taken aback, yet he surmised that this might be yet another episode of familial rivalry among the affluent. As Sun Jishi opened the car door, Wu Wei swiftly exited, positioning himself protectively in front of her. The headlights dazzled, rendering Wu Wei unable to discern the figure emerging from the darkness. As the individual drew nearer, the men clad in black turned away, taking a few steps forward, effectively severing the connection between this place and the outside world. "I have followed you for an entire day. It appears you truly came to meet this pretty boy." The man's voice was deep and alluring, laced with a hint of mischief. Wu Wei focused intently, finally able to discern the man's features. Upon doing so, he instantly regretted it. The adage that comparison breeds discontent rang painfully true. The depictions found in novels paled in comparison. Wu Wei now possessed a more tangible understanding of the alluring and audacious. This man before him, in terms of looks, physique, and charisma, embodied the quintessential protagonist of a wealthy family. Wu Wei touched his own face, letting out a silent sigh, realizing he was not particularly striking either. "You've been following me?" Sun Jichi's words were tinged with irritation as she directed her wrath towards the man. Yu Chen was right. Were it not for this pretty boy, would you be traipsing to Tongzhou every day? When our family merely arranged a meal, you turned your back without a second thought and even came to Haizhou. The man took a step forward, his formidable presence enveloping the atmosphere, instilling in Wu Wei a profound sense of pressure. "Is Sun Yuchen divulging my secrets to you?" "He is merely concerned for your well-being." The man's tone softened considerably, fearing you may be deceived. Sun Jichi scoffed. "Is he my brother or yours? We grew up together. Yuchen considers me an elder brother. Is that not to be expected?" The man's eloquence left Wu Wei in awe. He felt somewhat superfluous in this moment and ventured to interject. "Pardon my intrusion, but how much longer do you intend to quarrel?" The internet CAF raises its rates after 9 p.m. Wu Wei had been directed to a nearby internet CAF by Sun Jichi, which boasted superior computer configurations that suited his needs perfectly. The man's gaze gradually shifted to Wu Wei, locking onto him with intensity. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke again. "You do bear a striking resemblance to my brother." Wu Wei shrugged. "Yet you bear little resemblance to him." The man, disinterested in further banter, turned his attention back to Sun Jichi, enunciating each word deliberately. "My brother is dead." The surroundings fell into a hushed stillness, a gust of night breeze sweeping through, and Wu Wei could sense Sun Jichi's delicate frame tremble slightly beside him. Chu Xian is Chu Xian. He is his own entity. Sun Jichi positioned herself protectively in front of Wu Wei, facing the dangerous man head-on. Suddenly, the man erupted into laughter, rendering the scene all the more surreal. "If he did not resemble my brother, would you have traveled such a distance to Haizhou?" "Cici, while I may not possess my brother's intellect, I am not foolish." Wu Wei found himself in a state of disarray. The notion of brothers vying for the affections of the same woman seemed excessively melodramatic. "Return with me, and we shall consider this matter settled." The man began to exude an air of dominance. "Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." Sun Jichi stood her ground. "Qin Tianqi, dare to lay a finger on him and see what happens." The man's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Crushing him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. At the moment of confrontation between the two individuals, Wu Wei retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, began making a call. "Hello, Did you manage to record everything just now? Yes, that's right. His name is Qingqiu. He threatened to crush me. If anything untoward happens to me, please post the recording online and send a copy to the police. It must be this Qingqiu responsible for it. Yes, continue with your game. Bye. After hanging up, Wu Wei flashed a gesture at Qingqiu. Chapter 70. Neither proactive nor rejectionist. Wu Wei's audacious maneuver genuinely surprised Qingqiu, who narrowed his eyes, observing this man several years his junior with a gaze filled with derision. What should have been a tense standoff was transformed into a scene of street comedy by Wu Wei, leaving Sun Zhishi somewhat amused and exasperated. Initially, Qingqiu had no intention of escalating the situation. Bullying the weak was not his style, and he merely aimed to intimidate Wu Wei. However, Wu Wei's current antics ignited within him an urge to retaliate. Noticing the shift in Qingqiu's demeanor, Sun Zhishi spoke up. "I am heading back to Jiangning. Are you coming?" The fiery temper that had just flared within Qingqiu dissipated in an instant. He casually brushed aside his fallen bangs and replied nonchalantly, "I'll let you off this time, but don't let me catch you again." His audacity and arrogance left Wu Wei in awe, truly embodying the demeanor of a wealthy heir. With a cold expression, Sun Zhishi entered her vehicle and, through the lowered window, addressed Wu Wei. "I'm leaving now. Call me if you need anything." Wu Wei smiled, neither affirming nor denying her words. As he watched Sun Zhishi board the car, the group of men in black quickly resumed their positions. Only Qingqiu leisurely opened the door to the passenger seat and settled in. Wu Wei observed the pair inside the car, handsome man and beautiful woman, a perfect match. As the vehicles gradually departed, they stirred up clouds of dust, causing Wu Wei to cough and wipe the sweat from his brow. "Is wealth a license for indulgence?" he muttered, continuing on his predetermined path. After a stroll of over 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the internet CAF. Once he logged in and connected with his account, Wu Wei began searching for the information he needed. Programming was Wu Wei's weak point, yet when compared to the current overall programming standards, he still held certain advantages. The only issue was that the programming platform he wished to use was entirely in English, with no Chinese version available at the moment. The mainstream programming languages in the country remained those he was less adept at, rather than those he excelled in. Thus, both the software compatibility and the publishing platforms were predominantly English-based. It was only after 2010 that certain languages began to gain mainstream traction. By the time they truly flourished in the domestic market, 7 years had already passed. In the subsequent years, domains such as big data, artificial intelligence, and machine learning began to experience explosive growth, bringing programming into public awareness. However, in 2003, only a handful of professionals had a profound understanding of it. Wu Wei checked the course offerings of the Nanhua Computer Science Department and discovered that this course had yet to be introduced this year. When Wu Wei returned from a futuristic development environment to the year 2003, he truly realized that any advanced technology must align with the existing environment. Transcending generations is unattainable. It is akin to wielding a modern firearm in a war-torn era, only to discover that no factory exists to produce the ammunition you desire. Wu Wei attempted to create a simple web crawler. However, it encountered an error in under a minute of operation. After thorough examination, he concluded that the issue did not lie in his program, but rather in the flawed architecture of the website he was attempting to crawl, which consequently crashed it. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he slumped in his chair, staring helplessly at the error message. A notification chimed in his headphones, and upon checking, he saw a message from Yu Zhixia. "How are you online?" "I'm at the internet CAF." The conversation fell silent as Yu Zhixia hesitated, contemplating her next words. After finishing his meal, Wu Wei had left with Sun Zhishi, without disclosing their destination or purpose. Back in her dormitory, Yu Zhixia felt a restless agitation, unable to sit or lie down comfortably. An image of a tiny, freshly born kitten clawing at her heart had taken residence in her mind. Seeing Wu Wei online, she instinctively posed a question, but his swift reply left her regretting her impulsiveness. "I'm studying the program," he typed, ensuring the conversation did not languish in silence. "How do you want to handle this project?" Over time, Yu Zhixia had unconsciously begun to mirror Wu Wei's manner of speaking. Earlier, at the dinner table, his nonchalant response to her promise had been merely a vague "we'll see." His ambiguous stance, neither proactive nor dismissive, was immensely frustrating. Wu Wei refrained from answering and switched to another website, executing the crawler program once more. This time, it was a slightly larger site. Yet the program halted after merely 2 minutes. The essence of a web crawler is to traverse from one web page to another, continuously extracting information. By simulating browser behavior, the crawler accesses various pages and extracts specified information, thereby generating statistical data. Even the most sophisticated technology falters when confronted with the numerous shortcomings of a rudimentary website. A terse reply followed. Not possible. Yu Zhixia, glancing at the screen, quickly typed back. Why? Because it's too difficult. Is it harder than Light Textile City? It's exceedingly challenging. Wu Wei's enthusiasm had waned significantly, transitioning from excitement to a state of despondency in merely a few days. Though he remained unaware of what had transpired in between. Yu Zhixia, however, sensed that Sun Zhixia's presence today had altered Wu Wei's perspective. Their dialogue fizzled out, seemingly lacking a reason to continue. This matter remained in a state of stagnation until Wu Wei could devise a solution. With the new semester underway, an avalanche of tasks descended upon Wu Wei, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. On the first day of the second week, Wu Wei received yet another summons. This time initiated by Lin's senator fellow classmates. The freshman debate competition for the class of 2003 is about to commence. This time, our School of Economics and Management aims to challenge for the championship and topple the School of Humanities. Does everyone have confidence? The few dozen students seated responded with a scattered murmur. I was appointed by the college to organize the freshman debate team, and all of you have volunteered to enlist as our formal members. Now, please share your strengths and the roles you aspire to within the team. Lin's son articulated with clarity, referencing the list in his hand and beginning to inquire one by one. The counselor entrusted him with this task, recognizing his strong organizational skills and potential for contribution. Some expressed their desire to be the first speaker, asserting their commanding presence and ability to set the stage. Others deemed themselves suitable for the second speaker role, capable of posing questions and exploiting the opponent's weaknesses. Some claimed they could serve as the third speaker, exhibiting quick reflexes and sound logical reasoning. There were also those who believed the role of the fourth speaker would best suit them due to their strong summarization skills. As Lin's son listened and took notes, he inadvertently skipped over Wu Wei. Just as he was about to move on, a chilling voice interrupted. Did you sign me up? Gazing at Wu Wei, who had grasped his hand, Lin's son awkwardly chuckled. I asked you on Friday if you were coming, and you said it was up to you. Wu Wei retorted fiercely. So, can I casually beat you half to death? Left with no other option, Lin's son resorted to the almost universally accepted saying among Chinese people. Since you're here, you might as well stay. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei rose and strode towards the classroom exit. He had initially assumed an important class meeting was in session, which was why he had come after dinner, only to find himself deceived by Senator Lin's son hurried to his side, adopting the fiercest expression while uttering the softest words. Don't force me to call you godfather here. He tugged at Wu Wei's clothing as if he were about to kneel. Wu Wei scoffed, with so many eyes upon them. He had to give Lin's son some semblance of face. After painstakingly tallying everyone's preferences, Lin's son explained the results. Based on the order of applications for different positions, the participants were randomly divided into 3 teams for a round-robin format. The group that won 2 rounds would form Team 1, while the remaining individuals could choose to stay and form Team 2 as substitutes or leave outright. Wu Wei, not wishing to take on a major speaking role, settled for the position of 4th speaker. To fill the numbers, Lin's son had no choice but to substitute for the last team that lacked a member, becoming their 3rd speaker. Coincidentally, the first speaker for this group was Lu Yongjie, the very individual who had previously lost to Wu Wei in a competitive game. The second speaker was a girl from Lu Yongjie's class, rumored to be the belle of the finance department's freshman, named Wan Yin. And the 4th speaker of this group was none other than the unwillingly recruited Wu Wei. The 4 gathered to strategize for the upcoming competition. Lu Yongjie and Wan Yin, being classmates, were already somewhat acquainted. Meanwhile, Lin's son, the social butterfly, was well known throughout the entire college. Wu Wei is the enigmatic and formidable entity, the deity of prophecy in ancient Greece. The first round of the debate, a series of 3 draws, pits Lin's son's team against another. The topic is rather peculiar. Is human nature inherently good or evil? This topic was provided by the Academy and is rumored to have been the final question of last year's freshman debate competition. Lin's son drew the position of the negative side, arguing that human nature is evil, and the 4 of them fell silent as they stared at the paper bearing the topic. How shall we proceed? Wan Yin inquired softly, glancing at Lu Yongjie. It was evident that he had experience in debating. Establishing a position is always the duty of the first speaker. With only 5 minutes to prepare, each member must present their substantial points. Lu Yongjie furrowed his brow, adjusting his glasses thoughtfully, and cautiously remarked, "What constitutes good and evil? We can obfuscate it." As his words settled, the expressions of the other 3 team members varied. Wu Wei stroked his chin, watching Lu Yongjie with keen interest. "Then let us forego defining good and evil and delve directly into the origins." Compared to Lu Yongjie's strategy, Lin Sun took a more straightforward approach. "This is an excellent method." Ruan Yin nodded in agreement. Lu Yongjie is indeed astute, and Wu Wei could not help but nod as well. Upon seeing Wu Wei's nod, Lu Yongjie appeared momentarily taken aback and asked, "Wu Wei, what are your thoughts?" Wu Wei pondered briefly. "Your strategy is sound, but one must not focus solely on oneself. Consider the possible strategies of the opponent." Lu Yongjie's eyes brightened as Wu Wei's reminder struck a chord. Debate is, after all, a form of strategic contest. As opposing sides in a debate, one cannot merely express their own views, but must also contemplate the opponent's approach to fundamentally overcome them. However, the risk lies in the potential misjudgment of the opponent's standpoint, which can lead one's own position astray. The opposing view asserts that human nature is inherently good. The simplest argument stems from the perspective of human development, indicating that humanity is generally progressing towards a more structured existence, with the collective choice being to pursue goodness. Ruan Yin, not merely a decorative presence, contributed her insight. And so, Lin Sun interjected. "Therefore, they will inevitably seek to define what constitutes good and evil," Lu Yongjie added. "Precisely, let us bypass that and instead trace the origins." This was Lin Sun's initial strategy, but through this discussion, the entire framework and approach became even clearer. "So, Wu Wei, how would you summarize?" Lu Yongjie, noting that time was running short, quickly turned to Wu Wei. Wu Wei smiled. "I have already grasped it." The 3 of them widened their eyes. Was it not prudent to think now and wait until the end? "Are you confident?" Even Ruan Yin grew anxious. Wu Wei replied nonchalantly, "Not at all." Time did not afford them further discussion, as the 5 minutes had elapsed. The first speaker from the affirmative side commenced. Throughout human history and the evolution of civilization, as a community of shared destiny, humanity has consistently adhered to its inherent choices, which is goodness. Upon hearing the opposing team's argument, the 4 members of the negative side inexplicably relaxed, for in this contest, they had already emerged victorious. When you are aware of your opponent's hidden cards, everything becomes significantly simpler. The affirmative side statements were conventional, firmly establishing their stance, which was already a victory in itself. Thus, when the first speaker of the affirmative concluded their speech, the other members of the team revealed smiles. The dichotomy of good and evil, in truth, knows no boundaries. Yet, if we must establish a standard for good and evil, we might well examine the world at the dawn of humanity and how it functioned. After the affirmative's argument concluded, Lu Yongjie took the floor as the first speaker for the negative side. The smiles of the affirmative team members suddenly froze. For Lu Yongjie's address directly assailed their core argument, striking at the very heart of their position. The ensuing debate became decidedly less engaging, seizing upon their opponent's vulnerabilities. Ruan Yin and Lin Sun launched successive attacks that left the affirmative utterly defenseless, compelling Lu Yongjie to occasionally seek a moment of recognition, while Wu Wei maintained an air of detached observation. The 8 minutes of free debate rapidly came to a close, and as a member of the negative side, Wu Wei was to deliver the concluding remarks. He rose and began with a thunderous proclamation: "Believing is one matter, but being is another." The opposing debaters had consistently emphasized that human nature is fundamentally good. However, from their statements and arguments, could it not be inferred that they merely choose to believe in their inherent goodness? Thus, the notion that human nature is innately good is not a fact, but rather a beautiful aspiration. In truth, everyone is aware of the reality that human nature is inherently flawed, a fact that has existed since the dawn of humanity. This is because survival of the fittest is a fundamental law of nature and one of the preconditions for human advancement. Without this basic principle, humanity would lose even the right to exist and would forever remain incapable of rising to the apex of the food chain. In conclusion, the belief in the inherent goodness of human nature is merely an ideal, not a fact. To disregard this reality is to contravene the fundamental principles of rational thought. Upon the conclusion of Wu Wei's remarks, The room fell into silence. Even the fourth speaker of the affirmative side momentarily forgot their own concluding statement. The moment this perspective emerged, the superiority was evident. With a single stroke, all illusions were shattered. Wu Wei's discourse served as a formidable weapon, cleaving through all emptiness and splitting the heavens and earth. The opposing side conceded with complete acceptance, leaving no room for resistance. Similarly, in the second round, despite the change of teams, the same overwhelming force rendered them utterly defenseless. Thus, without question, Wu Wei became a member of the 2003 freshman debate team at the School of Management. Consequently, in addition to his daily routine of early mornings and late evenings, he acquired a new responsibility, participating in debate team training. A week later, the Nanhua freshman debate competition arrived as scheduled. Our draw is exceptional. We've avoided last year's champion. The School of Humanities, exclaimed Lin San, brimming with excitement as he handed Wu Wei the results of the draw, who lay on the bed in a state of exhaustion. Wu Wei did not take the paper, instead staring blankly at the ceiling. After a long day, he felt utterly drained and indifferent to the draw. What relevance did last year's champion hold for this year, when they could not compete themselves? Ah, indeed. At this moment, Lin San finally realized his folly. The competition was exclusively for freshmen, which meant that despite last year's victory by the School of Humanities, the veteran members could not participate again. However, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the possibility of encountering Xiao Yu at the peak of the competition. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's name, the other two companions grew excited and gathered around Wu Wei's bedside. Indeed, we from the School of Economics and Management are in the upper bracket, while the School of Environmental Studies occupies the lower. If all goes well, we shall indeed meet in the finals, Lu Weiyu observed thoughtfully as he examined the matchups. Is Xiao Yu also part of the debate team? Zheng Xianfeng inquired, puzzled. Lin Sun replied with unwavering certainty. I encountered her during the draw. She is the representative from the School of Environmental Studies and their lead debater. She even specifically inquired about you. Lu Weiyu, with a serious demeanor, admonished. You must not go easy on her. This is the honor of our entire academy. Indeed, but one must not be excessively harsh, Zheng Xianfeng cautioned. Unable to bring himself to sabotage the competition, though he harbored strong doubts about the capabilities of the esteemed individual lying in bed. Wu Wei stared blankly at the ceiling, his eyes vacant. After a long pause, he finally murmured, Who the hell signed me up for this? Meanwhile, the true instigator, Lin Sun, had long since vanished. In each subsequent match, Wu Wei only participated for the final 3 minutes, leaving all spectators in awe. Although he spoke merely for 3 minutes each time, his contributions were akin to a stabilizing force, either turning the tide of the debate or dismantling opposing arguments with ease. He was economical with words, never exceeding a second more than necessary. His succinct yet profound conclusions became his defining characteristic. Thus, he earned the moniker Wu Sanfan among the community. Typically, audiences enjoy the lively back and forth of debates, believing that this embodies the essence of argumentation. However, the emergence of Wu Sanfan transformed this perception entirely. Consequently, many came to witness the matches solely to hear his final summation. His numerous quotable insights had already transformed into the latest colloquial expressions. Life is like a cup of tea. It remains bitter even after the bitterness has passed. The early bird gets the worm, while the foolish bird gets shot. Aspiring to greatness without merit? You are merely a plump sheep. Money may not be omnipotent, yet it is capable of nearly everything. Flies do not alight on an unblemished egg. Could it be that mosquitoes are drawn to your blood because you share the same blood type? Today, the final match had finally arrived. The School of Economics and Management faced the School of Environmental Studies, two seeded teams from the upper and lower brackets, having each navigated numerous rounds of competition. As Wu Wei had anticipated, last year's champion, the School of Humanities, had been eliminated early, unable to sustain their previous glory. The competition was ultimately scheduled to take place in the library's conference hall, which could accommodate 300 seated attendees. Wow, there are people everywhere, Lin Sun exclaimed, his face filled with trepidation after sneaking a glance through the curtain, nearly frightened to death. The venue was packed, with layers of spectators both inside and outside. Aside from their own academy members, most attendees were merely there for the spectacle, including several second and third-year students. Look at you, so unaccustomed to such scenes. Wan Yin chided playfully. After several matches, the synergy among the participants has notably improved, and their relationships have grown considerably more familiar. An air of tension suddenly enveloped the room, and everyone's expressions turned gravely serious. 2 days prior, with the finals being a single event, the topic had been disclosed ahead of time, leaving everyone somewhat perplexed. The source of the unconventional question, whether a purely platonic friendship can exist between men and women, remained a mystery. Upon drawing the affirmative side, Lin Sen's hand was firmly pressed against the table, while Lu Yongjie coldly inquired, "Shall we sever the little finger or the thumb?" His gaze shifted toward Wu Wei, who was slouched across the table, and Ruan Yin, who stood behind him. Wu Wei languidly replied, "Let us just chop off the whole hand. It serves no purpose. Godfather, this isn't my fault. It was Xiaoyu who drew first. I had no choice." Each claimed they were without options, and soon their playful banter echoed like a scene from a movie, as it seemed blood might soon be shed. The affirmative side found themselves at a loss. What genuine friendship could exist between men and women? Lu Yongjie, in despair, released Lin Sun's hand. "I believe it is still worth a shot. After all, the concept of friendship can be redefined to some extent," Lin Sun mused, flexing his wrist as he articulated his thoughts. "How do you propose to define it?" posed the sole female member of the team, Ruan Yin, with a probing question. "Let us consider love as a form of friendship," he suggested. Ever since Wu Wei joined the team, everyone had acquired a certain skill, sophistry. Sophistry is characterized by the sensation that something is amiss, yet being unable to pinpoint the discrepancy. Redefining a concept to gain an advantageous position is a form of sophistry. "Is a white horse not a horse?" Lu Yongjie queried. "A white horse is indeed a horse," Lin Sun corrected him, "but let us not forget, we are the guardians." The phrase "a white horse is not a horse" stems from an intriguing anecdote. Gongsun Long once paraded through the city, only to be halted by the gatekeeper. "A horse cannot pass through the city gate." Gongsun Long retorted, "My steed is a white horse. A white horse is not a horse, thus I may enter." Hence, the saying "a white horse is not a horse." The gatekeeper undoubtedly thought Gongsun Long was spouting nonsense. For by common sense, a white horse is indeed a horse. Yet, he fell into Gongsun Long's sophistic trap, which exploited the distinction between horse and white horse, emphasizing that the meanings of horse, white, and white horse differ significantly. However, in the context of Wu Wei and his team's argument, they were not the Gongsun Long riding the white horse, but rather the gatekeepers trying to prevent entry. The debate over whether a white horse is a horse would inevitably mark the culmination of the forthcoming contest. Chapter 73. Is there a pure friendship between men and women? Amidst the deafening cheers, 2 teams from the School of Economics and Management and the School of Environmental Science entered, inciting even greater excitement among the crowd. It was unclear who initiated the chant, but it was a familiar voice, likely Zheng Xianfeng, who first shouted, "Economics and Management is the champion." Instantly, the students from Economics and Management echoed back, forming an unstoppable wave of enthusiasm. The students from the School of Environmental Science quickly responded with their own rallying cry, declaring that environmental science is the champion. Such slogans also served to exert pressure on the judges. The host methodically read out the topics and time requirements for the finals, subsequently introducing the school leaders who would serve as judges. Finally, the host began to introduce each team member on the stage. With each name announced, a wave of cheers erupted. When the last member of the affirmative team was introduced, Wu Wei stood up upon hearing his name and flashed a peace sign towards the audience. "Wu 3 points. Wu 3 points." The chant echoed throughout the venue, leaving Wu Wei somewhat vexed. Who was the thoughtless individual who had bestowed upon him such a moniker? Wu 3 points. A name that implied he could only last 3 minutes. He even harbored suspicions that Jean Ruoxua, whom he had met only once, might have been the originator of this nickname, as she had once jokingly remarked upon similar lines. Sitting beside Yu Zhixia, Jean Ruoxua burst into laughter upon hearing Wu Wei's nickname. Despite Wu Wei's popularity, it was insufficient to eclipse the renowned beauty of Yu Qingqiu. When she stood up, the male audience was rendered utterly enraptured. Dressed in a sleek black suit, with her hair elegantly styled to the side, Yu Qingqiu exuded an air of sophistication. The irresistible allure of her uniform was finally realized at that moment. As the competition commenced, Lu Yongjie, representing the affirmative team, began to present their argument. "Greetings, everyone. I am the first speaker for the affirmative side. Today, our position is that a pure friendship can indeed exist between men and women. The existence of friendship is the most innocent and selfless emotion in human relations. The foundation of friendship lies in trust and mutual respect. This sentiment is sacred and untainted. Thus, gender is not a significant factor in determining the purity of friendship. Rather, it is one's values, character, and interests that matter. Men, women, and those of mixed genders can all share pure friendships, indicating that such purity is independent of gender. Pure friendship is a noble choice of humanity. Any attempt to belittle the purity of friendship between men and women is a diminishment of our very humanity. Likewise, we hope our opposing team does not tread down this irretrievable path. The final statement was a deliberate addition by Wu Wei, as they needed to assert their dominance from the outset. Elevating friendship to the level of humanity was the strategy they had meticulously crafted. As expected, after Lu Yongji's speech, a flicker of surprise crossed Yu Qingqiu's face. She glanced at the prompt card in her hand, exchanged looks with her fourth speaker, and they swapped their respective prompt cards. Indeed, their opponent had accurately anticipated their strategy. Consequently, the alternative plan in the hands of the fourth speaker needed to be utilized for rebuttal, rendering Yu Qingqiu's opening remarks useless. This was a strategy they had previously discussed. Having observed all of Wu Wei's matches, Yu Qingqiu had concluded the winning pattern of the school of management. They consistently managed to predict their opponent's thematic direction in advance, seizing upon weaknesses from the very beginning and maintaining pressure until the end. Therefore, they had devised two strategies and prepared two plans, all to ensure they could sidestep such predictable tactics in this final match. The first proposal rests in the hands of Yu Qingqiu, while the second is with the fourth debater, allowing for adaptability. Yu Qingqiu's initial strategy involves discussing friendship through the lens of gender differences. However, Wu Wei's argument overshadowed their approach, substituting the nuances of gender with the essence of humanity, thereby rendering their strategy utterly ineffective. Yu Qingqiu quickly regained her composure amidst the earlier chaos, for as the first debater, she must deliver the opening shot. Greetings, I am the first debater for the opposition, and our assertion is that there exists no pure friendship between men and women. As early as 3 centuries ago, the illustrious English poet John Milton proclaimed that friendship between the sexes is a perilous game, frequently susceptible to emotional disturbances. Emotion, the binding force between men and women, is a crucial element in the continuity of humanity. To deny emotion is to reject the very history of mankind. Moreover, friendship, in most instances, is merely a shared interest or hobby, lacking an emotional foundation. This lack of emotional depth is a significant reason why friendships are relatively fragile. The existence of pure friendship is indeed possible. Wu Wei's previously languid gaze suddenly shifted to Yu Qingqiu, betraying a newfound caution towards her. Her recent actions suggested an impromptu alteration of their established strategy, sidestepping conflict and choosing an alternate path. However, we maintain that pure friendship cannot entail emotional entanglements. Once emotions are involved, the friendship is inherently no longer pure, thus explaining the impossibility of pure friendships between the sexes. Yu Qingqiu's delivery was met with resounding applause. The themes of humanity and emotion presented by both sides were innovative, each carving out its own battlefield. The outcome remains uncertain. As the timer signaled the impending first wave of counterattacks, the first shot was fired. Dear opponents, you claim that friendship lacks an emotional foundation. If emotions are introduced, does it still qualify as friendship, or does it not become love? Ruan Nian launched the initial strike. No, dear opponents, do not mislead. Our previous mention of emotional foundations was contextual and should not be conflated. The third debater from the opposing side exhibited a clear line of reasoning. Is it only between men and women that emotions exist? Lin Sun posed a rather peculiar question. We are discussing the impact of emotions on friendship, not gender. Have the opponents forgotten their own argument? A swift retort came from the second debater of the Environmental College. Let me remind everyone that today's topic pertains specifically to the interactions between men and women. Do not deliberately obscure the discourse. Lu Yongji joined the fray. Our argument, I believe, has not been properly comprehended by the opposing side. Once friendship becomes entangled with emotion, it loses its purity. And men and women are most prone to emotional entanglements, hence the absence of purity. Yu Qingqiu, undeterred, reiterated her stance. Wu Wei observed the back and forth on stage, while his pen spun rapidly in his grasp. Chapter 74, I am Wu Wei, not Wu Sanfen. The battle on stage intensified, with neither side yielding an inch, escalating even to personal attacks. Your lack of sight does not imply non-existence. It merely reflects your absence of true companionship. This statement is flawed. I understand the essence of friendship, yet has the opposing debater ever truly experienced emotions? Are they aware of what feelings entail, and can they equate them to friendship? Should we delve into emotions? I shall engage you on that front. Mr. Yang once articulated that spouses ought to be lifelong friends, emphasizing the paramount importance of friendship in a marital bond. Now, tell me, is the affection between spouses not a form of emotion? If spouses can be friends, then surely. It goes without saying for others. The opposing debater is once again shifting concepts. Lin's son felt his blood boiling. The relentless barrage of attacks had left him utterly exhausted. He cast a glance at Wu Wei, signaling for assistance, yet Wu Wei remained indifferent, entranced by the pen in his hand. In a moment of desperation, Lin's son glanced at the timer, disregarding everything else, and unleashed his trump card. If I were to assert that a pure friendship exists between men and women, you would undoubtedly be skeptical, so let me present a fact to substantiate this claim. I wish to inquire of the first debater from the opposing side, Qingqiu. Can you enlighten us on whether the bond between you and our fourth debater, Wu Wei, is not a manifestation of pure friendship? The once boisterous debate hall fell into an eerie silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. Qingqiu, singled out, appeared as if stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief at Lin Sen's unexpected inquiry. Should she claim that her relationship with Wu Wei is purely platonic, it would entirely undermine her stance, rendering her previous opening statement devoid of credibility. Conversely, if she refuted this notion, it would shatter the thin veil over their connection. Lin Sen's tactic was ruthlessly cunning, prompting even Lu Yongjie and Wan Yin to look away in dismay, while the opposing team glared back furiously, ready to retaliate. Lin Sen's incisive question consumed a full 10 seconds of their time, a silence that left the opposing team flustered and disoriented. Regrettably, the opposing side had exhausted their time limit and could not continue their rebuttal. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Sen pressed on, taking advantage of their remaining time. You have been classmates for 3 years in high school and share a passion for calligraphy, yet there exists no romantic entanglement. Does this not serve as a testament to our argument that such friendship is indeed pure? A chorus of boos erupted from the audience, many raising their middle fingers in disdain towards Lin Sen's audacity, creating a chaotic scene. You respond. Little you, swiftly acknowledge that your bond is one of pure friendship. Losing the debate is one thing, but losing your integrity is another. Qingqiu stood frozen, unable to think. Her eyes clouded with confusion as she cast a sidelong glance at the man seated at the far end of the opposing table. Ah, there surely lies a hidden truth. Observe Yu's gaze. It is anything but innocent. Wu, do respond. You've been caught. Now, let us invite the fourth debater from the opposing side to present their concluding remarks. The chaos of the venue was swiftly quelled by the host, for numerous dignitaries were present, and the proceedings must be duly completed. The fourth speaker from the School of Environmental Sciences rose and slightly bowed towards the audience below. Good day, everyone. I shall now summarize our position. However, before proceeding, I must express my protest against the actions of the School of Business during the recent free debate. The fourth speaker from the opposing side spoke with indignation, noting that at least 2 of the 3 minutes allocated for the summary were spent denouncing Lin's son as despicable and shameless. At this juncture of the competition, the matter transcended mere honor. It was utterly unacceptable that the esteemed representative of the School of Environmental Sciences had an ambiguous relationship with Wu Sanfen. Only a select few were privy to the entanglements between Qingqiu and Wu Wei. Most were either spectators, gossiping, or engaged in their own grievances. According to the rules, the first speaker from the affirmative side commenced, followed by the first speaker from the opposing side. Yet, it was the fourth speaker from the opposing side who concluded first, followed by the fourth speaker from the affirmative side, rendering Wu Wei's final remarks pivotal to the entire debate. When Wu Wei stood to deliver the last speech, he received a warm reception. Many fingers were raised in silent protest from the section belonging to the School of Environmental Sciences. Observing this, Wu Wei could not suppress a smile and cheekily flashed a peace sign at those individuals, playful and endearing. The atmosphere crackled with tension, and it felt as if the air had solidified. Wu Wei's provocation thoroughly infuriated the male students from the School of Environmental Sciences, prompting them to rise, with even more fingers joining the fray. Hello, I am the fourth speaker from the affirmative side. My name is Wu Wei, not Wu Sanfen. Wu Wei defused the chaotic atmosphere with self-deprecating humor right from the outset, eliciting laughter from the crowd. First, Let me clarify that my relationship with the opposing first speaker, you, is indeed one of pure friendship. Upon this declaration, the laughter subsided, and a genuine silence enveloped the room. This was not only a clarification, but also the inception of Wu Wei's argument. Let us refrain from trivializing our discussions with matters of romantic entanglements. Such fleeting affections hold no weight in this arena. From the beginning, we have emphasized the essence of friendship. I believe there exists a misunderstanding regarding what constitutes friendship. Shared interests and hobbies define ordinary acquaintances, but do not qualify as true friendship. These connections are fragile and cannot withstand trials. They are merely camaraderie. Consider, during those tumultuous times when the nation was in peril, how many young men and women, united by a common ideal and belief, ventured forth, willing to sacrifice their lives. In their joint struggle, who would concern themselves with the gender of their companions? Was this not the quintessence of pure friendship? As Wu Wei spoke, his demeanor gradually turned solemn. The audience, once caught up in the earlier farce, seemed to be deeply moved by his words. For the sake of a shared ideal and belief, some individuals can face death with a smile, leaving the hope of life for others. Their existence may have blossomed for but a fleeting moment, yet they bequeath us a future resplendent in brilliance. Such acts, do they not warrant our profound admiration? And is not the bond they share the very essence of true friendship that we seek? Wu Wei proclaimed passionately. His voice reverberated throughout the auditorium, imbued with a weighty power that struck at the hearts of all present. Silence enveloped the audience, who were enraptured by Wu Wei's words, contemplating the true meaning of friendship. In that instant, Wu Wei successfully evoked a deep respect for those forebears, compelling everyone to reassess their own understanding of camaraderie. Chapter 75. No explanation. For explanation is concealment in truth. Wu Wei's speech did not last 3 minutes, yet he paid no heed to the timer, returning to his seat after his poignant remarks. After a considerable pause, a tall figure arose. It was Zheng Xianfeng, who clapped fervently, as if expending every ounce of his strength. Management is the champion. Applause crescendoed, ultimately resonating throughout the entire conference hall. However, the outcome was rather unfortunate, for the champions were not from the School of Management. As the debaters from the Environmental College held the championship trophy aloft, each bore a look of embarrassment. Wu Wei stepped forward to receive the Best Debater trophy, personally presented by the principal, exhibiting utmost humility. The competition had concluded, yet the students in attendance were left yearning for more. It's all your fault. Who told you to employ that underhanded tactic? Surely that's why the judges ruled against us. Lu Yongjie grumbled, weighing the medal in his hand, ready to hurl it at someone's head. The runner-up only received a plaque, heavy in hand, which would surely hurt if thrown. I almost want to leave. This is so humiliating, Wan Yin remarked, deeply ashamed. Suddenly, Lin Sun felt a weight on his shoulder as a large hand rested there. Thank you for your presence. The voice was chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. Lin Sun forced a smile. That was my fault. I take the blame. No worries. I will personally explain to Xiaoyu. What you share is certainly not mere friendship. Wu Wei tossed the Best Debater trophy into Lin Sun's embrace. No need for explanations, it's just as well. Wu Wei's cryptic remark left the remaining 3 exchanging bewildered glances, entirely perplexed by his meaning. Just moments ago, it was evident to all that there was more than met the eye between the two. A master indeed. My godfather is truly remarkable, Lin Sun marveled. He has Xiaoyu completely under his thumb. How impressive. As the gathering dispersed, Wu Wei exited from backstage, alone and solitary. After merely a few steps, just shy of Qiming Lake, someone called out to him. Now that you've exposed everything publicly, how do you intend to conclude this? From the shadows emerged a striking figure. Wu Wei, hands in pockets, replied nonchalantly. Just right. No need for explanations. What are you really thinking? Yu Zhixiao approached Wu Wei, standing less than half a meter away. Towering at nearly 1.70 meters, she was almost 10 centimeters taller than him. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at the man whose countenance remained tranquil. I have no particular thoughts. Wu Wei's nonchalant demeanor irked Yu Zhixia, for after all, he was her younger sister's companion, and she felt compelled to discern Wu Wei's sentiments. Why did he remain silent today? Surely, he must possess some awareness of the matter. Yu Zhixia's tone turned sharp as she pressed him further. During the open debate, she had observed Lin Sun questioning Yu Qingqiu closely. Qingqiu harbors feelings for you. Do not feign ignorance. In that fleeting moment, Yu Zhixiao realized that her sister had long since arrived at her own conclusions. Wu Wei lowered his gaze to Yu Zhixia, a hint of disinterest clouding his expression, and sighed. Sister Zhixia, do you know that I have harbored feelings for Qingqiu for many years? Yu Zhixia remained silent, merely gazing at him. 3 years had passed since Yu Qingqiu and Wu Wei had been classmates. Yet, unbeknownst to Yu Zhixia, when Wu Wei spoke of many years, he referred to a time far beyond these 3 years. Have you not considered that after 3 years, she has never liked me? How could she suddenly develop feelings for me? Yu Zhixia pursed her lips, her brows knitting together slightly as she attempted to clarify. Qingqiu is slow to warm up. Wu Wei shook his head and replied. Qingqiu would not fall for the person I once was. Now, it was Yu Zhixia's turn to be perplexed. She struggled to follow Wu Wei's line of thought. Qingqiu is drawn to someone who is responsible, decisive, confident, and formidable, someone she can look up to. I am not that person, Wu Wei articulated slowly. Yu Zhixia's breath hitched. She seemed to grasp the essence of his words. You assert that she likes me. But I believe that is not the case. She is enamored with those particular traits. If she encounters another individual who embodies those qualities, she would likely be drawn to him instead. At this revelation, Yu Zhixia comprehended the implication. In Wu Wei's eyes, Yu Qingqiu was captivated by certain characteristics, which led her to develop feelings for the current iteration of Wu Wei. But you are that person now, are you not? Yu Zhixia persisted, unwilling to relent. Wu Wei chuckled softly. Doesn't that affirm my perspective? Therefore, Sister Zhixia, when an individual transforms into the version you have always envisioned, do you believe you are fond of the person they once were, or the person they have become? Yu Zhixia murmured. Aren't they the same person? As astute as Yu Zhixia was, how could she not discern the underlying meaning in Wu Wei's words? Yet, as an elder sister, she wished for Wu Wei not to miss the opportunity with Qingqiu due to this misunderstanding. Time would reveal all truths. When I revert to being that complacent individual, merely seeking stability, do you think Qingqiu would still harbor affection for me? Wu Wei's words resonated powerfully, leaving Yu Zhixia unable to counter. She understood her sister well, and thus recognized the validity in Wu Wei's assertions. After Wu Wei finished speaking, he moved past Yu Zhixia. However, as he took a single step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with her, he halted. Yu Zhixia, puzzled, turned to find a figure standing beneath a nearby tree, quietly observing them. Qingqiu, when did you arrive? Yu Zhixia hurriedly approached and took her sister's hand. The small hand felt icy, sending a wave of concern through her. Yu Qingqiu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her delicate lips biting down in a sorrowful gesture. I heard everything you said. Yu Qingqiu's voice was somewhat subdued. Yu Zhixia shot a fierce glare at Wu Wei, wondering if he was deliberately speaking for Yu Qingqiu's benefit. Wu Wei, however, remained unperturbed, refraining from any explanation. For to explain is to conceal. He gradually strolled past Yu Qingqiu, like a gentle breeze that whisked away all lingering emotions. Yu Qingqiu wished to reach out and grasp Wu Wei's hand, yet her reason held her back. Proud as she was, she found it difficult to accept Wu Wei's demeanor at that moment. Only when he had walked far away did a glimmer of moisture form in her eyes, cascading down her fair cheek like a solitary tear. Sister, I feel so sad. Why did Wu Wei say that? He is far too rational, always viewing matters in black and white. But emotions are inherently irrational, aren't they? That may be true for you, but he does not share that perspective. On that day, Yu Qingqiu experienced a pang of regret for the first time in many years. Why hadn't she confessed her feelings for Wu Wei sooner? Thus missing the opportune moment. Wu Wei had once cherished her for 3 years without receiving a response. By the time Yu Qingqiu finally awakened to her feelings, Wu Wei had already moved on. As university began anew, she remained confident that she could win Wu Wei back. Chapter 76, An Unexpected Encounter. After navigating the hectic start of the semester, Wu Wei's life gradually returned to a semblance of tranquility. His studies were now his primary focus. For if he could not tackle the complexities of programming, all his future plans would be rendered moot. To address this hurdle, he attended supplementary classes to bolster his foundational knowledge in coding. In one such lesson, he encountered an unexpected individual. Programming was not solely about hands-on practice. It also involved tedious theoretical lectures. Wu Wei found himself intrigued by these theoretical aspects, even skipping his last calculus class to attend. Wu Wei, did you enroll in this class as well? I didn't see you in the first 2 sessions, Wan Yin inquired as she leaned against the desk, observing Wu Wei as he organized his notes. I'm here to audit the class. I didn't officially enroll, Wu Wei replied, not lifting his head, hastily gathering his belongings. Auditing. I heard you've signed up for numerous courses. Aren't you pushing yourself a bit too hard? I encountered a technical bottleneck. So I wanted to brush up on the basics of programming, he explained. You understand programming? I'm not proficient, but I have some experience, Wu Wei said, avoiding further conversation as he slung his backpack over his shoulder, preparing to leave, fearing the computer lab might soon be overcrowded. Ah, you know about it? Wu Wei paused, glancing at Wan Yin. What, you know it too? Wan Yin smiled brightly. I haven't even grasped the fundamentals yet, so how could I possibly understand? However, I do know someone who does. Oh, then please introduce me. I would like to consult him about a few matters. Wu Wei exclaimed, his excitement rising. He had scoured for someone capable of comprehending the issues he wished to resolve, yet to no avail. Countless inquiries posted in forums had met with silence. Wan Yin teased. You treat me to dinner, and I will tell you. Deal. A single meal, if it could resolve Wu Wei's conundrum, would be immensely worthwhile. With their striking presence, the handsome young man and beautiful young woman became a captivating sight wherever they went. As Wan Yin sought a table, Wu Wei headed to the cafeteria, and together, they struck a harmonious partnership. Moments later, Wu Wei, balancing 2 trays, traversed the corridor towards the direction where Wan Yin was waving. However, after only a few steps, he realized something was amiss, as 2 individuals were already dining beside Wan Yin. Setting down his trays, Wu Wei felt somewhat taken aback. Wan Yin had chosen a seat adjacent to Yu Jixia and Yu Qingqiu. During the bustling peak of mealtime, finding a spot was quite challenging, and reluctantly, the 4 of them had to share a table. The instant Wu Wei appeared, Yu Qingqiu's ears flushed with a rosy hue. Since the conclusion of the last debate competition, they had not crossed paths. Even in the same calculus class, Yu Qingqiu found it difficult to spot Wu Wei. Please sit quickly. You and her sister are almost done eating. Let us share the table for now, Wan Yin urged, noticing Wu Wei's momentary daze. I didn't know what you liked, so I bought a little of everything. As Wu Wei settled next to Yu Qingqiu, the atmosphere around him seemed to heat up. Yu Jixia, holding her chopsticks with an air of indifference, remained aloof. Wu Wei chose to disregard her, pretending not to notice. Yet, even the typically composed Yu Qingqiu lowered her guard and gently inquired, Have you been busy lately? We haven't seen you around. Wu Wei focused on his rice, replying, Yes, quite a few things, A sharp pain shot through his foot, nearly causing him to choke on his food. Yu Jixia smirked, clearly unconvinced by Wu Wei's feigned nonchalance. Wu Wei was fully aware of the instigator of the earlier incident. After all, Yu Qingqiu and Wan Yin had no reason to be so harsh with him. What happened? Yu Qingqiu asked with concern. Wu Wei bitterly retorted, Nothing. I just bumped my foot. Why are you still so careless? Wan Yin remarked, observing the affectionate exchange between the 2, her tone laced with envy. Oh dear. We haven't even finished eating, and I'm already feeling full. The blush that graced Yu Qingqiu's fair skin resembled the hues of a sunset, eliciting sympathy. Come on. Qingqiu, let's wrap up, Yu Jixia exclaimed, flicking her chopsticks dangerously close to Wu Wei's face. I'll just have another sip of soup. Yu Qingqiu, having finally encountered Wu Wei, was reluctant to leave. Yu Jixia huffed twice, crossing her arms, coldly regarding her ineffectual sister and the man beside her who seemed to be putting on a show. The atmosphere at the table grew somewhat awkward, yet mealtime must continue. What difficulties have you been facing? Wan Yin inquired between bites, showing no concern for the 2 sisters beside her. Wu Wei, undeterred, murmured, I am researching web scraping. I cannot extract the data. What exactly are you scraping? What kind of bug? Wan Yin asked, her expression one of confusion. Upon hearing Wu Wei's new terminology, Yu Jixia's interest was piqued. Wu Wei set down his chopsticks, patiently elucidating. It involves using programs to gather data from websites, akin to how a spider weaves its web to ensnare prey. Is it really possible to do that? Wan Yin exclaimed, astonished. This was a technique she had never encountered before. What data are you collecting? Some stock and market information, Wu Wei replied. Upon hearing this, Yu Jixia's gaze intensified, sharpening with scrutiny. So, after just a few days apart, you've already found a new partner for collaboration? Her thoughts raced, sensing that despite the difficulties he had mentioned, he was merely seeking to distance himself from her and pursue others. She had hesitated for a mere few days, while he seemed devoid of patience, truly lacking in heartfelt intentions. However, my program encountered issues, and I am unable to extract the desired results. Thus, you seek someone knowledgeable to assist you, correct? Wan Yin, being astute, swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Having finished our meal, may I inquire as to whom I should turn for assistance? Wang Yin raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You seem quite anxious. Indeed, I am in a state of urgency. Wu Wei looked on with hopeful anticipation. In that case, please write down your problem and send it to me. I shall help you find someone who can resolve it. What do you mean by My brother is in America, currently pursuing a graduate degree in computer science. He is knowledgeable in this area. I ventured to inquire, which university? Carnegie Mellon, she replied. A prestigious institution. You are aware of it? Of course, the computer science program at Carnegie Mellon is ranked first in the nation. It seems you are well informed. I shall assist you with this. With that, Wu Wei felt reassured. Anyone studying computer science at Carnegie Mellon must be among the elite. More importantly, Carnegie Mellon was one of the first universities to establish a financial engineering program, a testament to its strength in the realm of computing. Wu Wei nodded. I will add you later. The conversation between the two left Qingqiu utterly perplexed, unable to interject. Yu Zhixia, however, observed quietly from the sidelines. Before they could exchange more words, Wang Yin received a phone call regarding a student council meeting and promptly excused herself. Wu Wei remained, gazing at the two sisters, feeling a sense of unexpressed frustration. Qingqiu, please return the tray. I wish to speak with him. Sister, I'm going. Yu Zhixia's words proved effective, prompting Yu Qingqiu to reluctantly carry her tray toward the return area at the back of the cafeteria. Each step was accompanied by lingering glances back, reminiscent of a forlorn bride. Chapter 77. The butterfly effect. What does it mean? It means nothing much. In just a few days, it seemed as if someone had appeared by my side. Classmate, they are all classmates. Why do all your classmates happen to be female? Wu Wei was at a loss for words, stammering. It's just a coincidence. I don't believe you. Yu Zhixia was seething. Wu Wei chose to abandon his explanation, opting for silence instead. After a moment, it was Yu Zhixia who broke the quiet. What exactly are you doing? I have encountered a technical bottleneck and cannot proceed. So, you sought Wang Yin's help? Yes. Yu Zhixia frowned deeply, letting out a disappointed sigh. Well, I am not in a position to manage your affairs. Wu Wei raised his gaze to the woman before him, deciding to speak candidly. Once I resolve the web scraping issue, our project can commence. The use of our garnered Yu Zhixia's attention, and she slowly lowered her head, a slight smile gracing her lips. A deal is a deal. May misfortune befall those who deceive. Wu Wei's expression darkened at the severity of the curse. He extended his hand, resting it before Yu Zhixia. Agreed. Their hands clasped in midair. Watching Wu Wei's departing figure, Yu Qingqiu inquired with concern, Sister, what did you discuss with Wu Wei? Do not worry. I will keep an eye on him. He cannot escape. Oh, that is not what I meant. Yu Qingqiu's cheeks flushed, yet her heart felt considerably more at ease. The game theory course convened weekly, and Wu Wei found himself apprehensive not only of Dean Wang Qianming, but also of Yu Zhixia. Every time he entered the classroom, Wu Wei felt as though a pair of eyes were fixated upon him. Do you recall the numerical game we played during our first class? Wang Qianming approached the lesson with effortless spontaneity, never adhering strictly to the textbook, especially since this particular course lacked one altogether. The class nodded in agreement, for that session illuminated the concept of game theory and its fundamental principles. Consider this. If, in the future marketplace, you could anticipate the moves of the majority of investors, by the time they awaken to the reality and take action, you would have already gained a significant advantage. By capitalizing on this foresight, you would be able to identify overlooked markets and undervalued enterprises, allowing you to strategically position yourself and await the opportune moment to soar. Wang Qianming's gaze was penetrating, scrutinizing the students below him. However, acquiring such acumen is no easy feat, particularly for those who had scored 1 or 2 in the previous class. They either abandoned rationality and became gamblers or succumbed to extremes, detaching themselves from reality. Wu Wei's hand froze. The coin that had been dancing on his knuckles now poised between his index and middle fingers. This coin, often toyed with, had become a habitual possession. After the college entrance examination, his first encounter with Qin Huanyin and Jizhou was marked by this very coin, which served as a token of their budding connection. Wu Wei's expression dimmed. He understood that Wang Qianming was signaling him. Yet, it is crucial to remember that this does not guarantee success. The students below began to murmur amongst themselves. The bespectacled human calculator raised his hand. Teacher Wang, isn't it sufficient that we can predict correctly? Liu Yang's question was astute. For prediction is merely the initial step. Wang Qianming seized a piece of chalk, approached the blackboard, and emphatically inscribed 2 words, time cost. Wu Wei gazed at those 4 characters, feeling as though he were transported to another realm. In his previous life, as he endured countless hardships to establish his company, he came to profoundly appreciate the significance of time cost. When one stands before the entirety of the market, maintaining rationality renders one a pariah. Wu Wei reflected, lamenting that had there been someone like Wang Qianming to guide him in the right direction back then, he might have avoided so many detours. Releasing his grip, the coin lay quietly in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, Wu Wei smiled. Even without Wang Qianming, he still had his own little son. Wu Wei, why the smile? Care to share with the class? Wu Wei clenched his fist, discreetly slipping it into his pocket, and slowly rose to his feet. I believe you are correct. Time cost could indeed pose a significant trap. Wang Qianming's eyes sparkled with interest. Then, could you elaborate on why you hold that view, Wu Wei? All eyes turned to Wu Wei, eager to see how this distinguished prodigy from the School of Economics and Management would respond to the dean's inquiry. With a composed demeanor, Wu Wei replied, a friendly reminder, do not fall into the same mistake I did during the previous numerical game. Upon hearing this, the expressions of his classmates shifted noticeably. Indeed, it is clear to all that in that game, although Yu Zhixia, who wrote the number 6, emerged victorious, it was Wu Wei, who wrote the number 0, who was truly the most astute individual in the class. Wu Wei had reached the final step of his calculations, having meticulously deduced the utmost possibilities. However, he misjudged the computations of his peers. Dean Wang intended to remind everyone that even if we can calculate a few more steps than others, we must not overlook an equally critical factor, time. For by the time others in the market recognize this latent opportunity, considerable time may have already elapsed. Wu Wei eloquently remarked that while one may think far ahead, it does not ensure that others can keep pace. When others remain stagnant, the cognitive disparity between you will persist for a protracted duration. Thus, one must endure the torment of time and bear the costs arising from this temporal lag. The classroom fell into a profound silence, each student reflecting on Wu Wei's recent statements. A glimmer of realization sparked in Yu Zhixiao's eyes. She was the first to respond, tightening her grip on her pen. Observing the reactions of his students, Wang Qianming could not help but smile with satisfaction. These individuals would one day become the backbone of the financial market, and the sooner they grasped these principles, the better. However, he did not dwell on this matter for long and shifted to another inquiry. You all should be familiar with the concept of the butterfly effect, correct? The students, being astute, were well acquainted with this notion. Yu Zhixia, would you kindly elucidate it for us? Called upon, Yu Zhixia stood up, composed and untroubled, and stated, the butterfly effect originally refers to a phenomenon in meteorology wherein minute alterations in initial conditions can potentially trigger massive chain reactions. Thus, it is often said that the flutter of a butterfly's wings in South America could instigate a hurricane across the Pacific. Wang Qianming nodded in agreement, taking over the discourse. Similarly, such phenomena exist in life. A slight change can precipitate a monumental transformation. Have you all indulged in hamburgers? Laughter erupted among the students. In this day and age, who hasn't indulged in fast food? What if I told you that a particular ingredient on a standard hamburger could sway the futures market by billions of dollars? Would you not find that astonishing? Just then, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Wang Qianming proclaimed, your assignment for today is to discover what that ingredient is and present it in our next class. Those who can accurately identify and elucidate it will receive an additional 10 points on their final grade. Chapter 78. A tiny sesame in the ensuing days. A peculiar phenomenon unfolded at Nanhua School. Students were often seen sitting in the cafeteria or classrooms, staring blankly at a hamburger, neither consuming it nor engaging in any activity. As if these hamburgers concealed some profound secret, leaving their peers bewildered. Likewise, Wu Wei was engaged in a similar endeavor. In the fast food establishment, someone exclaimed, Boss, you've struck it rich, treating us to hamburgers every day. Zheng Xiangfeng held one in each hand, devouring half of one with each bite. Lu Weiyu, however, savored his meal at a leisurely pace, remarking, I believe our boss is simply pitying us and attempting to enhance our dining experience. Only Lin Sun perceived a hint of something amiss. Have you not noticed? In the past few days, we have visited different establishments, and he neither eats nor engages. Merely observes. It is rather peculiar. On the adjacent plate, a burger lay dismembered as if butchered with precision. Wu Wei scrutinized it meticulously from left to right. Then from right to left, his brow furrowed, devoid of any clarity. Bread, lettuce, tomato, onion, cheese, beef. These are the commonplace components of a burger, nearly identical across various eateries. Yet differing sauces may be employed. Some favor ketchup, while others opt for mayonnaise. Wu Wei remained silent, gazing contemplatively at the ingredients and condiments on the plate. Lost in thought. To unravel the assignment set forth in the game theory class, he must identify the critical point within a week. The challenge lies in the fact that even if one guesses correctly, it would not suffice. For Wang Qianming has made it abundantly clear that one must be able to elucidate the reasoning behind their choice. By the sixth day, even Zheng Xianfeng, who relished burgers, had lost his appetite, leaving Wu Wei to persevere alone. With Monday looming, and the final class that afternoon being game theory, he was compelled to discover the correct answer. Reflecting on all that Wang Qianming had articulated that day, Wu Wei came to believe that this assignment transcended mere academic exercise. It was, in essence, a test. Wang Qianming seemed to be assessing the students' capabilities through a series of games. The ultimate purpose of this evaluation remained elusive to Wu Wei. Yet he understood one fundamental truth. He could not afford to fail. Moreover, he believed that none in the class wished to lose, including Yu Zhixia. Each individual was engaged in a process of discernment, filtering through their thoughts to unearth a rational explanation. However, a week had elapsed, and it appeared as though they were still ensnared in the same predicament. Whenever Wu Wei contemplated surrendering, he would retrieve a coin, gently caressing it with his fingertips, as if he could hear a soft voice whispering in his ear. Losing is not terrifying, but conceding is unacceptable. My man, even in defeat, stands tall. Upon entering the game theory classroom, Wu Wei found many had already arrived. The spacious room housed barely 20 individuals, sparse and scattered. Observing his peers, he noted their pallid faces and vacant gazes, as though they had endured significant mental torment over the past few days. Yu Zhixia was no exception, devoid of makeup. Dark circles adorned her eyes. Upon seeing Wu Wei, she merely nodded, her eyes lacking their customary sparkle. The instant Wang Qianming stepped into the classroom, the bell rang, reigniting everyone's spirits. The week-long ordeal had finally reached a moment of reckoning, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. For even the two intellectual giants of the finance department, Lu Yang, known as the human calculator, and the female stock oracle Yu Zhixia, had failed to uncover the correct answer. The man stood at the podium, surveying the room with an air of indifference. It was evident that everyone had put on weight. Wang Qianming even ventured a joke, though it fell rather flat. To address his inquiry, the students have been consuming hamburgers for an entire week, making it nearly impossible to avoid gaining weight. They are on the verge of nausea. At last, a daring student seized upon Wang Qianming's jest. Indeed, I too have succumbed. My waistline has vanished. Gradually, the atmosphere lightened, and many began to engage in playful banter. So, has anyone discerned the correct answer? Wang Qianming leaned against the podium, smiling as he inquired. The classroom felt stifling, the pressure suffocating many to the point of breathlessness. The silence was deafening. Lu Yang, the first to be publicly scrutinized, was the remarkably astute human calculator. Lu Yang stood up, visibly embarrassed, and replied, "Apologies, Dean Wang, I do not know." Wang Qianming raised his hand, signaling for him to sit down. Lu Yang held disdain for wild guesses. "Yu Zhixia, what about you?" The next to be interrogated was the enchanting and intelligent female stock market prodigy. A hint of unease crossed Yu Zhixia's face as she endeavored to maintain her composure. "May I venture a guess?" Wang Qianming chuckled. "Very well. I shall grant you a chance. If you guess correctly, I will award you 5 points. Rarely does anyone receive such an opportunity from the dean, save for Yu Zhixia." With her crimson lips parting, she boldly proclaimed, "The bread used in hamburgers is made from wheat. The supply of wheat is susceptible to climatic influences, leading to substantial fluctuations in the futures market. Should core-producing regions experience a decline in yield due to climate change, strategic positioning could yield immense profits." Her response was coherent and well-founded, prompting many to nod in agreement, as this angle appeared the most plausible thus far. However, Wang Qianming countered her notion, stating that due to the multitude of wheat-producing areas, it is improbable for such widespread climatic impacts to occur simultaneously. Hence, even with fluctuations, the scope would be limited and insufficient for generating significant profits. Are there any other answers? Wang Qianming continued to encourage, with so many brilliant minds present. Surely someone could uncover the correct solution. A timid hand was raised, meekly inquiring, "Is it sesame?" All eyes turned toward the voice, revealing Wu Wei, who had raised his hand. A sudden shift occurred in Wang Qianming's previously tranquil demeanor. He narrowed his eyes and said ominously, "A correct guess does not count." Wu Wei's expression immediately fell. He had just granted Yu Zhixiao a chance to guess. Such blatant double standards were apparent. Nevertheless, Wang Qianming's words stirred a tempest within the classroom, as everyone realized Wu Wei had indeed guessed the correct answer. And that answer, astonishingly, was sesame. Each hamburger is topped with the same ingredient, that ingredient being sesame. Among the components of the hamburger, these sesame seeds are the most inconspicuous. So, pray tell, why sesame? Wu Wei, lacking confidence, could only assert, "I do not know if it is sesame, but I am certain it must be sesame." His statement was somewhat nonsensical, seemingly devoid of logic. Yet, within the classroom, 3 individuals comprehended his words. Chapter 79. The ingenious use of elimination originally uncertain. Wu Wei suddenly stood upright, for Wang Qianming undoubtedly informed him that his answer was indeed correct. However, the dilemma lay in his inability to comprehend why. Upon hearing Wu Wei's recent response, Wang Qianming could not help but chuckle. "Then do share how you arrived at your conclusion." Indeed, Wang Qianming grasped the essence of Wu Wei's words. Wu Wei, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Firstly, I cannot ascertain that sesame is the definitive answer." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Was this Wu Wei once again attempting to amuse them? Only Lu Yang and Yu Zhixiao regarded Wu Wei with altered expressions. "Though I cannot confirm whether sesame is the correct answer, logic dictates that it must be sesame, not any of the other ingredients, such as wheat, tomato, lettuce, or beef. I scrutinized the price fluctuations of all these components in the international futures market, even during years affected by climatic conditions. The substantial yields of these crops and their adequate storage capacities generally stabilize the market, resulting in limited fluctuations. However, one exception exists. This particular commodity experiences significant price volatility every few years." Wu Wei paused for a moment before continuing to elucidate. "Thus, through the method of elimination, I examined all the ingredients and ultimately concluded that sesame is the correct answer." The classmates, initially puzzled, gradually began to comprehend that Wu Wei had employed the elimination method. When the correct answer eludes you, elimination becomes the sole recourse. Even in the absence of understanding, what remains is the accurate answer. As students proficient in problem solving, they were all quite familiar with this technique. Yet, time was of the essence, and Wu Wei could not uncover the true reasons behind these price fluctuations. Although he had articulated the correct answer, the inability to provide an explanation left him somewhat disheartened. Wang Qianming smiled, pleased that Wu Wei had not disappointed him. Only he had come so close to the correct answer. Sesame, that minuscule seed, had been overlooked by all. Wang Qianming then stated with gravity, causing all students to stiffen. "Any minute change can precipitate a monumental shift. Do you all recall the butterfly effect?" This seemingly insignificant sesame had stirred the international futures market into upheaval. The cultivation of sesame demands exceedingly specific soil and environmental conditions, rendering its primary regions of production to be in Africa, South America, and parts of South Asia. These areas are often underdeveloped, resulting in primitive agricultural practices dominated by small to medium-sized workshops. Climate is not the principal concern affecting sesame. Rather, its greatest adversary during growth is pest infestation. Due to the underdevelopment of these regions, pest control remains beyond human capability, leading to periodic outbreaks of large-scale infestations. Such pestilences severely impact sesame yields, consequently maintaining elevated prices in the futures market. When the dynamics of supply and demand shift, it invariably reflects in pricing. Therefore, the price fluctuations observed by Wu Wei stemmed from the aforementioned factors. However, although he had discovered the correct answer, he remained oblivious to the intricacies of sesame cultivation and its origins, which hindered his ability to uncover the true cause. After Wang Qianming concluded his remarks, he observed the students in the classroom who appeared to have an epiphany, and kindly reminded them, prediction is not mere conjecture. It is a deduction grounded in factual foundations. Each link must be reasonable. While there may be certain uncertainties, the individual who can foresee the outcome first is the true victor in the entire game. Then, Teacher Wang, could you grant me an extra 10 points? Wu Wei inquired playfully. Wang Qianming shot him a knowing glance. 5 points. Wu Wei nodded with satisfaction, as if he had struck gold. As Wu Wei joyfully exited the classroom, he fortuitously encountered Wan Yin descending the stairs. The two naturally struck up a conversation. However, two individuals lingered behind at a distance. Have you contacted your brother? My brother is quite busy. He rarely comes around. Then you should urge him. I am in urgent need. But you haven't told me what exactly you wish to do. I will inform you once I resolve the issue with the web crawlers. It's a deal. You must not deceive me. Those who deceive will fail in all subjects. This oath was sufficiently compelling for the moment. And so she chose to trust him. Then hurry and urge him. The two chatted and laughed as they made their way to the first floor. Yet before they could exit the teaching building, Wu Wei was called to a halt. My father has arrived and wishes to meet you, Yu Zhixia stated with utmost seriousness. Wan Yin gasped in surprise, stuck out her little tongue, and vanished without a trace. Wu Wei glanced back to see Lu Yongjie reluctantly trailing behind Wan Yin. I am speaking to you. Focus, he insisted, as his head was forcibly turned back. Wu Wei shrugged. What do you want from me? I am quite busy. Sister Ji, she is here as well. Oh, where to? Wu Wei's expression shifted faster than the weather. Yu Zhixia's nostrils flared as she nearly lost her temper. We have made plans for dinner tonight. I will send you the address shortly. Upon hearing about dinner, Wu Wei felt a chill run down his neck. He had developed a conditioned reflex that every dining invitation heralded misfortune. As it turned out, Wu Wei's instincts were correct. For when he entered the private room, he was met by someone he never expected to see. A dull ache began to throb in his head. This dinner felt like a trap. Today's gathering was orchestrated by Yu Mingyuan, with Sun Jiqi seated on his left, and to his right sat Ma Wangjing, someone he had met at the feasibility study discussion in the textile city. Ma Wangjing, the deputy director of the Jiangdong Development and Reform Commission, held a significant position of power, and his unexpected presence here left Wu Wei astonished. A man busily serving tea turned around, revealing the middle-aged man who had once obstructed Wu Wei's entry into the conference hall. Qingqiu, a staff member from the research office of the Tongzhou Municipal Committee, had answered a critical question posed by Wu Wei during that seminar, catching Yu Mingyuan's attention and subsequently being assigned to the Textile City project team. Seeing Wu Wei enter, Qingqiu greeted him warmly, as Wu Wei's inquiry had indeed altered the course of his life. After years of stagnation, he had finally crossed the threshold of the section chief level, achieving his long-desired goal. Following Wu Wei were the two sisters, Yu Zhixia and Yu Qingqiu. Since it was mealtime, Secretary Su began to arrange the dishes. Yu Mingyuan, being a father, naturally expressed concern for his daughter, Yu Qingqiu, showering her with warmth and care, which made Yu Zhixia visibly displeased. However, Wu Wei couldn't help but secretly chuckle. It seemed that the Yu sisters were not as united as they appeared. Yet, in the next moment, Wu Wei's smile froze. Little Wei, Yu Mingyuan remarked, I heard you had a quarrel with Qingqiu. As a young man, you should be magnanimous. After all, you two are childhood friends, and should not harbor grudges. A chopstick fell onto the plate, creating a clinking sound. Wu Wei forced a smile, replying, Uncle Yu. The terms childhood friends and grudge aren't quite applicable here. An awkward smile lingered on Wu Wei's face, exuding innocence. If the conversation continued, it might lead to discussions of trivial domestic disputes. Yu Mingyuan maintained a fatherly smile, asserting, such details are insignificant. Wu Wei's expression stiffened slightly, and he awkwardly added, it really is nothing. Yu Qingqiu tugged at her father. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Yu Mingyuan laughed heartily, effectively closing the chapter on this little interlude. After all, it was evident to all that the relationship between Yu Qingqiu and Wu Wei was anything but ordinary. However, what left Wu Wei even more astonished was Sun Jiqi's next remark. Uncle, you should drink less. Wu Wei turned numbly to look at Sun Jiqi beside him. Ma Wangjing, with a flattering expression, chimed in, just a couple of ounces. I'll drink a bit with old Yu. Auntie instructed me to keep an eye on you. Ma Wangjing hastily nodded, devoid of the commanding presence he had displayed on stage earlier. Wu Wei propped his chin up, feeling a surge of anger. After sipping some chrysanthemum tea, he calmed himself. It dawned on him that he had been the fool, completely taken in. They had performed splendidly at the seminar, with Wu Wei becoming the sole recipient of their antics. Determined to make the most of his meal, he resolved to savor the freshly caught yellow croaker from the East China Sea. Allow me to formally introduce, this is my uncle. Sun Jiqi affectionately linked her arm with Ma Wangjing's, smiling at Wu Wei. He sighed, delivering a bombshell. Hello, uncle. Silence enveloped the gathering. This was indeed the theme of the day. Both Sun Jiqi and Wu Wei referred to Ma Wangjing as uncle, which rendered everyone speechless. Fortunately, Ma Wangjing quickly recovered, explaining, "Little Wei is Jiqi's recognized younger brother, so calling him uncle makes sense, huh?" The others chuckled along, except for Yu Jixia, who fixed a penetrating gaze on Wu Wei, her expression frostbitten. Wu Wei chuckled awkwardly, stating, "Today is also the first time I learned that Director Ma is Sister Jiqi's uncle. Don't mention it. I only found out not long ago." Yu Mingyuan smoothly interjected, "Director Ma is the external expert brought in by Miss Sun. Without him, the seminar might not have even taken place." Wu Wei felt an instinctive sense that the assertive Ma Wangjing was likely their ally, and his intuition proved correct. Noticing Wu Wei's waning interest, Sun Jiqi leaned closer, whispering, "What's wrong? Are you upset? I meant to tell you, but Uncle said there was no rush." Observing Wu Wei's indifference, she murmured softly, "All right, it is my fault. You may punish me as you wish." Fragrant aromas wafted through the air, and her gentle words lingered in his ears, prompting Wu Wei to hastily sip his tea to steady his nerves. Sun Jiqi, indeed, possessed an innate charm, capable of igniting fervor in others with merely a casual remark. Fortunately, Wu Wei's character was resolute. Otherwise, he might have been ensnared by her tender allure. However, this exchange did not escape Yu Qingqiu's notice. The excessive intimacy between Wu Wei and Sun Jiqi stirred an unusual sentiment within her. To a lesser extent, "I toast to you," Qingqiu said, having endured years of stagnation in his bureaucratic position, all thanks to the opportunity Wu Wei had granted him that fateful day. Wu Wei cast a glance at the unassuming man and replied with a smile, "I cannot take credit for that. Your assistance in answering my questions was invaluable." Qingqiu downed his drink in one go and expressed his gratitude to Wu Wei, saying, "I am aware of my worth. Even without me, you would have known the correct answers." Fortune and coincidence had elevated some while humbling others. Ma Wangjing exchanged glances with Yu Mingyuan after 3 rounds of drinks. The show was about to commence. Wu Wei remained composed, neither prying nor inquiring. "Xiao Wei, our visit to Haizhou is not solely for camaraderie. We have serious matters to discuss." Yu Mingyuan, being closer to Wu Wei, took the initiative to speak. "It is related to the light textile city, am I correct?" Wu Wei replied lightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Engaging with astute individuals is straightforward. A mere exchange of words suffices for understanding. The project proposal has been approved at the provincial level, and we have submitted our request to the National Development and Reform Commission. It is likely to reach the capital in the next few days. Given the significance of this matter, we must seek final approval from the higher authorities. Ma Wangjing, being part of the Development and Reform Commission, was responsible for the final application process. Although the light textile city was a local affair in Jiangdong, it could be directly finalized within the province. However, the project's developmental planning involved the future landscape of the entire industry, necessitating support from higher echelons. Though he held the title of deputy director, he was a vigorous and pivotal force. Should this project succeed, he would no longer be merely a deputy. Wu Wei glanced at Sun Jiqi beside him, marveling internally at her capabilities. She was indeed no mere ornament. While the funding was said to be a mere 2 billion, the resources at her disposal were formidable. With Ma Wangjing's endorsement, the light textile city would gain provincial support, making it less likely to encounter obstacles. Nevertheless, upon hearing Ma Wangjing's explanation, Wu Wei's expression shifted slightly. The capital lay to the north, while Haizhou was situated to the south. If they were not heading to the capital, why had they come to Haizhou? Wu Wei inquired, "What brings you both to Haizhou?" Yu Mingyuan replied with a serious demeanor, "We are simultaneously launching the light textile city and the Haitong Bridge." Wu Wei furrowed his brow, questioning, "Are we not taking on too much too soon?" Unbeknownst to him, Yu Mingyuan and Ma Wangjing had begun to regard Wu Wei as an equal partner in their discussions. The province has recently approved a budget of 2 billion to improve interprovincial highways. With this funding, the construction of the Haitong Bridge will be substantiated, Yu Mingyuan added. Wu Wei shook his head slightly. That is still woefully inadequate. In his recollection, the total cost of the Haitong Bridge was an astounding 64.5 billion. This 2 billion barely constituted 13 of the overall budget. Indeed, relying solely on our own resources in Jiangdong is insufficient. Given the fiscal constraints faced by the provincial government in recent years, it is commendable that we have managed to secure this much. Finally, Ma Wangjing revealed his intention. "So, you are setting your sights on Haizhou?" Wu Wei inquired with a smile. Yu Mingyuan and Ma Wangjing exchanged glances, both sharing a knowing laugh. You see, I told you. Xiao Wei is quick on the uptake, Yu Mingyuan remarked, aware of Wu Wei's sharp intellect and ability to grasp the crux of the matter instantly. Seizing the moment, Ma Wangjing continued. We have arranged a meeting with the representatives from Haizhou tomorrow, but we have struggled to find an effective approach to persuade them to invest in the construction of the Haitong Bridge. It became clear that they were facing a dilemma. The planning of the Haitong Bridge is not only the cornerstone of the future development of the light textile city, but also a catalyst for its growth. With its completion, Tongzhou would finally facilitate seamless north-south transportation, evolving into a true hub. The light textile city would soar, akin to a bird taking flight. However, the construction of the Haitong Bridge cannot be undertaken solely by Tongzhou, as the budget is exorbitant. Yu Mingyuan and Ma Wangjing understood this reality, leading them to focus their attention on Haizhou. While Haizhou is not lacking in funds, there seems little incentive for them to invest in a bridge that would primarily benefit Jiangdong. Would it not be akin to sewing garments for another? Wu Wei's words served as a cold splash of water. Ma Wangjing and Yu Mingyuan nodded in agreement, recognizing this as the very challenge they were grappling with. Without a suitable entry point, how could they engage in meaningful discussions with the Haizhou representatives tomorrow? Chapter 81. You may applaud now once the light textile city project commences. Each individual here will find it impossible to remain unaffected. However, the simultaneous launch of the Haitong Bridge presents significant challenges. Wu Wei initially intended to wait until the first phase of the light textile city was established before pursuing the bridge's construction, taking a gradual approach. Yet now, it seems that plans are being upended by unforeseen circumstances. Silently, Wu Wei began to contemplate, lost in thought. The others, in an unspoken agreement, remained quiet, refraining from disturbing his concentration. Qingqiu observed Wu Wei's intense focus, unable to conceal the affection in her gaze. What captivated her most was his ability to concentrate, as if oblivious to the world around him. Meanwhile, Yu Mingyuan and Ma Wangjing had been racking their brains, considering various plans, yet each felt lacking. Ultimately, prompted by Sun Jishi's suggestion, they decided to consult Wu Wei, this prodigy, for guidance. After all, both the light textile city and the Haitong Bridge's plans originated from his brilliant mind. Countless events from his previous life flickered through Wu Wei's mind like scenes from a film. Finally, he steadied his thoughts and slowly lifted his head. The entire table held their breath, eagerly awaiting his words. To persuade Haizhou to part with their funds, they must provide an irrefutable reason, one that would also yield benefits for Haizhou. Wu Wei began to speak, falling into his rhythm. This rationale must be compelling enough to be irresistible, prompting Haizhou to willingly consider the investment. Yu Mingyuan was taken aback, his eyes wide in astonishment, fearing he might miss a single word. Ma Wangjing was equally astounded, realizing that the one seeking funds could potentially turn the tables. The essence of the Haizhou Bridge's planning is rooted in the principle of mutual benefit, a notion that must be made evident to Haizhou. This concept of foundational logic, once a rarity in 2003, is now self-evident, eliciting understanding from all present. Such is the allure of language. It transcends time, effortlessly conveying meaning. Yet, at this moment, we possess nothing but an unmaterialized light textile city. What leverage do we have to negotiate with Haizhou? Yu Mingyuan, an economics professor, recognized the crux of the matter, the exchange of interests. Who says we lack leverage? Wu Wei countered with a smile. Yu Mingyuan fell silent, acutely aware of Tongzhou's limitations compared to Haizhou's allure. Ma Wangjing, lost in contemplation, struggled to grasp Wu Wei's line of thought. Do you know where the next World Expo will be held? Wu Wei prompted. Haizhou, was the immediate response from Yu Xixia. Wu Wei nodded. Indeed. The next World Expo would take place in their neighboring municipality, Haizhou. A myriad of thoughts flooded Yu Xixia's mind, and she began to suspect that the stock code Wu Wei had given her was laden with significance. Before the official announcement of Haizhou as the host of the upcoming World Expo, Wu Wei had strategically positioned her, effectively doubling her initial investment. Every action Wu Wei undertook, from the seemingly innocuous happy birthday in a notebook to his various endeavors, was meticulously calculated. However, without a long-term perspective, his intentions remained elusive. As this realization dawned on her, Yu Xixia felt increasingly bewildered by him. What does this have to do with the World Expo? Sun Jishi interjected, voicing the collective curiosity. Wu Wei elucidated with intention. We aim to establish the light textile city, while Haizhou is set to host the World Expo. This presents a unique opportunity for a win-win scenario. The benefits that the light textile city could bring to Tongzhou are comparable to the advantages that the Expo would bestow upon Haizhou. Of course, this could be reciprocally articulated in Haizhou's context. The Expo's significance transcends mere infrastructural development. It marks a pivotal step in solidifying Haizhou's status as a southern economic and cultural hub. The purpose of the Expo is to create a shared platform for countries worldwide to disseminate and exchange knowledge in economics, culture, and technology. Therefore, the political implications of it being hosted in Haizhou far outweigh its economic value. What do you think will be the most scarce resource at the upcoming World Expo? Wu Wei suddenly posed a question that plunged everyone into deep thought. Haizhou is not lacking in financial resources. Last year, its GDP approached 6 trillion yuan, with an impressive growth rate of 8. In terms of scale, as a directly governed municipality, it has surpassed a coastal province, solidifying its status as a leader. Ma Wangjing was well-versed in these figures, recalling them effortlessly. Describing Haizhou as rich beyond measure would not be an exaggeration. With such substantial resources, it lacks for nothing. It's truly a case of drought or flood, Yu Mingyuan remarked. The hosting of the World Expo domestically for the first time has led to a general unfamiliarity with its operational dynamics. Almost every mainstream nation constructs independent venues to showcase its unique culture and technology. The infrastructure has commenced since August, and if one were to glance across the Pujiang River, the bustling activity is palpable each day. As the audience remained silent, Wu Wei was compelled to elaborate further. Within 3 years, dozens of venues will be completed, transforming into new landmarks for the city. Although Haizhou may currently seem to lack nothing, the day these venues are inaugurated for the World Expo will unveil a significant challenge. Wu Wei's words momentarily rendered everyone breathless, as the enigma was on the verge of revelation. The primary issue facing Haizhou is its insufficient population base. Sun Jishi appeared to grasp a hint of understanding and tentatively inquired. So, fewer people will adversely affect the World Expo, correct? Wu Wei nodded and replied thoughtfully. If venues built at the expense of billions of dollars attract little foot traffic, ill-intentioned individuals may argue that such an extravagant World Expo is merely a fad. How will Haizhou respond at that juncture? The World Expo is not merely a superficial endeavor. It is a process of demonstrating strength. Haizhou requires such a project, as it signifies more than just itself. Given Haizhou's own population base, ensuring adequate attendance at the World Expo is utterly unattainable. Finally, Wu Wei revealed his strategic insight. Persuading Haizhou would be quite straightforward. If the Haitong Bridge could serve as a vital thoroughfare connecting northern and southern nations, effectively integrating several cities, including Tongzhou, with Haizhou, the formidable Yangtze River would no longer pose an obstacle. Thus, the concept of a 3-hour economic circle would become a tangible reality. Haizhou's consumption power could extend to other cities, including our own textile city, all of which would benefit. Moreover, Haizhou would obtain what it most urgently needs, a potential influx of vast tourist numbers. We could even collaborate with Haizhou to promote the upcoming World Expo, systematically organizing tours to Haizhou, thereby becoming a source of attendees for the event. In this manner, Haizhou's quest for visitors could be wholly resolved. After concluding his remarks, Wu Wei gently tapped the table, exclaiming, "You may applaud now." Chapter 82. At last, a conclusion, yet there was no applause. Silence enveloped the room in response to Wu Wei's proposition. The atmosphere was thick with astonishment, as everyone remained captivated by the magnitude of his insight. With just a few words, Wu Wei had intricately linked the Haitong Bridge to the World Expo, providing Haizhou with an undeniable reason to participate. His vision had expanded to such an extent that even seasoned veterans like Ma Wangjing and Yu Mingyuan found themselves astonished. The seemingly disparate elements of the textile city, the Haitong Bridge, and the World Expo had been deftly woven together by Wu Wei's eloquence. Suddenly, Ma Wangjing struck the table, exclaiming, "What a brilliant idea!" Yu Mingyuan emerged from his earlier shock, marveling, "Indeed, I was overly radical." Confused, Ma Wangjing asked, "What do you mean by radical?" Consequently, Yu Mingyuan recounted Wu Wei's descriptions of conservatives and radicals to Ma Wangjing, prompting him to erupt into laughter. It appears that, in comparison to Xiao Wei, we are all radicals. He is the true conservative among us. A weight has been lifted from my heart, and Ma Wangjing and Yu Mingyuan can finally share a laugh. Sun Jishi filled Wu Wei's empty teacup, her demeanor gentle, a stark contrast to the once arrogant and domineering young lady of the Sun family. Before departing, Yumin Yuan, assuming the role of an elder, earnestly advised Wu Wei. Qingqiu is the youngest in our family, thus overly cherished. She may have her little temper, so please be more tolerant. Wu Wei, unable to nod or refute, could only utter a few awkward chuckles. Yu Zhixia, however, was quite forthright, giving Wu Wei a playful shove into the car for lingering too long. The three of them settled into the spacious business vehicle, occupying 3 rows, the Yu sisters in the second row, while Wu Wei instinctively retreated to the back. Engrossed in his phone, he remained silent, unaware of the amused glance Yu Zhixia cast through the rearview mirror, noticing a hint of excitement on his face. Turning to him, she coldly inquired, "Who are you messaging that brings you such joy?" Startled, Wu Wei's hand trembled, causing his phone to slip and land at Yu Qingqiu's feet. She bent down to retrieve it, only for the phone to vibrate with a new message. Curiosity piqued, Yu Qingqiu glanced at the illuminated screen, her complexion draining of color. The sender was Wan Yan, and the message boldly read, "Wait for me downstairs at the dormitory." Noticing her sister's sudden change in expression, Yu Zhixia swiftly snatched the phone from her grasp. After reading the message, she remarked to Wu Wei with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh my, a late-night rendezvous?" Wu Wei reached for the phone, but Yu Zhixia's grip was firm, resulting in a brief standoff before he finally reclaimed it. "No, Wan Yin," said her brother replied, insisting I meet her first to learn the outcome. Wu Wei explained, raising his hands in exasperation. Upon hearing his explanation, the tension on Yu Zhixia's face eased slightly, while Yu Qingqiu cradled her bag, lost in silent distress. "Since this concerns the project, I'll accompany you," Yu Zhixia unexpectedly declared. "What do you think?" Wu Wei replied nonchalantly, yet inwardly he felt a surge of anxiety. After all, they were both campus beauties, and comparisons were daunting. Yu Qingqiu, feeling self-conscious, ultimately refrained from joining them. Before leaving, she glanced at her sister, receiving an approving nod, and then swiftly ascended the stairs, returning to her dormitory in solitude. In September, Haizhou had yet to fully emerge from the remnants of summer. Even at night, the air remained warm. Wu Wei quickened his pace, and after nearly 5 minutes, they finally halted beneath Building 9. "So familiar," Yu Zhixia teased, breathless. Wu Wei resided in Building 7, and the odd-numbered Building 9 was conveniently adjacent to their dormitory, where they often encountered classmates. A striking figure rushed down from the lobby, landing right in front of Wu Wei, her eyes momentarily flickering with disappointment upon realizing he was not alone. However, matters of significance must take precedence. Wan Yin understood that had it not been for this issue, Wu Wei would not have come over. Although they belonged to the same department, their interactions were limited primarily to the debate competitions, and they seldom engaged otherwise. Yu Zhixia, demonstrating her awareness, took a few steps back to stand under the streetlight, quietly observing the 2 individuals on the steps. Wan Yin waved slightly at Yu Zhixia, acknowledging her presence. "My brother is busy with a project in the lab, and perhaps fearing I would grow impatient, he called me directly." As she spoke, Wan Yin retrieved a neatly folded piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Wu Wei. "I jotted it down for you, as I feared I might misinterpret it while relaying the information." "Thank you, and also to your brother," Wu Wei replied, accepting the note but not immediately unfolding it. "Go ahead and take a look. What if my brother was mistaken?" Wan Yin urged, her enthusiasm evident. "It won't be wrong." Wu Wei reassured her with an air of calmness. The two conversed jovially, akin to a couple in love. In the distance, beneath the pavilion, stood an individual whose eyes, veiled by glasses, reflected a sense of melancholy as they watched the pair. After Wan Yin had conveyed all the necessary information, she turned and ascended the stairs. Wu Wei, with his hands in his pockets, leisurely descended the steps. "Stop pretending, just open it." Yu Zhixia had already seen through Wu Wei. She was well aware of his character. "Don't rush, let us find a well-lit place," Wu Wei replied, unable to contain his anticipation as he headed towards the small cafeteria that was still open. Breathless, the two of them stood side by side, fixated on the piece of paper laid out on the table. Yu Zhixia was the first to lose her composure, reaching out delicately to grasp the note. The elegant handwriting was pristine, much like Wan Yin herself, exuding an exceptional grace. Seated on a long bench, they leaned towards each other, eager to decipher the contents of the note. A few succinct lines devoid of any superfluous elaboration struck Wu Wei like a revelation. granting him profound clarity. Amazing, he exclaimed. I am still on the first level, while she has already ascended to the fifth. Although each character was familiar to them, stringing them together rendered even the astute Yu Zhixia perplexed. It was no wonder Ruan Yin chose to deliver it in person, for she too struggled to articulate it clearly. One could surmise that considerable effort had been expended during her note-taking. The note contained several words: crawling rate, avoid loops, followed by a set of code. 4 lines in total, arranged vertically. What does it mean? Yu Zhixia inquired softly, tilting her head. Wu Wei pressed his lips together, contemplating. Currently, the majority of websites in the country possess subpar structures, making them prone to link errors or latency issues. Either the server bandwidth is insufficient, necessitating a reduction in the crawler's frequency to adapt to such circumstances. Noticing Yu Zhixia's bewilderment, Wu Wei continued to elucidate. It's akin to running on an uneven path, where you are easily tripped. Thus, you need to reduce your speed to navigate around the obstacles. Although the pace may slow, at least you can keep moving forward. Having absorbed this information, Yu Zhixia realized that the problem had finally been resolved, paving the way for their project to commence. Chapter 83. The Inner Beast, is it truly effective? Yu Zhixia was solely concerned with the outcome. Wu Wei solemnly took the note from her hand and declared, "These 4 lines of code, I could never write in my lifetime." Witnessing Wu Wei's earnestness, Yu Zhixia felt a surge of confidence in their success. Her crystalline eyes sparkled like the Milky Way. Just as Wu Wei turned his head, Yu Zhixia, who had been leaning in closely, suddenly drew nearer. In an instant, she found herself caught off guard as his warm lips sealed hers, rendering her momentarily speechless. Both were wide-eyed in disbelief at what had just transpired. Even forgetting to pull away, struck as if by lightning, the strange sensation drained Yu Zhixia of her strength, leaving her mind blank. A rush of dopamine and adrenaline surged through her, introducing her to an unprecedented exhilaration. Wu Wei sprang up, looking utterly distraught, and fervently wiped his lips, stammering, You, it's over, I'm tainted." Yu Zhixia, momentarily stunned, was amused by his words. "What do you mean tainted? I just lost my first kiss. I'm the one who has been wronged here." Neither had consented to the event, yet it unfolded through a twist of fate. After a lengthy silence, the two exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "It was an accident. We cannot tell Qingqiu." Following this, an awkward silence enveloped them once more. However, Wu Wei soon regained his composure, for deep down, he understood that Yu Zhixia would never hold such a trivial incident against him. For someone of her caliber, destined to conquer Wall Street, it was likely akin to being bitten by a mosquito. "Sister Zhixia, you surely don't mind, right?" Yu Zhixia, feeling exasperated, slammed her hand on the table. "Enough of this fuss. When does the project commence?" Wu Wei was taken aback, not expecting her to be so abrupt, and quickly replied, "I'll run the program when I have time, and we can launch it immediately after it's ready." Upon hearing this, Yu Zhixia's mood seemed to settle. Ruan Yin lay listlessly on her desk when her phone suddenly vibrated. Opening it, she discovered a multimedia message. As she clicked to view it, she sat up abruptly. The photo revealed the moment Wu Wei and Yu Zhixia had just shared. Despite the low resolution, it was unmistakable. A tempest surged within her, causing her hand to tremble as she held the phone. Moments later, a text appeared, "Don't let him deceive you. Mind your own business." Ruan Yin bit her lip and furiously typed a few words before shutting off her phone. Wu Wei excused himself, claiming an early class the next day, and hastily returned to his dormitory. Yu Zhixia glared at the man who had stolen her first kiss, feeling a mixture of resentment and an inexplicable sensation arising within her. Despite the new semester having just begun, with the National Day holiday approaching, students' minds had already begun to wander. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Wei visited Xihua University to pay his respects to 2 professors who had aided him. The revival of his father's factory was largely attributable to their connections. During Wu Wei's last dining experience, he inadvertently took some gifts that Yu Mingyuan had brought from Tongzhou. Adhering to the principle of waste not, he promptly gifted them to his teachers Qian Zhongyang and Yu Chaoyi. Upon returning to school, he discovered that someone was already awaiting his arrival. She invited us to visit Jiangning. Coincidentally, my father and his colleagues are also heading back to Jiangning to report on their work. What do you think? Yu Zhixia's tone was devoid of emotion, leaving one uncertain whether it was a genuine invitation or merely a formality. Since their last heated exchange, nearly a week had elapsed without a word between them. Yu Mingyuan and Ma Wangjing had spent several days in Haizhou concluding discussions with local officials. As for the outcome, Wu Wei remained uninformed. He squeezed the coin in his hand, dismissing the notion of returning to Jizhou. His longing for Qin Huanyan intensified daily, and at times, he found himself sitting by Qiming Lake until the late hours. Deep within him lay a ferocious beast, inexplicably restless of late, as that uncontrollable sensation resurfaced. The once profound depression and pressure had led Wu Wei to develop a peculiar ailment. The oscillation between extreme emotions had rendered him unable to control himself. During a time when he frantically lashed out at his subordinates, nearly causing the company to collapse, it was Qin Huanyan who pulled him from the abyss. She alone was his sanctuary. Wu Wei had initially believed that his troubles had dissipated after his journey, yet gradually, he realized he had not entirely escaped those lurking emotions. However, he understood he could not interfere with Qin Huanyan's fate. Otherwise, the possibility of their reunion would vanish forever. The best course of action was to wait patiently. Perhaps it was the fatigue from classes and program testing that weighed upon him. Wu Wei reassured himself. Are we going or not? Noticing Wu Wei's silence, Yu Zhixia felt an inexplicable anxiety. Wu Wei withdrew his hand, smiling. Of course, why not? It's not like I have to spend any money. Yu Zhixia rolled her eyes. Go pack your things. They will pick us up tomorrow morning at 9. With a larger group this time, and with the additional attendees brought by Yu Mingyuan and Ma Wangjing, a single business vehicle could no longer accommodate everyone. Thus, Sun Ziqi managed to procure a larger vehicle from somewhere. Her stunning visage appeared at the window as she called out to Wu Wei, "Get in my car." As Wu Wei opened the door, he noticed that Yu Zhixia and Yu Qingqiu had joined them. The three of them boarded the larger vehicle, trailing the business car as they journeyed from Haizhou to their destination, Jiangning. Jiangning, an ancient capital with a rich history, boasts numerous worthwhile attractions. However, upon seeing the water-cooled machine in the study, Wu Wei lost all desire to venture outside. Allegedly, Sun Yuqin had invested considerable effort in assembling it, only for Sun Ziqi to let it gather dust. Such a waste. Wu Wei, in need of a machine for running programs, could not let this opportunity slip away. Yu Mingyuan had settled at the office in Jiangning, reportedly planning to conduct a series of visits in the coming days. The Yu sisters had directly moved into Sun Ziqi's own villa. They were all women, and with Sun Ziqi being the elder, she quickly took charge of her two younger sisters, leading them around in carefree amusement, completely oblivious to Wu Wei's presence. It was late at night when Sun Ziqi returned to the villa, only to find the absence of the Yu sisters. "I brought you a late-night snack," she whispered, stealthily approaching Wu Wei like a mischievous feline. Observing Wu Wei's scruffy appearance, she felt a tinge of helplessness, despite the intention to enjoy themselves. He had become engrossed in his computer. Wu Wei rubbed his bloodshot eyes and chuckled. "You remembered to come back, huh?" Sun Ziqi replied softly. "I had Yuqing take Zhixia and Qingqiu out to have fun. I came back first, fearing you might be hungry." Just as her words fell, Wu Wei's phone vibrated, revealing a chilling message: "Save us." Chapter 84. Each life is precious. Wu Wei sprang to his feet, grasping Sun Ziqi's hand and racing outside. Once in the car, he immediately called Sun Yuqing. With the address in hand, Sun Ziqi pressed the accelerator to the floor, speeding toward the banks of the Huai River. Wu Wei's expression darkened as he stared at the screen, dialing countless numbers, yet all went unanswered. "Don't be afraid. It could be a misunderstanding. Yuqing is already searching." Sun Ziqi reassured him, her foot pressing down hard, running a red light in the process. "Let us hope so." Sun Yuqing had taken the two sisters to the most popular club by the Huai River, Yaoshi. This establishment, owned by Qin Tianxi, catered to a private and upscale clientele, and Sun Yuqing had intended to flaunt it, bringing the sisters along for a taste of the extravagance. The journey was brief, lasting no more than 8 minutes. As soon as the car came to a halt, Wu Wei dashed out. 2 minutes later, when Wu Wei kicked open the locked door of the private room, the scene before him ignited his suppressed fury. Two women lay unconscious on the sofa, while a disheveled young man knelt beside them, his mind in a haze, muttering incoherently. Sun Ziqi rushed forward to assess the situation. The women's clothing remained intact, their breathing steady, yet their faces bore an unsettling flush. She hastily called for assistance. Meanwhile, she moved to embrace Wu Wei, who was pinning the young man against the table, as a flicker of fear crossed her mind at the sight in Wu Wei's eyes. "I've checked. They're fine, likely just drugged. The doctor will be here soon," she said. Wu Wei, however, offered a chilling grin. That's good to hear. 10 minutes later, Yaoshe unusually closed its doors early, clearing the premises. 2 security guards in black stood at the entrance, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. A few young men crouched on the floor, heads buried in their arms, while on one side of the room, Sun Jishi and Wu Wei sat. With Qingqiu on the opposite side, Sun Yuqing, looking distressed, began to explain to everyone present. He recounted that there was a fireworks display that evening and that he had intended to take the sisters to the top-floor suite for a view. However, they unexpectedly encountered members of the Qin family. Having once shared carefree days together, they succumbed to the temptation of entering the suite for drinks. When Sun Yuqing stepped away to use the restroom, the sisters vanished. He attempted to search for them, but was detained, ultimately needing Wu Wei to kick down doors until he found them. The young man, still in a haze, was Qin Tianlang, the son of Qin Tianqi's uncle. Sun Yuqing stammered through the explanation, and those present quickly grasped the situation. Some had coveted the beauty of the 2 sisters and had tainted their drinks with inappropriate substances. Fortunately, Wu Wei and Sun Jishi arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yaoshe, being Qin Tianqi's territory, was promptly notified, and he hurried over. Sun Jishi was not to be trifled with. He had to make an appearance, or none of those present would escape unscathed. "Qin heir, what do you have to say?" Sun Jishi inquired, her tone decidedly impolite. With a glint of mischief in his dark eyes, Qin Tianqi flashed a charming smile. "The person is fine. They will awaken once the effects of the drug wear off. We are all family here. There is no need to make it unpleasant." Sun Yuqing was Sun Jishi's younger brother, and the others were all direct descendants of the Qin family, destined to become one family in the future. Upon hearing Qin Tianqi's words, Sun Jishi furrowed her brows and coldly remarked, "In that case, let everyone drink a cup of the tainted wine. I will take them away and return them to you tomorrow. Is that acceptable?" Her domineering proclamation left little room for counterargument. Leaning back on the sofa, Qin Tianqi replied lazily, "Cici, I will show you courtesy today. This matter will be on my account, and I will apologize." During the tense standoff, a figure clad in black, Li Zheng, entered the room, whispered something in Sun Jishi's ear, and then exited hastily, not daring to linger. Sun Jishi moved closer to Wu Wei and softly said, "The doctor just checked. Everyone is fine. The drug will take time to metabolize, and they will be well by tomorrow morning." Wu Wei nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent. Are they just 2 girls from Tongzhou? What is the big deal? The Qin family holds a significant position. They could hardly aspire to associate with us. The perpetually dazed Qin Tianlang was finally roused from his stupor by a splash of water from Qin Tianqi, shoved towards Sun Jishi. His face bore the marks of recent altercations, a blend of bruises and redness left by Wu Wei's earlier actions. Though he was meant to apologize, the restored consciousness of Qin Tianlang led him to utter reckless words, turning Qin Tianqi's expression a shade of green. Hearing his remarks, several others sitting on the floor began to laugh unabashedly. Even Wu Wei chuckled at the absurdity. Sun Jishi instinctively reached out to grab him, but missed. In the instant that everyone was momentarily stunned, Wu Wei leaped in front of the young man, now wielding a bottle. "Be careful." Qin Tianqi's pupils dilated as he shouted. But it was too late. The bottle shattered against the young man's forehead. One hand tightened around the young man's neck, while the other brandished the remaining shard of the beer bottle, swaying ominously in the air. Typically, these spoiled youths, accustomed to flaunting their family's power and engaging in reckless behavior, had never encountered such a gruesome scene. In an instant, blood splattered, draining the color from their faces and leaving them weak and trembling on the ground. Even Sun Jishi and Qin Tianqi were momentarily taken aback by Wu Wei's sudden aggression. "Shall we play a little game, then?" Wu Wei's chilling voice echoed through the private room, sending shivers down spines. A chilling cry suddenly pierced the air, and Qin Tianlang, who had been subdued by Wu Wei, finally emerged from his state of numbness. "Wu Wei, do not act recklessly." Qin Tianqi stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Wei. Sun Jishi was momentarily taken aback, but silently returned to her seat, watching the unfolding drama with quiet anticipation. "Brother, save me." Qin Tianlang trembled all over, casting a desperate look at Qin Tianqi, blood streaming down his forehead in a horrifying manner. Qin Tianqi glanced at Sun Jishi, who appeared utterly indifferent, and a heavy weight settled in his heart. "Wu Wei, you have vented your anger and assaulted him. Let this matter come to a close." Wu Wei's expression shifted strangely, oscillating between excitement and malice. Is it not rather too easy for the purity of two young ladies to be compromised? Qingqiu retorted coldly. What exactly do you intend to do? He then turned to Sun Jishi. Will you allow this to continue? Leaning against the sofa, Sun Jishi regarded Wu Wei with an unexpected glimmer of admiration. Wu Wei surveyed the gathered ruffians, a smirk curling at his lips as the beast within him slowly awoke. Do you understand what commoners and the affluent share in common? Wu Wei's voice was deep and hoarse, laced with mockery. The crowd exchanged confused glances, utterly unaware of the madman's intentions. Slowly, the shard of the wine bottle in his right hand swayed before Qingqiu's eyes, instilling a sense of dread. You do not know? Allow me to enlighten you. The smile on Wu Wei's face widened, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Every individual possesses but one life. Ha ha ha. Chapter 85. The Wrath of a Common Man. Blood spills 3 feet. The private room fell into a deathly silence. Even Qingqiu unable to withstand Wu Wei's words. Wu Wei released his left hand and seized Qingqiu by the nape, akin to grasping a mere chicken. Jagged glass shards grazed Qingqiu's handsome right cheek, eventually resting against his neck. If I were to sever the carotid artery, blood could spray 2 meters. Have you ever witnessed such a thing? Wu Wei murmured, illustrating his point while tracing the contours of Qingqiu's neck. Observe closely, he instructed, positioning his middle and index fingers at the Adam's apple, demonstrating that when movement is obstructed, the fingers precisely align with the carotid artery. All eyes were riveted on Wu Wei, no one daring to utter a word. Suddenly, he made a swift motion, causing everyone's hearts to leap in their chests. Ha ha ha. I was merely jesting, Wu Wei laughed, reveling in the fear he instilled. The remaining fragment of the wine bottle clattered to the corner, shattering into countless pieces. This back and forth had taken an immense toll on everyone's nerves. The once arrogant and domineering demeanor dissipated, replaced by profound terror. The wrath of a common man can indeed lead to bloodshed. What had once been confined to the pages of books now materialized before their very eyes. As Wu Wei loosened his grip, Qingqiu, believing he was about to be slaughtered, collapsed like a rag doll. A pool of liquid flowed towards the spot where Wu Wei stood, prompting him to disdainfully shift his footing and bypass Qingqiu. He waved at Sun Jishi, saying, "It's done, let's go." A hand pressed onto Wu Wei's shoulder, coldly stating, "Wu Wei, who do you think you are?" Sun Jishi swiftly swatted Qingqiu's hand away. Flashing a charming smile, "I am Sun Jishi's brother." The door to the private room closed behind the 3 of them. Yet the heavy door could not muffle the sounds of items crashing within. The Yu sisters had been safely settled into a nearby hotel, with 2 security guards stationed at the entrance. Upon entering, Wu Wei was greeted by Ma Wangjing and Yu Mingyuan, who awaited him in the spacious suite. The bedroom door closed. Wu Wei recounted the events, observing the pallor that settled on their faces. Sun Yuqing stood there, too afraid to breathe, knowing he bore responsibility for the day's incident. I got my head split open, and I brandished a wine bottle at my neck, scaring the life out of them. Wu Wei said nonchalantly, as if the harrowing experience had not been his own. These little brats deserve a beating, Ma Wangjing said sternly. Yu Mingyuan's expression softened slightly as he looked at Wu Wei. "Xiao Wei, I owe you a debt of gratitude. It was my fault for allowing them to go out so late. Uncle Yu, do not blame Wu Wei. It was my mistake for entrusting Jixia and the others to Yuqing. And look what happened," Sun Jishi interjected, her face a mask of frustration. Under the collective gaze of 4 individuals, Sun Yuqing began to falter, his thighs trembling uncontrollably, unable to move. "I'm so sorry. It was my fault for leaving the private room," he stammered in a desperate attempt to justify himself. As the father of the 2 sisters, Yu Mingyuan felt the weight of the world on his shoulders. If anything were to happen to them, he would be at a loss for how to cope. "Come here." Sun Jishi's tone softened, easing Sun Yuqing's tension. "Sister, it's really not my fault." However, his words were abruptly replaced by the sound of glass colliding with bone. Sun Yuqing let out a muffled groan and collapsed onto the carpet without a sound. Wu Wei glanced at the fallen Sun Yuqing and then tested the carpet with his foot, appreciating its quality. Yu Mingyuan stood in shock, being Sun Jishi's brother. He would not dare to retaliate, yet he was taken aback by the severity of her actions. Sun Jishi hurled the ashtray onto the floor, commanding, "Remove him. I don't want him dirtying my vision." Li Zheng, standing in the corner, hurried forward to drag Sun Yuqing's limp body out of the room like a dead dog. Throughout this process, Sun Jishi did not spare him a glance. She turned to Yu Mingyuan earnestly. This incident is primarily my fault. Uncle Yu, feel free to direct any ire towards me. I will not utter a word of objection. Yu Mingyuan sighed. Miss Jishi, you are being too hard on yourself. As long as the children are unharmed, that is what truly matters. After resolving the matter, as they stepped out, Wu Wei felt his spirits plummet. Sun Jishi supported him into the adjacent room. As soon as they entered, Wu Wei whispered, "Do not turn on the lights." Guided by the faint light from outside, Sun Jishi helped Wu Wei to the sofa. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Sister Jishi, I'm having an episode. The light will trigger my condition." Wu Wei began to breathe heavily. "I'll fetch a doctor." "It's useless," he replied, his voice becoming increasingly detached, a sign of dissociation. In the darkness, Sun Jishi felt at a loss, unfamiliar with the term. "Talk to me. Don't let me lose consciousness." Although Sun Jishi did not fully comprehend, she complied. She recounted amusing anecdotes from their encounters, detailing past moments as if they were vividly replaying in her mind. Though only a few months had passed, those moments seemed elongated into countless slow-motion frames. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Wu Wei, utterly exhausted, finally fell asleep. Sun Jishi knew she had succeeded. Meanwhile, Wu Wei was ensnared in a series of haunting nightmares, layers of darkness enveloping him, rendering him helpless. When Wu Wei awoke, the sun was high in the sky. A thin blanket draped over him. Only a faint, lingering fragrance testified to Sun Jishi's presence. His head throbbed painfully, the most immediate sensation upon awakening. A figure entered the room, and upon seeing Wu Wei awake, rushed forward in excitement. Their eyes met, as if they were worlds apart. "You're awake." Wu Wei propped himself up and inquired. The woman seated beside him wore a faintly troubled expression. "It's good that you're all right," Wu Wei reassured her. Qingqiu nodded, her eyes sparkling yet clouded with unshed tears. She had heard everything that transpired the previous night from Sun Jishi and felt immense regret. "I shouldn't have been so willful." Bowing her head, she appeared hesitant to face Wu Wei. Yet he smiled. "You couldn't have foreseen this. The perils of the world are like an invisible wind. If you don't seek them, they may come to you unbidden." However, such reassurance seemed ineffective. Qingqiu leaned closer to Wu Wei and murmured, "Even if it's to vindicate me, you shouldn't joke with your life." Wu Wei understood that Qingqiu was already aware of the events of the previous night. He smiled faintly. "You know I was joking." Whether it was a joke or not, those present in the private room might hold differing opinions. Qin Tianlang, who had been terrified, would have the most to say. "You still like me, don't you?" The soft, sweet breath enveloped Wu Wei, leaving him momentarily dazed. Chapter 86. Devil and Angel. Wu Wei leaned back, evading the allure of this gentle embrace. Noticing Wu Wei's silence, Qingqiu's eyes brimmed with tenderness. "Regardless of your feelings, my affection for you suffices." With that, Wu Wei felt a warmth rise to his cheeks. Unable to escape as Qingqiu's advance took him by surprise. The fragrant breeze wafted past, and the instigator had vanished without a trace. Yet, as she exited, she gasped, leaving Wu Wei bewildered. He wiped his cheek and sighed deeply. The entanglement of emotions was truly exasperating. "What's this? Gaining an advantage and still pretending to be innocent?" A voice drifted softly from the doorway. "How long have you been watching?" "A long time." It seemed that Qingqiu had also encountered her sister upon her departure, resulting in a considerable blunder. "No need to thank me," Wu Wei remarked succinctly, silencing the hesitant Yuzhixia. The words of gratitude she had pondered were abruptly swallowed back, leaving Yuzhixia feeling somewhat awkward. "Let bygones be bygones. Some matters are not worth dwelling upon." "I understand the reasoning," she replied, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion. "Some people simply do not regard others as human." Wu Wei unexpectedly expressed a sentiment, and rules. They are merely constraints imposed by those who wish to evade them upon those who seek to abide by them. Yuzhixia's expression darkened. It seemed she grasped Wu Wei's meaning. "Do not speak so. This world is not as wretched as you claim." "Then tell me, what if that scoundrel from yesterday had succeeded? What would you have done?" Wu Wei inquired calmly, gazing at Yuzhixia. Her clear eyes suddenly narrowed. The despair she experienced before losing consciousness engulfing her once more. Had it not been for her dwindling resolve to send a distress signal to Wu Wei, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It was akin to having a bucket of cold water poured over her in the dead of winter, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. A fierce determination flickered in her eyes as she slowly lifted her head. "I might have killed him." Wu Wei, however, chuckled softly. You cannot do that. The disparities in physical strength and social status are undeniable truths. In this world, much filth is silently concealed, akin to discarded paper swept into a refuse pile. Yu Zhixia clenched her fists. Just because I cannot do it now does not mean I will not be able to in the future. Do you know what could be more agonizing than causing someone's death? Wu Wei, like a tempter beckoning others to forsake their souls, extended an invitation to Yu Zhixia. She was momentarily taken aback, her eyes filled with perplexity. A force tugged between them, steering their conversation towards extremes. To make someone suffer more than death itself is to render their existence unbearable. It involves gradually stripping away their joys while forcing them to witness the loss. Powerless to intervene, it is akin to casting them into a vast whirlpool, slowly sinking deeper, unable to escape despite their struggles. At that moment, you arrive. Standing at the shore, casting a rope before them. In a desperate bid for survival, they would grasp the rope, fervently imploring for your forgiveness, hoping for a chance to be pulled to safety. Would you pull them up? Wu Wei suddenly posed a question to Yu Zhixia. She was engulfed in a profound psychological upheaval, a flicker of resolve rising from within her gaze. I would not. Yet, to her astonishment, Wu Wei wore a strange smile, his deep voice resonating like that of a grim reaper. No, you must pull. Yu Zhixia felt as if struck by lightning, losing all rationality. You pull with all your might, like a savior, dragging them to the shore. But at that moment, you stand up, releasing the rope, and with a smile, you ask the person in the water, was it enjoyable? For a long time, Yu Zhixia could not extricate herself from the narrative Wu Wei had woven. In a daze, she only recalled asking one final question. How am I to accomplish all of this? Wu Wei's answer was remarkably straightforward. Strength. Genuine strength. Yu Zhixia nodded in understanding. Rising to her feet, the sunlight illuminated her tall figure, casting a golden halo around her, resembling an angel, pure and noble. Once the program is completed, our project can commence. Yu Zhixia halted, gazing incredulously at the man seated on the sofa. Observing the excitement and determination in Yu Zhixia's eyes, Wu Wei gradually revealed his true intentions. Have you been testing me all along? Yu Wei shook his head. It's a matter of self-reflection. Are you satisfied? Yu Zhixia's lips curled into a smile. The human heart is not to be scrutinized too closely, for such examination reveals only despair. Wu Wei smiled. Yet only those who can confront their inner selves can journey further. From this day forward, the two became true partners, individuals to whom they could entrust their backs. Following yesterday's events, the relationships among the group seemed to have grown closer. Let us go swimming, Sun Zhishi urged Wu Wei, unwilling to let him remain cooped up in front of the computer away from the sun. Wu Wei possessed many talents, but swimming was not one of them. Gazing at the three graceful figures in the pool, he felt no inclination to join them. Although his eyes were fixed on the water, his mind wandered elsewhere. Suddenly, his phone on the coffee table vibrated, displaying an incoming call from a certain Luo Jiaran. Wu Wei called out to Sun Zhishi. There's someone named Luo Jiaran looking for you. Like a mermaid, Sun Zhishi glided through the water towards Wu Wei, leaning against the edge of the pool. Her flawless skin shimmered with a radiant glow, making it difficult for Wu Wei to maintain eye contact. You answer it. Wu Wei hesitated, but under Sun Zhishi's watchful gaze, he pressed the answer button. Hello. The voice on the other end expressed surprise. Where's she? The woman's voice was laced with a hint of languor, soft and gentle. Wu Wei suddenly recalled a classic scenario he had often witnessed, responding mysteriously into the phone. She's taking a shower. To Wu Wei, swimming was not much different from bathing. His voice carried, prompting Sun Zhishi, still in the pool, to stifle a laugh. The four words left Luo Jiaran momentarily speechless, before she finally regained her composure. What did you say? Repeat that. Leaning against the lounge chair, Wu Wei's tone grew cold. Did you not hear me? The line fell silent, devoid of any noise. There was no way she could have missed his previous words. The only explanation was that Luo Jiaran had heard him, but chose to repeat the question intentionally. This was not merely a query, but a display of dominance, as if to say, who do you think you are to have she answer your call? Wu Wei tossed the phone onto the coffee table, where it spun several times before coming to rest. What's wrong? Are you angry? Sun Zhishi, wrapped in a towel, knelt beside Wu Wei. Yet Wu Wei grinned. I've infuriated her, ha! The phone vibrated again, still Luo Jiaran. Wu Wei teased. Is this person your rival? Sun Zhishi raised an eyebrow. She is both a close friend and a rival. Chapter 87. Yearning yet unfulfilled. Seeking answers in vain, Luo Jiaran's phone rang incessantly, ceasing only after the 10th call. At that moment, the three women emerged from the pool, each embodying distinct charms, some alluring, others gentle, and yet others lively. Sun Jishi, wrapped in a towel, smiled gracefully. It's fine to be jealous. After all, she has competed with me since childhood. Did she think she could use me as a pawn? Wu Wei leaned back on her hands, gazing at the azure sky, her tone surprisingly calm. The Yu sisters, oblivious to the recent events, wore perplexed expressions. How could I dare to overshadow you? Sun Jishi giggled, exhibiting no awareness of the tension. The phone rang again, and this time Sun Jishi answered it herself. Oh dear. You've worn out the phone. Where were you just now? Who was that man? Why did he say you were taking a shower? What on earth were you doing in broad daylight? Luo Jiaran unleashed a torrent of questions, her pent-up anger finally surfacing. Yet, to Sun Jishi's ears, each inquiry sounded melodious. Do I need your permission to take a shower, Luo Jiaran? Who do you think you are? Sun Jishi's retort served to defend the man from earlier, intensifying Luo Jiaran's discomfort. I've only been gone for a year. How have you changed so much? Changed? It's you who is amusing. Miss Luo, your temper has certainly grown. Was that man deliberately trying to provoke me? What man? That was my brother, Wu Wei. Brother? Has Sun Yuqin passed away that you've replaced him? What do you mean replace? I'm just embracing brotherhood. Sun Jishi, you have sunk so low? Have you taken to this absurdity of calling him your brother? Are you off to study or paint? Aside from the color yellow, is there nothing else in your mind? Luo Jiaran scoffed. I think you're simply lovesick and cannot bear solitude. I've made arrangements for tonight. Come and apologize, and remember to bring your brother. However, she deliberately altered the tone of brother from the first to the fourth. After hanging up, Sun Jishi wore a smug smile, thoroughly pleased. The address quickly arrived on her phone, revealing that it was the same place where the previous incident occurred, Yaoshi. Yet, this was not surprising. The Qin, Sun, and Luo families shared a close-knit relationship, having grown up together in the same circle. However, since the untimely death of Qingqiu, this small group had lost its anchor, causing everyone to drift apart. What is dissociative disorder? Sun Jishi gazed at the drowsy man, unable to suppress her curiosity any longer. The Yu sisters had retreated to their rooms for a shower, while Sun Jishi swiftly finished her bath and sprawled on the sofa, watching television. Wu Wei, resembling a man in his 60s, held the remote, his eyelids drooping with fatigue. Startled awake, he sat up abruptly, exclaiming, I wasn't he asleep? I wasn't he asleep? Sun Jishi, exasperated, muttered, You behave like an elderly person. How can you fall asleep while watching television? I'm asking you a question. A question? What question? Wu Wei adjusted his posture, attempting to muster some energy. What is dissociative disorder? I asked the doctor, and they all said they didn't know what it was. Wu Wei observed the concerned expression on Sun Jishi's face and sighed. It is not surprising. This ailment is not a physiological disorder, but rather a psychological issue. With her delicate brows furrowed, Sun Jishi, feeling aggrieved, replied, You frightened me that day. I didn't dare to ask. Wu Wei, reluctant to conceal the truth, slowly elucidated. When an individual remains in a state of repression for an extended period, they may develop multiple distinct personalities, leading to the uncontrollable episode one experienced at Yaoshi. Reflecting on that day still sent shivers down Sun Jishi's spine. Indeed, Wu Wei had seemed as if he were an entirely different person. How could someone as young as you suffer from such a condition? This was the question that puzzled Sun Jishi the most. Wu Wei lowered his gaze, uncertain of how to explain everything to her. What he brought back from his previous life was not merely the advantage of foreknowledge and transcendent cognitive abilities, but also the dissociative disorder that had once nearly dragged him into the abyss. He had foolishly believed that this affliction would have long since faded from his life. Yet the reality proved otherwise. Jishi, do you know what it means to yearn for something unattainable, to question one's conscience without resolution? Wu Wei's expression was desolate as his fingers gently tapped the armrest of the leather sofa, mere inches away from a cigarette. Sun Jishi pondered deeply, struggling to comprehend. At Wu Wei's age, having just been accepted into Nanhua, he should be in the prime of his youth, brimming with vitality. What could possibly elude him? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she leaned closer to Wu Wei, speaking softly. You cannot possibly be troubled by matters of the heart, can you? Wu Wei was taken aback. Indeed, a woman's intuition is inherently profound. Ultimately, the root of his dissociative disorder lay in depression, which stemmed from the entanglements he had with Qingqiu in the past. Love is short-lived. Wu Wei exhaled slowly, as if lowering the atmospheric pressure in the room. Two figures stood behind the sofa. Having overheard the entire conversation between Wu Wei and Sun Jishi, one slender silhouette trembled slightly, resembling a solitary plum blossom standing resiliently against the cold wind. Is it because of me? She finally could no longer contain herself, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Sun Jishi turned her head and saw the two Yu sisters standing behind them. Yu Jixia appeared forlorn, her eyes filled with desolation, while Yu Qingqiu was in tears, unable to articulate her sorrow. Wu Wei recognized the voice and, helplessly, rose to his feet, nonchalantly waving his hand. Don't overthink it. It has nothing to do with you. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion, yet it sliced through Yu Qingqiu's defenses like a sharp blade, inflicting unbearable pain. As Wu Wei departed, a gentle breeze followed him, carrying the unique scent of a man that brushed against Yu Qingqiu's face. Stunned as if struck by lightning, she swayed precariously. And had it not been for Yu Jixia's timely support, she would have surely collapsed. Qingqiu, pull yourself together. Yu Jixia urged anxiously. Sun Jishi hurried to assist, helping to seat Yu Qingqiu on the sofa. Yu Qingqiu's complexion was pale, her gaze hollow, as if her soul had departed. So all of this is because of me. Yu Qingqiu murmured to herself, tears flowing uncontrollably. Sun Jishi and Yu Jixia exchanged worried glances, both filled with concern. Qingqiu, do not dwell on it. Yu Jixia comforted her, saying that just now Wu Wei mentioned it had nothing to do with you. Yu Qingqiu, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, lamented. He has liked me for so many years, yet I remained oblivious. If not for me, who else could it be? Both sisters understood well that if not for Yu Qingqiu, Wu Wei would hardly have had any emotional entanglement with anyone else. However, the depth of Wu Wei's feelings was something neither of them had anticipated. Chapter 88. The banquet at Hongmen. Unable to resist Sun Jishi's persuasion, Wu Wei eventually found himself seated on the lotus flower, accompanying her to Yaoshi. The beauty, though somewhat arrogant, was genuinely kind, as one would discover upon closer acquaintance. Sun Jishi took the opportunity to speak well of Luo Jiran during the journey. What acquaintance? Wu Wei replied, his spirit waning as he stared vacantly out at the fleeting streets. Then does that mean you look down on me as well? Sun Jishi's mood suddenly plummeted, evidently wounded by Wu Wei's words. You are different, Wu Wei said, turning to face Sun Jishi with sincerity. Is this how you deceive girls? Sun Jishi's lips curled slightly, though she did not smile. Upon realizing that Wu Wei was heartbroken, Sun Jishi felt a noticeable discomfort, as if something was amiss. Yet she could not pinpoint what it was. How can it be called deception? It is all genuine, devoid of any trickery, Wu Wei replied with a smile. With a soft chuckle, Sun Jishi finally found herself amused. Today, Yaoshi was devoid of patrons, the entrance eerily vacant. Upon entering, they spotted Luo Jiran standing at the front desk like a stone statue awaiting her husband, her gaze fixed intently on Wu Wei and Sun Jishi as they approached. A black velvet box arced gracefully through the air, landing perfectly in Luo Jiran's hands. At least you have a conscience, she declared, her expression brimming with pride, enhancing her exquisite beauty. Upon opening the box, a pair of delicate diamond earrings sparkled dazzlingly, nearly blinding Wu Wei. The lifestyle of the Romans was beyond his comprehension. The two women, standing side by side, illuminated the entire hall. Here they come, said the charmingly arrogant Qin Tianxi, whose every movement exuded grace. Standing alongside the two women, even Wu Wei couldn't help but marvel at his stunning handsomeness. Upon catching sight of Wu Wei, Qin Tianxi's eyes narrowed in surprise. Behind him stood several young men, likely friends of similar age. With his hands in his pockets, Wu Wei ambled about like a street urchin, surveying his surroundings. During his previous hurried visit, he had not taken the time to appreciate the opulence of the place, but now he was struck by its resplendent grandeur. Allow me to introduce. This is my god-brother Wu Wei, who just enrolled at Nanhua this year. Sun Jishi kindly introduced Wu Wei to everyone present. A multitude of gazes fell upon Wu Wei, some scrutinizing, others curious, some even disdainful. So you are Wu Wei. Luo Jiran's voice closely resembled that of their previous phone conversation. Still as confrontational as ever, Wu Wei raised his chin slightly and, in a rather absurd manner, flashed a peace sign at Luo Jiran. Her provocation felt like a punch landing on cotton. There was no reaction whatsoever. As they ventured further inside, Wu Wei marveled at the swiftly restored private rooms and couldn't help but exclaim, "They sure recover quickly." The words fell upon Qingqiu's ears rather ungraciously. In his fervent pursuit of the Yu sisters, Wu had relentlessly kicked open the doors of a dozen private rooms, creating quite a ruckus. Hearing Wu's remark, those in the know stifled their laughter, concealing their amusement out of respect. Qingqiu scoffed, "If you continue like this, I shall have to summon every locksmith in Jiangning." "There's no need for that. With our extravagance, why not simply replace the door?" Wu's words cast a shadow over Qingqiu's expression. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the joyous reunion of old friends, the atmosphere grew lively. Yet, Wu found his thoughts drifting as he gazed at the lavish spread before him. Halfway through the meal, Sun Yuqian, bandaged and limping, entered the room. Upon seeing Sun Jishi and Wu, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. "Sister, I just remembered the gas stove in the kitchen is still on. I must take my leave." The smile on Sun Yuqian's face resembled more of a frown. Sun Jishi retorted, "You've come this far. Stay for dinner." Only after receiving permission did Sun Yuqian gingerly take a seat at the farthest empty spot from his sister. That day, in an attempt to placate Yu Mingyuan, the ashtray had nearly sent him to oblivion, and the pain lingered even now. "It was I who invited Yuqian," Qingqiu interjected, feeling compelled to address Sun Yuqian's disheveled state. Sun Yuqian's face brightened slightly. Finally, someone was advocating for him, though not particularly astute. He pondered how such a great misunderstanding could lead to a blow to the head. What if it dulled his wits? Suddenly, the throbbing in Sun Yuqian's head ceased. As he looked at Qingqiu, his face a canvas of confusion. He was not foolish, merely misguided, and it seemed his own sister had been the harshest, labeling him as dim-witted. "Never mind. It's all a misunderstanding. After all, we know each other well enough," Luo Jiran whispered to those nearby, gradually piecing together the narrative, and took it upon herself to mediate. Observing the unfolding drama, Wu suddenly inquired with a playful smile, "Oh, where is that charming gentleman named Qin Tianlang? I find myself missing his amusing company." This remark elicited surprised expressions from the others. Why resurrect such memories when time had passed? Qingqiu's face darkened, and he ominously replied, "You nearly sent me into a psychological frenzy. I might have needed a therapist." "That would be a pity. I was merely jesting, a misunderstanding." Wu's smile was genuine, though his words were rather audacious. Since it was all a misunderstanding, comparisons were inevitable. Luo Jiran regarded the young man with keen interest, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, eager to learn how Wu had managed to frighten the arrogant Qin Tianlang into a state of near madness. The meal unfolded with a palpable tension, akin to a duel of wits. Once dinner concluded, the gathering did not disperse. Instead, they ascended to a private room on the top floor. A sign at the entrance read, "Private, no entry." Inside lay an intricately designed table with a black base and golden lines, depicting various zones. Wu instantly recognized it as a custom-made table for Texas Hold'em. It was spacious, yet only 6 chairs were arranged around it. Qingqiu unreservedly took his seat at the apex of the arc and addressed the assembly. "Come on. It has been a while since we last played. My hands have grown rusty." Luo Jiran gracefully positioned herself at the opposite end of the arc and settled down, declaring, "Today, Qin Lauer, you shall bleed. I have been waiting for this moment for quite some time." She then beckoned to Sun Jishi. "Cici, come here and sit beside me. Let us play a few rounds before we leave." Sun Jishi whispered to Wu Wei, who replied, "All right, you go ahead. I'll watch you play." Wu Wei showed no objection. With Sun Jishi taking her seat, the remaining 3 spots seemed to intimidate others into silence. "Xiaoqing, come and sit." Qingqiu earnestly invited Sun Yuqing to join. Sun Yuqing repeatedly waved his hands. "Tianqi, you all play. I'm not up to it. Since you are here, you should play a couple of rounds." Sun Jishi suddenly interjected, causing Sun Yuqing's legs to tremble once more. He glanced at the 2 vacant seats and surprisingly chose the one closer to Qingqiu. Ultimately, the last 2 seats were occupied by those named by Qingqiu, almost as if they were merely filling space. Chapter 89. If you think of me this way, there's nothing I can do. Each individual had a small stack of chips before them, ranging from 100 to 10,000. Wu Wei observed the height and distribution, estimating that each player had approximately 500,000 in chips, totaling around 3 million at the table. Standing behind Sun Jishi, he remained silent, attentively watching and discerning the playing styles of the others. After several hands, there were both wins and losses, with everyone maintaining a steady demeanor. By the fifth hand, 3 community cards revealed a flush, the hearts 2 and 4. The occurrence of a flush among the community cards was quite rare, immediately captivating everyone's attention. During the first round of blinds, everyone participated, indicating they held decent hands. Following the flop, it was Sun Jishi's turn to initiate the second round of betting. She slightly tilted her head, gently leaning against Wu Wei's arm, raising her gaze as if seeking his counsel. With her left hand, she revealed 2 cards for Wu Wei to see more clearly. Wu Wei leaned in slightly, discreetly viewing the whole cards, and subtly nodded at Sun Jishi. A few golden chips were added to her jade-like fingers as she tossed them onto the table, raising the bet to 50,000. Immediately, Luo Jiran displayed a confident expression, call. In an instant, the previously relaxed atmosphere at the table transformed into one of palpable tension. When it was Qingqiu's turn, he refrained from acting and instead re-evaluated his hand. Moments later, he decisively tossed his cards away. Call. Sun Yuqing unexpectedly followed suit, opting not to fold. The remaining 2 players promptly discarded their cards, doing so with remarkable decisiveness. A card was revealed for the turn, and the 4th card turned out to be a diamond. Everyone collectively gasped, for it was indeed a diamond. At that moment, the smile on Luo Jiran's lips deepened, an observation that did not escape Wu Wei's notice. Only 3 players remained at the table: Sun Jishi, Luo Jiran, and Sun Yuqing. A hand gently pressed on Sun Jishi's shoulder, with a finger subtly tapping. Understanding the cue, Sun Jishi lightly tapped the table. Check. The act of checking without raising speaks volumes. Luo Jiran, resting her chin on her hand, smiled brightly and remarked, Cici, your courage seems to have diminished. Sun Jishi chose to ignore her, maintaining a composed demeanor. Raise 100,000. Luo Jiran tossed several chips into the pot, effectively doubling the stakes. The pressure then shifted to Sun Yuqing, who began to feel anxious. He stole another glance at his cards, the 2 of spades and the 2 of clubs, which combined with the 2 on the table formed 3 of a kind. However, Luo Jiran's raise sowed seeds of doubt in Sun Yuqing's mind. Yuqing, don't force yourself, Qingqiu advised, noticing Sun Yuqing's inner turmoil, aware that Luo Jiran's hand was now all too apparent. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuqing glanced at the table once more. A flush would triumph over 3 of a kind, prompting him to fold. Finally, the turn returned to Sun Jishi. After the 4th card was revealed, she opted to check, her lack of further action indicating that the new card had not influenced her hand in the slightest. Luo Jiran, recognizing this, chose to raise once more. As Sun Yuqing succumbed to the pressure and folded, the weight of expectation fell squarely on Sun Jishi's shoulders. Yet, in a leisurely manner, she declared, Jiran, if you're so eager to win, then I shall match your bet. Sun Jishi added another 100,000 chips, ensuring the game continued smoothly. Her call took the others by surprise, particularly Qingqiu. All were tense, their breaths held, as they focused intently on the river card. When the 5th river card was revealed, chaos ensued, for it was none other than the 5 of hearts. The table now displayed 4 hearts, 2, 4, and 5, alongside a diamond, creating a dramatically charged atmosphere. At that moment, a hand reached over Sun Jishi's shoulder, resting before her. Wu Wei leaned in closely, seemingly intent on her. This scene stirred a tempest within Qingqiu's eyes. To his astonishment, Sun Jishi made no move, merely watching as Wu Wei pushed all the chips towards the pot. Declaring an all-in, breath caught in their throats, Luo Jiran looked at Sun Jishi and Wu Wei in disbelief. Just moments ago, Sun Jishi had checked first, only to be compelled to call due to Luo Jiran's raise. Even with the final river card revealed, the situation remained unchanged. Amidst her bewilderment, Luo Jiran had no choice but to follow suit. The moment had left her with no alternatives. All present held their breath, eyes fixated on the million chips in the pot, hesitant to exhale. Despite their affluent backgrounds, the stakes of this game had escalated to an exhilarating level. Luo Jiran clutched her cards tightly, flinging them onto the table with determination. I have the 8 and 10 of hearts. Let us see how you can beat my flush. Indeed, her hand, combined with the 5 community cards, formed the strongest flush on the table, explaining her audacity in the previous rounds. Unfazed, Sun Jishi slowly revealed her own 2 cards. As they lay closely together, the spectators could only glimpse the topmost card, which was a spade. Luo Jiran rose to her feet, gazing at the spade card, unable to stifle a laugh. Cece, have you forgotten the rules after not playing for so long? 3 of a kind cannot surpass a flush. Who said I have 3 of a kind? Take a closer look. Sun Jishi gently moved the spade atop to the side, revealing a striking club below. Wow, it's 4 of a kind. That indeed surpasses a flush. The others crowded around the table, finally grasping the situation at hand. While a flush is impressive, 4 of a kind reigns supreme on the table. To best 4 of a kind, one must possess a straight flush. Luo Jiran's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. Then I shall not hold back. Sun Jishi grinned at the pile of chips presented before her, offering her thanks to Xiao Jiran. Frustrated, Luo Jiran attempted to confront Sun Jishi, but was distracted by Wu Wei behind her, suddenly realizing something. Was it you playing tricks on me? Wu Wei blinked in surprise, pointing at himself. Me? What are you talking about? I don't have X-ray vision. Regaining her composure, Luo Jiran fixed her gaze on the seemingly innocent man and snorted dismissively. I am not blind. I saw your little gestures. If not for you, Cece would have certainly raised the bed instead of passing, leading me to believe her hand had not changed. I merely reminded her to play conservatively, Wu Wei replied nonchalantly. Defeated, Luo Jiran stood and approached Wu Wei. You intentionally lured me into raising the stakes continuously, only to force me to call in the end. If you choose to think that way, I can't help it, Wu Wei retorted, revealing his trump card, an infamous line from a rogue. Chapter 90, Strength and Weakness. Counterattack from behind, can you not handle losing? Sun Jishi interjected, breaking the standoff between Luo Jiran and Wu Wei. A loss is a loss. Whether due to luck or skill, there is nothing more to say. That is the rule of the table. Luo Jiran shot Wu Wei a resentful glare, but reluctantly accepted her defeat. Sister Jiran, it's your turn to play. I need to use the restroom. Sun Yuchen, ever perceptive, promptly vacated his seat. Although she had lost several thousand, a substantial amount of chips remained. Luo Jiran provocatively eyed Wu Wei, her red lips parting. Dare to compete again? Wu Wei glanced at the pile of chips, feeling a bit hesitant, and awkwardly asked, can the chips on this table be exchanged for money? A hint of a devilish smile graced Qin Tianxi's previously stormy face as he slowly replied, of course, the settlement will occur after the game concludes. The implication was unmistakable. Qin Tianxi aimed to entice Wu Wei into the game with real money. Wu Wei's eyes lit up, as if formulating a plan. I'm feeling a bit tired. You go ahead and play. If you lose everything, so be it. Sun Jishi's words acted as a reassurance, allowing Wu Wei to sit back down with ease. Qin Tianxi's smile could no longer be contained. Now that he was at the table, it would be remiss not to leave something behind, given the evening's arrangements. With the seating rearranged, Wu Wei took Sun Jishi's spot, while the previously defeated Luo Jiran occupied Sun Yuchen's seat. The game has recommenced, and Wu Wei possesses nearly double the chips of the others, clearly establishing himself as the dominant figure at the table. However, much to the dismay of Qin Tianxi and Luo Jiran, Wu Wei's subsequent performance is nothing short of disastrous. Despite holding nearly 1 million in chips, he plays as cautiously as a timid schoolboy. Aside from the necessary blinds, after 6 or 7 rounds, Wu Wei has not called even once. Finally, in this particular round, perhaps due to the poor hands dealt, the atmosphere has grown somewhat stagnant. With the 3 community cards revealed, it is Wu Wei's turn to act first. All eyes are on him, awaiting his decision. His passive demeanor incites Luo Jiran's frustration, prompting her to exclaim, Wu Wei, are you even capable? Are you a man? Whether I am a man or not is not for you to decide, Wu Wei replies coolly, seemingly unfazed by her provocation. He tosses 2 cards into the discard pile and folds once again. After discarding, Wu Wei begins to count his chips, appearing quite pleased with himself. Qin Tianxi observes Wu Wei intently, his gaze a mixture of confusion and wariness. Throughout the game, he has been keenly aware of Wu Wei's every move. It is evident that Wu Wei has just orchestrated a clever play, compelling Sun Jishi to show weakness and luring Luo Jiran into the fray, ultimately eliminating her entire stack of chips in one fell swoop. This masterful display of feigned vulnerability followed by a decisive strike is executed with unparalleled finesse. As the rounds progress, Qin Tianxi gradually discerns Wu Wei's strategy. He does not show his hand until absolutely necessary. Wu Wei never resorts to bluster. When the odds are against him, he retreats with the agility of a slippery eel. Slowly, Qin Tianxi sets aside his biases and begins to regard Wu Wei with newfound respect. Chips circulate among the players, Yet Wu Wei remained steadfast, guarding his own pile with indifference. It appears his sole intention is to watch his wealth accumulate until the conclusion of the game. Raise 100,000. Wu Wei suddenly declares after the turn card is revealed, astonishing everyone at the table. With the 3 community cards laid out, Luo Jiran makes the first move, presumably holding a strong hand, and raises by 50,000. The previous round had been too lackluster, prompting a reckless spirit among the players. After a single round, all 4 remaining players opt to raise. In an instant, the once vacant pot swells with an additional 250,000 in chips. When the 4th turn card is unveiled, Wu Wei surprisingly raises once more. After pushing another 100,000 into the pot, the area where the chips are stacked becomes crowded. With Luo Jiran now occupying Sun Yuqing's seat beside Qingqiu, Wu Wei claims a solitary position at the arc's peak, as if standing alone against the rest. With a grin, he gazes at the pile of chips, exuding an air of inevitable triumph. His raise places considerable pressure on the others. As the betting proceeds clockwise, 2 men, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, fold their hands. Luo Jiran's expression fluctuates between uncertainty and determination, her eyes darting between the table and her own cards, clearly at a loss for what to do. In his hand lay a solitary card, accompanied by the 4 on the table, forming 2 formidable pairs, thus assuring a commendable chance of victory. As he lifted his gaze, he encountered the mirthful eyes of Wu Wei. The seemingly indifferent Wu Wei stifled a yawn, akin to a silent beckoning. Under this unexpected pressure, Luo Jiran bit her lip and discarded her cards. The 3 players relinquished their hands simultaneously, leaving only Qingqiu in the game. Wu Wei picked up a chip, performing a sleight of hand as it appeared and vanished in his grasp. Ultimately, the golden chip danced across his fingers, captivating the eye. Observing Wu Wei's movements, one could discern an adeptness akin to that of a seasoned player with years of experience. Qingqiu maintained a serene demeanor, though a subtle coldness glimmered in his gaze. From his observations, Wu Wei's gameplay exhibited remarkable steadiness. Such confidence could only stem from possessing an exceptional hand. Yet, an inkling of doubt crept into Qingqiu's mind, as he realized he could not fathom the pulse of the man across from him. Cautious strategy was his guiding principle, and with this thought, Qingqiu decisively folded his hand, intent on avoiding the misstep that had just befallen Luo Jiran. With everyone but Wu Wei having discarded their cards, the remaining chips in the pot became his sole domain. "Thank you," Wu Wei remarked, eyeing the ever-growing stack of chips before tossing his cards back into the pot. His movements were deft, as 2 cards landed squarely on the black velvet surface. Suddenly, a fair hand pressed down upon them. Luo Jiran, her brow furrowed in puzzlement, inquired, "Do you hold a strong hand? You seem rather confident. May I take a look?" "No, not at all. It's merely the support of everyone here," Wu Wei replied, nodding with a somewhat enigmatic smile. This piqued even Qingqiu's curiosity regarding the cards Wu Wei had been so reticent about. Under the watchful and inquisitive gazes of all present, Luo Jiran slowly revealed Wu Wei's 2 whole cards, a 3 of clubs and a 5 of spades. She sprang to her feet, astonished, for those 2 cards could not possibly form a worthy hand with the 5 community cards on the table. "You're bluffing," she exclaimed. "What a statement. But you are not the landlord," Wu Wei quipped, transforming a game of Texas Hold'em into a game of landlord with his words. The table fell silent, all stunned by Wu Wei's audacious play of taking a small risk for a substantial gain. "That was an impressive move. I just wonder if your luck will hold out every time." Qingqiu's applause rang out, unexpectedly commending Wu Wei. "Luck? I have never placed my faith in fortune," Wu Wei replied, rising and strolling over to Sun Jishi, addressing everyone with utmost seriousness. A gathering of so-called elite and prodigious talents, outmatched by a mere university student. How could this not stir frustration? Yet, the matters of the card table remained confined to that space. Upon exiting, Wu Wei resembled a market vendor, a cloth bag in hand. After deducting the 50 from the 130,000 in chips, 80,000 remained. Wu Wei requested cash, directly stepping out of the Yaoshi's door with bags in hand, remarking as he walked, "This is a wonderful place, where people are genuine and not pretentious." Sun Jishi couldn't help but chuckle, pinching him lightly. "You're so particular, insisting on cash." Late at night, to gather the 800,000 in cash, everyone at Yaoshi emptied their pockets. Even the security guards were not exempt. After much effort, they still fell short by 2,000. Wu Wei waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. That little amount doesn't matter. Let us save it for a late-night snack. Upon hearing this, Qingqiu's handsome face contorted in disbelief. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the lotus fade into the night, Luo Jiaren murmured, "Qing'er, are you really going to let that Wu Wei be?" Qingqiu yawned lazily. Does he even deserve it? Luo Jiaren sighed softly. Shishi is merely enchanted by his looks. What I desire is Shishi's genuine affection, not some so-called marriage alliance. Those old fossils simply do not understand. That Wu Wei is quite formidable, meticulous, and deeply calculating. He just tricked me with my own hand of cards. Luo Jiaren couldn't shake off the memory of her lost hand. The man shook his head slightly. The only person I truly fear is one, and even in death, I cannot surpass him. The starlight in his eyes dimmed, and Luo Jiaren lowered her proud head. If only Brother Chu Xian were here. Indeed, if only he were here. Qingqiu gazed into the pitch-black night outside, his eyes filled with endless mockery. Some people die yet grow ever more imposing, while others live and become increasingly insignificant. You are merely blinded by wealth. It seems you have fallen into the depths of greed. In the passenger seat, Wu Wei held 2 bags of money, feeling immensely satisfied. No, it's different. How is it different? Winning someone else's money is worth more than your own. You're just spouting nonsense. You simply do not understand the joy of us poor folk. Ha ha, is this money enough? Sun Ji, she suddenly asked, catching him off guard. Wu Wei replied calmly, Jixia has 1 million. With this, funding 1T be an issue. Then I'll give you another 1 million. Ah, no need. That much at once 1T even be utilized. Stopping at a red light. Sun Ji, she stared at the signal, unable to meet Wu Wei's gaze, and whispered, don't take Jixia's money. Wu Wei suddenly realized that Sun Ji's offer was meant to offset Jixia's portion. He stroked his chin. It's not about the money. Without a definitive answer from Wu Wei, Sun Ji's mood inexplicably sank, her foot pressing the accelerator hard. The car surged forward, startling Wu Wei. A woman's heart is like a needle in the ocean, elusive and unattainable. In the early hours, the study remained dark except for the glow of the computer screen. Wu Wei cradled a cup of coffee, his eyes fixed intently on the flashing characters of the software. The program had been running for half an hour, though slow. It had not encountered any errors. Wu Wei glanced at the status bar, noting that the data had surpassed 10, indicating a favorable operation. He stretched comfortably, easing his stiff body. A soft ding signaled the program's completion, igniting a surge of excitement within Wu Wei. He rose to his feet, confirming all the data with a satisfied smile. A ray of sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, casting light upon the floor. A new day had dawned, heralding the beginning of a new era for Wu Wei. Holidays always seemed to arrive slowly but departed swiftly, and it was only when the final day concluded with a dinner invitation that Wu Wei realized he would soon be returning to Haizhou. Dining was rarely a good omen for him, and as the door swung open, he sensed trouble brewing. Ma Wangjing and Yu Mingyuan stood there, their faces beaming in welcome. Xiao Wei, come. Let me introduce you. This is Cici's father. Wu Wei found his legs momentarily immobilized. What was this gathering? Even Sun Jixi's father had arrived. Yet, seeing Sun Jixi's nonchalant demeanor only deepened his unease. Hello, Uncle Sun. Wu Wei greeted with a radiant smile, extending his hand. The man before him possessed a square jaw, thick brows, and large eyes, complemented by a prominent nose and strong features, exuding an air of stability and reliability. At first glance, Wu Wei recognized him as a person of authority, undoubtedly a public servant. The Sun family had 2 branches, one engaged in politics, the other in business, each complementing the other. The political branch was represented by Sun Wanxiang, the current vice-governor of Jiangdong province and father to Sun Jixi. Upon meeting Wu Wei, Sun Wanxiang's lips curled slightly upward, perpetually graced by a gentle smile that evoked warmth and familiarity. Hello, Xiaowu. I've heard so much about you. Wu Wei quietly observed Sun Wanxiang, noting the resemblance to Sun Jixi. Indeed, daughters often mirrored their fathers. It was easy to surmise that Sun Jixi's mother must possess extraordinary beauty, for only such a woman could have given rise to someone as striking as her. Regrettably, Sun Wanxiang and his wife had separated long ago, leaving a lingering emotional scar on Sun Jixi. Having known her for a considerable time, Wu Wei rarely heard her mention her father, suggesting a tenuous father-daughter relationship. However, with everyone present today, Wu Wei had to muster all his composure to face the situation. Don't ask, just play dumb, Sun Jishi advised quietly, maintaining her composure. Wu Wei gently tapped the table, signaling his understanding. During the meal, the conversation predominantly revolved around Sun Wanxiang, Ma Wangjing, and Yu Mingyuan. Their discussions primarily focused on the two projects, the Light Textile City and the Haitong Bridge. Yu Mingyuan and Ma Wangjing had already established a preliminary cooperation intention with Haizhou. The Haizhou side expressed optimism regarding the Light Textile City project, posing numerous detailed inquiries. Initially, there was a lack of sufficient interest from Haizhou concerning the Haitong Bridge. However, Ma Wangjing employed the strategy suggested by Wu Wei, using the World Expo as a point of entry, which ultimately broke the impasse. Next month, if the Memorandum of Cooperation could be formally signed, it would signify that both projects would be included in the annual plans for the coming year. Yet, a significant hidden risk loomed over the Haitong Bridge project, which remained the sole reason for Ma Wangjing and Yu Mingyuan's relentless endeavors during the National Day holiday.